Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Tyler Rocky in for Kap, I'm Jay Hood. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride on this Bears Monday with open phone lines for you. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago as we broadcast live from our Jeff Dickerson Studios at the Chicago Board of Trade, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. Good to see you, sir.
As always, good to see you, Hoodie.
Always a pleasure for you to come in and talk for the next 3 hours here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. So the draft is done. And so we need to discuss, Tyler, first of all, your overall thoughts from top to bottom. What did you think of what the Bears were able to do? Because they addressed a number of needs, and some they did not.
Yeah, one glaring one. I don't know if you got a pass rusher with you in your back pocket today, but the Bears not going after anything on the defensive line, I think, signals one thing for me in 2026, and that is that Shamar Turner all of a sudden has more pressure than I think he thought he was going to have going into 2026. No, listen, if we're going to take a broad look at the 3 days, there's a couple of things that stood out to me. I think when you look at the picks and the players, I really liked the process of the bookend days of the draft. That's round 1 on Thursday and round 3 on Saturday. Round 2 is where things got confusing for a lot of Bears fans, myself included, because that felt like a prime spot for you to go out and attack one of your glaring needs, that being the defensive line, specifically on the edge, someone to get after the passer. But the Bears told you they didn't love anyone. And I think that this goes into, especially on day 2, you're really seeing Ben Johnson's fingerprint being put on this team. Because I don't think anyone expected the Bears to go a full day of all offense with multiple picks. Full day. Mm-hmm. You would have thought for a team whose defense struggled last year, you would have tried to attack on that side of the ball a little bit more on day 2 in particular, where you're talking about a higher level of skill, more talent on that day. And also, you had 3 picks that day, too. You enter the day with 3 picks. You left the day with 3 picks. So I was shocked. I was thoroughly shocked that not necessarily that they didn't go after the defensive line on day 2, but that it was 3 picks of all offense, a center, a tight end, and a receiver. And I think the tight end pick shocked a lot of people, too. I don't think that was something that we expected as Bears fans, them to address on day 2 of the draft. Day 3, all right, sure. Mm-hmm. I don't think anything really surprises anyone on day 3 of the draft. But day 2, it certainly took people for a loop.
So, Tyler, my first takeaway from the draft is that this is Ben Johnson's team and his draft room. Mm-hmm. It is. And when you are a general manager of a football team, you have a voice, and sometimes you have final say. And through 2 drafts, it's pretty clear that Ben Johnson wants his toys. He wants his toys, and he gets his toys on offense. The draft for the Bears, for me, was lopsided and uninspired in terms of getting new blood on this defensive line. You see, what I'm fearful of is if there's an injury on this defensive line, that who's the next man up? I'm fearful of that. Like, what's next on the defensive line if there is an injury? And, it's inevitable, buddy. I mean, it's the National Football League. There's always going to be something, right? But the notion that Ben Johnson told the press after day 3 of the draft is, well, what are you going to do about this defensive line? You really didn't address it. Well, we're going to coach them up better. That was the quote. We're going to coach them up better. And I just can't believe that as an answer. I am just stunned that the Chicago Bears go through this draft and not address the defensive line through the first 3 rounds of the draft. I'm here joking and messing around talking about, of course, Ben Johnson, the Bears, they'll go for that tight end, they'll go for that wide receiver. And I'll be damned, they did. I'm just joking around because we've seen, even from the last draft, it's like, okay, did you need the tight end in that spot? It worked out well with Loveland. Do you need a wide receiver in the spot? It worked well with Burton. But I'll be damned if they actually did do that. The temerity to look at this draft and say, well, it's best on the board, it's best on the board. So my thing that stands out to me, Tyler, is, so you talk about best on the board. On your board, it was never a defensive lineman? Never. So on the best on your board was never the defensive line. But it was a wide receiver and it was a tight end. See, this is what happens when you have an offensive guy in your draft room and he just wants more. It's not saying that you don't need an extra wide receiver because DJ Moore's not here and Zacchaeus is not here. I totally understand that. But when you look at this draft, in which I think you hit, if not a home run, definitely a triple by getting Dylan Tiedemann on the team. All good. But then you took care of center with Logan Jones. That surprised me. But then again, who is Bradbury after 1 year with the Bears? So you're trying to solidify something for the next 5 or 6 years. Hopefully Logan Jones, that guy. But that round 3, that Roush and Thomas, and then going for the corner and Malik Muhammad, I looked at that and I said, so you're just going to bank on the defensive line being healthy and productive. That's what it told me.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'd imagine there's some sort of move at some point, whether it's one of these gun-for-hire guys, your Clowneys, your Bosas, your Cam Jordans. I think that could be a part of what the rest of the offseason brings. Again, we haven't snapped the ball. We're very far away from still snapping the ball. We don't even have a schedule yet. But it's something that I think really wears on Bears fans is how last season ended, and especially defensively. I get that they looked a little bit better in the playoffs, but you were playing in ideal conditions in all of those games too. True. For defenses. So what does it look like weeks 1 through 18 on that defensive line? Because last year was a struggle. You were 31st in pass rush win rate. You were middle of the pack in sacks. Like that, this defense has to find ways to get after the quarterback. I'm not saying every guy has to go, on your roster has to be a double-digit sack guy, but you have to have at least a couple of guys who you can bank on can get you in the neighborhood of 7 or 8 sacks, because getting after the quarterback was this team's biggest weakness, and I think it hurt a lot of the secondary guys too.
Yes.
Because, it was miraculous they were able to get as many takeaways as they did last year, and I don't see that being replicated this year. And maybe it's just the philosophy of how Dennis Allen operates. And sure, maybe they find themselves inside the top 5 or top 10 in takeaways. But I wouldn't bank on it, because this is the statistic that we see year after year after year is the most unsustainable. It is. We talk about the teams that go worst to first, and I'm not saying that the Bears are going to be 31st or 32nd in turnovers next year, because I don't believe that's going to be true. But what does this team look like if they're 15th, if they're 17th? If they're more middle of the pack as opposed to up near the top where they were last year?
5 defensive ends went off the board in the first 13 picks of the second round. I want you to just think about that. On your board, it was never a defensive lineman. And again, this is not me taking a crap on the entire draft, because they addressed some needs. So I'm good with a lot of the things that they did, Tyler. But the bottom line is that it's obvious when you watch the Bears last year that they didn't get enough of pass rush. What they're telling you in the press conference is that Sweat and Dexter and Jarrett and Adingbo is good enough. And they better be right. That's my takeaway after the draft. It's like, well, you better be right, because I'm going to be here every morning kicking their ass if the defense cannot get to the quarterback. The quarterbacks that the Bears faced in abundance said, no, that's okay. The guy that takes the uniforms, the people in the locker room, I'll wear this next week. It's still clean. Because they never got to me. Yeah. So just put that in there. I'll wear that next week, because the Bears never got to me. I never got to the ground. They're telling you that K-Street and Neville and James Lynch and Jordan Vandenberg is good enough on this defensive line. You're right. And Austin Booker. And they're banking on Shamar Turner to be healthy and be productive. All I'm telling you is that when you take a look at the other positions, like tight end, which is wild, right? So Colson Loveland and Cole Kmet are still on this football team. It's like putting 3 hats on when you go out to the club. Why are you wearing 3 hats? All you need is one. You put a hat on a hat by having Cole Kmet come back here and Sam Roush as a tight end.
And
Why do you need three?
They also restructured Kmet's contract.
Yeah.
So
What's the point? So you need more tight ends, but you don't need more defensive linemen?
And I get, like, there's the whole conversation about 13 personnel. Ben Johnson wants to run it. He loves to use it. Yeah, I get that. They run it 5% of the time. Even if you go back to his days in Detroit, it was like no more than 10. It was like anywhere between the neighborhood of 5 to 7 for the most part of percent of plays that were run with 13 personnel. It's a very limited sample size in your playbook. So when I looked at the overall of what this draft was for the Bears, to me, this was an A to B draft, which last year, an A to B draft is good. It's fine. You're going from being a team that won 5 games into building what you were last year. But I wouldn't even say the Bears are in B to C mode right now, because last year you went out and won the division. I don't think this team went A to B last year. This team went A to C, and credit to them for building up what they did. But now it's the hard part of becoming that team that goes C to D. And I just don't know if this team had a draft that fully achieved that, fully went out and attacked some of the needs on this team to get you from point C to point D.
See, that's the thing. A to C, but then you don't want regression. And that happens in the NFL, right? You get to a certain level, all of a sudden you slip. You're no longer the champion of the division.
This felt like
you might have a few less wins than you had the previous year, because it happens.
Right. And like, you look at this draft, I'm not going to sit here and tell you it was a bad draft when you put it up in a vacuum, because I think Thieneman is going to be a pretty good safety in this league. Logan Jones, you obviously needed a center of the future. You may have accomplished that. Sam Roush, whenever Cole Kmet's time in Chicago may be done, that could be a fantastic replacement there. Malik Muhammad, he could be a starting corner for you in 2026 or in 2027.
Sure.
But this felt like a draft that was built more for 2027 than it was for 2026. And maybe there's still a move to be had out there. Maybe the Steelers decide, hey, we're going to blow this thing up, and they're going to have defensive linemen that are available to be had in trades. So there's still possibilities for what this offseason could be. But as we sit here on April 27th, I look at a draft that was built for 2027, not as much for 2026.
And by the way, when you are a new head coach of a team, you want to put your fingerprints and your statement on the team. You're trying to flush the Eberflus guys out, and you want your guys in. You want more team speed. You want to have more team speed in the secondary. Nothing wrong with that. But I think my bigger issue, Tyler, is that I feel like Ryan Poles is losing his grip on the football team. It's not saying that he's not generally managing the team, but I feel like Ben Johnson's voice is louder. That's what I'm saying. And you could tell that by the selections that they had there in the third round. To have a tight end, to have a wide receiver, a general manager that's worth his weight will say, well, hang on a second. That might be something that you want. However, we need to be able to have balance on both sides of the football, meaning that if you feel good about your offense, you feel good about your quarterback, yeah. You feel good about your running game, okay. You feel good about your wide receivers, tight ends, yeah. You feel good about your offensive line, sure. But what about the other side? You see, 50-50 matters as close as possible in the NFL. How do the Seahawks win the championship is because strong defense, strong offense, it was good enough for them to win the Super Bowl and get there. For the Chicago Bears, I don't want every draft or every selection to be something that's tilted toward the offensive-minded head coach. You have to be able to make stops in this league at some point. When people bitch about how Caleb Williams didn't get 4,000 yards, you know why that was? Is because the defense didn't hold out their end of the bargain, because Caleb wasn't out there enough to get the 4,000 yards. Imagine if you had a defense that gave you some 3-and-outs or some big plays outside of the secondary being opportunistic. I mean the defensive line getting after the quarterback, flushing him out. What I'm saying is that they're banking on the guys that are paid well but underproduced to be able to come through this upcoming season. And I'm here to tell you that when you're in the draft, it should be a balance. The offensive-minded head coach, Ben Johnson's got enough. Why did you need to put another hat on? Why was that necessary? You need to be able to have, if not for this year, it's got to be for the near future of defensive linemen that can replace some of the guys that are not getting the job done. That's all I'm saying. I have no problem with some of the overall draft picks that the Bears had. I'm just saying that there was a glaring need and you didn't address it on purpose because Ben Johnson says no. And that's a problem for me.
Now, I don't like Ben Johnson, and again, maybe the guys that were available to them in their given spots. Now, you could have potentially traded up in certain spots to move yourself into, you mentioned the 5 defensive linemen that were off the board in the first 13 picks of the second round. You could have moved your way up there, but this felt like a draft that was fully predicated on building towards the future. And listen, when you talk about the disparity between how much say your head coach has versus how much say your general manager has, I think we kind of learned who was going to be in charge of most of this operation when you gave an 8-figure contract to a first-time head coach, right? Like 8-figure salary yearly to a first-time head coach. Like that doesn't happen very often in the league. So Ben Johnson getting this job assumed a lot of personnel control. And I get that. But this is telling me too that, hey, this offense, for as good as it was last year, I think we can be in agreement that we were happy with how this offense operated for the most part last year.
Yes.
But it has to be that much better now if this is how you're going to allocate some of your day 2 resources. In fact, all of your day 2 resources went to that side of the ball.
I just, for me, the offense is good and has a lot more room for improvement, and they will tell you that up there. They said that whatever happened last year, that was last year. We're going to be even better. We're going to coach them harder this upcoming season. All good. But I just want to make sure that the defense is shored up just as much. Like, what are you doing for Dennis Allen? Dennis Allen had to turn water into wine in some spots to just try to keep the defense decent. And that was underwhelming more times than not. I go back to that San Francisco game in which if you make a stop, the Bears are winning that game. A stop. When Caleb Williams is as automatic as we've ever seen him, and they lost the game because the defense didn't make any stops. You continue to get gashed over the middle. Now, here's what I like, though. I like the athleticism in the secondary. There's a lot to choose from now, isn't it? Yeah. I like that.
No, I think the secondary should be, again, one of the stronger parts of this defense, especially if you get healthier with guys like Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon heading into next year. I think the secondary is actually one of the places you may have improved upon for this upcoming season. But there's another 7 guys on that defense, too, or 6 even. But, like, you need to be able to have a strong defensive line if you're going to make those guys look even better than they are. And I think it's a good group back there. But you can turn that into a potentially elite group back there if you've got the necessary pass rush up front to make life more difficult on the quarterback. And that's where this team sits right now, is I don't know if they've done enough to disrupt the quarterback.
Let's get to the phone lines coming up. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Tyler and I want to find out from you your thoughts about what the Bears did in the draft. And, again, my biggest takeaway is, best player available. The best player available was never a defensive lineman, huh? On your board, it was never a defensive lineman. It was a tight end. It was a wide receiver, but never a defensive lineman. Think about that. If your board didn't have a defensive lineman on it, then there's something wrong with your board. With Tyler Rocky and for Kap, I'm Jay Hood on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
No.
2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest-running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Smart capital planning starts with the roof. M&M Commercial Roofing, powered by over 50 years of trusted craftsmanship from M&M Home Remodeling, helps Chicagoland properties and facilities plan, not just react. M&M Commercial Roofing starts with detailed inspections and clear reports, then guides you through options, repairs, recovery systems, coatings, replacements, or new construction. This is roofing built around your priorities, timeline, and long-term plan. Schedule a consultation with M&M Commercial Roofing and plan with confidence.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings
On ESPN Chicago.
Smalls here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America. Now back to Kap J Hood, presented by Advantage Dealer Group on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. He's hoping that you're going to have a great Monday and a great week as we talk to you about the Bears draft. The draft coverage here on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana in Gary, as Tyler Rocky is in for Kap here on the Kap J Hood Morning Show. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. It's just facts. When you take a look at the Bears, Tyler, ranked 29th in the league in yards allowed per play in 2025. They were in the bottom third of the league in nearly every major defensive category. And with 3 picks on day 2 of the draft, they selected 3 offensive players. I'm just saying that on your boards, like, well, we're going with best player available. Best player available for who? For Ben Johnson or for the Bears? Because there's a difference. There's a difference between the two. There's 3 phases you have to address. And again, as we talked about as we started the show, I liked a lot of the things that the Bears did, but they just swung and missed on an obvious spot that you have to think about, not only for now, but for the future.
Right. And to your point, like, this was the first draft, and some people maybe thought last year had a touch of this too. I wouldn't agree as much, because I wouldn't just say, and I think it's lazy to do, oh, every offensive player was selected by Ben Johnson and every defensive player was selected by Ryan Poles. I don't think that's true.
It's collaborative.
There is a level of collaboration. Yeah. But when you go through a whole day 2, an important day, might I add, like day 2 is a very important place to be if you're trying to get to where the Bears want to go, and that's to become a Super Bowl contender and a Super Bowl champion. But when you go an entire day of drafting just one position, when you've got multiple picks, 3 in fact, more than what is slotted out for you initially, that's what is confusing and what I think has a lot of Bears fans maybe scratching their heads a little bit over. Maybe this does look like a Ben Johnson production because of what happened on day 2. Now, day 3, you found yourself with a little more balance, and day 1 obviously was fully a defensive pick because you only had 1 selection on day 1, but day 2, I think, was what confused a lot of Bears fans, because I don't think anybody saw a fully offensive draft on day 2, because that seemed like it could have been a sweet spot area for this team to go and attack the defensive line in particular.
I'm going tongue-in-cheek for the last couple of weeks talking about, oh, sure, they'll get a tight end or a wide receiver, and they actually did it. The positive is that I like Dylan Tiedemann being on this football team because you had to get more team speed at the safety position. I'm actually surprised how he was there at 25. That's one.
I think most people were.
I was very surprised. And by the way, my Viking fan friends are like, we thought that Tiedemann was right there. Mm-hmm. And some of my Vikings friends was like, how did he get to you guys?
Right.
Because they were thinking like that's exactly what we need in Minnesota, and that's not the case. Logan Jones helps your offensive line for the future.
And it may help you this year, too.
Might be.
I mean, even think about last year, all right? The first couple of picks that they had, they made 4 selections in the first 2 days last year. And I remember one of my overarching thoughts being, all right, that's great. You had 4 picks in the first 2 days. How many of these guys are going to be starters for you? Right out of the gate. Colston Loveland, while he was great at the end of the year, was not a starter for you out of the gate. Mm-hmm. Ozzie Trapillo, while he was a starter for you at the end of the year before the injury, was not a starter out of the gate. Luther Burden didn't really have much of a role in the offense out of the gate. And then Shamar Turner was injured through most of training camp and then goes out and tears his ACL in week 8. But he wasn't a big factor into the defense. He wasn't a starting player on this defensive team. So they didn't have a lot of guys that contributed out of the gate. But if you look at the draft class as a whole, you would say, okay, that's a class that I think we're going to look back on and say was helpful in building a championship caliber iteration of the Chicago Bears. And I feel the same way about this one. I think that this draft class as a whole helped build this team out for the future based off of some of the selections that they made. But how much are they going to impact the 2026 Bears? I look at Thieneman as really the only guy who I think, and maybe Malik Muhammad, as guys who are like going to be true impact guys for 2026. Now, I said the same thing last year, and we could all be wrong with egg on our face when it's all said and done. But the way that it sits right now is I don't know how many of these guys are going to be integral pieces of this upcoming roster.
Tyler, you mentioned that there are some that feel like some of this was Poles' draft and some of this was Johnson's draft. We know that everyone works together to put it together. However, I'll say this about Ryan Poles. Ryan Poles brings Ben Johnson in, and you saw how Ben Johnson needed toys to work with, and it worked out. The Bears won the division last year. They had a really solid season. Your job as a general manager is not to bend over backwards totally, though, for your head coach, no matter how much he's making. Like at some point, you have to step in and just say, look at your depth chart and go, you may like some of these players, but then the numbers speak for themselves as far as the defensive ineptitude for the football team. Like it's one thing to say we brought Ben Johnson in because he puts a new light on the Bears and all that, but also, as a general manager, you also have to be able to say, this is collaborative, but however, I feel like we need to go in this direction.
But where do you feel like Ryan Poles is on the organizational chart right now?
I mean, the general manager title is one that's strong.
I get he should be up top.
But it doesn't feel like that it's where it should be, like other general managers in the NFL. That's my point. My point is that Ben Johnson, as the head coach, is making decisions that's best for the football team on the field. But in the draft room, too, in totality, that's what it feels like to me. That's why I said to start the show, I felt like Poles is losing his grip on the team as far as the title of general manager. I think as a GM, if it's collaborative, I have a voice too, and my voice would be, hey, you got a lot of toys offensively. We got to take care of what's next for the defensive line. You may like those defensive linemen, but also just as you plan for the future for your center, like you plan for the future for your tight end, you have to plan for the future for the defensive line because that's the backbone of the defense.
You got to plan for the present too.
I mean,
and it's one thing that he said in his season-ending press conference too, Ryan Poles, saying that defensive line is always going to be an area that we're going to be addressing and we're going to be looking at. And it felt like you didn't do much of it until the end of the 6th round.
I mean, talk is cheap, but I wanted results on draft day. I did not get results. That's why I feel like every time we go around here, the last couple of drafts here for Ben Johnson, Shay, it's offensive-minded. But you have to take care of both sides of the football in order to get to where you need to be. That's the problem.
I guess my question, though, is why do we feel like Ryan Poles doesn't share this philosophy that Ben Johnson has? I do think they collaborate, and I do think they come out of it. I've just given up. They clearly don't believe in defensive line. It's the only thing that I can rationalize in my head, and I think it's on both of them. There is no evidence throughout Ryan Pohl's tenure as the GM here, even predating Ben Johnson, that he cares about spending on the defensive line. None.
I think the approach has just been different because while they have spent some second-round picks, they haven't had a lot of first-round picks over the course of their time. He has, in early rounds, put more of the emphasis on the defensive side of the football. And certainly in free agency, it seems like those have been most of where he's taken some of his bigger swings. They just haven't been right on it. So I don't think it's total neglect on Ryan Pohl's part. I'll take Ben Johnson out of this equation.
I will not call it neglect because I think they believe it. I am at a point now, I think their philosophy is get fast, athletic players. Those players are not typically on the D-line, and they just want to load the room with as many fast athletes as they can.
And maybe they'll end up being right.
I do not believe – right. This
could be the zag while everyone else is zigging right now.
This is the gamble that they're making. I believe this with my whole heart, that defensive line is not a huge part of their philosophy. So,
which is wild to me in the NFL.
Their gamble to make.
But is that not wild? Just be like, yeah, you know what? We're just going to be quality in the secondary, good, strong linebackers in the defensive line. There'll just be 4 or 5 blocks of silly putty. That's good enough.
Do people think the Chiefs have a clue about what they're doing? About doubling up on Peter Woods and R. Mason Thomas?
Yeah.
That sound okay?
Yeah, sounds great. Guys I wish were on the Chicago Bears that were available, by the way, for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah. I always wonder, to this philosophy as well, I almost think about it like the 2000s Yankees and how they addressed pitching, right? They never developed pitching. They went out and spent on their pitch, or even the Cubs. What they did with John Lester, right?
Yep.
When you're ready to win, that's when you go out and make your big move for a pass rusher. And maybe that's what this team will end up doing at some point. We're not going to be the ones that develop you. We're going to bring in the developed version, and you're going to go out and be an impact player for us on the defensive line. Maybe that's what their big swing is going to be at a certain point. I mean, we have seen Ryan Pohl's trade for Montez Sweat.
We have seen it, yes.
So while the tosses and the dart throws haven't been great in terms of the actual results, I don't think that Ryan Pohl's in particular, because we've got two kind of iterations of Ryan Pohl's. We've got the era of him with Ben Johnson, and we've got the era of him without Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
I don't think he has been the one that's totally neglected the defensive line. I just think he hasn't been very good at identifying the players that end up playing defensive line for the Chicago Bears.
That's not good.
Maybe they end up finding someone via trade, and they do it like you see some of these MLB teams attack starting pitching, where we're not going to be the ones that go out and draft you and develop you through the minors. We're going to be the ones that when you're a ready-made product, we're going to bring you in here, and you're going to go out there and try to make an impact for us. And maybe that's where this team ends up finding its pass rusher, its impact pass rusher of the future. But for right now, I haven't seen anything that suggests that there is that guy on this roster.
No, we're just talking about the Monday after the draft, and as we stand here today, to me, you are bereft of talent that you could have been able to get in the draft, and it's just not there. And again, like I said, I really liked what I saw at safety. I'm glad you took care of Logan Jones at center. The other two, like Keyshawn Elliott and Vandenberg, I don't know what to expect from that, but I just think that
Vandenberg jumps out of a pool hoodie.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
He does, and was pretty good at 90210 too. Rest in peace. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. So we are getting your reaction to the Chicago Bears and their draft. If you're on hold, you will be on the air. Tyler and I will take your phone calls. What do you think of the Bears draft? On Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Let me tell you a little bit about Xfinity. Yes, Xfinity. Hey, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup. Now, get even more with the ESPN Unlimited plan, available at no extra cost. Unlock additional content in the ESPN app, including WWE Premium Live events, Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate and start watching the ESPN app. Jay Moore.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years, and this summer they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
Save big money on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Menards has a huge selection of bagged concrete and mortar mixes. Great for any project. Whether you're pouring a walkway, a concrete slab, or setting a post. View our entire selection of concrete mixes and supplies in store and on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
At Triton College, summer is your chance to get ahead. Take affordable classes that save you money while earning credits that transfer to four-year schools. With convenient schedules and a campus close to home, it's easy to fit summer classes into your busy schedule. Whether you're starting a degree, finishing requirements, or building new skills, Triton helps you keep moving forward. If you want to save time, money, and get ahead this summer, there's a place for you, Triton College. Visit triton.edu/summer.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
If you wake up early, you know you still want to enjoy life, just not feel it the next morning. That's why I like RK Zero Proof. RK delivers the flavor and warmth of a spirit, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. So you can go out with friends, enjoy the moment, and still wake up clear-headed the next day. It's the drink experience without the alcohol. So find your favorite at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK is the way.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We talked to you about the Bears in the NFL draft, and our podcast is brought to you by Republic Bank. We are with you till 9 o'clock. Then it's going to be Carm and Shay at 9, Rich Eisen at noon, Waddle and Silvy at 2, and then the White Sox take on the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim at 6. Right here on the home of the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN is our telephone number. As we quickly have an adjustment here, Jurko is back today.
Thank you. Sorry.
As Carmen will work with Jurko.
You just double booked Shay today.
I'm just looking at. I just read the script.
I did the
Actually,
meme.
Shay,
I did the meme. Yeah. Did I just get drafted?
Yeah. I looked at my old teleprompter and said Carmen Shay. I guess Shay got comfortable with that the last couple of days, so he's going to book himself on Monday. Unfortunately for him, Jurko's back today. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 our phone. It was nothing like a good self-booking.
Oh, yeah.
If you can here in this business. As we talk to you about the Bears in the draft, as we go to the phone lines, Hoffman Estates, here's John with us here on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Hoodie. Good morning, Tyler. How you guys doing?
We're great. Thanks for checking in.
Good. First off, I want to say, Shay, the Cap stink is alive and well in L.A. And number two, I haven't seen a exec stick with a group of players like this since AK held on to the 22-23 Bulls.
Yeah.
And finally, I will say, I think I do see the vision of what is going on here. And I did the surrender Cobra when Roush was selected in the third round. I think like a lot of Bears fans did. But I think what they're trying to do is just make whatever is strong stronger. Those three tight ends, look how the Rams use them. Look how the Chiefs use Kelsey, Watson, and Gray. I think that's part of what they're thinking. Just throw people out as much as possible and make that offense as strong as it can. And I think it's just, I mean, it's like you guys said, they're going to throw out a lot of speed in that secondary and make it harder for receivers to get open. And they're just going to make, quarterback may have time to throw, but they're not going to be able to get anybody open with that secondary. I think that it's just a very big statement about the 2027 draft as well, because you talked about this team's built for 27.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason I think that nobody was trading those draft picks for 2027. There was all 26 picks. So I think I do see the long-term vision here, because also Bears fans, it's not about Bulls picks versus Johnson's picks. If one of them fails, they both fail. It's why their contracts are the same.
Well, John, I don't need the Bears to score 45 points a game. I need them to make stops. That's the whole thing with that. Like, it's one thing to say, hey, we have a number of guys that can be able to catch the football and help the offense. The idea that Sam Roush and Xavier Thomas is on this football team tells me, like, their board was wedded to trying to get offensive weapons. The best available was never a defensive lineman. All I'm saying is there's something to be said about balance in the NFL. And I just think that the Bears once again went with what is the expertise of the head coach, and that was best for the Bears. And I think that's my biggest problem. Again, a lot of these players I like that the Bears draft, but I've been saying this for months here on the show. You have to be able to reimagine some of this defensive line. John, we appreciate the phone call. He leaves line open, 312-332-3776. Shay, I sent you the ticket from Saturday's game, the Dodgers-Cubs, as you recall. And I told you, I was like, that was the easiest bet. No question that guy's the mush. Horrendous. He goes to L.A., and the Cubs, who are on a roll, all of a sudden, I'm going to Dodger Stadium. 2 losses in a row. Goodbye, everybody.
The 2 games he was at, too. They won the one he wasn't.
Isn't that something?
And not just that. That was the best win of the season on Friday.
Yeah.
Best win of the season on Friday.
Yes.
And then it comes to a screeching halt. Thanks, Cappy.
I will split the earnings with you, Shay. And also in the Padres series as well.
I was just going to say, are we just
He's back at it tonight.
Should we just roll it over?
No question. No question I will. The kitty that I won over the weekend with Kap being in Los Angeles will roll into San Diego with Colin Ray on the mound. This is not an anti-Cub thing. It's just Cap's there to see his ball club live.
Do we know which games he's going to in San Diego?
I believe he's going tonight.
That's it?
Because he called me on Thursday, I want to say it was, before he left. And we were talking about it, and yeah, I think he said he's going Monday.
Okay.
So there you go. Padres money line tonight, folks.
There you go, Jay Moore. Show bet right there. Bowling Green, Kentucky, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's Damien on Kap and J Hood. Damien, good morning.
Good morning, Hoodie. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Oh, man. I can't believe it, man. Long-time listener, second-time caller. Born and raised in Chicago, though, but now I'm out here in Kentucky. But I'm going to be with Shay 100%. Say again?
We're listening, Damien. Go ahead, man.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to say that I'm with Shay 100%. I think Poles basically just left the defensive line out. This is the second draft, if I remember correctly, that he left out an edge, and that is sorely needed. I mean, the defense was good, but if we got to the opposing quarterback, we could have went on ahead and won a couple of more games last season. I mean, that's just my comment. My comment is that he whiffed on edge, and we are still in need of it. And if we don't get an edge soon, it's going to be a long season.
He's just depending on the 4 guys to be able to be coached up, and that was the soundbite, being coached up this upcoming season. And to me, those are veterans that just need to just play better. First of all, health is a big issue, Tyler. Let's get that right. But number 2 is just being ineffective. We did not see the defensive line really get the job done until late in the season into the playoffs.
No.
So
listen, if that's the way you see this being done, then Dennis Allen has to really earn his money this year. And I don't think that's necessarily fair to Dennis Allen to say, oh, our plan is just you got to coach better.
Yeah.
No, like how about you go out there and invest in some of the talent out there that could be had in the draft and free agency. Go out and get an impact guy. Make Dennis Allen's life a little bit easier, because the scheme is one thing, and scheme can be very important in the NFL, but at the end of the day, you do need the players to go out there and execute that scheme. And I don't know if the Bears have that right now based off of what we saw in the draft and in this free agency, because it's not just one-pronged here. The draft is one element of player acquisition. Free agency, trades. We saw last year there was a problem on the offensive line. What did they do? Trade, free agency, and we've seen in the past with draft, and even last year with the draft, they went out and attacked it from all avenues. And with the defensive line, you have not gone out and gotten a player of consequence through either of the 3 avenues over the course of this offseason. Sure, you've gotten small pieces here, a Neville Gallimore, a Jordan Vandenberg in the 6th round. You've gotten small pieces, but you haven't gotten like the big impact type piece that's going to help this team get to the quarterback in 26.
In Hyde Park, here's Lewis on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Lewis.
Good morning. How you gentlemen doing today?
We're well, thank you.
Yeah, it's very frustrating as a Bears fan because you want to be positive. And with how atrocious our defense was last year, I mean, just the defensive line didn't give us anything. If you go back to the 2024 draft, you know, after we got Caleb, which was a foregone conclusion, you know, I felt we were going to take Jared Verse. And he skipped on him, and he went with Roman Dunze. And you see how that's turning out. I really think that's going to be his Trubisky and Pat Mahomes, like it was with Pace, where you went with a Dunze who has not been playing well because he drops a lot of passes. But here, Verse, you know, he becomes Rookie of the Year. He becomes All-Pro. And now Rome's going into a season where, to me, I think this is going to be a prove-it season where he proved that he's worth. But at the end of the day, it's frustrating that they didn't go and get a defensive player to help on the line. He's putting all his eggs in one basket with Dio and with Turner. And I think all of that is going to come back and bite him in the butt, and we're just going to be a terrible defense again this year. That's my take on that, man.
All right. Thank you, Lewis, for the phone call. Yeah, what was said by Ryan Poles, he says, Austin Booker's coming along with Dio, with Sweat, with Shamar Turner. We feel good about those guys. Obviously, we have one more day. He said this after day 2, so we can continue to add. But we like that group and what it's becoming, and we feel like that there is some developmental upside. And like I said yesterday, with year 2 in the system, we should be able to take the next step. That's what Ryan Poles said after day 2 of the draft.
I get that there's developmental upside with some of those guys, whether it's Turner, whether it's Booker. Those are young players that you're hoping to develop in your system, and those are guys that were taken in the vision of Ben Johnson and even in Ryan Poles too. But I don't think this team is in that quote-unquote development stage.
Mm-hmm.
This team is in a winning stage right now. You just won the division.
Right.
And to me, this draft, and this may be the mantra up at Hallis Hall, it's preaching patience, but for me as a fan of a team who just went out and won the NFC North in a year where you had some of the longest odds to win the NFC North at the beginning of the year. You went out and won the division. You dethroned the Packers, Vikings, and Lions last year. You did it.
Yeah.
And to preach patience off of that, I think is a hollow message to send to the fan base. If that's the way, patience and development is not where you're at right now. That's where you were at if you were winning 8 or 9 games last year.
Right.
Then you can tell me patience and development. Okay, I get it. You fast-tracked yourself. You got the fast pass. You're at the front of the line right now.
Mm-hmm.
People think that you should be one of these next teams that is knocking on the Super Bowl door. And that's why I think it's frustrating that you didn't go out and address your most glaring need, and that's getting after the quarterback.
Yeah, that's what it is, Tyler. I mean, when you are already ahead like the Chicago Bears, the good organizations always add. They don't say, well, we'll just rest on our laurels and we're just planning for 27, 28. And again, I don't know what their plan is for this upcoming season. But when you look at the draft, as much as I do like a lot of the things that the Bears did, you have to still think about what's next. What's next necessarily is not necessarily K Street and Neville Gallimore. That's not what's next. You can love your players and say that they're ready to take a step, but I still think if you are honest with yourself as an organization, and you say that, well, what we did is we brought in a lot of competition. Competition matters. But you did it for a lot of positions, but you did not do that for the defensive line. So you got to be honest with yourself. That was one of the first things they said on Saturday when the draft was over. Well, we created a lot of competition here. You did it in every position except for a defensive line. So you got to be honest. You didn't create competition for the defensive line because you like what you have.
That's the thing. It's like,
be honest.
Sure, did you create quote-unquote competition? Yeah. Did you acquire some darts to throw at the board? Yeah. But you're firing those darts from 20 feet away, not from 10 feet away with some of these darts that you're going out there signing guys 2 years, $12 million, drafting guys in the 6th round. Like, it's one thing to like a 6th round pick or whatever and be like, okay, that's a dart throw. But it's only really a dart throw if you also addressed it in the 2nd round or the 3rd round or the 4th round. No, there was one throw at the board. And you're doing it from a distance here. And I just, it's going to be something that we're going to look back at, I think, midway through this upcoming season and say to ourselves, wow, we saw it in the offseason, and we knew it wasn't addressed then. Like, what are you going to do? Go out and make a trade at the deadline? Like, what's going to be the plan now? Because there has to be some sort of pivot on the defensive line.
The platform is next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Coming up, it's me and the good kid keeping things flowing. Tell your friends and enemies. It's the Carmen and Jurko Show. Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates. rates.
Need a mulligan in your current banking relationship? Tee it high and let it fly with Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions. Driving Chicago business for more than 60 years. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
PayPal is proud to be the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL. When fans come together on game day, PayPal makes it easier to split ticket costs, cover tailgate supplies, parking, or even food. It's a simple way to settle up so fans can stay focused on the moments that matter. The NFL brings people together, and PayPal helps making paying each other feel easy from kickoff to the final whistle. Download the PayPal app to get started. Account with PayPal is required.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Time for the platform. Here's Shane Orley.
Shay's platform is always brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. Hoodie, I've reached the acceptance phase of grief on the defensive line.
Yep.
Been through it all. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression. Now I'm at acceptance. They don't value it the way that I value it, the way it seems other teams in this league that do well value it. Look at Howie Roseman flipping a day 2 pick to get a defensive end, Jonathan Grenard. The Chiefs, I already mentioned today, doubled up. Peter Woods at the end of the first round, R. Mason Thomas very early off the board in the second round. This just isn't something the Bears care about doing. But there is also some cope happening where I think people are also struggling to accept that they didn't address edge rusher in the first 2 days of the draft. And there's a feeling now, maybe there's something up their sleeve. Already got a phone call today. Oh, I bet they got a trade for Max Crosby worked out. Or Cap all weekend saying maybe they'll trade for Kayvon Thibodeau. But maybe they will. I would be stunned at this point because on Saturday or Friday, whenever he spoke, Poles said that they expected the run on edge rushers, but the cost to trade up something like 12 picks was too prohibitive. So they couldn't go and get their guy on the defensive line. What makes you think then that he's going to give up a 3rd-round pick to get Kayvon Thibodeau? And it will cost that because if the Giants simply keep him and have him leave in free agency, guess what they get? 3rd-round comp pick.
Right.
So don't think you're getting him for less than that. You think suddenly they're going to nut up and send 2 firsts to Vegas for Max Crosby? No. I've never seen any evidence that would suggest that. And then this Cam Jordan thing. They'll just sign Cam Jordan.
I push back on that, though, because he signed Yannick Ngakoue before.
I'm not saying he's not going to sign Cam Jordan. I will say this. The last 2 seasons of Cam Jordan's career have been the fewest pressure counts of his career since his rookie season. Last year was the 3rd worst. The year before was the 2nd worst. Just tell me all you want about 10.5 sacks. He had the 3rd fewest pressures of his career last year.
What was his pressure rate, though? Because I'd imagine
36 pressures on 336 pass rush snaps.
Because I'd imagine
it's about 10%.
And that's pretty good. It's over 10%.
The problem, Tyler, is this is one of the worst pressure teams in the league over 3 years. Do you buy 37-year-old Cam Jordan coming off his fewest pressure seasons back-to-back years? Is he going to do that? He's going to save this pressure defense?
I'm not saying he's going to save it, but I think
he'll make it better. Yes. But it's just I don't buy that suddenly we're going to go to middle of the pack or top 3rd in pressure. You're going to be bottom 3rd in pressure again. Just is what it is. They've made their bed. Clearly, they believe in high athleticism. Clearly, they believe in securing the back end of the defense. And clearly, they believe in athletic weaponry for Caleb Williams. I hope they're right. But I don't want to hear anybody crying about their pass rush if you were all good with this draft. If we get to November and we're once again going, man, they are 28th in the league in pressure rate, I don't want to hear anybody crying about it because you'll know exactly why.
All I can tell you is about the here and now on what's on the roster right now. And Tyler was able to put a cherry on the crap sundae that is some of the things that Ryan Poles did not do, and that is not addressing the defensive line and looking for the future in 2027 when you have the championship, the NFC North Championship today. You have it now. So why are you thinking about 2027 with some of the moves that they made? No matter, Shay, who that they would look at as far as a trade or the possibilities, all I can talk about is the here and now. And here and the now is that you are bereft of now and future talent on the defensive line. That's all I can tell you. Like these possible mystical trades that they could make, this or that. All I can tell you is that they could have been able to shore this up over the last 3 days, and they did not.
They could have been able to shore it up over the last 4 years. I've been screaming about it since the 2023 draft. So, like at this point, it is what it is. They have their priorities. They don't match what it seems the best teams in the league do. That's fine. This is their gamble. I hope it works out for them. God bless.
The platform is brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. While gas prices are going up, just one price that's always the same, the CTA. You can travel anywhere in Chicagoland for just $5 a day on the CTA. And with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Stop budgeting for gas. Start enjoying the city. Let CTA be your driver. Not only will you save money, you'll avoid the stress of traffic or having to search for parking. You can easily plan your route at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show right here on your home for the Bears and White Sox, ESPN 1000.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Are you looking for a future that's a home run? ETI School of Skilled Trades can help you get started in a great new welding or HVAC career fast. With a focus on hands-on learning, some of our programs can be completed in as little as 7 months. That means if you enroll now, you could be wrapping up your training before the next season rolls around. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle, all delivered with a seamless, transparent experience. Visit Advantage Acura of Naperville or start online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Medical bills piling up. Insurance is ghosting me after the accident. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We handle it all. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Mother's Day is coming, and you gotta show love to the mothers in your life. You know you gotta take care of mom. Plus, my wife just became a first-time mom. So yeah, Mother's Day matters, and you gotta get it right. That's why I'm sending flowers from the Books Company. Right now, get 25% off with code CANTY. Books flowers are cut fresh, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. And it's easy. Pick the bouquet, the delivery date, and you're done. Mother's Day is May 10th, so don't wait. Go to Books.com, use code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome into the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. And we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Along with Tyler Rocky and for Kap, I'm Jay Hood. We got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we got you here on this Monday morning. Thank you so much for being with us. Watch our show and all the shows here on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. As we broadcast live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. As we talk to you about the Chicago Bears and the draft, if you had a chance to listen into our coverage, on Thursday or follow along with the draft. We want to get your reaction on what the Bears did. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number, as we have Tiedemann going to the Bears at number 25 from Oregon. The offensive guard, Logan Jones from Iowa, Sam Roush, a tight end, Xavier Thomas, the wide receiver, Malik Muhammad, a corner, Keyshawn Elliott, a linebacker, and Jordan Vandenberg, a defensive tackle. I guess what I look at, Shay and Tyler and Jay Moore, is that I'm not overly impressed by the voluminous offensive playbook of Ben Johnson. I'm not overly impressed by it. I like when the Bears score. I love when the Bears are able to do magic offensively. But you know what also is impressive to me? It's impressive to me when you have enough balance on offense and defense to win football games. Offense is awesome. It's cool, the way Ben Johnson goes about it, Tyler. But ultimately, when you add a wide receiver and a tight end to what I think is already a talented offensive room, I just go, well, what about the other side? What about the defensive line? They're banking on these veterans to be able to play better. And what does that even mean when you say play better? Does that mean that you're in the middle of the pack? I'll take middle of the pack. Yeah. Are we sure that's going to be the case? All I'm looking for is balance. I'm not overly impressed by trick plays and, oh, my God, kind of offense. What I'm looking forward to is for Caleb in the offense to take another step, but also I want the defense to take another step as well at the same time.
I think for Caleb Williams, like this, not to say it ratchets up the pressure on him for this upcoming season, because you're a quarterback in the NFL, especially a quarterback who was drafted number 1 overall and is now looking for one of those big contracts. But the onus on him to be better and to, like you talk about that completion percentage, getting it up from 58% to can you work in the neighborhood of 62 or 63% for this upcoming season?
Sure.
It is paramount now, because your head coach and your general manager told you this is going to be an offensive football team. Not that that's any sort of shocker or surprise, but you're going to have to win games next year with the offense on the arm of Caleb Williams, because this is a team that I think right now you look at the defense and you say, all right, I feel good that they can hold teams to around 24 points, somewhere in the neighborhood of 22 to 24 points every single game. Can you get me 23 to 25 every single game?
Sure.
And that's a big ask. That's a lot of points in the NFL. Mm-hmm. It's something I think the offense is certainly capable of doing, but it has to rediscover itself this year, because you think about some of the changes that were made offensively. Obviously, you're slotting in a left tackle that we don't even know who it is yet.
Yes, true.
You can take a guess at who it is, but you could be very wrong. I mean, there's 3 options right now of who it could be. It could be any of them, and I don't think it would surprise anybody that's a Bears fan. You got to rearrange the wide receiver room a little bit. Zacchaeus and DJ Moore are out. You're going to have to find ways to replace their production. And for as much as we want to say about what DJ Moore may have or may have not been for this Bears team, when you look into crunch time of last season, specifically in the final 5 or so weeks, including the playoffs, he was that guy for Caleb Williams. He was that safety blanket, much like what we saw Keenan Allen be for Caleb Williams in his rookie season. Kind of felt like DJ Moore was that guy for Caleb Williams in year 2.
You still had a game plan for him.
For sure. So there's going to be a lot of changes that are still taking place with this offense. I'm excited to see what it looks like in year 2, but I also know that this offense is going to be asked to do a lot of heavy lifting for getting this team across the finish line in games, much like it was asked to do last year.
You know, I'm looking at this secondary with the selection of Tiedemann at safety. I'm happy that the Bears were able to get him. I'm surprised that he was there at the position that he was in the draft. So you have him and Kobe Bryant, Tyler. And then when the selection of Malik Muhammad tells me that Tyreek Stevenson, you have to take another step in order to impress this football team, because they have someone in the pipeline, which I do like. And then there's Jalen Johnson, who expect, boy, if he could just stay healthy, there's a guy there that it can be dangerous for any team to face, because that guy is good when he's healthy. So I like what you have with your secondary. I like what you have with your linebackers as well. They decided to go with Devin Bush. They've got Keyshawn Elliott in the future. So I'm good with that. It's just the rest of it that I look at and say, who's going to be the next guys that could be able to step up? Because you make the great point about 2027. It makes no sense for you to be able to win the division and go and not try to take 2026 by the throat. You already won the division. So now you're looking to take another step, right? You're like, okay, if we got a taste of it, don't we want more? We want to be able to go back-to-back and go further than we were last year. So how do we do that? Well, we add more seasoning or we add more youth or whatever. And they just didn't do that on that side of the football, on the defensive line.
And I'm not saying you got to make every single swing in this 2026 draft about 2026. I don't think you have to do it that way. These guys are rookies. These guys are on your roster for the next 4 or 5 years. But if you look at how many of them we say to ourselves, yeah, that guy is going, or at least it looks like the plan is for that guy to be an impact player in 2026, there's maybe 2, right? Yeah. I think a lot of this draft was eye on the future and eye on 2027 and beyond. I'm not saying every single one of these picks had to be a 2026 guy.
Right.
But I would have expected more than 1 or 2 of these guys to factor in to what the 2026 plans are.
One thing for sure, I'm glad that the Bears are ahead of schedule. Because if you're a 5 or 6 win football team, then this will be more palatable, I think. Right? If you're
for sure, yeah. No, because I think we're talking about this very differently. Even if they were a 7 or 8 win football team last year, I'd even say 9.
Yeah, you're looking at it differently. It's like, okay, you're building towards something, but you're already there. You already took the big leap. So as a fan, I want more.
Again, this team did not go A to B last year. This team went A to C last year. When you go out and win the North, especially in the fashion that you won the North, and you weren't that great in the division, you know what those opponents are going to be. I expect this team to be better in the division next year. I do. I expect them to be a 3-3, 4-2 team. I expect them where I think there will be regression next year is going to be in your out of conference and out of division games, especially with a first place schedule too. So we'll see what it looks like for this upcoming season. But again, it left a little bit to be desired in that regard because it felt like a draft made for 27 and 28 and not as much for 2026.
You say what you want, Tyler Aki, about this Bears draft, but the unrestricted or the undrafted, you got a squirrel white on your team, man. Look out. You got something there. Some of these names, and I know Jay Moore is jumping up for joy that a Caden Barnett is on the football team now at right guard. He was a guy from Wyoming. We were just talking about him the other day. It's funny how that happens. And Caden Barnett, now part of the Chicago Bears.
Finally got some urethra around here, man. Some respect.
You do have some respect.
Some urethra, not urethra, but urethra. Yeah.
I know. It's funny how we mentioned this, like 72 hours ago, and all of a sudden he's drafted or he's part of the team.
Yeah, definitely a good depth piece if they keep him, if he makes the team.
Caden Barnett.
How about Caleb looking out for his guy too, Miller Moss?
Miller Moss on the
part
team
of the mix
as well.
now.
Breathing down Tyson Bajan's neck.
Oh no, can't have that. The untradeable, not the uncrustable. The untradeable. You can't move Tyson Bajan.
No.
You know that.
Come calling with a second or third, and we can talk.
Maybe that's how we get Thibodeau. Oh, you want a 3rd round pick? We got one better for you. Here's Tyson Bajan.
The city would melt. Oh no, we trade our backup quarterback. He's very valuable. You can't trade him.
And that would drive New York insane too if they brought in Tyson Bajan, because the other team in that town would love to have a Tyson Bajan.
Oh,
right?
Yes.
Like the Jets.
Oh.
The Jets would love to have a Tyson Bajan. But no, we've got Geno Smith.
We don't need Tom Brady. We got our own TB, our own TB12. We got Tyson Bajan. All right. There he is. Sean in Maryville is with us on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show with Tyler in for Kap. Hey, Sean.
What's up, Hoodie and Tyler? How's it going, fellas?
We're great. Thanks for checking in.
Yeah, my pleasure. I am super underwhelmed with what they did. Super frustrated. I think you probably said it best, Hoodie, that there are 3 phases to football, and we are sorely lacking on the defensive side. When the second and third round went by, I just was shaking my head. I could not believe they did that.
But here's the thing. I'm not telling you how to fan. I'm just telling you, they need to replace someone at safety and get younger and better there with Tiedemann. I like that. you got to think about your offensive line. As Tyler just mentioned, we still don't know who the left tackle is of the future, but maybe you have your center of the future in Logan Jones. And just day 2 is the thing that bothered me the most about the draft. The rest of it's fine, but that day 2 really bothered me for not addressing the defensive line, not once. They talk about what's best on their board. For them not to have a defensive lineman on their board is just I just think it's in some ways Bears malfeasance not to be able to take a look at that.
I thought, Tyler, that was such a great point, too. So I was thinking about it. You know, the Lions drafted Derek Moore in the second round. So now think about this. We have to face Aiden Hutchinson and Derek Moore with the Lions with no starting left tackle. Like that, that was really it's super frustrating. I don't know. What do you do?
You win the division this upcoming season. That's what you do. You win the division despite that. Dennis Allen, there's going to be a lot of slings and arrows at him if the Bears defensive line does not get to the quarterback again. But then we got to think about this day or think about this draft in which and besides, let me take a step back. It's not just the draft, it's also free agency as well.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I get that clear because I don't want to put all the eggs into the draft basket. We just got through the draft, so that's one thing. But I'm just talking about overall in this offseason, not being able to address it.
Right.
So
I think
overall.
that's the thing that surprises people is we all had our wish list of guys that we wanted the Bears to go after in free agency, and then that list transitions into draft prospects. And now that we're in the offseason, it's like, all right, who else is still out there? And maybe is there someone available on the trade market? I think if you're a Bears fan right now, one of the things you're rooting for is Aaron Rodgers to not go back to Pittsburgh. And I know I heard Mike Tomlin yesterday on he was on the halftime of one of the NBA playoff games last night, and he said that he would bet that Rodgers is back, and it seems like everything is about Rodgers being back the way that they're operating in Pittsburgh right now. But in a world where maybe he doesn't go back, and maybe we do see Pittsburgh blow it up a little bit with some of those defensive line pieces that they have, then maybe the Bears are one of the teams that get interested in an Alex Highsmith or a Nick Herbig or something like that.
You know, I was hoping Mike Tomlin would just be mysterious and not
take a TV job.
Yeah, I would just like for him but I know he just loves it so much, and you know he's going to be a great soundbite, right? Yeah. Especially if he says something, Tyler. Like if he has a strong opinion that goes against the grain, that's great. But if he's just a walking soundbite and like everything's great and every player's great, that won't work for me. If he's going to go on TV, I want him to say something. I want him to be quotable, be like, you know what, I never saw it that way. Or he's talking about this player, they're talking about this team. If he's honest, that's going to be a hell of a hire.
Well, I'd imagine a guy who has coached the likes of Aaron Rodgers, Antonio Brown, and Le'Veon Bell, that'll wear on you. And I bet you get some sort of commentary about all of that.
I hope so, because we just know that he's always been great at the podium, saying pretty much movie lines when he's up there. But I want an honest assessment of how he sees the NFL in that spot, because we got a lot of these guys that are just everything's the greatest thing ever in the NFL. This player, this coach, everyone's great. I want Tomlin to say, if he's going to be in TV, I want him to be strong. Say something.
Yeah. Oh, I bet he will. He's never one to mince words at the podium before.
That's what I want to see from Tomlin. I thought he was just going to be mysterious and just be away until he gets the next coaching job. He's still young enough to coach again if he wants. So that's going to be fun. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. You know, be like Rex Ryan. You know that you're not going to get hired again. Just put your feet up and just say it. Greedy, let me just tell you, I can't believe you said that. Absolutely, I said it. Not going to hire me. Just go ahead and just let it rip. Just tell the truth the way you see it. A lot of these guys here, they all think they can get back in. I don't like that.
No.
Just be honest with the audience. That's what I say. If you're on hold, you will be on the air on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
Kap J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Water in your basement doesn't wait, and neither should you. This is Maria.
And this is Ken at Family Waterproofing, and we believe in doing the job right and respecting your time.
From foundation cracks to full basement waterproofing systems, we protect what matters most.
And now with our new Express Services option, if you already know the solution you need, you can book your project directly.
No extra appointments, no unnecessary delays.
Fast, straightforward, reliable.
That's Family Waterproofing.
Protect your home today at familydry.com.
Family Waterproofing, your basement's best defense.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
White Sox fans, take advantage of our unbeatable season-long deals. Enjoy savings with a $5 concessions menu, which includes $5 Miller Lite Draft Beer, Garrett Popcorn, Stadia Buttery, Vienna Hot Dogs or Polishes, Beggar's Pizza, Nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. Plus, enjoy a fan favorite this season. Get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $24 with Miller Lite Baseball and Brews. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I went to Bullfrog Spa and I bought my first hot tub. My friends over there showed me the Jetpack therapy system, and I love that you can customize your massage. If you're thinking about upgrading your space, you should check them out. Visit a Bullfrog Spa's factory store or go to bullfrogspas.com.
Yeah, don't adjust the dial.
Now back to Kap and J Hood, presented by Advantage Dealer Group on ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings at 6 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Tyler Rocky's in for Kap. We'll hear from Albert Breer coming up at 7:35, a special appearance for Albert as we get his thoughts about the entire NFL draft and, of course, what's happening with the Chicago Bears as well. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. We want to get your thoughts on what the Bears did. Let's go to the phone lines to talk to you. Jay is on the west side on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Good morning, Jay.
Hey, morning, guys.
What's going on with you?
Hey, guys. Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, thanks.
Just got a few things to say, and I would like for you and Shay to deliver a message to Kap. But first thing is I'm kind of like 50-50 of what they did, just because I really didn't hear anything from DA. I don't know if he spoke at the press conference, but for we've seen the body language from McVay when they selected Ty Sidlam. I just would like to see it. If he did say something at the press conference, I don't know. Maybe you guys know, but I would like to see his body language and his, to see what he had to say about them not picking any defensive lineman or no edge rushers. And another thing is, like, maybe they probably just go with experience on the D-line and the edge. I mean, that's just what I feel. You know, I don't know. But I really would like to see
I don't mind.
what
I don't
TA
mind
has to
experience. Well, I don't mind experience. I do mind production though, and we didn't get enough of it last year.
Right. I mean, I understand from both points. You know, maybe they don't feel like they need a project right now just because they're trying to win now. You know, and just like to hear what you guys got to say about that. And for Shay Hood, tell Kap to do not go to no more games. Do not go to no more games at all. No more Cubs games for him.
That man's in San Diego. What's going to happen now? They play the Padres tonight.
I know, right?
Cubs and Kap 0 for 2 on this road trip here against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Now the Padres. So he's already got tickets. You can't stop him. He's going to be there.
Killed the team and the bullpen. That's what he did.
It's what it is, man. Shay laid it out. He's got a whole, like, graph. I don't know if you know this or not. He's got a whole spreadsheet of Kap being a mush. He's got all the proof.
It's really unbelievable. Like, if he says anything, the opposite is going to happen. The one that confirmed it for me was he's, like, bragging about having Cade Horton 75-1 as if it's some no-brainer, absolute, this ticket's going to win. Gone for the year.
See,
UCL
now you're tampering with lives. Now you're tampering. Like, that's a man who's trying to feed his family, right? Cade Horton. And now you're tampering with lives.
Dude, he picked Iowa State to win March Madness. Their best player died in the first round. Like, it's insane.
It's the truth, man.
Unbelievable.
He's got a whole spreadsheet. He's got a lot more back there of the proof of the mush. And so, you know what? Tonight, heavy Padres.
Just what's the line on that? You got a number?
I do not have a number on that, but I'm definitely going money line. That's to start with, and then I'll do further investigation.
Why don't you get ambitious? Go with like a 2.5 run line tonight.
Oh man, I believe in Colin Ray better than that. I think he can keep you in the ball game.
Well, okay, you can believe in Colin Ray all you want. He silenced the bats. That's what Kap did. I mean, this team was rolling offensively, and now all of a sudden you go 4 and then shutout.
There's nothing worse than Kap starts talking nice about you. Your life is about to turn sour.
That's why when he called me Thursday to crap all over my opinion about Bob Myers being a great NBA exec.
Right.
That made me feel good. All right, because now I'm on the good end of the Kap mush. He's down on me.
Yeah.
That feels like something good's coming down the pipeline for me in the near future.
I'm telling you, Billy Donovan, he's a hell of a coach, kid. Gone. Gone.
That's on the list, too.
He actually may have done Billy a solid there. But
it all started, like, Aaron Rodgers went to the Jets. All we had to hear was that the Jets are going to go to the Super Bowl. He didn't play more than 3 snaps that season. Blew his Achilles.
It's a real thing, man. So I give myself my own prayer circle every morning that I could survive.
There's the Madden curse and then the Kap curse.
That's the thing. What about me? I have to work with him every day. I'm just trying to stay alive every day. Imagine.
I think we are immune, Hoodie. You, me, and Jay Moore, because we do God's work.
You've built up enough equity.
Right. Lord, don't take me out because of this guy.
Our karmic justice for working with him is that we are immune from the stink.
Give an amnesty.
Ryan Poles, the general manager for the Chicago Bears, spoke over the weekend about edge and then trading up. Listen.
When we made that turn into 2, we had a good sense through our research that was going to kind of be a hot spot at the very top of 2. It wasn't really possible to get up that high without giving up a ton. And at the end of the day, we just followed the board. So at the defensive line position, Book's coming along. We have Dio, Sweat, Shamar. Feel good about those guys. Obviously, we have one more day, so we continue to add. But like what that group is and what they're becoming, and we feel like there's some developmental upside. And like I said yesterday, I think year 2 in the system, we'll be able to take the next step.
Cooper is in Wrigleyville on Kap and J Hood. Hey, Coop.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's the kiss of Kap, by the way. No more kiss of death. It's the kiss of Kap.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe we can turn it into a segment or a bit. But, no, I wanted to – you were talking about the defensive line and the lack of addressing that for the Bears. To me, this just tells me that Cameron Jordan to the Bears is the writing on the wall, that it's all over Hallis Hall. Like, that feels like a done deal at this point. I just wanted to see what you thought of that.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it a done deal right now because I don't know if anyone heard this, but this was probably like a month ago, I want to say. It was a little after probably like a week or two after free agency opened.
Mm-hmm.
He was on a podcast, Cam Jordan, and he was asked about, all right, what are you thinking about your future and stuff like that? And he says, listen, the cents have to make sense. And what he means by that is he needs to get paid.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'm head over heels over investing a ton of money. Now, it depends what your cap situation looks like. And he cleared a little space over the weekend with the restructures of Cole Kmet and Jonah Jackson. But if you've got a guy who's hunting dollars as opposed to Super Bowl rings at this point in his career, I don't know if you're going to be in the market for that because I don't know if you have the money for it. Now, maybe he changes his stance and he just wants to get past the OTA period. And you know what? Call me when training camp opens. And then I'll lower my price and we can work something out. He's obviously familiar with Dennis Allen. I just wouldn't be – I don't know if he is the one that's going to end up on this roster. I think there's a move to be made, but I don't know if it's necessarily Cam Jordan. He makes the most sense because of his history, but I just don't know if it's going to be there because of the financial reasons.
All right, we appreciate your phone call, Cooper. Let's sneak in Lake Geneva. Here's Brian on Kap and J Hood. Hey, Bri.
Hey, guy. Thanks for taking the call, guys.
Yes, sir.
I obviously talked to Tyler about this on Saturday, but I wanted your take on this, Hoodie. Clearly, from the end of the season all the way to now, for the tackle position, the only change they made was bringing in Jedrick Wills and re-signing Braxton Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And doing nothing for tackle in the draft, which I did not have on the bingo card. I got now knowing that they didn't take anyone in the draft, Hoodie, I was curious what you think they're going to do then for this season coming up.
At left tackle, you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. To me, this looks like patchwork to me because Ozzie Trapillo will not be ready when the season starts. Jedrick Wills, I don't know what that looks like on the Chicago Bears. I don't know if he starts. I don't know what he's doing. Then there's Theo Benedict. I don't know what they're going to do at left tackle. You didn't address it. You didn't address it in the draft. So the way I look at it, Tyler, you tell me. I just feel like it's going to be competition there, and then whoever wins the competition is at left tackle at a very vital position, by the way, on that offensive line. That's how I see it.
I think Jedrick Wills is the most interesting player in that building right now.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what it is, but I know what his pedigree is, and his pedigree is really damn good in terms of what he was coming out of the draft. Now, what he's shown in the NFL, really much of nothing. In fact, a lot more bad than good. So I'm intrigued by the dart throw of Jedrick Wills. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's going to pay off or that you hit a bullseye, but that's one where maybe you did find your left tackle of the future. And maybe you do have at least a stopgap option that'll bridge you to either A, when Ozzie Trapillo comes back, or B, gets you to the finish line of wherever this 2026 season ends. He is the most interesting player in the building right now for me because he may solve a significant need in a good way.
We get to camp, and it's going to be a battle between Braxton Jones, Jedrick Wills, Theo Benedict, and then someone else. That's what it is. Because there's a reason why they brought Braxton Jones in to compete. I understand his body is a lot better now, or at least it's stronger here in the offseason. Doesn't mean he's going to win the job.
Well, they told you what they thought of Braxton Jones last year in the playoffs. They had a chance to maybe open the gate a little bit for him to be that left tackle in a playoff game. They told you no.
Okay.
They said we'd rather kick Joe Thuney out to left tackle.
Okay.
Which is and listen, when we look back on that game, was left tackle what lost you the game? Was left guard when Jordan McFadden came in? Was that what lost you the game? No.
It was not.
But it's also, that's a one-game Band-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to give me for 18?
Yeah.
And that's the most important part of what this team's going to be for the upcoming season.
Let's talk to Albert Breer and get his thoughts about the Bears in the NFL draft. That's coming up next with Tyler Rocky in for Kap. I'm Jay Hood on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Here's a question. Why does buying a car feel like Game 7 in overtime? It shouldn't. That's why I roll with the Advantage Dealer Group. Toyota, Chevy, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Whatever you're driving, they got options. And here's the key. They don't play games. No mystery math, no marathon sessions, no good cop, bad cop routine. Just real numbers, straight answers, and a team that understands you got a budget, you got a schedule. Imagine that. Respect. So wherever you are in Chicagoland, start your search with Advantage. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. Jay Moore.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah!
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute. Those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
A date night plan.
Buy tickets to see South Pacific.
A 10-time Tony-winning Rodgers and Hammerstein classic.
At Aurora's Paramount Theater.
It's got everything.
Wartime drama.
A little intrigue.
And a love story that actually delivers.
Plus tunes we all know.
Some Enchanted Evening.
Bali High.
Wash That Man Right Out of My Hair.
And Paramount always raises the bar with their Broadway-ready productions.
South Pacific.
April 29th.
Through June 14th.
Tickets start at $31 at the box office.
Date night plan.
For the win.
Get the tickets.
ParamountAurora.com.
Knock, knock, Capital One Bank guy.
Wow, Charles Barkley?
I just moved into the neighborhood. Can I borrow some Wi-Fi?
Sure, Chuck. That's what the Capital One Cafe is here for, open 7 days a week.
Oh, can I use your ATM? My dog walker only takes cash.
Anything for a neighbor.
Can I try the catchphrase?
Sure, take it for a spin.
/There's no fees or minimums on Capital One checking accounts.
Nice, Chuck. I'll take it from here. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Visit CapitalOne.com/bankguide for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
PayPal is proud to be the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL. When fans come together on game day, PayPal helps make it easier to split ticket costs, cover tailgate supplies, parking, or even food. It's a simple way to settle up so fans can stay focused on the moments that matter. The NFL brings people together, and PayPal helps make paying people easy from kickoff to the final whistle. So download the PayPal app to get started. Account with PayPal is required.
If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hello. Football on ESPN 1000.
Hello, Bert.
Albert Breer.
Hey, Bert.
Senior NFL writer for SI.com joins Kap and J Hood.
Bert's it. What? You're it, Bert.
On ESPN 1000.
What do you mean I'm it?
We see, that's the game. I just tagged you, and you're it until you tag somebody else.
Albert Breer.
No, I'm not playing a game. I'm reading, Ernie, and I'm not it.
Okay.
On Chicago's home for sports.
But Bert is it.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Tyler Rocky in for Kap, I am J Hood. Now time to talk to Albert Breer from SI.com, Monday morning quarterback, as we have our conversation with Albert. Open up a tab, SI.com, and look for the Bears and also the NFL draft coverage. Good morning, Albert. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Oh, we're fine. We're fine. You know, it's a funny thing, Albert, here in Chicago. Like, when you take a look at the draft and you feel like, hey, the Bears already have a leg up. You won the NFC North. And you feel like, you know, it's going to be a pretty good draft. And then my complaint is that when the negative of the team is you didn't get enough of a pass rush, and the Bears really didn't address the defensive line. That was a head scratcher for me.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair. I mean, I look at like where they are, and I certainly thought that they were going to somewhere probably in the top 100. I mocked them a defensive end in the first round. It's hard to say for certain what a team's going to do because generally a team will go into the draft with 2 or 3 needs and then say, okay, like, you know, if we don't get one in the first round, maybe we get them in the second or third. So the fact that it wasn't addressed, and I'm just like looking at the list now, I think their first defensive lineman was the 6th round, right? The D tackle from Georgia Tech. Yeah, that surprised me a little bit, especially because this was a good year at that position. And I think like you look at it and say, I think you look at it and say like this is something that they've been looking to address for a while. And there were some bigger, longer guys that sort of fit what Dennis Allen wants in the position there in Keldrick Falk and Zion Young. But I also don't think they thought Dylan Thieneman was going to be there. You know what I mean? Like, so that's sort of the give and take of it is that, you know, somebody like Thieneman falls. And I think Thieneman could have gone as high as 12 to Dallas. He would have been a real consideration for the Cowboys if Caleb Downs hadn't fallen into their laps. You know, you pivot and then, you know, maybe you get to the into the second round and now all of a sudden it's, you know, it looks a little bit different as far as what's available at the edge position.
Albert, as Bears fans, I think a lot of us look at day 2 of this draft and say, wow, that's got Ben Johnson's fingerprint all over. You go 3 offensive guys, especially when, like we've been talking about, there is that glaring need on the edge or just pass rush in general. How shocking was it for you to see the Bears go 3 offensive guys on day 2?
I mean, not crazy. You think about it. I mean, the needed center was obvious, right? So you lose Drew Dahlman, which wasn't something you were expecting, of course. And so to get Logan Jones, who I think, you know, has a chance to be a really good player, and he's scheme specific too. Like he's not Tyler Linderbaum coming out, but obviously it's the easy comparison to make. It's the same school. And like some of the limitations that he has make it so he fits a certain type of scheme. That's what Tyler Linderbaum was. And that's what Logan Jones is. And so I think they see a guy who's a scheme fit, smart player, good program, all of that, who, you know, like if you look at the history of Iowa offensive linemen, probably has a shot to come in and play right away. You know, and then you see this like continued trend of teams loading up at the tight end position, how those guys have really become chess pieces. And I think Sam Roush has a chance to be a really good player. You know, I think this is your eventual Cole Kmet replacement. And like, I think it's important to stock that position because, and I look at this similar to like how the Jets took Mason Taylor last year, who's like more of a traditional tight end, and then gets Kenyon Sadiq this year. Like if you have one of these move guys like a Loveland or a Sadiq, you really do want to have the more traditional tight end because you don't want to be pigeonholed into having to use the guy that you should be moving around as an inline guy. And so, you know, I think in a certain way, it's like a continued, I'd say a continued investment into Colston Loveland and playing him a certain way and playing the offense a certain way out of 12 personnel. So I think the Roush pick made a ton of sense. And then, you know, after that, you dip into the receiver depth a little bit in the draft with the LSU kid.
And we agreed with you when we spoke last Tuesday that Falk seemed like that was a good choice for the Bears. They need to be able to have some young guys in the pipeline on that defensive line. But I want to ask about Tiedemann. Why do you think he fell? Because I think it surprised everybody that he was there for the Bears.
Yeah, positional value, I think, is the main thing. You know, I think it's honestly like, you know, and then I think it's like sort of what happened with some of the teams in front of them. You know, I didn't think he was going to get past 20 because I figured, well, Dallas really liked him. But once Dallas took Downs at 12, now they're not going to take Thieneman at 20, you know? Yeah. And then I don't think Carolina, who really liked him, anticipated seeing Monroe Freeling there for them at left tackle. Now, in Minnesota had a huge need at defensive tackle. I just thought they would address that later. Caleb Banks is a big swing, like
Yep.
Caleb Banks, like there's a weight issue, there's an injury issue, but like he's the one defensive tackle in this year's class who has a chance to be a game wrecker. So I think the Vikings took a big swing to try to address a pressing need. So that's where I thought Thieneman would go. And, like all three teams had sort of differing circumstances that kept them from doing it. And so, he winds up falling in your lap. But I think the safeties had a huge variance. I mean, look, like I'll tell you factually, that Caleb Downs was a real consideration for the Commanders at 7, for the Saints at 8, for the Chiefs at 9 before they moved up. And had the Chiefs moved up from 9 to 6, right? Or had the Chiefs not moved up from 9 to 6, and if Delane was gone, if Delane had gone to the Saints, they would have taken Downs at 9. But instead, because the positional value thing comes in, he slips a little to 11, where the Cowboys trade up for him. I think it's the same sort of thing with Thieneman, where teams are weighing like, all right, like we love the player, but how high are we comfortable taking a safety? So I think the Bears become the beneficiary of that. I think he's got a chance to be a really, really good player.
Albert, as you look at some of the moves, or maybe moves that weren't made, I know Ryan Poles addressed that, we looked a little bit at going up in the second round, but it was just going to be too much based off of what their current draft capital is and future draft capital. How much do you feel like the looming 2027 draft, which we've heard so much about it being a great class for next year, impacted a team specifically like the Bears in their appetite to maybe move up in this past draft?
Yeah, I think it does in a big way. And I think it's like, so there are a few things about next year's class. I think you start with the baseline, which is that there are a few players that I'd be stunned if they were not top 10 picks. I think right now there are 4 guys in that category: Jeremiah Smith, the receiver from Ohio State; Leonard Moore, the corner from Notre Dame; Dylan Stewart, the defensive end from South Carolina; and Colin Simmons, the defensive end from Texas. I think those 4 guys, it feels to me at least, like those guys are pretty locked in, and there's a excellent chance those guys are going to be top 10 picks. So if that's the case, okay, it's like, let's say that's the case. And then let's say 3 or 4 of the quarterbacks hit. I think Dante Moore is as close as there is to a sure thing. Like he's definitely going top 5 next year. Mm-hmm. But there's about a dozen guys who I think have a chance to play their way into that. Arch Manning, Brendan Sorsby, C.J. Carr. So like you look at the makeup of the class, right? So it's like, okay, you've got these 4 sure things. Let's just say it, that 4 sure things that are non-quarterbacks. You could have 3 or 4 quarterbacks going in front of them. And now, now that's going to push other players down, and you might have some movement because of it. And so you want to hold on to all of your capital, not just to get the players that are available, but also so you're able to move around. If there's somebody you really like, where you're able to move up, where it's like, all right, well, that elite class at the top, push this guy down to 15. That guy in a normal draft would be at 8. So let's move up from 19 to 15 to go and get them. Like those are the sorts of scenarios that I think teams are really protecting themselves for. And I think, you look at some of the teams that were able to, I give the Browns credit. The Browns, basically out of nothing, out of moving down 3 spots, wound up with 2 4th-round picks for next year on top of a 3 this year. So that's capital that they'll be able to use next year if the class is as good as everybody thinks it's going to be.
So which team in Gotham was better, the Jets or the Giants, based on their needs to fill in the draft?
They've both been so bad for so long, and I love what both of them did. So I think the Giants got the 2 biggest badasses in the draft. I'll put it that way. That's the way I wrote it this morning.
Yeah.
I think Francis Mauigoa and Arvell Reese are tone setters. They're exactly what John Harbaugh is looking for in football players. I really like that they evaluated Reese as an off-ball linebacker and somebody you can move around. And now they've got all these chess pieces up front between Reese and Carter and Burns, all with versatility to play on the line and off the line. They want to play positionless football on defense, and Arvell Reese helps them do that. And then Mauigoa is just a big bully of an offensive lineman. So I like that. Here's what I like about the Jets. Take Bailey out of it because Bailey, best pass rusher in the draft. I think they had to at least hit a double with that, Now, maybe Reese winds up being a better player, but I understand why you're going safe and somebody contribute right away who can provide you light at the end of the tunnel. If they draft a quarterback in 27, look at what that quarterback's going to be walking into now.
Yeah.
Right? Okay? So you have 2 first-round tackles in Ola Fashanu and Armand Membu. You have a second-round inline tight end in Mason Taylor. You've got a first-round move tight end in Kenyon Sadiq. You got a bona fide number 1 receiver in Garrett Wilson. And you have a first-round pick in Omar Cooper as his number 2. And that group is now going to have a year to work together ahead of that quarterback potentially coming in 2027. And you have Frank Reich as your offensive coordinator. So I think what I like about what they did beyond just the Bailey pick is now they've set themselves up where it feels to me at least like this is going to be a really well put together group for a young quarterback to step into. And oh, by the way, like 4th of their picks, D'Angelo Pons is one of my favorite players in the draft. Like I love D'Angelo Pons. Like I saw him cover Jeremiah Smith in the Big Ten championship game. That guy's a baller. And like I think again, that whole thing about him, like Aaron Glenn, it probably reminds Aaron Glenn of himself. Like that's real.
Yeah. Albert, what did you make of the rest of the NFC North and what they did with Detroit, Green Bay? I know you alluded to Caleb Banks with Minnesota too. What did you make of the rest of the division?
Well, the Packers probably just played, Micah Parsons highlights when their slot came up, right? So they're gonna be judged, I think, largely on that, and that one's interesting because you look a little bit further down, they get Brandon Cisse from South Carolina. I think that's a really good value pick. Danny Dennis Sutton, I was shocked he was available in the 4th round, and so they get a guy who I think could be a good rotational edge rusher. So, you look at their class, and I think they did a good job. Minnesota, like I said, you take the big swing with Caleb Banks, and we'll see how that one turns out. And then I think the Lions did what the Lions do. It's just a very logical draft class, right? Like, so, I mean, I look at like where they are and where they're going, and I think the Blake Miller pick really. He fits them. He's violent. He's tough. And it also affirms that Penei Sewell is going to left tackle because I think Blake Miller is seen by most folks as strictly a right tackle. So now we know, okay, Penei Sewell is their left tackle. And they're investing back. And you guys see this in Chicago with Ben now, right? Like the offensive line was where the personality of that team was built, and so you're reinvesting and getting the offensive line back to where it needs to be. And then in the 2nd round, they go and get Derek Moore. I talked about how the Bears have been looking for a bookend for Montez Sweat forever. Well, the Lions have been looking for a bookend for Aiden Hutchinson. And so, I think Derek Moore has a chance to be that guy for the Lions opposite Aiden Hutchinson.
Lastly, Albert, and we appreciate your time. When can we expect Vrabel back in the building in Foxborough?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know. I mean, look, he went out of state. My understanding is he went to Utah, where he and his family have a house. I mean, I don't have an answer to that. Here's what I would say, though. What I would say is that if I'm the Patriots, like based on how good he was last year, it's been a quarter century with the franchise, he had an impact on a lot of people in that building. What I would say to Vrabel is, like, you come back when you're right, because I know over the last couple of weeks, he hasn't been himself. I said something on the radio in Boston. Got a ton of attention last week, which was a little over the top, but all these things are now.
We saw it.
But I really do think, that, having the ability to get the full version of Mike Vrabel should be the Patriots' priority right now. And so if I'm them, I'm saying, I don't want this to be like a 3-day stunt. You know what I mean? You and Jen, you go get closure on this whole thing. You guys figure it out. Whatever the conclusion is whatever the conclusion is. And then you come back when you can be the full-on Mike Vrabel. And, the good news for them is they've got Josh McDaniels, Doug Marrone, Terrell Williams, in that building, Thomas Brown, 2 guys who played the role of 2 head coach, and then 2 other guys who've been head coaches for 2 different franchises, so they've got people in the building who can make it work. in OTAs if Mike's got to be away for a little bit.
SI.com is where you go to find Albert Breer with the breakdown of the NFL draft. As always, my friend, we appreciate the time.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Albert
you guys
Breer.
like the pick?
Yeah.
What, give me your draft grade on Thieneman, man.
It's great.
I like it. Yeah,
Oh, absolutely.
I love him as a player. Prototype center fielder. It should be good for them for sure. He can play like the role of Marcus Williams. Look that name up. Marcus Williams played for the Saints back in the day as the free safety.
Yeah, you need his speed. You need to have you get younger in that spot. We have no problem with that pick. Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, guys.
Can't believe he was still on the board, Tyler. Can you believe that?
Yeah,
the old
that's all we heard.
The draft cliche on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Shot or no shot coming your way at 8 o'clock on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. White Sox play in the afternoon.
If you want the Sox will still be available in our normal spot.
ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. And if you don't want to miss Waddle and Silvy,
The Waddle and Silvy show will air on our YouTube channel.
the best of both worlds.
You will get Waddle and Silvy even when the White Sox are playing. So it's youtube.com at Waddle and Silvy.
It's your choice. Waddle and Silvy. Watch them live daily 2 to 6 on YouTube.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle. Refined luxury, responsive handling, cutting-edge safety features, you'll find it all at Advantage Acura. Their team is committed to delivering a seamless, transparent experience from start to finish. At Advantage Acura, it's not just about putting you in a vehicle, it's about earning your trust. Discover the full lineup of Acura models at Advantage Acura of Naperville, or begin your search online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com, because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Medical bills piling up. Insurance is ghosting me after the accident. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We handle it all. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Man, let me tell you. about ZipRecruiter? Yes, ZipRecruiter. You know, according to CNBC, nearly half of the hiring managers say that a candidate's enthusiasm is most important when considering them for a role. It's not just about qualifications, it's about who's truly excited to be there. Well, if you need to hire for your business, you can separate the candidates on who you're really excited about for those that are just meh. You know, there's a difference between the two. So ZipRecruiter, you can find the enthusiastic talent fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Jay Moore.
You've heard their names around town. Costa, Iavoni. I'm here talking with accident attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You two have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Soccer matches on weekends. Southside baseball games in the summer. Football battles on fall Sundays. We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it. Exactly. When someone's hurt or needs help, we show up. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games. That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury attorneys. 708-4million.
You've seen the ads, buy one, get one free, half off. Don't fall for it. When it comes to windows, go with the guy who guarantees real value and a best price guarantee. Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour sales pitches. Russ does it differently. High quality windows with a lifetime warranty. And here's the best part. Deal directly with Russ, the owner, at 847-881-3060 or check out the 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into an Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together. Let's drive.
Hey, soccer fans, if you're headed to a match at Soldier Field, the CTA is your best way to get to the game. $5 covers your entire trip, and with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. CTA buses stop just steps outside the north side of the stadium, and the Roosevelt train station is a short walk away. Avoid the hassle of traffic or expensive parking. Let the CTA be your driver. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
We swept
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, suppression on target. That's why I say him and my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I say him and my shot.
Good morning and welcome into the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with Tyler Rocky in for Kap. I'm Jonathan Hood. It's time for Shot or No Shot, presented to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group as we broadcast live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. Shot or no shot, here's Shane Orling. Shay.
Good morning, boys, on a Monday. How we feeling?
Morning, how are you?
Tremendous.
Good. Good to see you, Aki.
Good to see you, too.
All right, let's get started with shot or no shot.
Notice there was no good morning over on this side
I
of
know.
the table.
I did notice.
Did you notice that?
It was kind of wild.
It's an afternoon guy. That's spoken like an afternoon guy there.
Wow.
I said good morning when I walked in.
A little bizarre. Not a good morning guy, Aki.
No, I'm a good afternoon guy.
Well, now we know.
Yeah.
All right, let's get started with shot or no shot.
That's a shift you work, you know. It'd be odd for you to say good morning if
Right.
you walked in the afternoon, you see.
Can you imagine
That's
how
true.
confused Waddle and Silvy would be if I hit him with a good morning?
They'd think you were having a stroke.
We swept Marquette.
Thank you, Hoodie. In a, to me, somewhat bizarre turn of events, the Bears spent their third-round picks on tight end Sam Roush, primarily seen as a blocking tight end who will occupy the Durham Smythe role. and wide receiver Xavier Thomas, who many pundits gave a 7th-round grade. Bears took him in the 3rd. Shot or no shot, if we learned anything about the Bears in this draft, it's that Ben Johnson is calling all the shots at Hallis Hall.
I mean, all the shots is a big term, isn't that? That's a big sentence. All the shots. Definitely the influence on the draft. We talked about it. There's clearly his thumb is on the scale when it comes to this draft.
It's not a 50-50 split.
It really isn't. It's not. I can use the word collaborative, and I think that is the case because you have to be able to talk to the general manager, Ryan Poles, about these things. But, boy, when it comes to the offensive weaponry of this draft and some of the things that were made, I just feel like Ben Johnson's got his stamp on it.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's all his fingerprint, so I'll say no shot on that, but I do think it is. It feels like it's 80-20.
Wow.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
So that means
90-10.
That means that Ryan Poles is just there to occupy the office. He's just there just to sign the paperwork. That's what you're saying. Just there for the paperwork and the scouting.
And the direct line to the Kansas City Chiefs when you need a Joe Tooney.
That's it.
Yeah, it's closer to being a shot than a no shot, I'll tell you that for sure.
Ben just tells Ryan to talk to the agents, sign the contracts, get the money right. I'll worry about everything else.
But, and Shay, with perspective, if it works, you can't fight City Hall on it, right? If you feel like Ben Johnson, no matter how much he's making, if he has that kind of influence at Hallis Hall, then and the Bears continue to win, always in the mix for the Lombardi, always winning or at the top of the NFC North, then I'm fine with it. If that's how they're going to work it, as long as it works, it's fine. I'm just saying that you cannot win a Super Bowl on offense alone. That's all I'm saying.
No.
On trick plays and a big playbook, it's more than that in the NFL. It's a good part of it because offense matters and getting the quarterback and the head coach matters, but you have to be able to be strong on all 3 phases. Definitely offense and defense, if nothing else.
For sure.
So I just think it's not balanced right now on this roster. But you made the best point of the day, talking about 2027 for the Chicago Bears. That's what it feels like to me. Feeling like, well, we got the North, but we still got to be able to take care of these other players. Well, I want more than what we had last year.
Right.
Not taking a step back or sideways. I want more for the Bears.
Now, you know what? Okay, think about this team offensively, too. Last year, offensively, this team was all right quarters 1 through 3. Where they were great, the best in all of football was quarter 4.
Yes.
Now, maybe some of these picks help shore up what you look like in quarters 1 through 3. I'm just not totally convinced that this team made draft picks especially on day 2 and offensively that really impact who's going to be the starters on this team. Like Logan Jones, there's a chance he starts. Garrett Bradbury, I think, probably gets the first crack at it, but there's a chance that Logan Jones outright wins the job in training camp this year. Sam Roush isn't going to be a starter on this team. He's not.
He is not.
Xavier Thomas is not going to be a starter on this team.
That's not true. He'll start on special teams.
That's fair. But even that's a maybe. Like Khalif Raymond.
Don't worry, I'm saying that in a derogatory way because I don't know. Why did you sign Khalif Raymond if you were going to draft a special team returner in the 3rd round?
Right. He had a 7th-round grade on him. We heard the story from over the weekend that Ben Johnson was rocking back and forth with a grin on his face when they drafted him. Okay. We'll see what the mad scientists cooked up is basically the way I feel about that pick. We'll see.
I can give Ben Johnson full credit on turning Caleb Williams and the offense around and at the same time talk about what they don't have and what they did not do in the draft. You just have to be able to be fair about it. That's all. Even Albert Breer, who's up there, he had the Bears getting defensive line help. It surprised him. Yeah. But then again, like based on how the draft fell, we are surprised that Thieneman was there, that Dylan Thieneman was there at the draft pick. So if you win, then I could say. But we're just talking about today's show because today's show's today. Today's show, I'm telling you that the same thing I've been telling you for months now, that you need to get better on that defensive line. And they're hoping that Sweat and Dexter and Jarrett and Adingbo and Shamar Turner and Austin Booker, those guys will be able to pay dividends and take another step. And I shouldn't have to ask for a defensive veteran to take another step. You should just be. You should be a cornerstone. It should be.
It's why I said I reached acceptance, because they're going to do what they're going to do. Clearly, this is a part of their philosophy. If this defense is bad again, we'll know exactly where to point the finger, and we'll know what conversations to have.
Shay?
The Bears made next to no attempt to add to their defensive line, as we just talked about, outside of 6th-round pick Jordan Vanderberg, known as maybe the most athletic defensive tackle in the draft. It was a surprise, I think, to everybody. Breer, certainly, but most people writing it up. Bears finished bottom 4 in yards per rush allowed and bottom 3 in pressure rate, and added nearly nothing in the draft to their defensive line. Shot or no shot, this defense is going to be bad again.
That's a no shot.
That's
Interesting.
And stereo. You know what holds it up? Once again, linebackers and secondary.
Well, I think the other part, too, and it's, again, there's two parts of the defense. There's the pass defense and the run defense. I do think this team's gotten better in the running defense category this offseason.
Especially in linebacker.
By bringing in Devin Bush. One thing that was of note, too, I saw this from Nicholas Moriano yesterday. Jordan Vandenberg's average depth of tackle was negative 0.11 yards.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're telling me that his average tackle was a TFL last year, which is pretty impressive.
That's awesome.
So I think you have actually helped yourself out in the run game defensively. I do. It's just I don't know what you're going to be in terms of a passing defense next year, because I'm not banking on the turnovers left and right. Like they appeared last year. And you didn't do anything, to me, that signals that you're going to be much better in stopping the passing game and getting after the quarterback. Unless there is a significant step from an Austin Booker or a Shamar Turner or someone else that we don't know of on this defensive line, I can't feasibly say that there is a way that they're going to get to the quarterback next year.
That run stuffing that you just talked about, I want to see that. I want to see what that looks like on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Starting with the line. I want to see them be, because getting gashed over the middle, that happened a lot as far as the passing defense is concerned. Backside the linebackers in front of the secondary on a regular basis. And it was just big chunk plays that the teams are taking against this defense. I want to see what that looks like stopping the run. I want to see what that looks like, especially up front.
Yeah.
How does that get better? You have a defensive end in Dio Adingbo whose best trait on this team is stopping the run. Well, I need him to get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
I want him to do his job. Like, hey, that's what I want. So it's a no shot, because I think, as you just laid out, at linebacker and secondary, you got faster, obviously healthier going into the season. But again, the jury's still out about the defensive line.
Yeah.
So there's positives there, and younger and faster there. And Jack Sanborn's back with the team. Shay?
There we go. Biggest acquisition of the offseason. This might be, to me, one of the more telegraphed moves of the year. It's if the Bears want to add somebody on the defensive line, it's going to be in free agency. Tea leaves have been out there for people. Everybody believes the Bears are going to sign free agent Cam Jordan. Like, it's the name that jumps first to everyone's mouth. They cleared up some money with the Komet restructure. Jordan played for Dennis Allen in New Orleans. Shot or no shot, we can view this effectively as a done deal.
That's a shot.
I don't think it's a done deal. I think one of those guys, if you told me one of Clowney, Bosa, or Cam Jordan is a Bear, I would say a shot. I wouldn't just pigeonhole it into Cam Jordan. They've got about almost $11 million cap space now, so that probably meets the price of one of those guys. I just don't know if it's going to meet the price of Cam Jordan.
So a Cam Jordan-like player, would that be better? Did we say
yeah,
Cam Jordan?
Then I would say a shot.
It's a shot.
I think there is going to be some sort of addition coming in.
How come some other teams not picking up those guys?
Well, it takes two to tango, too. I bet those guys just don't want to go through the song and dance of the OTAs and the mini camps and all that stuff. And that's no foreign concept. I think they're going to be like, all right, call me when training camp starts up, and then I'll put the pads on for you.
Mm-hmm. Week 2, training camp. Now we'll sign. Yeah. Now we'll show up. Right. Doing my own thing.
Dragging his pads on the grass behind him.
Yeah, the Yannick Ngakoue move, man.
I hated that.
The same deal.
I hate that. Everyone is just busting their ass, and here comes this overpriced veteran coming in. All right, guys, here we go.
Got the slight limp to him, rocking back and forth as he's walking.
What are you guys running? What do you mean? What are we running? What do you mean? Weren't you in the? No, just got here, man. Truck's out back. Whew, man, it's hot out here. Water. All right.
Towel?
We got asking for a towel already. He hasn't had one snap.
Walks on the field sweating.
Oh, my God. Everyone else has busted their ass since spring, and here comes this veteran coming in just like he owns the place. Yeah, shoulders feels a little tight today. Probably take a day off, Veterans Day, one of those days off. Rotator, not really good today, Shay. So what do you guys do for fun around here?
Gets the Thursday DNP.
Dude, are you going to play or not?
We'll find out.
What the hell is this?
You'd be like Zadarius Smith coming out of a hot tub in Greece, and then he just retired again in 2 weeks. It's like, you know what? Forget it.
Yeah.
This guy turns to Jay Moore and says, Jay Moore, you got a deck of cards in your bag? Let's get a card game going. How about the game plan? Yeah. What about football? He doesn't care. Shay?
Good fishing spots around here.
Fishing spot. He's looking for a fishing hole. Wait a minute. See that ESPN, see the banner right there? Uh-huh. There's a body of water right behind there, right there in the parking lot.
If to move to Hammond, you can just do it in the reservoir.
Right there. George made that right there.
Yep.
Lake Forest, right there.
Good perch in there.
See what's that behind Kap J Hood right there. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be on the field? Hey, what's up, buddy?
The catfish are delicious.
He's right there.
Cap's going, he's a great dude.
Yeah, what great guy. He's fishing right behind us while we broadcast from the parking lot. Not that lake, no.
Just don't tweet out pics of you and your fish after.
That's what the Bears are getting, folks. Just a guy looking to fish and a towel. Shay?
All right, the Cubs pitching situation has become dire. This was the biggest topic of conversation in our pre-show meeting. 11 of the 26 pitchers on the 40-man roster have hit the injured list. You would be forgiven over the weekend because even us who are paid to follow the team, when the bullpen door opened, we're like, who? Guys I've never heard of being called up, sent back, DFA'd, waived, whatever, as they mix and match to weather this storm of injuries. Jed Hoyer has now told The Athletic it is a, quote, constant concern, saying he feels like they are 70 games into the season rather than 28 with all of the injuries. Obviously, it matters worse. Jackson Wiggins, who could have been seen as a reinforcement, also hit the shelf with elbow inflammation, which can often be a precursor to Tommy John. Shot or no shot, the Cubs are going to need to trade for another pitcher.
Relief pitcher? Or starter?
Either or. Wouldn't it be nice if you could get somebody, and like Justin Steele come back eventually, kick Colin Ray into the pen at some point?
Yeah, and that's a shot. I think there could be, and again, you don't see like big moves early on in April or May when you're talking about trades. But I do think you could see like a small move, kind of like what they did with Tyson Miller from a couple years ago. Just someone who, hey, looked like he's about to be DFA'd by another team, will send you some cash considerations or a very, very low-rung prospect and get some pitching to reinforce this bullpen. Because, boy, it's crazy to see an injured list look like this before we even flip the calendar to May. It's actually insane. When Vince Velasquez came out of the bullpen on Saturday night, and I had no idea they'd even picked him up. Mm-hmm. I had no idea he was on the 26-man roster.
They basically fantasy streamed him. They picked him up. He pitched 2 1/3 scoreless, and then they cut him.
That'll be all.
It was incredible.
Yeah. And honestly, that may be the way you have to do business for the next week or 2 weeks, is just find some of these guys who can get you an inning or two here and there.
So Thielbar, Riley Martin, Porter Hodge, Phil Maton, Hunter Harvey, Palencia, your closer, Wicks, Horton. It goes on and on. Let me ask you a question. When you saw these players coming through the bullpen door, it's really a who's who instead of a who's that. What does it feel like being a White Sox fan? Of having anonymous people come through the wagon door, and you're like, who in the hell is that? Enjoy my living as a Sox fan for a few years here, where it's like names that you have no idea was in the pipeline, and they're pitching in the big leagues for you now. You are so fortunate that this offense is clicking.
Yeah.
You're ahead of the game. I know it's early, but imagine if you are a team that didn't have a lot of hitting and you're scuffling offensively, and then this pitching just falls through the door. All these guys that hurt.
I'd imagine too, and I don't think the stat even exists, but like percentage of wins that have been saved, like a closer comes in and registers a save for you. I would guess the Cubs are last or near the bottom of the barrel.
Yes.
Because it feels like whenever they play, they either lose close, lose blowout, or win blowout. They don't play in a lot of close games where they win.
No hyperbole. I have never seen anything like this before.
I haven't either.
I've never seen this amount of injuries. I don't care what time of season it is. Just the list is just ridiculous. I've never seen it.
It isn't May. They've lost 2 starters for extended periods, 1 for the entire season. Matt Boyd's back, thankfully.
Yeah.
But their 4 arms they were counting on the most for high leverage innings, gone.
Well, and not just that, too. They have a 10-game win streak nestled in this season.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
And have dealt with these injuries in the pen.
It's just amazing how you've been able to survive despite all these injuries that's happening up and down. Not only the starting pitching, but the bullpen as well. I have never seen that. Now, in 85, I remember the Cubs were down 4 starting pitchers in 85 after winning the division in 84. And that means your season's over. You had 4 starters out.
Yeah, you're done.
You're left with a Dick Ruthven, and that's not a condition. That's actually a pitcher for you guys in 85, Dick Ruthven. But I am stunned at what we're seeing here, and the Cubs still being able to survive. Remember, Cubs at one point were in last place. Now look at them.
Yeah. It's amazing.
It's a great story. Part of the page of the yearbook you'll look back on when you win the division. Remember when you had all those injuries and you flip the page and May is better and June and July is better, then you get real red hot, and then Jed actually does something at the deadline, and then he adds on. Now you're at the top of the heap. You won the division. You look back at this and say, how did we survive all of that?
Scroll back to the baseball reference page. Oh, I remember that Yaxel Rios appearance in April.
It's going to be incredible when we go back to like the 2026 Cubs roster on Baseball Reference, and the pitching column
is just a
CVS spreadsheet or a CVS receipt. Like could you imagine how many pitchers are going to see activity for the Cubs this year?
Oh my God.
We've already got a Vince Velasquez sell.
Helps the immaculate grid, though.
That's true.
It really does.
Yeah, in 4 years, when you're the one guy that remembers Vince Velasquez pitched 2 innings in 2026 for the Cubs.
Thank you for reminding me. I got to get back to that. The immaculate grid. We are, by the way, our video streaming is brought to you by Woodford Reserve. Oh, you know what? Derby season. That's why Woodford Reserve is back. Yes, Derby season. We'll have some thoughts on Friday about the Kentucky Derby. Eddie Olczyk will be with us to give his thoughts, and Kap will give his horses that will definitely be winners.
We'll see about that.
Thing's not even going to make it to the gate.
I know. I wasn't going to make that joke, but I was just kind of thinking, like, Kap gives out a Derby winner, and it's in the glue factory by Friday night.
Oh, that horse is dead. Cross him off then.
Damn.
Coming up next, we will give you the Around the NFL segment with, and by the way, is there something special? You have some news and notes from around the NFL?
A little bit, yeah.
So news and notes from the draft.
You know, there was the draft. Yeah, there were some teams did some things this weekend.
Okay, we're going to find out what those news and notes are next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Chicago Bears are trash.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
White Sox fans, there's only one way to enjoy baseball season, with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and made for baseball, Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside is only 100 calories with 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Surfside, proud partner of the Chicago White Sox. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to ForNowAndForever.com.
Are you looking for a future that's a home run? ETI School of Skilled Trades can help you get started in a great new welding or HVAC career fast. With a focus on hands-on learning, some of our programs can be completed in as little as 7 months. That means if you enroll now, you could be wrapping up your training before the next season rolls around. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Save big when you shop at Menards. Shop the largest in-stock selection of AC2 pressure-treated lumber and thick decking. All easy to load in our drive-through lumber yard. Plus, get free estimates using our easy-to-use deck design program. Available in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on AC2 pressure-treated lumber and thick decking at Menards. Also, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Mr. Big-Time Capital One Bank guy.
Mom, please.
Well, look at this Capital One Cafe. I just might move in.
Or just drop by. Capital One cafes are open 7 days a week.
I could put my spoon collection right here by the ATM, yes.
Wow, you weren't kidding, Mom.
I never kid about the spoon collection, son. Oh, hey, what's that thing you always say?
There's no fees or minimums on Capital One checking accounts.
No, the other one.
What's in your wallet?
Oh, that's my boy.
Terms apply. Visit CapitalOne.com/bankguide for details. Capital One and member FDIC.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Another day of chasing the insurance company. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. Stop chasing. We handle everything. You just heal. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Good morning. Glad you're along for the Kap J Hood experience on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN. Hello. Chicago.
Good morning.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
Around the NFL with Shane Orling. Shay?
Hoodie, I guess what I'll say I sort of have today is a little bit of overreaction to the NFL draft.
See, this is why I asked.
The good stuff. Overreaction Monday.
That's all I asked. What do you have? And then you gave me that, well, we had some NFL draft. Well, I was just trying to set you up for a nice theme. And
that's fair.
Excuse me what I get. It's a punch in the face.
My apologies. That's my fault. That's on me. Strike one.
Tyler, it is daunting to be the point guard on this show and give feathery passes to my teammates for the ball to just go off of their head.
Bounces off the shins.
It is amazing how many turnovers we average in this game.
You and I had a great week last week with that. You even pump faked me, and I didn't leave my feet. We had a great week. Law of averages. It had to come back to us a little bit.
So this is an overreaction Monday to the draft. Here's Shay Norling. Shay.
All right. Am I okay to say I really like what the Raiders have done? Yeah. Is that crazy? Like, if they don't trade Max Crosby, and I don't think they're going to, I think they might be good-ish, depending on what Mendoza is. I love their defense. You get Jermod McCoy late because he fell. A lot of people thought he was a first-round pick, top 15 talent. But the ACL injury and the knee plug scared people off of him, so they get a gamble in the fourth round in Jermod McCoy. Trade on Stukes, I love. Dalton Johnson, I love. Like, their whole job was to fix the secondary, and they went out and did it. And I get this is where people are like, well, don't draft for need. And they talk about Howie Roseman said, if you try to fill all your holes, we probably didn't have a good draft. But I like that Spytech just went out and said, we're going to get our secondary right. It's easy to do that when you have Max Crosby in place if they don't trade him. And offensively, like, they addressed their offensive line, and now they have a quarterback. Could this not be terrible?
Look at my depth chart for the Raiders. It looks like the big board on the Wheel of Fortune. Look how many of these names are lit up.
Right.
18 E's. Ding, ding. Like, look at that. look at what they've done. Is it just like from your linebackers that you got better at with Nakobe Dean, with Quay Walker, right?
Remember, they spent a ton of money.
Yeah, their free agency was fantastic.
Yep. Because they thought they were moving on from
right.
Crosby.
And so much so that people are like, are we sure we can afford all these after the Crosby trade fell through?
I mean, look at that. I mean, it looks competent, Shay.
Yeah.
What they did looked competent. And, of course, everything comes down to the quarterback and the head coach, making sure you get that right first. But everything else, you're really building a nice infrastructure there. You paid for it, and then you drafted it.
I do think you've created a softer landing for Fernando Mendoza,
100%.
too.
Yeah.
How crazy is this that I think you could make at least an argument that the most competent, professional-looking drafts belonged to the Raiders, the Jets, and the Giants.
And the Browns. I'd throw the Browns in there, too.
Jets always win the draft. Don't they?
Yeah.
The Jets always win the draft.
I think I texted Shay over the weekend. I was like, wow, Jets really doing a nice job here. And then I followed up with evergreen text.
Yeah, that's fair. That's true. The Jets being there, not so shocking. But the Raiders and Giants and Browns, I mean, the Browns did well last year.
Yeah. The Browns did really well last year. No, I think it's actually not a bad spot. Now, the problem for Vegas is you're a young team and you're in that division.
Yeah,
the AFC West.
Because the Chiefs did very, very well, too.
But I think if this team were in, let's say, the AFC South or the AFC North,
oh, man,
we could have been talking about them as potentially being a worst to first team.
Sure.
All right, give us another one.
Omar Khan, I think, is not long for this world as the general manager of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't understand why, one, you've handed the keys to the franchise over to Aaron Rodgers and effectively allow a 42-year-old malcontent to make decisions on the future of your franchise.
Tune in.
Two, Drew Aller at 76.
I howled when I saw that.
Excuse me?
I howled. I'm like, Drew Aller.
Somebody
really?
help me out with that.
I saw that come across my screen, and I was like, really, Mr. Provincial? Really, Pennsylvania?
My roommate's a diehard Steeler fan, and we were sitting there watching the draft Friday night. And I got the notification come across my phone, Drew Aller, Pittsburgh Steeler, and I was like, oh boy. And then he's like, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it for me. So I pulled my phone out, pulled the camera out, got his reaction.
Oh,
he was livid. Livid.
That's your future, really?
Mm-hmm. Unreal.
I can't say I was just laughing. Like, come on, Steelers. You're better than this now. Just because he plays in your state doesn't mean you got to draft him.
Right.
Holy
that's
smokes.
You know what we call that? That's the McCarthy special right there.
He'll coach him up.
Yep.
You watch. He's going to coach him up.
And listen, that's not to say Drew Aller doesn't have the tools. He does. He just never showed it in college.
Yes.
It was never there.
Got a coach
but
fired.
He was a top 15, 20 recruit.
But also a coach killer.
Yeah, and also I just never understood it. Like, everybody told me Drew Aller's going to be the number one pick in the draft. Then you turn on Penn State and you go, this guy? He's terrible.
You see Drew Aller. I see Josh
there
Allen.
you go. But Tyler, I know you feel the same way.
No, I do. Yeah.
Everybody kept telling us Drew Aller's so good, and then we'd watch him, and we're both like, "What is this?"
Look at Jay Moore. He's peeking out the side of his
Talking
logs
about
there.
the D and Josh Allen, right?
Yeah,
that's about it, right?
There's Jay Moore peeking out the side of that log as he tries to reimagine his station.
That is my favorite. It's my favorite Colin Cowherd tweet of all time that nobody knows about. During the national title game, you see Riley Leonard. I see Josh Allen. Insane tweet from Colin Cowherd.
That is something. Drew Aller. All right. What's next?
Draft grades. The post-draft grades are all out from all the pundits.
Yes.
This is, once again, the most useless exercise in our business. I'm not shaming anyone who does it. I get you got a job to do. I get this is a column you got to write every year. But if you're going to do it, the lowest grade that you give out has to be lower than a C. Jacksonville got the worst draft grade from Mel Kiper at a C. Nobody did worse than a C grade. Everybody was average or better. The Arizona Cardinals have no offensive line and no defense. They spent their first two picks on a running back and a bad quarterback. They get a B? Why can't we just come out and say this team blew it? F. Somebody's got to get an F.
it's more realistic in the NBA than it is in NFL with those grades. NFL,
Well, yeah, you're evaluating 2 to 4 picks as opposed to half dozen to 12. But
well, if I was going to put a grade on something, if I was asked to do it, it's just based on did you fill the needs of the weaknesses on your football team?
It's more process than players. When
for me.
That's the way I would view it too. When if you're doing these quote unquote draft grades, I'd be looking at more of the process as opposed to the players that were taken.
And not to be LeBron James, but if you keep going in this direction, Cardinals, you might have to fold. Might have to move. That'll be
I'm telling
all.
you, come back to Chicago. They're going to be looking for a new...
This is your long-standing bet with Silvy.
They're going to be looking for a new GM and a new coach in 3 years. Maybe they'll play at Arlington Heights.
There's no way there's going to be an AFC team in Chicago. Yes, it will be.
Hoodie, more likely to make it to Arlington Heights, the Arizona Cardinals or Ryan Poles?
Cardinals. Ben Johnson will be here. Ryan, that's also
What if Ryan Poles is the GM of the Cardinals?
Ah, you got me there.
There's the workaround.
Yeah, you got me there. That's also my big bold thing. I told you. I said that if there's going to be change up there, it won't be Ben Johnson.
No, of course not.
It'll be Poles first.
Yeah.
I know that makes people shiver around here and in these parts, but I mean it's what it is. Ben Johnson has taken a lot of control of the Chicago Bears the way he sees fit. Can you give us another one? Sneak in one more.
I think my favorite pick in the entire draft does belong to the Cleveland Browns, and it is Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at 58.
Wow.
That was an astounding pick to me. I thought he could go off the board at 25 for the Bears, and I love the player. The idea that, because I kept hearing about it on Thursday, and I'm like, listen, I like the Dylan Thiedemann pick a lot. I love the player, but you better get an edge rusher. And then, of course, they don't. And I got a lot of, well, would you rather have the second best safety or the fifth best edge rusher? Cleveland got the third best safety more than 25 picks later.
I know.
33 picks after, Cleveland gets the third best safety in the draft. And I think that's, just, again, it's positional value. He's available because the run on defensive linemen happened. Teams didn't want to spend those picks on a safety. Cleveland, I think, bellied up into what I think might be the best pick in the draft.
Yeah, you won the hand of poker there if you're Cleveland. Simple as that.
What do you think of KC Concepcion, the wide receiver that they got, the Browns?
Who was the second receiver they took too?
Denzel Boston.
Denzel Boston, that's right. I like Concepcion. I don't think he was in an offense that was very conducive to throwing last year. Like that's just not what A&M was doing. But I do think that I like the player. I kind of question, who's getting him the ball, because they took yet another quarterback in the draft.
Taylor Green.
Yep. And
weird fit there, too.
Yeah,
I don't love him.
And the other part of it, too, is I don't know the need to double up at receiver as early as they did in the draft.
So I agree with you, but again, this is like everybody talks about the BPA thing.
Yeah.
If you had told someone on Wednesday that a team was going to get all three of Denzel Boston, KC Concepcion, and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, they would have asked you if they traded into the first round 3 times.
Right.
That's fair.
So, they got 3 really good football players.
And maybe your goal is to just be terrible this year, throw in the towel, and then wind up with one of these quarterbacks next year. And then all of a sudden, it seems like your floor is significantly raised. And again, these are the picks that you can afford to make when you're in the A to B process. Like if Cleveland last year had won the AFC North and was doing some of this, we'd be like, what are you doing? But because they are where they are, you're just in the business of accumulating as many good football players as possible.
Yeah, first time since 2017 that a team took 10 players in a single draft. And the Browns did that, selected 10 players in this past draft.
Among them, Justin Jefferson.
Yes, it is Justin Jefferson, linebacker, Alabama, and wide receiver. Two-way player.
Yeah. The Ohtani.
And that is our look around the NFL right here on Kap and J Hood. Weekday mornings starting at 6.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Jay Moore, you know Mother's Day is coming up, and so you got to show love to your mom. It's a time to show appreciation in a meaningful way. So yeah, Mother's Day matters, and you got to get it right. That's why sending flowers from the Books Company is the way to go. Right now, get 25% off with the code CANTY, C-A-N-T-Y. Books flowers are cut fresh, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. It's easy to pick the bouquet, the delivery date, it's all done. Mother's Day is going to take place on May 10th, so don't wait. Go to Books.com, use code CANTY, C-A-N-T-Y, for 25% off. That's Books, BOUQS.com. Jay Moore.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
At Triton College, summer is your chance to get ahead. Take affordable classes that save you money while earning credits that transfer to 4-year schools. With convenient schedules and a campus close to home, it's easy to fit summer classes into your busy schedule. Whether you're starting a degree, finishing requirements, or building new skills, Triton helps you keep moving forward. If you want to save time, money, and get ahead this summer, there's a place for you, Triton College. Visit triton.edu/summer.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup, and now you get even more with ESPN in the unlimited plan. Available at no extra cost. Unlock additional content in the ESPN app, including WWE premium live events. Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate and start watching in the ESPN app. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back. Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Keep winning. Keep showing them.
ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Our video streaming is brought to you by Woodford Reserve. And our draft coverage is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, and Gary. We are with you here until 9 o'clock. Then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by Rich Eisen at noon. Waddle Silvy at 2, White Sox baseball against the Angels at 6 right here on your home for the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. Speaking of the Bears, for those that missed it, Jay Moore, I need at least 57 seconds to talk about my thoughts on the Chicago Bears, if you don't mind, brought to you by Heinz 57 Ketchup. So the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to dumb yourself out of position because Ben Johnson's has got all the weapons. He's got this voluminous playbook, and it's not a flex to be able to have this big playbook. What it comes down to is that the Chicago Bears have to be able to look at this football team on both sides of the football, not just offense, but defense as well. I think my first takeaway from the draft is that this is Ben Johnson's team, and this is his draft room. Johnson's got more influence in that room than the GM does. And as a GM, you have a voice, and sometimes you get the final say. But here's what I'm thinking. I think through 2 drafts, Ben Johnson's been able to get his toys. And there's nothing wrong with having offensive weaponry, but also you got to think about your defensive line as well. I thought the draft was good, but I thought it was lopsided at the same time. It was uninspired in day 2, good in day 1, kind of uninspired in day 2, and was very good in day 3 for the Bears. But coach them up is not a plan. Coach them up, especially for veteran defensive linemen, that's not a plan for the Chicago Bears. And so for a Bears defense that was ranked 29th in the league in yards per play, bottom 3rd in the league in nearly every defensive category, that's got to get better. Tyler, do you have 57 seconds brought to you by Heinz 57?
I sure do, Hoodie. You know, a lot has been made about BPA, but I think up at Hallis Hall, BPA, that stands for Ben's Player Available, because like you believe, I think that this thing had Ben Johnson's fingerprints all over it, especially on day 2. It was a real shocker, I think, to a lot of Bears fans that not 1, not 2, but all 3 day 2 picks came on the offensive side of the football here. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we're writing out the careers of guys like Sam Roush and Xavier Thomas here on April 27, 2026, because I think the future is going to tell. They may end up being fantastic players for this Bears team moving forward. But for me, I think Ben wanted to really build out the sustainability of what this run could be and have this thing build out beyond just 2026. And he had a big-time eye on 2027, 2028, and beyond when you look at the totality of what this draft was.
Jay Moore, I need another 57 seconds, please, if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Would you like the Heinz 57 barbecue sauce?
Yes, I enjoy that very much so. Another 57 seconds, please. Hi, I'm Leslie Stahl. I'm Steve Croft. I'm Morley Safer. I'm Mike Wallace. I'm Ed Bradley. I'm Scott Pelley. I'm Bill Whitaker. I'm Bob Simon. I'm Anderson Cooper. I'm Harry Reisner. This is Dan Rather. We're going to take you now to Kazakhstan, as a little person in Kazakhstan has a pickle shop that's very interesting, helping the community. All this and more on 60 Minutes.
After this Phillip Rivers interception.
Except on the West Coast. Except on the West Coast. As a viewer, I wondered, well, what are they airing? Remember that?
Yeah, right.
It's just like, because this is the thing. And Shay, this was the thing with Phillip Rivers, as you well know. You always saw Phillip Rivers staring down the barrel of the gun, down 7, less than a minute left, and he's got to drive him down the field for the win or the tie. And boom, interception.
Back-breaking INT.
Yep. And then what would you hear, Jay Moore? After the interception from the quarterback with a bolo tie, you would hear 60 Minutes, except on the West Coast. That's what you would get.
And growing up, that was your signal to go do your homework.
That's it. Right there. I mean,
I'm James Brown.
That's right. What are you doing there, James? With a thought. There you go. I'm Charlie Rose. Remember me? Wait a minute.
You just got done hearing the Cardinals lose 45-14.
That's what it was. The old 325er where bolo tie would throw interception, and that would be the end of your day.
And his 8 kids in the postgame presser with him after.
I'm Diane Sawyer. I'm Charles Kuralt. Oh, my. Charles Kuralt would have thought. This is very good. You know, we're in the Jeff Dickerson Studios, and JD would watch 60 Minutes. Like, he would DVR it after a Bears game. He'd cover the Bears, and then even if he's on the road, he'd come home. It's like, hey, JD, what are you doing? Oh, 60 Minutes. Like, really? Goes, oh, I don't miss it. Every single week I'm watching 60. I'm like, what are you doing? I said, how old are you? He would always just be fascinated of the the 60-minute hosts going all over the world just to cover a story.
You know, first time I heard about Ohtani was 60 Minutes.
60 Minutes.
It's always the most jarringly serious story out of the gate, too, though. Like, you'll have just watched Derek Carr throw a back-breaking interception. Raiders lose again. Raiders' playoff hopes are shot. And then 60 Minutes comes up, and they're like, Anthrax, back?
Well, I'm going to stick around. Hang on a second. This might be something. You sit back and you watch it, you see.
Yep.
God. But it's just amazing how they would just set that up, man. Just must-watch programming. It's a West Coast game, and they would tell you 60 Minutes is coming up, except on the West Coast.
Yep.
And you'd say, what's on? I'm getting ready to watch 60 Minutes. What are anyone else watching? And it was infomercials. I think that's what it was. It was learning how to be able to use, like, you know, how to cut carrots
right
in a blender for an hour. I think that's what it was. Infomercials. Coming up, we give you the Kap J Hood cut of the day. It's right around the corner in Chicago's home for sports.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tomorrow night at 7 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped a well-pitched rubber game 2-1 to the Washington Nationals in 10 innings on Sunday afternoon at Wright Field. The game was scoreless into the 10th when the Nationals scored 2 times off Sir Anthony Dominguez. The Sox got one in the bottom of the inning, but it wasn't enough. The silver lining Sunday was Sean Burke. He pitched 7 1/3 innings of shutout ball in bulk relief. Tonight, the Sox welcome in the Angels at 6:40 p.m. Join us for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including Miller Lite draft beers, Garrett popcorn, Stadium Buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Psst. You. Yeah, you. Have you tried it? Well, have you tried it? Reintroducing unleaded 88 fuel, also called E15. And yeah, if your car is newer than 2001, the US EPA says you're good to go. It's cheaper than regular unleaded, the performance is the same, if not better. It keeps the air cleaner, and using it supports local farmers in Illinois. Visit UNL88.com to find a pump, try it, and get going.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
As you know, managing maintenance, repair, and operations is never easy, but for the ones who always rise to the challenge, Grainger has your back. From professional-grade products you can count on to fast, dependable delivery, they're always here to help you keep things running smoothly. Plus, their technical product specialists are here to help you answer your toughest questions. And because Grainger knows safety is always a priority, they're committed to being your partner in protecting both your people and your facilities. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by J. Moore.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
And now it's time for the classic Kap and J Hood Cut of the Day, brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle. Man, you talk about the best food, the best ambiance. They have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Chicago Cut Steakhouse is the absolute J-Moore! J-Moore!
Yes, it's boring, but it's a
J-Moore! Oh, I gotcha!
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
Take that! J-Moore!
You know where my allegiance lies. On the north side. It's just a fact.
Right. So the whole point of this is don't get a goose for both baseball teams. It's the most ridiculous thing that you've ever said. You cannot do that.
Okay, then I'm getting a Cubs goose. I'm going to work on it today.
Nothing wrong with that.
About a White Sox pigeon.
White Sox pigeon.
I was just going to get like a dead alewife up on the beach or a carp. How about that? Is that
This guy roots for the team.
Yeah. Well, because, again, he's a fraud. So that is what Bruce Kaplan said. It wasn't what I said. Bruce Kaplan said, "Don't listen to him, kid. I grew up with him. He laughed at our pain." That's what he told me.
Here's our Cubs goose. And then the camera pivots. And here's our bucket of dead walleye for the White Sox.
Yo, man, I'm a Sox fan. Can I get some loose squares? Yo, man. Let me just get a cigarette, man, real quick. Streetwise? Come on, man. It's just $1. Just have him as a mascot. The guy selling Streetwise. That'll be the mascot for the White Sox. Yo, baby, let me just get a square, man. Man, I just need to see. You got a light, baby? You got a light? Time for the White Sox Report. I'm Len Casper. Loose square night at the rate $1.25 for loose cigarettes.
Price of milk went up. You better knock that down for 75 cents or I'm not going.
If you are a cigarette smoker, $1.25 for loose squares. Also, a pack of scratch-off tickets. We've got a 10-pack for you for every Sox fan that comes in. Good luck on the 3 cherries. I'm Len Casper. And that's the White Sox Minute.
And that's all, folks.
The Chicago Cut Steakhouse brings us the Kap and J Hood Classic Cut of the Day. ChicagoCutSteakhouse.com, 300 North LaSalle in Chicago. So are you staying up to watch the Cubs and the Padres?
Oh, absolutely. I work afternoons, Hoodie.
I know. I kind of missed that. I missed the late night. I mean, even though I'm still watching. I know I'm not, don't tell Danny, but I am still watching West Coast baseball. And Shay knows it, but we keep it quiet around here.
Makes one of us.
Well, someone has to. I enjoy sports. I work nights for a long time. That's hard to snap out of.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just hard for me sometimes, especially if it's a matchup I want to see. Can't wait for tomorrow.
That's why you were the only household in Chicago that got the old Pac-12 network.
That is true. And it was not HD.
Yeah, right.
As you recall, the squiggly line. And the Sox, by the way, Will Venable, I know your team is learning how to win. You got to learn how to manage. There was some sketchiness in that national series I did not like to make it a 6-3 game in game 2 of that series. And then you just ran out of runs. You couldn't, even though you had great pitching, not enough offense in that last game against the Nationals. Now it's on to the Angels. So we'll see. 11-17. I'll take it, by the way.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
We thank you so much for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. We appreciate Shay and Jay Moore. We'll do this tomorrow at 6. Thanks for coming in.
Anytime, Hoodie.
We will talk to you tomorrow at 6 o'clock. So long, everybody. Take that! From Chicago.
I've got the best job, Carm.
The ball's wet. Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah.
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. What's up, it's Jay Hood. At Advantage Toyota in River Oaks, it's simple. Real numbers, no mystery math, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, guys. You ready to let the dogs out?
What? Carmen DeFalco.
It's kind of impressive.
John Yurkovich.
Yeah.
This is the Carmen and Jurko Show on ESPN Chicago.
It's out there for everybody to see.
It is what it is.
Carmen Jurko.
Check this out. Morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. It's Carmen and Jurko. It's time to recap the draft. It's time to welcome back the good kid. Nice and tan.
Yeah, welcome back. How you doing?
Back,
what's going on?
We're going to talk about what's going on.
I'll
tell you what's going on.
I am ready, kid.
There's football. There's playoff basketball. There's baseball.
There's hockey.
My Oilers are on the brink.
There's a great race at Talladega yesterday, NASCAR. It was absolutely wonderful. I don't know if you saw it.
I did not. Before we recap.
Phase 2, big one. That's when the big one happened. Go ahead.
Before we recap the draft and give you our thoughts, and Jurko has not even had a chance to talk about round 1 because he was gone Thursday and Friday, so he's going to give you his thoughts on that and everything the Bears did this weekend. We do start with a big announcement. People have been asking. They've been wondering. And I'm not even exaggerating here. I'm not being hyperbolic. I was just asked about it again last week.
I'm not surprised.
I've had friends ask. I've had
the powers to
listeners come up and ask.
Insiders.
They're like, hey, is Grip It and Sip It coming back? Yes. The answer is yes.
It is. It is coming back.
I've kind of lost track of, what is this, like the 7th annual? I don't know. It might have been in the email Danny sent.
You remember the first one was our 6.5-year anniversary, right?
Well, that wasn't Grip It and Sip It. That was just...
Oh, that was just an outing that we happen to have out there?
This is the sixth annual.
6th annual Grip It and Sip It.
Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges.
Yep.
Later this summer. This is our golf event at beautiful Seven Bridges with so many of our great partners and fans.
We love them.
Tickets go on sale. Foursomes. I shouldn't say tickets. Foursomes.
Foursomes go on sale.
Foursomes go on sale Wednesday. This Wednesday. April 29th.
And we will let you know.
And we're going to give you all the details.
We will let you know.
Right when we start the show on Wednesday, 48 hours from now.
48 hours.
Twosomes and foursomes.
Foursomes and twosomes.
To the Grip It and Sip It Classic will go on sale.
I'm excited.
This, speaking, and again.
At Seven Bridges, right?
Yes. No, This is not hyperbole. This is not exaggeration.
What a track.
I'm not drumming up interest. You don't believe us? Good luck to you. This thing has sold out every year in less than 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Actually, it's been 6 minutes, I
it's
think.
like 5 or 6 minutes.
6 minutes, Dougie Fresh. You're
if
on.
If you're like, yeah, right, guys. Good luck to you.
On.
I don't know what to tell you. Just be ready
Just
Wednesday
be ready
morning.
To pounce.
Be ready to pounce because
we'll give
I'm
you
not.
a website, right? That's what we're going to give him. We're going to give him a website.
I'm not joking. It sells out in less than 10 minutes.
I've got one of them supercomputers that would really be able to speed everything through. You got to have one of them supercomputers. Yeah.
Get a lot of
fast gigabytes. Giga speed.
Get a bunch of different browsers ready to go.
Giga whatever.
It's like buying tickets to Taylor Swift, basically.
Yeah. Good luck.
I don't know what's harder.
Good luck.
That might be a little hyperbolic, actually.
Romeo, save me. Oh, what a tune.
Now, that might be slight exaggeration.
I love that.
But it is a very popular event, and we will be back on June 17th.
And sip it, June 17th. My sister's birthday, Carm.
Okay, good.
That's the day she turns 60.
Well.
Yeah.
We can celebrate.
She'll be happy with me.
We'll give you all the details on Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
Okay,
right
draft.
at the start of the show, Carm. Wednesday.
Right at the start of the show.
9 o'clock.
Draft.
Be there.
The biggest thing this weekend being out and about was how seemingly irate Bears Nation is about the draft.
Yeah.
I'm not as irate. I think they potentially got 3 starters in week 1 out of the draft, and I always feel like that's a good thing. I think there should be 2.
Right.
Dylan Thieneman obviously will be a locked and loaded starter. My guess is whatever week 1 is, whether they're opening up in Seattle against the defending champs or Sunday at home against the Packers, whatever it is, I would put money down right now on the fact that Logan Jones is your starting center. Logan Jones was the best center in this class. He was the first center off the board. He's 24 years old. He played a ton of college football. The pedigree from a place like Iowa, as much as we bust Iowa's balls and we bust the football program's balls, they make offensive linemen, and they make real good ones.
They do.
I would be surprised if Logan Jones is not a starter. So I think their first 2 picks will be day 1, week 1 starters. I would make maybe a small case that Malik Muhammad will also be a starter. That could be a little bit more of a stretch and a reach at this point, as he will be, I would think, behind Tyreek Stevenson on the depth chart, but I wouldn't be stunned if Malik Muhammad is a starter either. The corner out of Texas. I think they definitely came away with 2, potentially 3. And anytime you do that, I think you'd look back and you'd say, okay, job well done, getting starters. I'm not as down on the draft as most people. At least that's what it feels like. That said, you do wonder where this team is going to get a pass rush.
I would say you shouldn't worry too much about who's going to be a starter at the beginning of the year. It's a 4.5 month season. It's a long season, Carm. And as we saw last year, things developed with the Chicago Bears over the course of the season. And you saw things that were supposed to happen eventually happen. Luther Burden coming around and becoming a very dangerous player. Colson Loveland being the best tight end that came out in the draft last year, especially in the second half of the season, where he established himself. Now, would I rather have it the way Indianapolis had it? When they started off hot, their tight end started off hot, the running game started off hot, and then they cooled off and they missed the playoffs? Or do I like it the way the Bears did it? They relied on what they had with the experience they had. They brought their guys along at the speed they needed to be brought along, and then they became starters. So that's what I would offer to you. Yeah, I think the first-round pick, the safety out of Oregon.
He's a starter. Yeah.
Out of Oregon via Purdue.
Yes.
I'd say Purdue.
He's an Indiana native.
Yeah, came from Purdue. That's what I'll say.
He's a starter.
He's going to be a starter.
There's no question.
Logan Jones might be your starter.
I think he will.
Yeah, that's fine. And the rest of the guys will come along when they need to come along.
Yeah.
Don't worry about when they're going to become starters. They might become starters in year 2, the rest of these guys. I don't concern myself with that. I worry about them coming in, getting themselves assimilated to the Chicago Bears and the way they want to do business and the way Ben Johnson wants to do business. I want them to absorb the playbook. I want them to be able to go out in July and play and not think. That's the important thing. The Bears are going to have to beat teams by scoring a lot. That's what they're going to have to do. They haven't addressed their pass rush. Their biggest weakness they have defensively has not been addressed. I don't know if this defense is stronger going in this year than it was
last year.
I think it's going to be maybe about the same.
I don't know if they're stronger. So that's what I'm going to say. If they're the same, that means they're going to have problems.
Yes, it does, because they're not going to take it away as many times
the
as
way they did last year. So if they're the same, that means they might have some problems, and they're going to have to really outscore people. Joe Burrow and the lads have gone about the business of trying to outscore everybody. Some years you do it, and some years you don't necessarily do it because your defense is so pitiful and so awful.
Right.
So I will offer the fact that you're going to have to do it with the offense. You haven't addressed your defensive line really with anything of quality.
No, they've added players, but we don't know if there's quality.
Right. You don't know if it's quality. And you're depending upon two guys coming back from injury.
That's what they're banking
And let me tell you, when we saw Dio last, we saw great effort. We saw very little accomplishment.
Yes.
Great effort, very little accomplishment. That's what we saw out of Dio. We didn't get to see anything out of Turner.
So
Shamir Turner, because we didn't see enough of them.
They're banking on three things, right?
Yeah.
Dio coming back and giving them something that he didn't give them last year, now coming back off of a very major injury.
Right.
They're banking on Shamar Turner. Now, that I could get more excited about because you don't know. There's some upside there. He's a high draft pick. And they're banking on Austin Booker taking a very big step from year 2 to year 3.
Now the Austin
Those
Booker.
three
Now
things.
the Austin Booker thing, I might believe.
I might believe it too.
I saw a little flash there out of Austin Booker.
Okay.
So I saw a flash there. I might believe the Austin Booker thing. I don't think we're ever going to get Daniel Hardy.
No.
I don't think and he's shown flashes a little bit too.
He's a special teams ace,
But he also has been allowed to rush the passer sometimes in the preseason. You don't see it in the regular season where he gives you a little bit of a flash, like there's a little something there, but certainly not on a consistent enough basis to get him in there in a permanent slot. So that's where you're at. I think linebacker-wise, you've got a slew of linebackers that you're going to want to put in there. Behind an average defensive line, and then for one reason or another, you love to build backwards in this town. Ryan Poles, he loves to get the defensive backfield working and then expects it to go forward. And I just don't get that style.
You've been saying it for years.
Yep. I don't get that style of building. Doesn't mean you can't do it that way.
It's a little curious.
But I think it becomes a little bit more difficult. So that's what I have to say. All these draft picks, I've got no problems with anybody they had taken this weekend. I saw what happened in the second round on Friday where everybody was gone. You couldn't move up. Everybody was gone. I mean, it was your worst nightmare.
It was your – well, but
it's like –
I think you had to anticipate that, though. If you weren't going to move up, and that's fine.
You knew that. You knew that the odds of somebody slipping to you were going to be not so good. It's like being at the dinner table, and you get there a little bit late, and everybody's eating the pizza, and by the time you get there, there's no more pizza left. And it's nobody's fault, but kind of your own.
But kind of your own.
You didn't.
Because you waited.
Yeah, you waited. You were theoretically patient, and that became a problem for you.
Could we have that soundbite, guys, of Poles specifically talking about not moving up?
I get why. Maybe it was too expensive. Maybe it was a little bit crazy.
Here, this was Poles on edges and not trading. Now, to Yurko's point, real quick, round 2. T.J. Parker, R. Mason Thomas, Cade McDaniel, Cassius Howell, Christian Miller, Derek Moore, Zion Young, Lee Hunter, Gabe Yakus, whom I loved from Illinois, Shea as well. 2 picks earlier than where the Bears picked at 57 of the Patriots. They were all off the board.
When did Pete Woods go?
Woods went in the first round towards the back end to Andy and Spags.
Yeah,
and the
Kansas
Chiefs.
City.
Yeah, he went to the back end.
At the end of the first round.
Yes. So Parker.
He's out spending money a little bit too freely right now.
Thomas, McDonald, Howell, Miller, Moore, Young, Hunter, Yakus, again, all off the board by pick 57. At that point, your corners that you probably would have targeted if you were thinking about that, and Colton Hood and D'Angelo Pons were also gone. Poor Jermod McCoy fell all the way to the 4th round because of I don't know how this news leaks out the week of the draft, man, but that's kind of a bummer. And now it also, if he stays healthy, like, I'm trying to remember now who got McCoy. I can't even remember. Forgive me. The Raiders, right? Didn't the Raiders get McCoy? That might be like a steal for the Las Vegas Raiders if he stays healthy. But obviously, when you hear things about a bone plug, which it sounds disgusting, I don't even know what it was.
I don't know what it is either.
A first-round talent went outside the top 100. That's a year ago, it would have been unthinkable. I think a month ago, it would have been unthinkable. And then that news leaked out that there's potentially something more serious with his knee. Anyway, I digress. All those pass rushers are off the board, and the Bears pivot to a position that is a huge need for them because Drew Dahlman up and
quit.
retired
He
on
quit.
them.
Yeah.
So if you weren't going to move up, okay, and I like the position that you targeted with that second pick. This was Poles summing it up.
When we made that turn
on
into
Friday
2.
night. My bad. Let me start that over. Here we go.
Through.
Hold on. Let me start that over. That was my fault. Here we go.
When we made that turn into 2, we had a good sense through our research that was going to kind of be a hot spot at the very top of 2. It wasn't really possible to get up that high without giving up a ton. And at the end of the day, we just followed the board.
I think everybody felt that. Shay and I talked about it all Friday morning. There's going to be a run here. And how badly do you want to get any of those guys? And it's going to cost you. They chose to sit back and let it play out, and they didn't feel like it was worth the risk in trading some serious draft capital.
And at that point, I think they felt like they were going to get something, maybe not at the position that they needed, but they were going to get something at a position of value for them. Getting that center that eventually is going to replace him. You got that.
I think it checks both boxes.
Then did they trade out?
They did. They moved back a little bit.
Yeah, they moved back 9 picks.
Yeah.
They moved back 9 picks. That's when they picked up the tight end.
And that's when they picked Roush.
And they ended up getting another pick somewhere down the line, right? The 4th rounder?
Yes. Well, they got a 5th, and they
rounder?
used that to go into the 4th.
All right, there we go. So, yeah. So
Right?
they ended up maneuvering. I got no problems with their draft. Okay, because it's a live animal with what happens. And, you know, things are going and they're going, and that's the way it is. And all of a sudden, that was the run. We weren't a part of it. Now we got to pivot, and we got to do something else. They did address the defensive tackle later on, though. They addressed defensive tackle later on with the kid out of where?
No, you're taking a 6th-round pick. He's 213th overall.
I didn't get drafted in 12 rounds, Carm.
And you played 10 years. I know.
Tony Siragusa didn't get drafted in 12 rounds, Carm.
I know. John Randall didn't get drafted in 12 rounds. In that same draft where 53 defensive linemen were taken over 12 rounds, you had 3 guys that played 10-plus years in the league. So I know.
All I'm saying is I can't poo-poo a 6th-round pick.
Interesting kid. I don't know I did not know anything about Jordan Vanderberg.
I don't know anything about him either.
I read a little bit about him.
Dutch. I'm guessing he's Dutch.
South African. I believe one
South
of
African
only
Dutch.
4.
My heavens.
Well, probably maybe Dutch lineage, a few centuries ago.
Sure.
South African, I believe he's going to be only the 4th if he makes the league. Did I read he'll be only the 4th South African player ever in NFL history?
I did not know
His
that.
dad was a professional competitive bodybuilder.
Okay.
He squats 700 pounds.
That's a lot of poundage, Carm.
He didn't work out at the Combine, York, but at Georgia Tech's Pro Day, he did the bench 35 times. This is a strong kid, to say the least, with some good DNA. His dad was a professional bodybuilder, and he
let's
put
see
up
if he can play
225.
football.
I hope he can.
Let's see if he can play football now.
Tell me, I didn't even watch
That'd
any
be
tape
exciting.
of him. I don't know anything about him. I just read a little bit. I was like, oh, that's kind of an interesting backstory. Kid from South Africa. Dad was a competitive bodybuilder. He squats 700 pounds. Like, hey, that's a strong kid at a defensive tackle position. Yurko's right. Sometimes you never know what you can find in the 6th round or 7th round or even an undrafted kid. So we'll see. Maybe a little bit of a long shot to play a lot this year, but we'll see. I don't think there's anything wrong with just at that point. When you're talking about pick 213, take some physical traits. Like, I've got no problem with that. And this is obviously a ridiculously strong kid. Good. So that's fantastic.
Hey, get him in here.
Yeah.
Can't be worse than what we have. Let's be honest with each other. It can't be worse than what we have. Because when I'm looking up and down that lineup, I'm seeing some guys getting a little long in the tooth, gray beards. I'm seeing a young kid that's coming here as a 2nd or 3rd round draft choice in Dexter and hasn't quite done it. He's still not ready for a primetime player. He's been nice, but he's never going to see a second contract here in Chicago.
I wouldn't think.
Never.
No.
He will never see a second contract here in Chicago.
Unless something goes nuts this year and he figures it out.
So. Let's hope something goes nuts.
Like, if he goes out and has a 10-sack season, then we'll be like, oh, wow.
Well, thank heavens.
But short of that, you're right.
He's doing some back handsprings down the street.
I would like to take the pulse of Bears fan today. Again, I know a lot's being questioned.
Here's what I question, though. Why have we coveted the interior of the Indianapolis Colts defensive line? Are they the steel curtain of some sort that I'm not familiar with? Are they the people purple eaters? Are they the orange crush?
People purple eaters or the purple people
purple
eaters?
people eaters. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Are they the orange crush?
No.
Okay,
Denver.
Why exactly?
Minnesota.
Why exactly have we gone to Indianapolis in free agency to get their defensive line? I don't know. Hopefully this year, whatever they thought they were going to be, they come to fruition. But let me tell you, I got to give you a lot of trust to believe in what the hell you're doing along the defensive line, because not only am I scratching my head, I'm scratching my ass.
What did you guys think of this draft? Are you upset? Are you okay with it? Do you think they potentially pulled 2 or 3 starters out of it here? Are they any better on defense? That's the question I want to continue to dive in with you guys. Now that the offseason is pretty much over in terms of what you're going to add, free agency is in the rear view, so is the draft. Are they any better defensively? And I think that's what's concerning to most Bears fans, myself included to a certain degree. That said, I don't think it was like an awful draft. I get what they were doing with a couple of their picks, especially those first 2. But how much better are they going to be defensively, if at all? And are you worried about that, Bears fans? Let's hear from you. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit, it's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford wows your senses, delights your palate, and surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, and it gives you a new experience with every sip. So, yeah, Woodford is more than a spirit, baby. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford is a registered trademark, 2026, the Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Postman Law has delivered more than $3 billion in verdicts and settlements for injured clients. When you're hurt, insurance companies have teams of lawyers working against you. You need a team that knows how to fight back and win. We take on the adjusters, the paperwork, and the medical bills so you don't have to. When it matters most, Postman Law delivers results. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney advertising.
Save big money on everything for your next project at Menards. Steelworks offers a wide selection of aluminum and steel materials for any project. Choose from durable steel angle iron to tubular steel and aluminum and steel sheets and rods that are built to last. Perfect for DIYers and professionals alike to get the job done right. Save big on Steelworks products at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer at menards.com for more great deals.
Save big money at Menards.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
At Triton College, summer is your chance to get ahead. Take affordable classes close to home with convenient schedules that fit your life. Earn your credits that transfer and move one step closer to your goals. If you want to save time, money, and get ahead this summer, there's a place for you. Triton College. Visit triton.edu/summer.
You're listening listening to Carmen and Yurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right, hope everyone had a great weekend. We are recapping the Bears draft, trying to figure out if this defense is going to be any better. It's Carmen and Yurk. Make no mistake, the Bears were not a good defense last year, and I think most Bears fans know that. You cannot, you can't look at the takeaway total and think that means they were a good defense. They were opportunistic. The idea that you could replicate that it's probably a tough sell, I think, for most fans, because stuff like that has a tendency to very much course correct and regress from year to year. Takeaways it's a high variance kind of thing. There's some flukiness and some randomness.
Yes, there is.
The Bears, by any metric other than just if you're looking at pure takeaways, were not a good defense. They were second to last, 31st in the NFL in ESPN's pass rush win rate last year. They were 21st in EPA per play on defense. The Raiders were a little bit better in defensive EPA than the Bears were a year ago. They were 26th in success rate on defense. So they're in no world, I think, and I think most Bears fans know this, they were not a good defense. Are they any better when they really haven't added much juice to the edge?
On April 27th, when all things are great and you're coming off an 11-6 year, you beat the Packers twice last year, you only went 2-4 in your division. On April 27th, I am going to say I trust in what's happening up there. I believe in what Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson are trying to get done together. I know Caleb Williams is going to take another step himself.
Yeah.
And young players can make steps. At about your fifth year, you become who you are. You know what I'm saying? Your fourth, fifth year,
sure,
you are who you are. That's who you're going to be. So, but at this point in time, I trust what they're doing up there. I trust the Bears are going to put their best foot forward come training camp. They're going to get through it healthy. And we're going to go into the regular season, with the mean machine. We're going to be going at it with a positive mental attitude. And then we'll find out what the hell actually happens. And we'll react to that at that time.
It's the Carmen and Yurko Show presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC, Hodgkins. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. Before we get to the calls, Jack, real quick, do you want to play the video of Ben Johnson? If you're watching on our video stream, you will be able to see it. You'll hear it right now. This is Ben Johnson, Media the Media over the weekend, about where the pass rush is going to come from and the young edge rushers and some of the young defensive linemen growing up, taking a step and getting better.
We're certainly going to coach better than what we did a year ago. And like I said before, it starts there. We've made a concerted effort in how we're going to get that done. We were excited about the guys that ended up finishing the season on IR, the trajectory that they were on, both Dio and Shamar. When you look at it from the start of the season to the point where they both got injured, we saw growth and we saw them trend in the right direction in terms of what we want to see on game day. I think Sweat had one of his better years in the NFL, whether that shows up in the sack total or not. He's a very complete player, both run game and pass game. And I think you saw tremendous growth from Booker when we were finally able to get him back as well. So the combination of us being able to coach better and those guys taking the next step as part of this system, I think we got some pretty good pieces to work with.
I hope they coach him up then, Yerk, because that's what they're banking on.
That's pie in the sky right there.
That's what they're banking on.
That is pie in the sky right there. I would say because they were winning games and they had great pass rushing opportunities in fourth quarters, that's how you end up building some of those sack numbers. That's how you get Booker some of those chances in pass obvious situations to be able to go out there and get it. Like I said, I'm pie in the sky myself here. April 27th, I'm feeling good. I'm hoping those guys come back. The problem is you already know what Dio is, and I don't know what kind of trajectory you're looking at.
Right.
That was year 3 last year, right? For Dio? You picked him up?
5.
Year 5?
Dio's been in the league 5 years,
You know what Dio is? Yeah, 5 years? Fine. You know what Dio is.
That might have actually been it was probably year 5.
Yeah.
He's probably out of contract.
But my point is, you don't know what Turner is, so you're hoping for a little bit something more out of there. I guess you could look for a little more out of Grady Jarrett because hopefully he's going to be healthier next year. He was fighting off something last year coming into camp.
Older.
He's older. You're going to have to take care of him in training camp. He's the kind of guy that needs veteran days.
For sure.
He's a veteran that needs veteran days, which is fine. You give everybody else more chances to get repetitions then. Yep. That's not a problem. But he'll have to be taken care of, and maybe you get a little bit of more. I thought in the second half he played better football than he did in the first half of the year. So, and that's fine. But you know what Dio is? There's no what do you call it? The arc, the development arc. There is no development arc for Dio.
I mean, he's played almost 70 games in the league.
He is
so
what he is.
Kind of know.
For Turner, though, there probably is. And
yes, for sure.
For young guys, there
for
probably
Booker.
is. Yeah. So that's not a problem there. I get it. Montez, whatever.
Listen, Montez is a fine player.
He's a veteran player. That's
right.
Fine.
Maybe a little bit overpaid. He's not a bad player. He's not. He's never going to.
He's not a weakness.
He's not a weakness.
He's not a weakness.
And I don't think we're ever going to be fooled into thinking he's Nick Bonito or Miles Garrett.
And the only reason,
probably not going to happen.
You're right. The only reason you do get frustrated with him is because of how well paid he is.
That's it.
If he was paid $10 million a year, we wouldn't have a problem with him. Of course not. There you go.
Greg's in Des Plaines. What's up, Greg?
There you go.
Hey, I got a question for you. This fan base is just infuriating. The same fan base that it has to be the fans that were upset Justin Fields was off to then. Why should the Bears, you guys answer this for me and help explain to me, why should the Bears invest all this capital in the D-line? The times last year that we did touch the quarterback, officiating call flags, the D had other major glaring problems, like the man-to-man coverage was.
Yeah, it was a problem.
It was just, it was a problem. They were getting smoked against Detroit and San Francisco. It's like the fans forgot about that. The teams that had invested all this money in star defensive linemen, we ended up beating like the Browns, the Raiders, and the Packers. And then, so what did the Bears go out and do? They add all this speed in the offseason and in the draft, basically to the secondary to correct the man-to-man problem, which I think was a bigger problem. So I just don't understand why the fan base is so upset.
All right, Greg. Thanks, man. I think you're right about the speed. They said that. They wanted to add speed to this defense. They did in Dylan Thieneman. Malik Muhammad's not necessarily like the world's biggest burner, but he ain't slow. I'll tell you that much. What was Muhammad's double check real quick, Jack? Was it 4.47, I want to say? Muhammad's 40 time? I mean, that's a kid that can scoot.
There's speed and there's functional football speed, guys. Let's not confuse the two.
4.42.
4.42. That's moving. Guess what? Devin Bush can run. Right? I mean, they added speed.
There's speed and there's functional football speed.
Well, all
That's
right.
what we've got to know.
I understand, but I mean,
let's differentiate.
They wanted to add speed. They did, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They did.
That's fine.
Well, especially looking at the other teams in the division. Green Bay has Jaden Reed. They have Matthew Golden. Those are all burners at wide receiver. You need fast guys to keep up. You know Detroit has speed with Williams.
Of course. Look what Minnesota has.
And Minnesota, Jordan Addison, he's a burner. Of course, Justin Jefferson, he does everything. But every single team in your division has burners. You need to be able to match up with that.
At any point last year, you didn't have number one. You lost 29. You were playing your third, fourth, and fifth defensive backs.
You didn't have much Kyler
in
Gordon.
Corners in regularity. You had Kyler Gordon was gone. So you're looking at what?
Yeah.
You've got your fourth, fifth, and sixth defensive backs playing. Nashawn Wright was a backup that was playing, in the position. You've got to remember last year, defensively, you needed a pass rush to help your defense that was bothered. And when CJGJ, Gardner Johnson was in there, and he got matched up out of the slot when he was taking over for Gordon. Yeah, he got victimized a little bit by a jitterbug that had a little bit more burst than he did.
Of course.
That's why he's not here.
Of course.
But he also popped for 3 sacks with you. That's what kind of gave you a little bit of an excitement about him. It's like, oh, are we going to re-sign him? No, they didn't want to re-sign him because he didn't the requisite amount of speed to be successful overall. You could find a way to take advantage of him in a game plan, and teams started to do it down the stretch when he wasn't coming off the corner and sacking the quarterback, which is what he did well. My point is, yes, it looked like we didn't have speed last year, but that's even when number one came back. Number one was busted up. He's playing at 75% trying to go out there. Here's me protecting Jalen Johnson when I used to sit there and look at him all the time with a microscope. But when you come off of injury, especially the injury he had, to judge him last year would be to be unfair.
Okay, that's fine.
Because he came in. But my point is, you've got guys with speed, but you guys were all banged up all year last year.
But the Bears said they wanted to add. It's not Carmen saying it. The Bears said we need to add speed to this defense.
I understand.
And they did. They have.
Nothing wrong with adding guys that can run. Just make sure they can play football.
I would agree with that. Yeah. All right. Well, sit tight. We got a bunch of calls lining up here. We're going to get to you guys. We got all day. We don't have any guests. We're talking with you guys, recapping the weekend. Some Bears fans are frustrated. Others not as much. Let us know how you guys feel about it. 312-332-3776. We'll continue to familiarize you with some of these draft picks. If you're not as aware, especially as the draft goes deeper and deeper, let's face it, not all of us know all 270 or whatever players, far from it, that go to all these different teams. So we'll continue to work through the board, talk about all the picks they made over the weekend. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Progressive presents Perfectly Bad Excuses for Missing Stuff to Spend More Time on Your Motorcycle.
Hey, Tom. Gonna miss the 5K. Gotta organize my vitamins. A, B, C. There's so many. D.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Listen on AM 1000, on the app, and on FM 100.3 HD2. And you can watch us on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko. And while you're there, do us a favor, like and subscribe. You will see the beautiful banner. All this week, our stream is brought to you by Woodford Reserve. Look at that, the roses. Look, you're the official bourbon, of course, the Kentucky Derby, which is this Saturday already.
Yeah, can you believe it?
They did the post-draw.
They did the post-draw.
Last weekend. They usually, historically, you would do it tomorrow. Yeah. They already did the post-draw. Woodford Reserve with more than 200 flavor notes. Woodford is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. We leave for the Woodford trip 2 weeks from today. Can't wait for that, but nice banner you'll see all week watching.
We getting Edzo on?
We should definitely get Edzo this week one day.
We need to get him before Kap wants to have him on.
All right, Jack, put that down. I'll text Edzo, actually, and see when he wants to come on this week. What's good for him? Maybe Thursday? Thursday or Friday. We'll talk to Eddie O. And at that point, my second favorite hockey team, the Edmonton Oilers, might have been already bounced from the playoffs.
Bounced?
They've lost 3 in a row to the Ducks.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
How does that happen?
They've given up 17 goals in 3 games.
It's ridiculous.
My mom bought me a special T-shirt for the Woodford trip. I'm excited.
All right.
A special T-shirt. Was it a white Fruit of the Loom?
No, it wasn't. I don't know what brand it was, but it's cool.
One thing I think we need to get done, and Jack, if I could put you, again, this is where, Jack, now I hope you're listening. Again, this is like, I gave you the Arnold anecdote last week. Show me your leadership capabilities. I'd like to see some initiative, Jack. We need to get a hold of our boy, our guy Jim over at Obvious Shirts, and get him to make the Nico shirt here before somebody steals that idea. Me so Horner, baby.
Me so Horner.
Me love you long time. We need that shirt.
Me so Horner.
We need the Me so Horner shirt for Jack.
Jack.
Show me your leadership capabilities.
Yeah. You need to make that happen. Make a phone call, Carm. If you want the shirt for Jack, you're the guy that's got to do it. He's going to go in there and basically cold call a guy?
I was the
I'm
one.
AI Jack. He'll be like, what? Who the hell are you?
When me and Danny and Sylvie took the boys to see Tom Brady play, you took the boys to see the Bears play Tom Brady and the Buccaneers in Tampa in 2021, I took the Bulls by the horn.
You took the bull by the horn. You took the bull by.
Yeah, why did I say the Bulls?
I don't know, but you took the bull by the horn.
Almost I took the balls by the horn.
Yeah, did you take the bulls by the horns?
I took the bull by the balls. No, I took the bull by the horn.
Either way, Carm.
And I said,
Jim,
by the balls,
their hearts and minds will follow, right?
I said, Jim, can you make this shirt for us? We want to troll Tom Brady. Like, that was a good idea.
And it happened.
He's like, are you sure?
It happened.
Oh, we got the shirts.
So we
wore them, and Tom Brady was up 4 touchdowns at halftime.
4 touchdowns. That's what the 4 was for, right? That was the picture?
Yeah.
What, 4th down? What? No, 4 touchdowns against the Bears.
Joe's like, are you sure you want to troll Tom Brady?
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to troll Tom Brady. Joe's in West Beverly. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good, man.
Hey, so I told Jack I'm not entirely optimistic. I had some question. I don't understand the tight end in the 3rd round. Didn't they just adjust Komet's contract to make cap space, so they're keeping him? And Colston Loveland seems like he could be elite. Why are you doing that in the 3rd round? I don't understand that one.
All right, we'll try to answer that, Joe. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
I think it's very simple. They converted his salary into signing bonus.
Yes.
To create space so they could spend. They didn't do anything in the future. They did it all for this year, knowing that Cole Kmet is going to be a big part of what they've got going on this year. They're hoping that the 3rd round pick develops and then becomes your depth piece on a team that likes to run a bunch of 12 and 13. He'll be the 3rd tight end in 13. Eventually, they'd like him to be the 2nd tight end next year going into the season in 12.
He does have a big cap hit, though, next year, Cole Kmet.
What does Cole Kmet have now?
$15.425 million next year.
Okay. Dead money?
The dead cap is 5. That's, I guess, the difference. It goes from 11 to 5.
What's the June 1st release? So the next number down off the dead cap of $5 million.
Where would that be, Yerk?
On the right side in the thing.
I'm Am I on a different
Over
website,
there.
though?
Right there.
Right here?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
What's that number say?
That's
dead cap.
I know.
Dead cap. So it's 11 this year.
It's
It'll
5
be
next.
5 million. Okay.
Yeah. So it very much drops.
Yeah.
So you're saying the restructure was simply so that you can have a very easy way to get out next year if you wanted.
No, the restructure this year was to create room.
Okay.
It created $11 million worth of room. They
Right,
restructured to Jonah Jackson.
Yes.
Right?
But it adds to his dead
And
cap
him.
this year because they know they're keeping him.
Yeah, they're keeping him. They don't worry about that.
Exactly.
They know that 100%. Not a problem. They're
Right.
keeping him this year. Next year is the year they might want to make a decision on him.
That's
Now,
right.
That doesn't mean it's guaranteed they're going to make a decision on Cole Kmet next year. But here's a scenario where they might. Something happens to Colson Loveland. And now your plans reconfigure in your brain and say, okay, well, we might have to keep Cole Kmet again for that next year. And then we'll hope this guy develops that's coming along and we can go Colston back healthy. There are things that can happen to make you reconfigure what you might want to do with Cole Kmet as you move forward.
Here's how I would answer it to everybody, too. I got this question a lot over the weekend. Another tight end. Durham Smythe is gone. The Bears ran 12 personnel at the 6th highest rate in the NFL last year, 32% of the time.
Right.
The Bears ran 13 personnel, so 3 tight ends on the field, at the 5th highest rate.
Which was how much?
8.5%.
So you're looking at 4 out of 10 plays were run with the 2 or 3 tight ends on the field. That's why they're drafting a tight end in the 3rd round.
That's
Not only
exactly
that,
why.
but it's because all the defensive linemen went at the beginning of the 2nd round. So now they had to go find value at different positions.
Durham Smythe was on the field for 25% of the offensive snaps and 50% of the special team snaps last year. Durham Smythe played a lot. Durham Smythe had a lot of snaps. Sam Roush will have a lot of snaps. And he was, this is far be it from me to really judge this stuff. This is just off of what I read, Yerk, and could gauge.
Yep.
Probably the best blocking tight end in this class. Certainly one of them, if not the best and the most polished. Can step in right away, in line, why, block a lot. He's huge. He's 6'6". He's 260 pounds, 10-inch hands, big, physical,
big
strong.
hands.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what they want. And I
Big
even
gloves.
now his arms are a little bit shorter, and we talk about arm length, and probably more important for tackles. Now he'll still block a lot. Mel Kiper even said, for what it was worth, if his arms were a little bit longer, even as mostly a blocking tight end, he probably would have gone a lot higher than he did. But he does have some of those shorter arms. But there's your easy answer as to why would they want another tight end. They want 3 tight ends.
Yeah.
And one of the Bears, who was it? One of the scouts, I think, over the weekend had said, maybe it was Ackley, I can't remember. One of them had said, in Ben Johnson's world, the more the merrier in the tight end room. There's no such thing as having too many.
There you go.
Because he believes in these big, heavy formations, which you're seeing a big trend around the league.
Did you see what Detroit did in the 1st round?
Of course.
They took the tight end, right? Or
No, they took a tackle.
When did they take the tight end?
I'd have to go back
Detroit
and
I go, don't they have Laporta?
I'd have to go back and double check. I'm not. Could you guys check?
I'll
that
look
real
at
quick?
it. I'll go.
They took a tackle.
Go ahead. Go to a phone call.
Let's say hi to Chris in Vegas. What's up, Chris?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Appreciate you taking my call. Hey, so draft obviously just went down. I'm not all up in arms like everybody else seems to be. We brought Ben Johnson in here to build an offense, and he hasn't given us any reason to think that he can't do that. But I guess my question is now is, with the defense, when's the time to cash in the chips and go get our ace? It seems like offense is young and we got control. So when do we make the move?
And you're talking about you're talking about like Waddle and Silvy's philosophy this offseason, basically. Like, why are you saving some of these picks? Is that what you're talking about, Chris? Like, use it to go get someone like a stud pass rusher somewhere?
Yeah. I mean, think about it like baseball terms. When you're ready to go make a postseason push, you push your chips in there and you go get your ace. Seems like we got control. The offense is set. So why not mortgage some of the future and go get that ace?
All right, maybe they'll try that this next cycle, this next go-around. It's not happening now. Is anybody going to pop up and be disgruntled? Myles Garrett's not asking for a trade at this point. They're not trading him anyway. By the way, the Browns, I think, had like a really good draft. That's shocking to say. They took another swing on an interesting, just like pure athletic quarterback prospect. We'll see how that works. They're still kind of spinning their wheels at the most important position, but the Browns actually did a lot of good things.
And I screwed up the Detroit thing. They didn't take a tight end. Over there. So
they took Blake Miller first.
You know how you get the complicated screen?
Yeah.
Where they got like the draft choices that have been taken. You get the team that's on the clock. You get that during the draft. You know how you got a TV full of information. I think I screwed up. I saw a tight end getting picked, and I saw a Detroit moniker, and I thought it was Detroit making the pick.
So here's the question. Did the Bears miss the boat on not being more aggressive maybe for one of the edges this offseason, whether that was swinging big for a Max Crosby, throwing a ton of money at Trey Hendrickson? I'll give you a few other names that I talked about as free agency was playing out that maybe they could have been in on that player. We'll revisit some of that coming up next, trying to figure out where the Bears are going to get a pass rush. That said, I think a lot of their draft made sense. One pick on day 2 confused me. It wasn't the center, and it wasn't the tight end. 312-332-3776. We'll talk about all of it. We're breaking down the draft all day. Well, we won't totally neglect the Cubs and the Sox. The Cubs had that 10-game winning streak, snapped on Saturday night with a loss to the Dodgers. Then they lost the series. They move on for another pretty big, fun showdown here in the early going against San Diego starting tonight. We won't lose sight on some of the other stuff from the weekend. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. White Sox play in the afternoon.
If you want the Sox will still be available in our normal spot.
ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. And if you don't want to miss Waddle and Silvy,
the Waddle and Silvy show will air on our YouTube channel.
The best of both worlds.
You will get Waddle and Silvy even when the White Sox are playing. So it's youtube.com at Waddle and Silvy.
It's your choice. Waddle and Silvy. Watch them live daily 2 to 6 on YouTube.
$1.8 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $1.8 million for a client who is injured due to negligent security. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group. I've endorsed a lot of companies over my career, and I don't put my name behind just anyone. This one's personal. I never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now, the Verdoyak Law Group. For 60 years, they've helped injured people recover more than $9 billion through legal representation and consulting. And it's not just numbers. They've helped my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want an experienced doctor. When you need a lawyer, it's no different. If you've been hurt in a car accident, truck accident, workplace injury, medical malpractice case, or a wrongful death situation, call a firm with a proven track record. Call my friends at the Verdoyak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle. People take their beer very seriously. Some want it light and easy. Others want rich and roasty. Some just want something classic they can always count on. That's why Yuengling works. They brew a beer for everyone in every situation. Whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or being the grill master at home, there's a Yuengling that fits the moment. So next time you're at the store, check out the lineup. You might walk out with more than one favorite. Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America. Enjoy responsibly. DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Borrow what you need when you need it with a home equity line of credit from Republic Bank of Chicago. From home improvements to unplanned expenses and everything in between, rest easy knowing we've got you covered. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of 20 locations to get started with your Republic Bank home equity line today. Subject to credit approval. Property insurance required. Contact us for current rates. Equal housing lender. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Evan Cohen here. Candidates who stand out aren't just qualified, they're genuinely excited about the role. They ask smart questions and make it clear they want the job. If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate about your role, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. No wonder why they're the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I went to Bullfrog Spa and I bought my first hot tub. My friends over there showed me the Jetpack Therapy system, and I love that you can customize your massage. If you're thinking about upgrading your space, you should check them out. Visit a Bullfrog Spa's factory store or go to bullfrogspas.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
The head-scratching pick for me was Xavier Thomas out of LSU, the wide receiver. Now, again, you want speed. I get it. Ben Johnson loves speed. But as Jurko always says, probably not the best idea on day one or day two to be drafting just like return specialists and gadget guys. And it seems like that's kind of what he's going to be. Now, there's blazing speed here. This is 4.28 speed.
It's good speed.
It's really good pure
What's his
speed, but they even sort of hinted that he might not get on the field a ton, and there's going to be good competition at the wide receiver position. I think they like Jade Walker. I think most of us do.
Yeah, Jedediah.
The Xavier Thomas pick was one again where I'm like, do you guys need that? Is that a little bit of a luxury? Is that just is the head coach? Are you doing what the head coach asks?
And of course,
so that one was a little curious.
You're also looking at value where you're picking.
Well, he was picked 89th overall.
Yeah. So my point to you is then you're looking at your board. You've got a guy that's ranked high. He's being bypassed. You love him. You think he's going to be a hell of a player. You don't necessarily need him, but that's what you want, a guy that can eventually replace your top guys.
The interesting
Great
side note
competition
on Thomas is that he said he's a distant relative of Walter Payton. Now, I texted our buddy Jarrett Payton, JP, Walter's son, who we love and we've known forever.
Sure.
I texted him Saturday morning. I said,
JP.
Hey, I said, you see this thing about Xavier Thomas? He says you guys are maybe related. Have you? And he goes, yeah, I heard. He said, I've reached out to some family and some folks down in. He's from Mississippi. He started at Mississippi State. Then he transferred to LSU.
Sure.
And JP, we went back and forth a little bit Saturday morning. We were just catching up. And he goes, I'm trying to find out. He goes, I don't know if it's true or not, but what a story that would be.
Yeah.
If somehow he is related to Walter. But JP was unaware of it. He goes, I don't know. I'm trying to find out. That'd be a pretty cool story. Should the Bears have signed Jalen Phillips in free agency? He got 4 for $120 in Carolina. It's pretty rich, maybe not.
Yeah.
Should they have signed Odafe Owe? That would have been interesting to me. He got 4 for $100 from the Commanders. That would have been real interesting. Should they have signed Boye Mafe? The Bengals gave him $20 million a year over 3. There were some reasonable deals to potentially do. I don't know if the Bears ever had interest in those guys or not. I didn't mind not throwing a couple of first-round picks at the Raiders. I didn't mind it at all. Not that I didn't mind it. I wouldn't have done it for Max Crosby. If you didn't want to spend the money on Hendrickson, fine. I thought there were some other options that were good and suitable. The Bears either chose not to or that player wasn't interested, whatever.
Remember all the moves that were made early to create whatever space you can have. Remember what they had to do early on? DJ Moore trade, right? He went Asla bye-bye. You said goodbye to Tremaine Edwards, right?
Yeah, Tremaine Edmonds.
Tremaine Edmonds, thank you. You couldn't trade him, right? You didn't trade him.
They did not.
No, you couldn't trade him because everybody knew you had to release him to get yourself in some positive cash flow situations.
They did not spend money on their starting safeties. They replaced both of them.
Right, replaced both. So all the money that was there to be spent, they had to create space first. And then when the center quit on you, you had to go out and spend some money on a center you didn't think you were going to have to spend.
You had to make a trade for one.
Right.
They made a trade for one.
That's what they did. Bradbury, right?
Yes.
Named after the candies. But either way, okay? So you had to do a bunch of stuff already just to create room so you can just take care of stuff that you had to do. You had to say goodbye to a pretty talented DJ Moore. You did.
Yeah, of course.
He's making too much money. It looks like Luther Burden's going to be your number 1 right now, and the other guys, Dunze is going to be your number 2.
Yeah.
1, 2, A, B, A, A. Doesn't make a difference how you want to put it. But either way, and your Colson Loveland is going to be one of your primary targets too. So why would you need a wide receiver that's going to be the 4th guy on your team when there's other teams out there that need primary guys? So you did something with DJ Moore. You made life better for him. He was not going to be happy in Chicago. So there you go. Chicago's the one that got him paid, and then he got himself paid by being a very valuable product for somebody else. So good for that. But you had to go about the business of making room for yourself early on so you could acquire whatever you're going to acquire. They didn't have $120 million to spend on a defensive lineman because they had to take care of a bunch of other stuff. They'd come in there and they had to tuck point everything. to kind of solidify the building a little bit so the bricks aren't falling out of the facade, Carm.
Danny's in Lindenhurst. What's up, Danny?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
What's up, Danny in Lindenhurst?
Hey, pretty frustrated about this draft. I get the center pick, but if you got your guy, why can't you move? Take package a 6th or a 5th round pick to go get Jockus out of Illinois, right? Make the call, see what it takes. If you need an edge, I'm concerned about those comments that Poles made and Ben Johnson made. The Poles comments about, hey, hopefully the quarterback is able to hold on to their ball for longer because we got better coverage downfield.
That's asking a lot. That's asking a lot of your corners, man. It really is, Danny.
It is. Yeah, and then the comment Ben Johnson made. I love Ben Johnson, but the comment he made about better coaching, that's like saying, hey, if Danny has the right coaching, he's going to be able to be a great quarterback in the league. It's just not going to happen, right? And so I'm concerned about that. I hope it doesn't come to bite them in the butt. Hoping for the best, but was disappointed with the draft this year.
Danny, thanks, man. Appreciate it. What Danny just said there, Jurko hasn't had a chance to really react to because he was gone Friday. Let's play that again. This goes back to Thursday night and Poles' comment. Jurko's been saying this for years. It's kind of a curious way to think you could build a great defense by starting on the back end and going forward. Normally you start at the ball, around the ball, and you go out. I want to play it again. If anybody missed it, let Jurk react to it. 312-332-3776. Carmen and Jurk back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports. Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah!
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Hope everyone had a great weekend. Carmen and Jurk, we are back. The good kid's back. He's all tan if you're watching on our YouTube channel.
Got that right, man.
Brought to you all this week by our stream all week is brought to you by our great folks at Woodford Reserve, the official bourbon of the Derby. That's this weekend, first Saturday in May. This is it, man. We're getting into May.
There's a horse run in Dannon Bourbon. for you.
Dannon
Bourbon. Yeah, it's like coming out of the 7-hole or something like that.
All right.
Dannon Bourbon.
But you said it's a Japanese horse.
Japanese horses. He won like the futurity out in the Japanese race that allows a horse to come over and race in the Kentucky Derby. They have not finished in the money.
Ever, right? A Japanese horse has never finished in the money at the Derby?
Since they started this program, ever finished.
I like the name, though, if there's some odds on it.
Well, if you're a name guy, and you are, Country House.
Country House.
Mystic Dan. I think a lot of people loved Mystic Dan back in the day. Well, I've got a brother named Dan, and I think I'm just going to wager on him.
That's why I bet
it. They did, right?
But Peggy never did.
Yeah.
I was doing the show, what was that, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Friday before the Derby, Yurko was gone, and Peggy was in. And we were talking about the horses and the names. She goes, man, Mystic Dan, my brother's Dan. I said, what? Peggy's got like 10 brothers.
What else you need to do?
One of my brothers is Dan. I said,
she could theoretically bet on 10 horses if they all had the names.
I said, Peg, you got to bet that horse. And I ended up betting it, and that horse paid nice.
What about Rich Strike?
I don't think I bet Rich Strike.
You got a buddy named Rich? You got a buddy named Rich?
Yeah.
Huh? I got a neighbor named Rich.
Well, there you go.
Didn't bet it, Carm. I didn't bet it.
If you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/Carmen and Yurko, like and subscribe. Look how handsome Yurko is. We'll update the Nico meter later.
Yeah, let me show you my chest. It's red, dude. Ruby red. Get that camera back on the good kid. How the hell does this thing work? Where I got microphones and TV things. This chest is red, ruby red. Had the shirt on.
You got a lot of good color in Florida.
Damn
you look
straight
good.
I did. What do you think you do in Florida?
You get color.
Relax, baby. Sat by the pool. I didn't drink until noon.
Oh, wow. Come on.
No,
shame on you.
Noon.
Would have started at like 10:30.
At 12:00 is when the drinking commenced.
Awesome.
Got to be a gentleman, Carm.
Jack, did you hear about Jack's horrible take on Friday?
No, what did he say?
Oh, my God. It was just the worst.
I listened a little bit on
day
Friday.
Drinking is the...
I was by the poolside.
He said he hates day drinking. I mean, he got killed. Man. It's the greatest.
I said night drinking is better than day drinking.
There's nothing like being like hammered by 7:30.
The best.
And, just going to lay down on the couch and then... Wake up, it's midnight. It's like, where the hell am I?
Poor Jack got killed. We did rapid reaction. He was getting killed. He's a real pro, though. He wore it. He stuck to his guns. Even though it was an awful take, it was his take.
Huh? You don't like it?
Jack made a short of it, a YouTube. You could see it on our Instagram and stuff. It got like 50,000 views over the weekend. It was great.
Listen, back when I was on the prowl, this was post getting rid of the ex-roommate.
Yes.
I wouldn't even go out until wake up at 10, take a shower at 11 o'clock. I'd be out
there.
there.
You're an animal.
No, you know why? I'm sober as a judge. Then you get to call the weak ones from the herd. You know what I'm saying? Okay, all right. Like the lion on the Serengeti looking at the zebras.
It's like, all right, that's quite enough of that. Let's play Ryan Poles.
I'm not a womanizer.
Of course.
You know that,
for a while there, back in the day. They all want a piece of the good kid. They eye him up like he's on the menu.
I got down to 260 again. I could do the splits. All right. Oh, man.
The splits. Jack, can we play the polls? I want York to react to this. This was going back.
The splits weren't for me. They were for the ladies.
This is going back to Thursday night, York, after the pick of Dylan Thieneman, who, by the way, I think most of us do love. He's such an athletic stud. And it's not just that he's an athlete.
10, 12 years back there, thank you.
Yeah, this kid can play.
Yeah.
He's got good tape, good stats. He's a baller. He's a player. We're going to love him as Bears fans. I know it.
He came out of Westfield. You know that,
yes.
right? Down in just west of Indianapolis. There.
That's right.
Yeah. By the airport.
Want to play this here, and then you react to it. This was polls about can a safety and can your defensive backfield help your pass rush? This was polls on Thursday night.
The D-line helps the back end more often than not. But in this situation where, we have good corners, good safeties, we can be in a position where maybe we can have the quarterback hold the ball a little longer.
Now, he admits it. The D-line is going to impact and help the back end more often than not.
Yeah.
Your reaction to that, but the idea that maybe our defensive backfield can make the quarterback hold the ball.
Was I going to have the BSO-meter? Is it just
we've got
BSO
the Nico
meter?
Where's the BSO meter?
The BSO meter, it would start going beep, beep, beep. And the more he spoke, the more it started to beep. No, it doesn't work that way. There's not a transverse relationship. 7 times 8 is 56. 8 times 7 is
56.
It's
that
not
doesn't
a transverse relationship. No. It's more of a direct relationship. It's simply if the defensive line gets after it, it helps everybody else. It's not the other way around. Now, Would you say that, that's coverage sack? You've heard of a thing called the coverage sack?
I have.
I will give you that does exist, the coverage sack.
Yep.
Where a guy holds, can't find an open receiver.
Yep.
Somebody finally gets to the quarterback. That can happen. But that is not the rule of thumb, my friend.
Yeah, I think it's a risky way to think you can build your defense.
Very risky, Carm.
And
I wouldn't do it that way. You can. I've told these guys, you can do it that way. It wouldn't be the way I did it, but we'll see. We're going to find out. Anytime you've got a organizational football philosophy where you go into it and you're hoping for development and you're hoping for this, you know what sidebars that real quick? Puts it to the sidelines. Any sort of minor calf injury, anything. Because if that's what you're dependent upon, is just a little bit of improvement out of guys that are coming back from injury also.
Right.
One small setback apiece, and now you're thin at where you're already thin. Now you're thin at where you're already thin. You're thin there. Now you become ultra thin.
I think the biggest problem that Bears fans mostly have, and again, if you're just joining us, I think Eric and I walked away from this weekend thinking, a lot of what they did made some sense, right?
Yep.
You needed to replace 2 starting safeties. You did that with a day 1 priority free agent and with the 25th overall pick. That kind of fell in your lap. People weren't expecting Thieneman to be there. Okay.
Take it. Thank you for the gift.
Will you regret not drafting Keldrick Falk, the pass rusher? Potentially. But let's see how this goes.
Yeah. Nobody expected Moses to be in that basket.
Well.
Okay. But there he was. All right. And Thieneman's my little Moses in the basket. And I'll take him.
In the second round, you didn't feel comfortable trading up, and you were going to have to. We knew this was coming. Shay and I said it on Friday.
Yeah.
Parker, R. Mason Thomas, Caden McDaniel, Cassius Howell, Christian Miller, Derek Moore, Zion Young, Lee Hunter, Gabe Yakus, all off the board by pick 57. So what did you do? You had a need at center. Your center up and retired on you. You had a need.
He quit.
Garrett Bradbury is not an answer. You had a need. You went out and you got the best center on pretty much every expert's draft board, for whatever that's worth, from a great pedigree program that puts good offensive linemen in the league every year. Oh, and by the way, the other team that really was dug in and finding, doing all the heavy research and wondering, should we be drafting this guy? The other team doing it was Baltimore. And I generally trust what Baltimore does in the draft. They had a need, obviously, losing Linderbaum. The Bears got, by all accounts, this is a ready-made center. I know he's slightly undersized at center, though. I think Jurko would tell you, you can be a little undersized at center and be great in the NFL. This kid played in the kind of zone blocking system that Ben Johnson covets. He played 51 games in college. 51 games.
Yeah.
And this is another strong kid. Whatever he lacks in terms of, sheer size he is, you don't see many sub 300-pound O-linemen anymore. But at center is where you're going to find it.
Right, if
you're playing with leverage and you're strong, and he's played 51 games. Yeah. I think Logan Jones will be their starting center week 1. So I can't get on them too much for those first 2 picks.
How much does he weigh?
I think officially at the combine he was 299, I think.
Listen,
it was
guys,
just under 300 pounds.
299, 295. It's a biscuit under 300. It doesn't make a difference. If you can play and you play with leverage, you're going to be a good player, period.
Right.
Olin Kreutz wasn't 300 pounds when I played him.
No.
But what did he play with?
He was playing with leverage. And he was a wrestler.
And he was a grappler. He had tremendous balance and great hands. What do you do with tremendous balance and great hands? Huh? You play center.
You play center, sure.
You snap the ball between your legs and take a step and go after somebody. That's a very difficult job.
I guess there would be some concerns, especially at Iowa. They run so much. They're not a passing offense. How is he going to hold up in some true pass set situations? We'll see. But I think they got a ready-made, day 1 starter that is polished, that has played a lot of college football. He's a little bit older. He'll turn 25 in the middle of the season. But, those picks made some sense. And far be it for me to make excuses for them. I'm not trying to do that. I didn't walk away from it as confused, I think, as a lot of Bears fans did. Even the tight end, they lost Smythe. They're going to play a ton of 12 and 13 personnel. My guess is they're going to you're going to see an uptick from last year in their 13 personnel, which is 3 tight ends on the field, and they were still running it at the 5th highest rate in the league last year. And my guess is you might see that even tick up more. So the idea that Sam Roush won't play is false. He's going to play. They're going to want to have him on the field a lot, especially when they're running some of these heavier sets and they're trying to disguise and deceive teams in what they're doing and the way they can look. And he can catch the ball a little, too. I know that's not going to be his specialty, but
no, but you
catch
need
the
it,
ball
though. If you're a tight end, you've got to have the requisite skill is also catching the ball. So, you've got to be able to catch the ball. What's that kid out of Illinois' name? Jackas?
Gabe Jackas. No, I like Jackas a lot.
Jackas.
I like Jackas.
I just looked at that, and I thought my contacts were off.
The Count of Monte Cristo.
Like Yurkovich. I get it.
By Alexander Dumas. Dumas.
I got to tell you a story about Olin, if we got time. Can I give it a little bit of story about Olin?
By the way, his son, I believe, got they didn't sign him as a free agent, but they invited him. Olin's son did not get drafted.
Right.
But I think they invited him to minicamp this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. A rookie minicamp is this weekend.
Give him a little exposure, get him out there, get him grinding a little bit. That's nice.
Yeah.
So I'm playing Olin that first year, right? It was him and Casey Wegman.
That's right.
And they were switching at center. It was really kind of goofy what the hell they were going to do. It was the first game of the year. Jacksonville was here playing.
So what, 98? 97?
98. Opening day in 98. That's the Glenn Milburn.
Oh, yeah.
Kickoff return for a touchdown where Hollis tripped him up, and they said he wasn't tripped up. He got off the ground, ran in for a touchdown. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
We came back. We won that game at the end.
That was the game you guys won at the end.
Neither here nor there.
Yeah.
So it's the first time I'm playing Olin. You get the sheet. You take a look. Opening day. Who's the starters? You get a look. Hawaii. Boom, boom, boom. Do a little research. Find out you got some film on him. You ain't got a ton of film on him.
Yeah, like when you play a rookie, you didn't know really what to expect, right?
Right, exactly. So the first time he grabs me, and I think I was going up against the kid from Indiana, Pennsylvania. You know who he is, the guard that played at the time in 98 from Indiana, Pennsylvania. White kid. Pretty fly for a white guy.
Gosh darn it, Carmen.
Either way, we're going to get his name a little bit later, but it doesn't matter. I'm up against him. But on one of those plays, I got a slant inside, and Olin comes and gets me. Now, we're, mano a mano.
Mano a mano?
Right there. He grabbed me with that right hand, right here, on my right man boob. It had part of my chest, but his fingers were digging into my man boob, and he had a firm grip.
Did he?
He squeezed so hard, Carm, I bet you if I went and found a forensic expert, he could still find a fingerprint of Olin Kreutz there 30-some-odd years later. That's how strong his grip was.
Were you like, oh, wow.
I was bruised for days there, 4 fingertips where he got me. I bet you could still find Olin Kreutz's fingertips on my man boob. I mean, that's the kind of strength that he had, and that's the kind of strength center needs to have. Usually
impressive.
They do.
It was Chris Valerio.
And it was Chris Valerio, Indiana, Pennsylvania.
Shame on me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Chris Valerio.
That's where he went, right? Indiana, Pennsylvania?
Yes. Yeah.
A lot of good Dutch things down there.
A lot of Amish. A lot of good furniture.
Yeah. Oh, great furniture, Carm. I got 2 pieces in the house. Came from the Dutch.
So
from the Amish. Unbelievable.
While we can make some sense, or at least in my mind, I can make some sense of why the draft went the way it went, what they were targeting. The Xavier Thomas one's maybe a slightly head-scratching. I thought that last year about Luther Burden, and look how that's worked out.
Don't you worry about it.
Xavier Thomas is not Luther Burden, though, make no mistake. That's not going to happen.
As long as he's a route runner, that's all I care about. You have all the speed in the world. You got to be a route runner in this league.
But what
kind of route runner is he?
Maybe I'm talking myself into this just trying to be optimistic. I don't know. But I do wonder where they're going to get pressure. And they keep telling us, in their minds, it's all about their players taking that proverbial next step. I mean, they're telling us that they have to coach better, that they'll coach better, harder, and their players are going to get better. Let's hope. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of 31-28. Now, you can win that way, I guess, but that might be a lot of what we see. 312-332-3776 if you guys want to give us a reaction on the Bears draft. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. YouTube. For the live stream of ESPN Chicago, subscribe for free today at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
While gas prices are going up, there's one price that's always the same, the CTA. You can travel anywhere in Chicagoland for just $5 a day on the CTA. And with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Stop budgeting for gas and start enjoying the city. Let CTA be your driver. Not only will you save money, you'll avoid the stress of traffic and having to search for parking. Easily plan your route at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has helped Chicago homeowners protect and improve their homes with expert craftsmanship, honest service, and industry-leading warranties, earning the BBB Torch Award for business ethics twice. From durable roofing to beautiful siding and energy-efficient windows, M&M delivers quality you can trust with clear communication, dependable results, and peace of mind every step of the way. When it comes to your home, trust the company Chicagoland has relied on for over 50 years. Call M&M Home Remodeling today.
Dear Friday, Toyota says, let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it?
Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call.
The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Carmen and Jurk presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac Buick GMC. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. We're on till noon. Then it's Rich Eisen recapping the weekend. Waddle and Silvy get you home 2 until 6 into White Sox baseball. Mike Trout is off to a pretty damn good start this year. You know, Trout, about a 1.5 win player already. I think he's got 9 home runs. He crushed one yesterday. So I've seen Mike Trout play a few times live. I might even try to sneak out to that day game on Wednesday for a little bit. We'll see. But the Angels roll into town, and the White Sox game will be on the air with Jeff Miller's pregame at 6:40 first pitch tonight, weather permitting, with Len and DJ here on your home for Sox baseball. We're also your home for the Bears. And that's what we're talking about today. At least that's a lot of the conversation after the draft. 312-332-3776 for Carmen and Jurk. I'm going to read you one thing and tell me what you notice about this. These are we told you the Bears were 31st in pass rush win rate last year. Not good. And really by no measure were the Bears a good defense. Yes, they took it away. They were opportunistic. That is true. But they were really not a good defense. They were bottom third of the league in EPA per play on defense. They were, I think, 6th worst in success rate on defense.
Yep.
They were not very good. So the Bears were second to last in win rate. Here are your top 5 teams last year in pass rush win rate. Vikings, I'll go 1 through 5. Vikings 1, Browns 2, Broncos 3, Steelers 4, Giants 5. I think what you notice about that is only 2 of those teams made the playoffs, the Broncos and the Steelers. If you expand it out to the top 10, after the Vikings, Browns, Broncos, Steelers, and Giants, you have Falcons 6, Seahawks 7, Rams 8, Cowboys 9, Chiefs 10. Only 40% of those teams end up making the playoffs. Now, the Seahawks are the champs. The Broncos made a run to the AFC title game, and let's face it, if the quarterback doesn't get hurt, they probably win, and potentially go to the Super Bowl over the Patriots. And the Rams had a good playoff run as well. Now, I don't know if you looked year to year how much you'd see it's surprising maybe only 30 or 40% of the teams that have great pass rushes. I just bring it up to say, because I've heard a few times, Eddie on the north side calls a lot, the teams that spend big money on edge rushers don't win. I'm not so sure that's the case. I'll take Myles Garrett any day of the week. I'll take Micah Parsons.
I'll take Nick Bonito.
Any day of the week. I'll take Nick Bonito.
And he's not getting paid yet.
Any
I don't
day
believe.
of the week.
But he's going to get paid.
He's going to get paid. Any day of the week. And somebody else called earlier still and was questioning, the teams that spend big on the D-line don't really win. I think it's a risky way to I'm with Yurko. Thinking you can build a great defense from the back forward, I think is a real risky proposition.
I always say it doesn't mean you can't do it. I think you make it more difficult. I think you're doing it
left-handed.
Yes, exactly. Unless you're left-handed. Here's a quirk about Seattle.
Go ahead.
Here's a quirk about Seattle. How many double-digit pass rushers did they have for the Seattle Seahawks?
0.
They had 0. What was their high in sacks?
I'm going to say 8.
7 to be exact. 7 to be exact. How many players had sacks on that team? They had 47 as a team.
I'll say, how many players had sacks?
At least a half a sack on that team.
I'll say 8.
17, Carm. 17 players had at least one half of a sack.
That was way off.
Yeah. 17 different players. 2 guys had 7. I think 1 guy had 6. But you had 4s and 3s and a halves and this and this. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it leads to what? And Seattle's probably winning games by double digits late.
Yeah.
So you get some backup guys that get in, get a little bit of run in the fourth quarter. So a couple of those guys share a sack. You got 2 guys that get a half a sack. But that's one of those quirks. But when they had to get there and they had to play defense, they did. And when they when they needed to get to the quarterback, they found a way to get to that quarterback and to pressure the quarterback. You remember what they did against Denver in that game. They started playing what? They played was it man-to-man early, and he was picking them apart, and then they went to zone?
Yeah.
And they destroyed him. It was 1 or 2. He was picking one of them apart, and then they switched to totally the other in that game against Denver, and all of a sudden Stetson couldn't do a damn thing.
It was they started playing more zone.
Is it so? Yeah, man-to-man early.
Well, but you're talking about the AFC Championship
Championship game.
Yeah, you're talking about what Denver did to. What New England did to Denver.
What New England did to Denver. Sorry. What New England did to Denver. Yeah, the Super Bowl was Seattle pounding up on the New England Patriots.
Yes.
Yeah,
really.
Right.
Will Campbell being hurt, Drake maybe being hurt too.
I'll tell you,
that offense really struggled.
I'm too excited to be here. I'm convoluting all my games from last year into one game.
That's okay.
Taking the NFC, AFC championship games and confusing it with the Super Bowl and bringing them all in one.
But the one curious thing, and if we're going to grill Ryan Poles about anything, is there seems to be a lack of want to draft edge rushers. Look, the Bears as a franchise haven't done it a lot. I gave the stat out a few times last week. Since 2000. Now, this is only first-round picks, so, keep that in mind. Keep that context in mind. Just the first-rounders.
First-rounders.
And they haven't always had a first-rounder. They've made some trades, and they've sacrificed some first-round picks.
Sure.
But since 2000, the Bears have drafted only 3 edge rushers in round 1. Michael Haynes in 03,
out of
total
Penn
bust.
State.
Out of Penn State. Shea McClellan, or as Jurko called him, Chicken
Dinner Road.
Unfortunately, a bust in 2012. And Leonard Floyd in 2016, who's had a nice career, don't get me wrong, but wasn't the dominant pass rusher the Bears were hoping for.
Was an inside linebacker at the University of Georgia.
And outside of even round 1, if we're going to say Shamar Turner can be an edge, okay, they did grab Shamar Turner in the second round last year. But other than that, there's not much of an emphasis at all here, not just Poles, but even going back to the Ryan Pace era. there is very little emphasis that has been placed on edge rusher by this franchise at the top of the draft in the first couple of rounds. And I mean, very little. And they haven't really, the Bears haven't had a great homegrown pass rusher in a while. Where have the best pass rushers come from, you guys? They traded
Daniels.
They traded for Montez Sweat.
Right.
And I didn't even say Montez is great, but they traded for Montez Sweat. Julius Peppers was a priority free agent.
Right.
They traded for
Philip Daniels was a priority free agent.
Oh, he was. You're going back
Washington,
25 years.
Washington,
yes.
yeah.
Philip Daniels. Didn't they trade for Wally Agunlia, or was he a free agent? I think they traded for Wally, if I'm remembering. They traded for Wally Agunlia.
I thought he was a free agent pickup, and the question was he wasn't the man. Jason Taylor was the man.
Yeah.
He was the guy opposite of the man, so how do you expect the guy that's not the man to be the man?
And he was just okay.
When you bring him here, yeah.
He was okay.
Yeah.
But, like, Pep has been their best, and that was a priority free agent. Like, they haven't been great at this.
He was signed at midnight, right?
He was, yes. They were, like, knocking on his door. Back in the old days, like, before the legal tampering thing, that was, like, prior to legal tampering, right?
Yes.
They used to fly to, like, the kid's home, or the player's home.
Yep.
And I think Lovey and Jerry Angelo were, like, knocking on his door at midnight, if I'm not mistaken. But they haven't been great at this as a franchise. And, you know, who's really the last great pass rusher that they drafted and developed? But they haven't, my point is they haven't taken a lot of swings. And it's hard. And they still find themselves in that boat. Again, I can understand their philosophy and how the last, how those 3 days of the draft in Pittsburgh played out for them. But they haven't taken a lot of swings in the early rounds on pass rusher. And, will that come back to haunt them? 312-332-3776. Scott's in Tinley Park. What's up, Scott?
Hey, guys. Real quick, I'm really curious what your opinion is. Do you feel like if Yakis would have been available in the slot they took Jones, they would have taken him? And the reason I say this is because if you look at the draft, if you look at the order, if you take Yakis there, then any of the third-round picks, you've got your choice of the second, the fourth, and the fifth ranked centers.
Yes.
Now you do give up. You give up drafting the wide receiver, but
right.
I just doesn't make sense to me.
Good question, Scott. But now he wasn't there. But it's a good question. I'll say this. Let's talk about that. 2 years in a row, New England, I think, took a player. Now, last year it was 1 pick in front. This year it was 2 picks in front. 2 picks in front. I think 2 years in a row, New England took a player the Bears were going to draft. Yes. First of all, we know they were drafting Travion Henderson last year. Had he been there. Now that might have worked out swimmingly for us as Bears fans, right?
Mm-hmm.
He goes to New England, and I like him a lot, but he had some ups and downs. I mean, he wasn't even playing much. He had that brief pop, remember, like in November, December, and then they kind of moved off of Henderson during the playoff run.
Seemed that way.
But I still think he's a good player. Maybe it worked out because the Bears got Luther Burden. I think, to Scott's point, Yakis might have been the pick. I don't know this. I think he could have potentially been, but 2 spots before, again, New England takes a player they want. So they pivot. I think the more interesting kind of way we're going to view this in the years to come is we're all excited about Thieneman. I can't stress that enough. I cannot. But I said it on Friday. I'll say it again today. Like, will they regret? I'm asking. I'm not saying. Will they regret passing on Keldrick Falk? Like, if Keldrick Falk has, 2 years from now has 16 sacks, you might be like, damn, that would have been nice. And I say that only because Emmanuel McNeil-Warren would have still been on the board for them in the second round. And is there a huge disparity between Thieneman and McNeil-Warren? Time will tell on all of this, you guys. It's why giving grades it's really kind of an exercise in futility. We don't know. You got to give it a couple of years. Let's see how these players develop and how they play and the kind of impact they make. But these are all valid questions as we recap a draft.
Right. The 23 draft is the one that you should be taking a look at.
Yes.
And saying, hey, how have the Bears done in the 2023 draft? And then go through there and find out whether they did, if it was worth the salt or not.
Right.
That's how you find out.
More of your Bears calls coming up. We got the Brunch Rush next. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
I was talking with our guy, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. Everybody loves Mayor Skip. He's always bragging that he's got the best job. And I mean, it's good, but I said, my job's the best job. I talk sports for a living. Now, he makes a strong case, right? He's out in his community every day supporting local businesses, planning first-class events, and he eats at some pretty incredible restaurants while I'm having hard-boiled eggs and brown bagging it with PB&J. Elmwood Park really is one of those special places, though. And once you're there, you get it. The energy, the community, the food, it's special. So go experience all that Elmwood Park has to offer for yourself. Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. The Woodford Reserve Distillery, for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark. 2026. Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
A date night plan.
Buy tickets to see South Pacific.
A 10-time Tony-winning Rodgers and Hammerstein classic.
At Aurora's Paramount Theater.
It's got everything.
Wartime drama.
A little intrigue.
And a love story that actually delivers.
Plus tunes we all know.
Some enchanted evening.
And Paramount always raises the bar.
Wash that man right out of my hair.
With their Broadway-ready productions.
South Pacific.
April 29th.
Through June 14th.
Tickets start at $31 at the box office.
Date night plan.
For the win.
Get the tickets.
ParamountAurora.com.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates. Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com, because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Hope everyone's having a great Monday. It's Carmen and Yerk recapping the draft. We got players of the weekend coming up. Talk some Cubs and Sox, NBA playoffs. Interesting storylines. Wemby's return and just how good the Spurs are, even in the win Friday without Wemby. Joel Embiid came back last night, tried hard, but he hurt his team. He was a minus 25. Celtics on the verge of knocking out the Sixers, so we'll keep you abreast of a few different things from the weekend just to catch you up. But let us, and by the way, if you missed the announcement right at the start of the show, the 6th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic.
Grip It and Sip It.
Is happening. Grip It and Sip It is back this summer, you guys. It's one of the best events we do. It's great to be out with a bunch of our partners and a bunch of our fans at Seven Bridges. These twosomes and foursomes will go fast. They always do. They sell out in less than 10 minutes. They will go on sale Wednesday morning when we start our show. We announced at the start of the show today that it is back. It's locked in for Wednesday, June 17th at Seven Bridges. And all the shows will be out there and all of us and the producers. And it's such a great time. We love Seven Bridges. Wonderful golf course. They really know how to host an event like this. They've got it down pat. because they do a bunch of them throughout the course of the year. So it's a wonderful event. Course will be ours that day, and you can get your twosome or foursome coming up on Wednesday. So stay tuned for details, but Grip It and Sip It is back for a 6th consecutive year. All right, let us now get to the Brunch Rush, brought to you by the Village of Elmwood Park. From first-class events to unforgettable food, Elmwood Park is where community and flavor come
each
together.
and every day. You know, I sit back and I thank God for giving me this opportunity to be here.
I don't know.
You know, being on
well,
the
that's
winning
Io
team and winning
DeSumo.
coach.
We're going to play that a little bit later.
Playing the playoffs, that's something that
That is beautiful, Io.
I didn't play that. No more than me.
I didn't play it either.
It's the machines. The machines taking over.
I didn't play it.
Where was I? From unforgettable food. I don't remember where I was in this read. Elmwood Park is where community and flavor come together. Once you're here, you get it. We love Elmwood Park. All right, Jack, take it away.
All right, well, Io DeSumo.
Oh, let's play some Io DeSumo stuff.
Yeah, no, he
How about Io, dude?
He had 43 points.
He missed 4 shots.
I have a feeling I know who triggered that.
Jack?
Yeah.
He's a little excited?
Yeah.
Io freaking DeSumo.
That leg of his going 1,000 miles an hour. You accidentally triggered it, man.
Go ahead, Jack.
Well, he had 43 points. And if you'll remember what the Bulls got for Io DeSumo.
Nothing.
It was Rob Dillingham. All right. Leonard Miller. All right. And 4 second-round picks.
Leonard Miller actually played better than
Decent.
Dillingham for the Bulls after they got him.
So this is Io DeSumo on being with Minnesota and not the Chicago Bulls. This was from a few days ago, but I found the quote interesting. This is Tim talking about when he got traded to Minnesota.
It's a blessing. Each and every day. You know, I sit back and I thank God for giving me this opportunity to be here. You know, being on a winning team and a winning culture and, you know, having an opportunity to play in the playoffs, that's something that, you know, each and every competitor, each and every kid dreams of. And I was spoiled my rookie year, you know, made it to the playoffs, and I'm in my 5th year now. So I went, 4 seasons without being back in the playoffs. So this is something that I can't and I won't take for granted. So just having the opportunity to play in the playoffs, it just puts a sense of urgency on my back and a chip on my shoulder, knowing that, you can't take this for granted. You never know when you will be back. So each and every game, each and every day, each and every scout, I'm giving them all.
He's been wonderful for them. They're going to need every bit of Io because they're up against it now. I mean, they lost Ant for a few weeks here, it sounds like. First of all, Ant not even 100% anyway. Now it's a hyperextended knee, I think. I hope I have that.
Nasty. I think he's lucky to get out of there with just a hyperextended.
But it's going to be a couple weeks, and they lost Dante DiVincenzo for the year to here's another Achilles injury.
Me?
What? By the way,
jeez,
knocking my headphones out.
Yeah,
getting all excited. What's with the
number 0?
What's with the number 0?
And the bad luck.
So DiVincenzo,
right?
Tatum, Halliburton,
right?
Dame,
yeah,
they all wear 0.
It's
what
the curse.
the hell is going on?
It's the curse of 0.
If I'm any other big time 0s around the league that we can think of, I'd change my number, right? If I'm a guard and I'm wearing 0, if I'm a wing and I'm wearing 0, I'm changing my number. And what is it with these Achilles? Is it the shoes? Is it
gotta be the shoes?
They're so up and there's so much more movement. They're so up and down. It's so much more fast paced. Like, what is it?
It's got to be the shoes.
But I mean, they're up against it now. They have a 3-1 lead, and that's a great lead to have. But now you're down.
But you're going to Denver,
one of your
right?
key bench guys, and you're down Ant.
And now you're going to Denver
tonight. Game 5. I'm sorry, in Denver is tonight. Do or die for the Nuggets.
Io is 5 of 5 from 3-point range.
Yes, he was.
12 of 12 from the free throw line.
Yes, he was. 13 of 17 from the floor.
Pretty damn good.
How did the Bulls? They took Dillingham, who was a lottery pick, but right? Dillingham was a lottery pick. That they're trying to
he was.
They're trying to resurrect a lottery pick, but they didn't get a first-round pick for Io. I don't know this for sure because I haven't asked. I should ask around the league. I should ask. I still know some people. I should ask. And I'd like to get the impression from a few people around the league, would another front office have done better in the return? I'll ask a few people and see what I get on that. My guess is, and it's always easy for them to say, especially in hindsight. But my guess is it's going to be, the Bulls are just the worst. That front office was so bad and so clueless that somebody else would have done better in the return for Io. First of all, I don't know why more teams weren't interested in Io.
I can't remember a game that Io had with the Bulls like he did over the weekend with 43 points. I can't remember a run he's had like this. Do you think the Bulls were maximizing his talent? Do you think maybe
That's
a little
the
bit
question.
of... Do you think there's some blame that falls on the coaching staff?
That's the question also. You can't just say, why didn't you get as much for him? As much as were you getting everything out of Io?
Io did get better, guys. Like, right? I mean, by the end of his time with the Bulls, Io was averaging, 13, 14 a game. It's better than when he started.
You're right. He was developed.
I mean, so I don't know that it's totally on Billy Donovan and the coaching staff. I feel like Io was sort of developed into a good quality rotation piece in this league by the Bulls. If anything, I think what the front office, how little they valued him, and B, like how little they ended up getting back is what's surprising to me. Which we said in the moment, it felt like.
I want to see what he did when he was with the Bulls. It's not like he had 1 or 2 years here.
We all knew
it was 5, and Julius Randle, who said it, and you heard the quote from him when he said, "Hey, I thought about the Bulls because I don't remember, him being that kind of a player on the Bulls because of DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine." He goes, "When I played the Bulls, that's who was playing."
Iowa still by the end here was averaging a little over 12 points a game, 4.5 assists, 3.5 rebounds. Like, I think Iowa developed into a nice, again, rotational piece that you could look at and say, that kid's going to play forever in this league. He defends, he's got a good body, good size. He defends. He can shoot the three ball a little bit. And he's a 38% career three-point shooter. So I don't know that it's fair to say the Bulls didn't develop him.
Well, maybe he's just answering the call.
Yes, he's rejuvenated. He's in a better spot. He's on a better team. Maybe they're doing a better job of maximizing him, Jack, and maybe that's what you meant by that. But, I don't think it's fair to say the Bulls didn't develop Io. I think they absolutely did. And I give the player a lot of credit, too. He's just good.
Yeah.
The return was surprising.
He's 26.
It's a different regime, thank goodness. It will be anyway, and maybe they are just better than the previous. The overarching point here. I was happy for Io, I'll tell you that much. It's a great story. I mean, it was fantastic Saturday night. All right, what else, Jack?
Any guesses on what Mel Kiper graded the Bears draft?
I have it, so I don't want to guess because I know it. I mean, Jurko, do you want to guess?
I'd say he gave it a B-.
He gave it a B.
He gave the Bears a B.
I'll take it.
So did the Ringer. And I believe so did Pete Prisco at CBS. I believe gave the Bears a B. And draft grades in the immediate aftermath. It's kind of silly, but yeah. Kiper was fine with it. So was Danny Kelly at the Ringer. Thought the Bears did some good things. I can
just above average is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Still talked about. I mean, Mel Kiper talked about all the same stuff that we're talking about here. Good players. Still didn't address the defensive line. Didn't address the edge position. Haven't taken a defensive player in round 1 since 2019. So it's
haven't taken
same stuff
since 2018. Well,
2018.
They did this year. I mean, obviously, they took Beaneman, a defensive player.
First time.
He was
since
the first
2018.
one since Roquan in 2018. That's right. All right, what else?
I watched one of the movies on the list yesterday.
Are we doing the review now? I feel like this review needs some time.
Oh, okay. We can save the review.
I think so.
Okay.
Dude, he picked a really good movie.
I think we need a little more time.
I think it's got to breathe a little bit, Jack. I got to be honest.
Jack, I think this is something that needs to stand on its own. This needs to come to the forefront in a standalone segment.
I'd rather have a little back and forth and some Q&A with Jack because he watched Silence of the Lambs, which is an all-time great.
That is a beauty.
And so I think it's got to breathe a little bit more, Jack. I'm sorry. I think Jurko and I are making an executive decision. We need to save this for a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you don't mind.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's been done.
Do you know what? I watched an oldie but a goodie with my daughter this weekend because she had. I went on Amazon to buy a volleyball, not realizing that I bought like some Castaway branded Wilson with like the palm print, with Wilson on the back from the movie.
Yeah.
And she was curious about it when she got it. And so I was explaining, I said, oh, it's from a movie called Castaway, and I was telling her the premise. And I said, do you want to watch it one day? This was like a week ago. And she's like, yeah, that sounds cool. So we watched it Friday night. Castaway.
Friday night date night.
Friday night date night. We watched Castaway.
She makes pizza.
I did not make pizza. No, she had a dance thing with like her dance team. They had like a team bonding night. When she came home afterwards, we watched it, and boy, Castaway never gets old. It's always going to be awesome. It ages well. Other than some of like the technology about like how FedEx was starting and then how FedEx was blowing up in the mid '90s. Really,
Right.
That seems, to a young person today,
They could just replace it with Amazon.
Right, yeah. But it ages well. It's awesome. It'll never not be heartbreaking when that volleyball goes floating away in the ocean. Ever. I've seen it a million times. She almost started crying. She couldn't believe it. It's a volleyball. And it will never not be completely heartbreaking when Wilson is floating away and he's screaming, I'm sorry. Wilson, I'm sorry. It'll never not be sad. Unless you're just a cold-blooded bastard. Like, you can't watch that and not be like, son of a... Poor Wilson. It's a volleyball.
That's all it is. It's a volleyball.
Carm, I'm sorry to break your heart. I'm not a fan.
You are unbelievable. This is as bad of a take as Jack on Friday. You're
debatable.
a cold-hearted bastard. You don't get sad when that volleyball goes floating away?
I lose interest.
I want to cry every time.
I lose interest when it's a movie and the entire shot and every scene is just one character. I love Tom Hanks, but it's a lot.
I can't believe it.
That's the point. He's stranded on an island alone. What do you mean it's just one shot?
This is back-to-back days now on this show. We've had just the worst takes ever. Aiden, how dare you? Oh, my God. When he finally, when he's sitting there and he's trying to get the fire and he looks at him, he says, you wouldn't happen to have a match, would you? I mean, it's phenomenal. It's so good. Jack, have you seen Castaway?
Of course I've seen Castaway.
That's
why it wasn't on the list, Carm.
Yeah, so there's my movie review. But we need more time for Silence of the Lambs, so we'll do it during the 11 o'clock hour. Aiden, how dare you? How dare you? All right, anything else, Jack?
No, that's it. That's the brush rush.
Loaded weekend for players of the weekend coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tomorrow night at 7 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka is your go-to drink for golf season. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and zero bubbles. That's right. No carbonation. Look out for the brand new half and half variety pack featuring flavors like raspberry iced tea and lemonade and blackberry iced tea and lemonade. No bubbles, no troubles. Cheers to hitting this fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle. Refined luxury, responsive handling, cutting-edge safety features, you'll find it all at Advantage Acura. Their team is committed to delivering a seamless, transparent experience from start to finish. At Advantage Acura, it's not just about putting you in a vehicle, it's about earning your trust. Discover the full lineup of Acura models at Advantage Acura of Naperville, or begin your search online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision crafted performance.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute, those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with zero interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Evan going here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
At Triton College, summer's your chance to get ahead. Take affordable classes close to home with convenient schedules that fit your life. Earn your credits that transfer and move one step closer to your goals. If you want to save time, money, and get ahead this summer, there's a place for you. Triton College. Visit triton.edu/summer.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
All right, time to talk about our players of the weekend. And, man, are there a bunch of guys to choose from. Let's go around the room and see what we like. Yerk, who you going with?
Well, Carm, usually I'd sit and name you the guy that won Talladega. Carson Hocevar is what I would usually say, even though he did wreck my buddy Eric Jones right before the finish.
Yeah.
Like 3 laps before the finish. He drove down right into his side. Should have wrecked himself instead of my guy. Usually I'd say that, but I'm not.
Who are you going with?
I'm not. There's a special event in PGA this week where the Fitzpatrick brothers won $4 million. And I didn't even know Fitzpatrick had a brother.
Matthew Fitzpatrick?
Yeah, he's got a brother. I think it's Alex Fitzpatrick. He's got a brother.
I don't know.
And the two of them won the event, so they split the $4 million between the two of them.
Is Lake Zurich, is that right?
Lake Zurich. It's right up here, Carm.
Not Lake Zurich. The Zurich Championships, is that what it was?
Could have been.
Zurich Classic.
The Zurich Classic.
Not only
Lake
that,
Zurich.
Alex,
the Zurich Classic.
Alex Fitzpatrick gets his PGA Tour card now because
How
they
about
won
that?
the event.
So the Fitzpatrick brothers.
All right.
The older brother's been having himself a ball, but now he drags the younger brother along with him, and bam, what do you have? You've got success. $2 million and a PGA Tour card.
Not bad.
And maybe, because they won this year, maybe gets into the Masters next year also.
Oh,
That's
wow.
a possibility.
That's incredible.
That's a possibility.
All right, Aiden, who you going with?
I'm going to go with the homer pick here. I'm going to take Noah Schultz, starting pitcher for the Chicago White Sox.
What? Well, that's ballsy on a loaded weekend. Now, he did have 8 strikeouts.
8 strikeouts, 6 innings pitched, only gave up 4 hits, 2 earned runs. He only threw 85 pitches. I thought he could have stayed out there, but with a younger arm, why not?
Yeah.
But when you hear Len Casper and Darren Jackson and you see him pitch, and it draws the comparisons to both Garrett Crochet and Chris Sale as the big lefty, you know something special.
It's very exciting. It really is. I'm hopeful for the future. I'm more hopeful than I've been in a while, so even though they're not going to win a lot of games this year, and that's good. Litz, who are you going with? Go ahead. Who's your player of the weekend?
I'm going to zag a little bit here because he didn't put up big numbers, but I'm going Jaden McDaniels. He only had 12 points, 8 boards, but here's why. The league is increasingly prevalent with SGAs. Be a Jaden McDaniels, will you? This man talks smack. He plays hard D. He gets in scuffles.
Oh, he talks.
He's bringing up the 90s back, all right? I tell you what, Jaden McDaniels is my guy.
All right, not bad. And the defensive effort that I give Rudy Gobert a lot of crap over the years, but I'll tell you, the defensive effort he's putting in and the work they're doing on Joker right now has been incredible in this series. Joker's shooting less than 40% from the floor. Now, some of that's just on Joker, maybe for whatever reason he can't make threes right now. He's at like 18% from 3. Joker flirted with a 60-40 season. And he's shooting 39% and 18%. This is the best, maybe the best player in the league that flirted with the 60-40 season. So the defensive effort by those two guys in particular in the series have been incredible. Jack, who are you going with?
I'm going to go with 2 players. It's rookies from the north side and the south side. I want to take Munetaka Murakami and Moises Ballesteros, because I think Ballesteros has been hitting great, but I still think for what he's doing right now, it's going under the radar.
Ballesteros can hit, dude.
He's hitting 397 with a 446 OBP and an 1136 OPS.
He can hit.
It's ridiculous. And then Munetaka Murakami is 11 home runs already. He homered again this weekend.
He had a tough weekend after the home run.
He had a tough weekend, but he hit a home run on Friday. That's all that matters. That's what the White Sox are paying him to do, is hit home runs. He's continuing to do so. He's on pace for a 50-plus, 60-plus home run season. I think it's a possibility. It's going to be tough, but I think it's a non-zero chance that there is a Rookie of the Year on both the north side and the south side this year.
Right, fair enough. Might be tough to beat McGonigal the way it's going in Detroit right now. But if Mooney hits 40 home runs, it could be him.
Mooney.
We're going to talk. You guys know my obsession at this point for Wemby. We'll talk about Wemby during the 11 o'clock hour. So I could very easily say my player of the weekend is Wemby, but I'm going to give it to somebody else. And I don't even know how to say his name. I hope I'm saying it right. Sebastian, is it Sawi?
Telfair.
Sebastian
Telfair.
Former Portland Trailblazer.
Yeah,
Sebastian
remember
Telfair,
him?
of course. Yeah. Is it Sawi? I don't even know how to say it.
Sebastian Sawi.
He, at the London Marathon, he set a new world record. Yeah. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. I don't know. Like, we continue to evolve in certain ways. Sometimes I think we're devolving, Yerk, but certainly physically and athletically, it seems like we continue to evolve as a human species.
Yeah.
We're now running sub 2-hour marathons.
That's what it looks like.
The guy in second ran sub 2 hours. So we keep pushing the limits of what we're capable of physically, but I don't like. Can you just let it sink in for a second that this guy just ran a marathon in 1 hour and 59 minutes? It's dumbfounding. It is complete. And like, what's next? Is someone in 10 years going to run an hour and 55 marathon? Like, we keep pushing the limits, and it's incredible. But how do you not give it to this guy who just ran 1 hour and 59:30 world record marathon in London? So there's my player of the weekend. It is just a miraculous feat of endurance and athleticism. And just do the math real quick and figure out how fast he's running for 26 consecutive miles. It's Carmen and Yerk, back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Save big money on everything at Menards. Take control of your outdoor space with Roundup, Weed, and Grass Killer. The Pump and Go container is ready and easy to use. With the Pump and Go sprayer, you don't need to mix your own liquid, and you get up to 10 minutes of continuous spray. Save big on Roundup, Weed, and Grass Killer. Plus, check out our flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Kap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Play 434.
Good Kids back. Final hour for us. Happy Monday, everybody. Recapping the Bears draft.
Finally, the math I did right.
Yurko did some
math. I remembered to remember, which is important sometimes in math.
This world record holder is basically running like 440 miles.
434 miles.
For 26 miles.
434 miles.
I mean, it's
beyond ridiculous.
It's completely and totally absurd.
It's nuts.
It's amazing. Carmen and Yerk back from the weekend. Hope it was a good one for everybody. Weather was, pretty decent, pretty nice. Yurko had it real nice.
Oh, I was in Florida.
Down in Florida.
Beautiful.
He is all tanned. He looks terrific.
Sunned up, baby. I'm all sunned up.
See Yurko on our stream, which is brought to you all this week by Woodford Reserve.
Go ahead, finish these.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. 2 weeks from tomorrow,
we'll be there.
We'll broadcast live from the distillery in Versailles.
We'll be there.
And watch us on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/@Carmen and Yurko. Like and subscribe. And look at that beautiful Woodford banner, huh? It's Derby week. You see the roses.
Glorious.
They are the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby.
Glorious, Carm. Yes, and we will go over the Derby.
Hopefully with Eddie.
Hopefully with Eddie.
We will talk to Eddie later.
We got to get him before Kap grabs him.
Well, we can both have.
That's the problem.
Both talk to Eddie.
No, that's the dilemma. Eddie's a busy man.
I was texting with Eddie a couple of weeks ago.
We also want to get the Kentucky Oaks theory. That way, I always like betting the double-double.
Me too.
The Oaks and the Derby. I like betting that double. And if you're live on Friday, you're feeling really good going into Saturday. I like to also know about the Pate, mile.
Sure, the mile.
The Pate mile. It's a pretty competitive race. I remember a couple of 5 years ago, maybe 6, when Funny Duck won and paid like $100 and some odd. Funny Duck in the slop.
Now that's a winner.
Remember when it was sloppy? Sloppy.
It's always sloppy.
Sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joe.
Sloppy Joe.
Yeah.
So the Bears draft went like this. 7 total picks. We're recapping it with you guys. And we want to know your level of angst. Because I think there's some
angry.
out there. I'm not angry. I don't have a lot of angst. I think they've neglected edge rusher. Not neglected. That's maybe too harsh.
How about they
put
it on the back burner?
Yeah.
They haven't made it a priority.
It's a little bit of a surprise. If you're watching on the stream, you just saw that. Put that graphic back up, Jack. Can you put that
back up?
Put that back up?
Come on, do something productive.
That graphic is good. I mean, it's giving you guys the breakdown of the players. They end up drafting 7 players.
I watch his one movie and he thinks he's an all-star.
Dylan Thieneman, 25th overall. Logan Jones, the center out of Iowa, the best center in the draft by all accounts. He's 24. He's played 51 games in college, and I think he's plug and play. I think he'll be the starter week 1, not Garrett Bradbury. We'll see how that goes. Sam Roush, the tight end out of Stanford, with pick 69. Nice. In round 3. Bears ran 12 personnel, 2 tight ends on the field. At the 6th highest rate in the NFL last year, they ran 13 personnel at the 5th highest rate. 4 out of every 10 offensive snaps had 2 and 3 tight ends on the field, and I think that's only going to go up. There's no world in which Ben Johnson views his offense as having too many tight ends. And Durham Smythe is gone. He took 25% of the snaps last year. Sam Roush will play. He'll catch some passes, and he's a very polished, ready-made Y blocking tight end.
If you thought pick 57 got something, you should see what pick 69 gets.
Yeah, one of the adult film awards this year.
No, not at all.
Oh, sorry.
He gets a day with Rob Gronkowski, who's another big fan of 69.
Xavier Thomas, the wide receiver out of LSU, went in the 3rd round, pick 89. Blazing speed, 4.28 40. Started his career at Mississippi State, finished at LSU. More of a gadget guy, I think, in the league, though, and that's slightly curious.
Hope he's a route runner.
Malik Muhammad, the cornerback out of Texas, round 4, pick 124. I think this has a chance to be a sneaky good one. Good size, good speed. Not like great size. I'd say good size, borderline great speed.
Sure.
Not afraid to play press coverage and get physical.
Wonderful.
If you go back to the Texas-Ohio State game from the start of the year, Yerk,
yeah,
Muhammad was targeted 4 times while in coverage against Carnell Tate, who was, a top 5 pick.
Got to have Tate.
And Jeremiah Smith, who could be the first overall pick next year.
Okay.
He allowed 2 catches for 15 yards.
Wonderful.
In the playoff game 2 years ago between these 2 teams, the Ohio State-Texas game 2 seasons ago.
2 seasons ago.
Muhammad was targeted in coverage against Emeka Egbuka, who showed you his chops as a rookie this year in the NFL.
He did. Yes,
Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith, 4 times he allowed 1 catch for 7 yards. So against some of the best competition, Malik Muhammad showed out and showed you, I think, that he's got some good NFL traits. Keyshawn Elliott, the linebacker out of Arizona State, went round 5, pick 166. And then an interesting one that I know nothing about. I just read some stuff about him. His pedigree is interesting. Jordan Vandenberg, the defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, round 6, pick 213. And this is someone we were telling you about earlier, just a little research again. I didn't know anything about him. He's from South Africa. His dad was a world champion, world-class competitive bodybuilder. This kid did 35 reps on the bench. That's 225. That's 35 reps of 225. And he can squat nearly 700 pounds. This is a strong kid. Tell everybody what squatting 700
pounds is a lot. That's a lot. Well, I wouldn't know.
That's a lot.
I never did
but
it.
You know, you move some weight, and you know what it's like.
Yeah, it's a lot of weight.
That's a strong kid.
Put on your shoulders.
I mean, that's a strong kid.
Wow.
So kind of an interesting pick there at the end. And that is the draft class for 2026. Have they neglected defensive end too much for your liking? That's what we're asking fans. And now that free agency and the draft are complete, are they better defensively? I think that's a tough question. I think it's tough to say yes. And they weren't a good defense last year, despite the takeaways. They were 31st in pass rush win rate. They were 21st in defensive EPA per play. They were 26th in success rate on defense. That is not a good defense by any stretch of the imagination.
They said goodbye to Nashawn Wright, Chris Williams, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Is that the guy they traded from Cleveland?
Correct.
They gave up a draft choice for him.
Yes.
Said goodbye to him.
Yes.
That's when they say activity is not necessarily accomplishment. Oh, well, we made a move. Yeah, but you didn't do anything with it. Dominique Robinson, they said goodbye. Jalen Reeves-Maybin, he gets compliments on the hyphen. Jonathan Owens, so we lost out on the gymnast now. Darn. Nick McLeod, Jalen Jones, C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
All gone.
A lot of guys in the defensive backfield are gone, Carm. Kevin Byard, gone. Jaquan Brisker, gone. Billings, good riddance. And that's it. That's all your defensive guys that, I don't know, Byards might be the only guy you miss.
And I think they did a good job replacing their starting
Right.
safety.
Byard's the guy that you're going to miss.
Yeah.
You got Jalen Johnson. You got Tyreek Stevenson. You got some other players back there. The guy you're going to, Gordon's going to be there, right?
But you got a little younger in your defensive backfield and you got faster, which they wanted to do.
Yeah.
So I like that. Tom's in Glendale Heights. What's up, Tom?
Hey, guys. So, Carm, you said is the defense better? Is the offense better? I mean, we traded DJ Moore. I like the center out of Iowa, though.
Yep.
I really like that center.
Yeah.
And I'm a big draft guy. I've been watching the draft since I was a kid, and I also went to a Big Ten school, so I watch a lot of Big Ten football. And that center is going to be awesome.
Good.
Him and Caleb are going to partner up for the next 10 years. And he's really smart too, which helps. He's tested off the charts, which is great in the Ben Johnson offense when they went and run the ball down your throat. So he's going to be really good.
I love to hear that.
I do have questions though. Well, a lot of questions about the defensive line, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But I also have questions about Thiemann, where it's not that I really like the player. Like I said, I've watched a lot of Big Ten football. So I saw him at Purdue, saw him at Oregon. He's versatile, fast, obviously. And I think he's one of those guys you just line up and say, just go make plays.
Mm-hmm.
And he's that good, he could do it. I really do like him as a player. But I like when I look at the draft, I see there are things that make me kind of go, what's going on here? This make me question a few things. So you take Thiemann at 25. The next 3 teams trade back. Now, were they waiting for Thiemann? We have no idea why that happened,
Right.
but that makes me question a few things. And then the Patriots move up from 31 to 28 to take the left tackle out of Utah. So let me ask you guys this. Thiemann might be a really good player, not bashing the guy, but you could have had a left tackle out of Utah. You could have had a center, and then you could have drafted all defensive guys after that, and nothing. That didn't happen at all. So, that's my problem with this draft. Does polls, not read the draft the right way? Could we have traded back? Maybe we trade back and get Thiemann later in the first round. I don't know that answer, but my point, though, is does he really see the forest before the trees kind of thing? Are there missed opportunities? And then, Carm, like you've been talking about, where is the defensive line help? Where is it?
It's going to have to come from within, Tom.
Yeah,
I mean, good points, Tommy. Good call. It's going to have to come from within. They're going to have to just hopefully guys are coached and developed better.
Tom's DJ Moore thought at the beginning of that. He was going to be your 4th receiver, right? 2 wide receivers, Colston Loveland. He's going to be we went over receptions last year. Remember how I said there's an X amount? I go, who's going to divvy up the balls and where are they going to go? We went and took a look. If you bet the over on any of these guys, you may have failed miserably, right? So the point is, there is a finite amount of throws that will be receptions that will go to the players. DJ Moore was going to be the fourth, maybe fifth guy if you include the running back position, where he was going to be an option. That was not going to lead to a very happy DJ Moore on this football team. What you did is you moved him to a team that needed a primary wide receiver, and you got something back for that. And it got more than we thought he was going to get, right?
He did.
We got more than we thought we were going to get for DJ Moore. DJ Moore's happy. He won't be disgruntled on your sidelines. He was a great player. I got nothing wrong with DJ Moore. No complaints. You did him a favor by moving him. He got more guaranteed money by moving him. You chop down a sequoia to allow some of the little trees to get a little sunshine on them, and that way they can develop as players also.
I think Yurk's going to hurt more than you're thinking. You're saying fourth or fifth guy, but he was the guy in the playoffs that Caleb constantly looked at.
Down the stretch.
And down the stretch and in clutch time, and he still was the team's second leading receiver last season.
How did teams prepare for him?
For DJ Moore?
Yeah, how did teams prepare for DJ Moore? Was he a priority for teams to say, hey, we've got to stop DJ Moore? No, not really. There are other more dangerous functions on the Bears offense than was DJ Moore. And did you put an emphasis now on Cole Kmet because he had the big touchdown catch against Green Bay? Oh, look at how great you don't believe how great Cole is. I can't believe you don't believe how great Cole is. No, don't worry about it. You make decisions knowing what you've got to get done. There's a reason Metcalf was gone out of Seattle and Lockett was gone because they knew what they had.
Yeah.
In JSN, right?
Of course.
So what do? You get rid of some stuff so you're no longer clouding the picture, and you allow the elite athletes to come to the forefront. There's nothing wrong with it. Thank you for everything. It is time for you to go. Go to Buffalo. I hope he has 115 catches this year for 1,800 yards and 17 touchdowns, DJ Moore, for the Buffalo Bills.
Just not against the Bears in their game.
That way their quarterback can finally win something.
It'd be nice. I love their quarterback.
For heaven's sake.
I love that team. I love that quarterback.
Saying? I go, don't get confused here.
Well, DJ Moore is a very good player, but he's not good enough. I'm with Yurko. I
loved him.
I agree with Yurko. He's not good enough that you can't move on from him.
Right. Why you could still get something for him, which is important. Your guys are going to be Rome. They're going to be Luther. They're going to be Colston. They're going to be whatever running backs back there. Cole Kmet's going to give you 30 catches or 28 catches. What did he have last year? It's like 26, 27 catches. Yeah. That's a little over one a game. You know that, right? Look, tell me what Cole had last year.
I think it was like, it was 30.
That's less than 2 catches a game.
30 catches.
Less than 2 catches a game, guys.
Sam Roush will have 12 to 15.
At least. What did Jack Smith have? Smythe. You can call him Smith.
Durham
I'll call him
You mean Durham Smythe?
Yeah, whatever the hell his name is.
He only had 4 catches.
Yeah, I was going to say he did not have many.
Oh,
I bet you.
That's less than 0.25.
I bet you Roush gets to 10.
And what Luther have? Luther. Do you guys like Big Luther or Little Luther? I always like Big Luther Vandross.
You like Big Luther Vandross?
There's a little more depth in his voice when he was big. Lost weight, you lost a little bit of the
Luther
resonance.
had 47.
Huh? 47?
Yep.
47 catches?
Yes.
It's pretty good.
He had 3 fewer than DJ Moore.
That's pretty good.
Let's say
now you're trying to take away from Luther Burden to give it to DJ Moore. You're going to miss him, Yerk. I am not going to miss him.
That's ahead of Lewis.
Buffalo is going to welcome him, though, and that's great for him. And for a chance for him to catch 100 balls instead of 47. DJ Moore was making $20-some-odd million a year to catch 47. Let me get over this. I'm going to get over the top.
It's ahead of Lewis and Lyle with Carmen and York. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hope you all had a great weekend.
We did.
I did.
Glad to hear. Hey, I just want to say, at first I was actually pretty pissed off about the way Poles went about this draft. I mean, he seemed to go offensive. He did go offensive for rounds 2 and 3. It seemed like he was neglecting that defensive line. However, I did actually do some thinking about this. They must really believe in Shamar Turner. I mean, he was a second-round pick that had to sit all year. And, Poles has been pretty good. He's been above average in the second round. He must really believe in that. But you know what actually got me kind of excited about this was I looked at Vandenberg, and I got to say, did you watch the press conference when Ryan Poles was talking about him? He lit up when he was talking about him. It seems as if, it seems like Poles is really trusting his ability to find guys in the second and the late round.
He lit up like he was talking about Velus Jones, and we all know how that turned out, right?
I remember
Oh, yeah, okay, I'll give you that.
Oh, boy, he's like a long-lost son.
I do remember they lit up talking about Velus.
Oh, boy.
They can light up all they want.
I can't trade him.
Well.
Yeah, not enough.
Well, do you guys think, with that in mind, I'm also starting to think, when Poles was here, how likely do you think it is that Poles is actually looking to see who's going to make that or get cut early, or like say a guy like Thibodeau, who's at that who's been given that fifth-year option?
Yeah, they said, I don't know how much you believe them, but
Kayvon?
I mean they completely dismissed the notion that they were trading Kayvon Thibodeau, completely. Like they summarily dismissed it. They were like, whoa. They're like, well, I don't know what you. Harbaugh was like, I don't know what you guys think, but we're not trading. We don't trade good pass rushers and good players here. And
I don't understand what they're going to do. That you can't have all of those guys on the field at once, giving them the proper number of snaps.
They won't be on the field at once. They're going to try to do what the Eagles did 2 years ago. They're going to try to roll waves of pass rushers in. The Giants, I would circle as a team that could very likely go
Dangerous?
from worst to first.
Worst to first?
Very likely. I don't know if I totally believe in the quarterback.
Is the NFL Bible ready yet?
No.
Come on, Carm. I'm so excited. When you start carrying that thing around, you know what I know? Football's around the corner.
My hesitation there is I'm not sold on the quarterback, but you can't look at that roster and now what Harbaugh can bring to them and not think that that's a very distinct
possibility.
Worst to first team. That roster is good.
I've got it. Everybody associated with this show needs to do their own NFL Bible for the first week of the season. Everybody with the show has got to do it, and then we rank the best. We put them all together,
That's
and we
very
have
subjective.
We have people here in the building rank the best. We'll pull from every floor.
Well,
and say which one is the best NFL Bible.
I feel like that won't happen, but
how come when the idea is in its embryonic stage and you're crushing it already? Will you let the idea at least grow a little bit?
I don't know that it's anything that has to be done.
I'm not even in a zygote position yet, and I'm not even fertilized, and you're crushing me.
By the way, speaking of
zygotes,
speaking of this will be more later in the summer because we still have plenty of time. But pick the NFC North team that misses the playoffs. Go ahead.
I dare you.
Vikings. Easily.
Easily?
Easily.
Yeah, Talk about you're like Kap over there. What's
Gordo
summarily
doing
dismissing a team that had the worst quarterback play in the NFL last year that won 9 games.
Worst quarterback
Is Kyler going to improve that?
He's better than what they had last year.
As much as I'd love to tell you and support J.J. McCarthy, local product, as much as I want to tell you that, hey, he's going to make it happen. Yeah, even with Kyler Murray there, they're probably going to get better quarterback.
Of course they're going to be better quarterback.
Yeah.
By the way, Viking Scott, who's the biggest Viking fan there is that we know, and we have a bet with him on this.
Victor Cancer's a big Viking fan,
somehow he's convinced, and Scotty really pays attention. His kids are grown. He's got nothing to do. All he does is play golf, listen to the show, and study the NFL. He is convinced that we're wrong and that Kyler Murray is not their starter. That there's no way Kevin O'Connell wants a player like Kyler Murray, that he wants a pocket passer. I'm like, Scotty, I don't know what you've been watching or listening to, but we made him a bet. We're like, there's no way anybody but Kyler Murray is starting week 1, barring injury.
Why would they bring Kyler Murray in if he's not going to be the starter?
And he's
of
like,
that
I
team?
promise you guys, you're going to owe me lunch. I'm like, I don't think so. I think you're buying lunch for the office. I would be stunned if Kyler Murray's not their starter in week 1. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Carmen and Jurko live now on ESPN Chicago. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future.
a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Adam Schefter here. According to CNBC, nearly half of hiring managers say a candidate's enthusiasm is the most important factor when considering them for a role. Well, if you need to hire for your business, how can you separate the candidates who are really excited from the ones that are just meh? With ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that quickly shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Carmen and Jurko presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC, and Hotchkiss. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee. Carmen and Jurko until noon, and then it is Rich Eisen, Waddle and Silvy back with you 2 to 6 to get you home. White Sox baseball tonight. Mike Trout and the Angels in town for 3, 6 o'clock pregame with Jeff Meller. If you missed the announcement earlier today, Grip It and Sip It is back for a 6th consecutive year. It is happening Wednesday, June 17th at Seven Bridges. Tickets will go on sale 9 a.m. sharp this Wednesday, April 29th. Twosomes and foursomes will be available. These spots sell out in 5 minutes or less. That's been the case every year. That will be the case again this year. So be prepared, and we'll give you all the details when we start the show on Wednesday morning of how you guys can get in and play golf with us. And it's presented by Yingling Flight. Can't wait to get back out to Seven Bridges on June 17th. Let's take some more Bears calls. Talk to our buddy Chase on the south side. What's up, Chase?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
We're good, buddy.
Yeah, so Carl, I'm kind of like with you. I'm not as annoyed about the draft as everybody else. Only pick I was a little perplexed is I'm vice versa. The tight end thing was really what kind of threw me off a little bit. But other than that, I really didn't mind anything else. But I would say this, though, if we got to remember this, too. This draft was not a very good draft. I mean, like, I know a lot of people said this. There wasn't a lot of blue chip players, and a lot of guys were falling down. A lot of defensive ends. You know, once you get towards the second round, I mean, it's like hit and miss. So, I mean, I'm sort of like, okay, I rather them get a player that's really good rather than reach for a DN could be a good player, but not. But I think at the end of the day, we come out this draft asking the question overall. Since the game against the Rams, they lost the game. Is this Bears team overall, offensively, defensively, are they better, worse, or the same, or half decent? And I'm leaning towards maybe they're the same, but a slight better, only because I think the quarterback in the second year and the offense being better, and the fact that they did get a little faster and more athletic defensively. There's still questions on the D-line, but I also want to ask you guys to not hang up to listen. Do you think there's still a chance, possibility that there could be a trade possibility, maybe that they're working on, maybe like Thibodeau from the Giants or somebody else? I'm just asking, do you think there's a possibility of a trade that could be happening later on? Or something? I don't know.
No.
That's it. No.
Again, the Giants, look, they could be BSing. I guess we'll see. So we'll see. I don't know what else to say about it, guys. Like, you can only go on, and I'm not an NFL insider. I'm not Adam Schefter. Maybe he's hearing something else. Can only go on what, like, these teams are telling you. Like, they laughed at the notion that they're trading Kayvon Thibodeau. So I don't know why. What's the point of, like, still wondering if they're going to do it? I wouldn't expect or anticipate that.
No.
Are they better? I think offensively, the Bears will be better. I mean, that's a totally reasonable expectation, you guys. This is year two of Ben's offense. Caleb should get better. Loveland and Burden should get better. Why would they be worse?
I think you go to war with what you have right now, and even if they're slightly better, which I'll give you, they're going to be slightly better. I believe they're slightly better with the maturation of players and with guys getting better, with Rome getting better, with Luther getting better, with Colston getting better, with Darnell Wright coming into his own. The left tackle position, hopefully not being the question mark that it looks like it might be as we start moving forward. But all that stuff happening for you. The defensive moves that you did make with the safety that you brought in, young safety, he'll make some mistakes. But even if you improve that little bit, the schedule's tougher.
Yes.
So even with that improvement, just to stay the same, you've got to get better just to stay the same.
Your expectation isn't that the offense would be worse, though, right? I mean, that would be the worst outcome. That'd be And then, you'd start to question things again. Like, there's no reason this offense should be worse.
The one area that you're really going to be better, I believe, is in the offense. The defense, I'm hoping, can be somewhat better.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, only because the defense has so much further to go.
Yeah.
That, if they can climb from being 21st or 22nd, wherever you had them, and they can go to the middle of the pack, give me the 16. That's an improvement, right? The 16?
Well, sure,
I'll take it.
Of course. Paulie's downtown. What's up, Paulie?
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thanks.
Great show. I want to talk some football with you guys. I've been dying to talk since the draft. This is the best draft the Bears have ever had.
Ever? I don't know about that.
We got to believe in Ben. Well, I think Ben is a genius, and I'll tell you why. Because he's an algorithm guy. All right, so you just give me a couple minutes here, a minute and a half. We do advanced AI, right? So we program the robot. We just don't go to Chad or we just don't go to Grok. We program it and then we enter our data. The first press conference Ben had, you copy that, paste it, put it into your bot, and it gives you a psychological read on who Ben Johnson is. So his priorities are offense, right? And his three main requirements are size, skills, and smarts. His ideal situation is to be down 45-40 with 2.5 minutes to go and to have the ball.
I don't know.
Because he's had 57.5 minutes to get data on that defense, and he knows he's going to score. It's an offensive league. What did he do last year? He got a tight end because tight ends are best probability for success. What did he do this year? He got a safety to counter tight ends. This tight end he drafted is going to be better than Cole. Cole's going to go down to the third tight end. He wants 11 robots on each side.
Yeah.
Smart.
I see what you're saying.
Guys.
Yeah, thank you, Paulie. I don't know that that's the preference is to be down 45-40. That's kind of like when Pedro Grafal once said he likes being in one-run games instead of blowouts. That's nonsense.
Yeah.
No manager wants to be in one-run games over being up 13-2 in the 8th.
You want to be able to win when it's tight, but you also want to have a nice two-touchdown, 17-point cushion every once in a while,
That's
too.
what I think, yeah.
How about a week where we can just take a deep breath and maybe relax at the start of the fourth quarter? That's always kind of comfortable and nice.
And dare I say the 1983 draft might have been the best ever in Bears history because they drafted not one but 2 Hall of Famers.
And they got Bortz back there,
They
too.
also drafted Willie Gault, Mike Richardson, Dave Dorson, Tom Thayer, and Mark Bortz in that draft.
Yeah, that's
not to
pretty good.
mention Jim Covert and Richard Dent.
Yeah.
So that's the best draft.
Yeah, I mean, let's simmer down.
Let's simmer down.
Let's simmer down a little bit.
Maybe it's the best in a while. I hope. Hard to know that right now. We won't know that for a little bit. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
2-6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
All right, York, buying a car is a pretty big decision. What's the first thing you want to know?
Carm, I just want to know that I'm not getting the old runaround, man.
That's right. Nobody likes the runaround. Trust matters.
That's why we roll with the Advantage Dealer Group. Doesn't matter the brand. Chevy, Toyota, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC. They've got it.
And whether you want something sporty or refined.
Or rugged like Johnny Handsome over here. Bottom line, Advantage heads the lineup.
And they have the people, too.
That's the difference right there.
Check them out online. Find a location that works for you.
Find your Advantage at Advantage Dealer Group.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped a well-pitched rubber game 2-1 to the Washington Nationals in 10 innings on Sunday afternoon at Wright Field. The game was scoreless into the 10th when the Nationals scored 2 times off Sir Anthony Dominguez. The Sox got 1 in the bottom of the inning, but it wasn't enough. The silver lining Sunday was Sean Burke. He pitched 7 1/3 innings of shutout ball in bulk relief. Tonight, the Sox welcome in the Angels at 6:40 p.m. Join us for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including Miller Lite draft beers, Garrett popcorn, Stadium Buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Harry Douglas here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
All right, you ready for 57 seconds of draft recap brought to you by Heinz 57?
That I am, my friend.
So Logan Jones got a lifetime supply of
and a red jacket.
And a red jacket.
Yeah. Golden crested with the Heinz 57 on there.
Not so shabby, huh? Remember the old days? Today everything's in the squeeze box.
Yeah.
Remember the old days?
Anticipation. It's making me wait.
But they always said the trick was you had to have it at like a 45-ish degree angle or something, right? That was the trick. And you'd hit the 57 on the neck, and then it would pour out. But now I feel like kids don't even have to worry about that anymore. Now it's just in a squeeze bottle. All right, 57 seconds. I don't think the draft was as bad as a lot of Bears fans are making it out to be. And I was peppered with
Wait. Are you starting? We have to start the clock.
Oh, start the clock. Yeah, go on.
You just started talking. You're like, all right, 57 seconds.
This
has to be a start and an
I have
end.
to start here.
Well, now your time's running, so now you have to go.
I'm going to start over.
No, you go.
Ready?
Goodness.
I got you here.
Start. Okay. I was inundated with... I don't mean that like as a bad way, but just like the overall interpretation of what happened was that, oh my God, what are they doing? Well, and I couldn't explain like the Xavier Thomas pick as much. That's a tough one to kind of defend or know what they were thinking. Who knows? A lot of us thought that about the Luther Burden pick last year. Not that he would be bad, but is that a little luxury pick that you didn't really need right now? And Luther's going to be a huge part of this offense, it looks like. And I think every Bears fan's excited.
It's an overall feeling, Carm. That's all it is. It's an overall feeling.
I can't explain.
With the draft, it's an absolute beast. It's a living, moving thing.
But I can't explain.
You've got to be able to adjust on the fly.
My point is I can't explain like exactly why you felt the need to grab what might only be a gadget guy. With one of your top 90 picks. Those third-round picks are still pretty valuable. I can understand all the other picks. I hope they don't come to regret passing on Keldrick Falk. Shy of that, nobody else that blew them away. Oh, wow.
That's quick 57. Not only that, you didn't check your watch once.
Than I thought.
You got to check your watch at least once to know that, all right, I'm on 10 seconds. I got to wind it down.
I guess I can't finish my thought now.
Yeah, now you're stuck. Well, that's what we get. 57 seconds of magic, Carm.
I guess that goes pretty fast. 57 seconds, pretty fast.
I wish that was my first.
I wanted to give a whole dissertation.
I wish that was my first lovemaking session, 57 seconds.
The first one?
I couldn't ride a bull.
I would have taken...
I was thrown before I heard the bell.
15 seconds. I would have been
happy.
happy.
Out of my mouth that day where I'm sorry.
Like the first ever? Yeah, me too.
Sorry.
I think I said that too.
Oh, man.
The first ever time? Yeah,
man.
I think it was like 12 seconds.
I went away shaking my head.
I don't even know if it was 12.
It's got to be better, John. It's got to be better. Man.
Oh, God.
That's why when I first...
Sorry.
Go.
He already went.
I already went.
He chimed in with me.
I chimed in with him.
He also asked it in 57. What do you mean he already went?
Yurko,
Jack,
go.
You better watch
go,
it,
Yerk. No, there's no go, Yerk.
This is not the monkey boy over here. You better be careful, all right?
I tell you, he's like Sylvia. I dare you to go do that. I dare you to go jump in the icy lake.
You think you could do 50 seconds?
Ooh, on what? I can do it on whatever you want.
Well, I think it's got to be draft.
You want me to? I'll do it on the Kentucky Derby.
No,
without anything in front of me.
Actually, that would be pretty good.
Of course it would. I'd break it down for you.
Can you do it on the Kentucky Derby, you guys? And there are no hard and fast
I just wish we
here.
could have this in the background the whole time.
Yeah, but this is
great.
This is like trademarked by 60.
You know what I saw?
By 60 Minutes.
I'll tell you what I saw this weekend that cracked me up.
What?
Happened to get to bed late, a little looped up. The Great Adventure. Who's it with John Candy and Dan Aykroyd?
The Great Outdoors.
The Great Outdoors.
The best.
I was laughing.
The old 96er.
Laughing. The old 96er and the look he gave you after that.
Great.
I was crying.
It's awesome.
Throwing T-shirts and T-shirts and hats for the kids if he eats the gristle.
So good.
Oh, man.
What's the, there's some.
Did you ever see The Great Outdoors, Jack?
No, never seen it.
No? Good movie.
No, it's a funny one, yeah.
Yeah, John Candy at his best.
And then there's some, what's the internet thing that says, kind of like how Ferris Bueller, well, it's not quite the same thing, I guess, but like the theory that there's this idea that the characters are connected, like 3 Dan Aykroyd roles are connected to the character from Great Outdoors, that they're actually the same guy.
They're the same guy?
He's just assumed a different
persona,
alias in life. Like he's gone from being the character in The Great Outdoors to being Ray Zielinski in Tommy Boy to being the doctor in 50 First Dates.
Yeah, 50 First Dates.
That there's some, and if you follow the storylines, yeah, and if you follow like the storylines and the names and like the timeline, you know, there's like this weird internet thing that it's actually like very intentionally done. That he's actually the same person, just he's three different people at that, like in various points of his life. Like and he ends up in Hawaii and he's the doctor in 50 First Dates. It's kind of funny. Jack, your review is coming up here as we wrap up in our last segment. Jack's going to give his review on Silence of the Lambs.
Go, 57 seconds.
Let's see. Let's go to James in Gurney. James, where have you been? We haven't talked to you in a while.
Long time no talk, boys. I'm so glad. Man, I got barred for a little bit because I was messing with Shay, so I'm back.
Oh, stop messing with Shay.
I was
all
just having
right?
a little fun.
All right.
Having a little fun with Shay about a certain person that's in charge, but I'm back.
All right.
Real quick, this is my thoughts, boys. Listen, let's look back as looking at Dilfer and Rex almost won one. We can win Super Bowls with a halfway decent quarterback, right? It's been proven. You don't win Super Bowls with look at what Tampa did to Mahomes. And then 2 years later, look what the Eagles did to Mahomes. They made him look pedestrian, right? Rushing with the front. Look at my only point is I'm trusting in them a little bit. That 69 to me, I mean, the tight end kid, I'm like, man, what the hell was it? Anyway, I'm thinking you got to invest a little bit in some big kids up front because you got to pay everybody soon. You can't just throw money at the defensive line for the next coming up. You're paying Caleb, you got to pay the right tackle. So that was, I was a little upset at first, boys, but now I'm like, man, I thought we get a couple young kids that we could. Maybe Turner's the guy. We don't know, right? That kid's big that we got from where the hell his name is. I mean, he's athletic and strong. We'll see. Maybe we can get lucky. But I just thought getting a couple decent bodies a little earlier so that we have some young talent up front, secondary wise, and our linebackers and our defensive backs. We got some boys. We have a lot of team speed, so we're not super upset. Different philosophy. We can't just keep throwing money at the defensive line. But
they haven't. Listen, yes, I agree. You can't throw money. You can't waste money. But it should not be. But you can't look at it as something where you don't need to make a significant investment. They've spent money, and unfortunately they haven't spent it all that wisely, and it's come back to hurt them a little bit. And the idea that you want to try to build a team with the Trent Dilfer as your quarterback, come on. Stop. Yes, there are some outliers. You want to talk about doing something left-handed? No NFL team for 1 second ever thinks, let's build everywhere else and we'll find a Brad Johnson. Come on. That's complete nonsense.
Sam Darnold better?
Sam Darnold is better than Brad Johnson.
Better.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's better than Trent Dilfer, and I think Trent Dilfer would tell you that any day of the week.
Better than Joe Flacco?
Boy, that's a good one.
Thank you. That's why I offered it out to you.
I'd say that's very close and very comparable. Do you agree? Kind of like a good quarterback that got on a heater on a really good team. Yeah. That's a very good one.
I got to just look it up.
And I'd say it's close.
Yeah. I got to look it up.
My initial reaction is,
all right.
Gosh darn it.
Yeah,
I don't
isn't
know.
it?
I want to say Sam's a little bit better. I could be a victim. That could be a victim of the moment,
frequency,
though.
yeah.
Of like, he was really good in Minnesota, and he was good this last year, and he got on a heater when it mattered most. But that's a very good one. I think Sam Darnold's probably a little bit better, but that's very close.
I'd offer Sam Darnold's a little bit better, too, now. I went back and took a look at it. I'll give you a Sam Darnold's better.
I think he's probably a little bit
I don't
better.
think that's being a jerk either. I think that's just deep breath. It's okay. I mean, Flacco threw for 48,000 yards. You know that, right?
Yeah, well, he's
almost
played
at
forever.
50.
I mean,
yeah.
he's 40-something years old.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. 18 years. Boy, he's getting one hell of a pitch.
Mick Roberts at 7. Yes, he is. Mick Roberts at 7 Bridges. What's up, Mick Robert?
Hey, guys, I wanted to add to that one caller. He was talking about the Ben Johnson prototype tight ends.
Yeah.
I think Ben Johnson looked for speed on the outside, though, and that was the Xavier Thomas pick.
Yes, for sure.
I do think it was a little bit of a reach, but oh well.
Yep. No.
I think Cole Kmet's last year as a Bear might be this year, unfortunately. And just sidebar, real quick, I think the Dolphins actually had a sneaky good draft. Have a good day, guys.
All right. Thanks, Mick Robert. Appreciate it, buddy. Yes, and yes.
I saw a grade
all
out
of his
there.
comments.
4 teams that got A's. Dallas Cowboys.
Dallas had a good draft.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Always.
Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland had a very good draft.
And there was one more team that was in there that I can't pull it instantaneously.
I don't know. I mean,
it was one of those things you click on, you take a look. But those were 3 of the 4 that I remembered. That people said, hey, pretty good drafts.
Real quick, Steve in Naperville wanted just a Bulls thought with us.
Go.
Go ahead, Steve, and maybe
Come on,
going back
Steve.
to when we were talking about Io earlier. What's up, Steve?
Hey, gentlemen, how's it going?
Good.
Good. I must be the one weird guy calling in today to talk NBA.
That's
when
okay.
The draft just finished up.
That's
but
all
I
good.
appreciate you guys giving me the chance. So my thought, I think you guys were saying a couple of days ago, a week ago, maybe hiring a younger coach, kind of like the Heat did with Spoelstra. And so my thought process was Josh Longstaff. He's a recent assistant under Billy Donovan. He started his career in Oklahoma City, and Kevin Durant actually mentioned him by name in his thank you speech when he was named MVP. He also then went up to Milwaukee, helped coach Giannis, then went to the Knicks where Phil Jackson was kind of at the helm at the time. So Josh has a lot of experience with great talent. Just thought it might be a decent look.
Throw his name in the ring. All right. I don't know as much about him, Steve, but thanks. I mean, as anybody that has worked in good organizations, yes, it doesn't have to be a young guy. I'm laying out what we're seeing around the league and the trend we're seeing and all the young, successful coaches that are doing well. Can you identify a bright, young coach that you can help build out your vision, whomever the new GM is going to be? That's what's important here. And I said, I don't think it's as smart for the Bulls, considering where they are now, to hire a guy like Thibodeau. That was the overarching point from last week. I think the Giants might have been that other team that had an A. I think the Giants had a very good draft, actually.
Yeah.
Kind of didn't overthink it.
Giants.
Took some linemen, got some potentially impactful players.
Matter of fact, I think you're right. 3 teams in the East.
Yeah, I think they did well. I think the
3
Giants
teams in the NFL East, NFC East.
It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah!
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
If you're in the market for windows, then you need to call me, Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. I do things differently than those other big-name window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product, best warranty, made right here in Chicago, all at the lowest price, guaranteed. Deal directly with me, the owner, and call the Chicago window guys today at 847-881-3060. And check out our 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. At Triton College, summer is your chance to get ahead. Take affordable classes that save you money while earning credits that transfer to 4-year schools. With convenient schedules and a campus close to home, it's easy to fit summer classes into your busy schedule. Whether you're starting a degree, finishing requirements, or building new skills, Triton helps you keep moving forward. If you want to save time, money, and get ahead this summer, there's a place for you, Triton College. Visit triton.edu/summer.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Smalls here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, as we get ready to wrap it, and we got our man Jack McGrath who's on a mission to watch all 25 movies by the start of the football season. He's doing a good job. He's picking a movie every weekend so far.
Yes, he has.
He's given us reviews on Cool Hand Luke, on Caddyshack, and now it's time for Silence of the Lambs. You can see the full list of the 25 movies. Like if you go on my Instagram account, you can go back and I had posted it there. I think it's on my X timeline as well.
Sure it is.
You can go on Instagram and look at it at Carmen DeFalco 5. Just scroll through and you'll find the graphic of the 25 movies. So it is on to Silence of the Lambs.
Silence of the Lambs. What did you think?
We were excited about this one. Jack, what did you think?
What'd you think, Jack?
So I'm going to be honest with you. Going in yesterday afternoon, I was a little bit down because I mistook and I thought Silence of the Lambs was actually Citizen Kane. So I thought I was going to have to watch a movie from like the 40s or 30s, but it wasn't.
No.
It was a movie from the 90s, which was a delightful surprise.
It's most certainly not Citizen
to
Kane.
me. No, and this was a phenomenal movie. I mean, Anthony Hopkins was a great actor, obviously. A little creepy, but a good actor.
I'd say a lot.
Yeah, Jodie Foster was great in the role. This was the top movie that you guys have told me to watch so far. This was better than Goodfellas. This was better than Cool Hand Luke. This was better than Caddyshack. This was the top movie so far. Hannibal, and it wasn't like, I don't do scary movies. I'm just not a scary movie guy. This wasn't really a scary movie.
It's not a scary movie.
It was more of a thriller, mystery, crime kind of thing, which I liked a lot.
It's creepy. You know, Buffalo Bill's about as creepy as it gets.
Yeah,
so is
he's
Lecter. You know, but Lecter's incarcerated until the end. And so, you know, the creepy things, like the real unsettling things are the things that Buffalo Bill is doing. But it's very creepy.
And yeah, it had a little bit of humor too. I'm having an old friend for dinner at the end by Hannibal Lecter. That was funny.
Very good. Nice.
It was a good movie.
Was there anything from there that we always ask, like, oh, that's what that's from?
When he says hello, Clarice, or stuff like that.
So you've heard of that? You just never knew what it was from.
Never knew what it was from. Yeah. So my rankings now go: Silence of the Lambs #1, Caddyshack #2, Cool Hand Luke #3. Out of my favorite movies so far that we've seen on the star system, out of 10, I will give this a 9.4 out of 10.
That's very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any particular scene you like the most? I'll tell you my favorite sequence.
I would probably.
What's your favorite sequence of the movie? Would you say?
Well, the sequence, there wasn't like a lot of action sequences up until the very end when Hannibal Lecter escapes. That's probably the most interesting part of the movie.
Thriller.
That's the best.
That's probably the best part,
right?
Yeah, when he starts eating the guy's face and he runs away.
And when you realize how he eludes them and what happens, which culminates, when you finally kind of get what's happening when he takes the face off in the ambulance. And then, listen, at this point, again, we're not going to tread lightly.
Yeah,
this is a movie from the 90s. This movie's 40 years old, 30-something years old.
We're not going to apologize here, guys.
When you finally realize what he's done, like that's probably about a 10, 12-minute sequence.
Yeah.
From the time the officers are bringing him his second meal. Can you believe it? He ordered a second meal, lamb chops, extra rare. From that moment, like when he cuffs the one officer to the cell and like you're like, oh man, it's on now. From that moment to the point in the ambulance where he pulls off the face is like, oof.
I thought
that's the best sequence of the movie, right?
I thought going into the movie that they would make Hannibal Lecter the bad guy, and that's what he was supposed to be. He was supposed to be the bad guy, but he really wasn't the antagonist of the movie.
He's a killer.
He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, but in the movie, he's not the bad guy.
Did you know that was Otis Wilson in the elevator?
I did not know that.
I think Otis is one of them. And Buzz
Otis
Kilman. If you got to be a Chicago radio fan, if you guys know
Buzz
the name
Kilman,
Buzz Kilman, who was on with Johnny B for a lot of years. Buzz and I think Otis Wilson are in the elevator, right? They're
That's
like the paramedics.
I did not know that
Right.
was Otis Wilson.
Yeah. Mama's boy. Otis. With Jodie Foster at the end, where he's got the glasses on, the night vision goggles.
Yeah.
That was my favorite part.
Yeah.
That's my sequence in the movie.
Oh, that's pretty awesome, too. I mean, the culmination of it. When you realize she's at when you realize they've gone to the wrong house and she's at his front door, like that's another great part of the movie where you're like, oh, wow. Like that, that kind of surprises you the first time.
Because they tried to find him in Calumet City.
You think they're storming his house in Calumet City?
Yeah.
And she's
they're in the wrong place.
At his house. Yeah. It's like that's
when you knew something was amiss.
We told Tyler years ago, I don't think he ever watched it. You should tell Tyler. You're younger than he is. You should be like, no, Tyler, you need to watch Silence of the Lambs. It's an all-timer, right?
Oh, definitely.
Good job, Jack. Well done.
All right.
Thanks to Jack. Thanks to Aiden. Thanks to Litz. We got the full crew with us today. Thanks for listening and calling into today's show.
Old Gordo.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Waddle and Silvy back talking Bears draft with you at 2. White Sox baseball tonight. Rich Eisen is next.
On average, over 3,700 people are killed in trucking accidents in America each year. In comparison, Reuters recently published that in 2017, not one person was killed in a commercial airplane crash in the entire world. Why are there so many people killed in truck accidents? 2 reasons. First, according to the American Trucking Association, there has been a shortage of drivers for the past 15 years. It's estimated that 1 million more are needed to meet today's demands. As a result of this shortage, many companies are hiring unqualified drivers. Second, even qualified drivers can suffer from fatigue. They are under intense pressure to meet challenging deadlines. And although there are industry regulations which limit hours behind the wheel, they are often overlooked. Drivers are pressured into driving long hours on little to no sleep. After all, if the wheels aren't spinning, the trucking company isn't making money. So imagine if the trucking and airline statistics were switched and 10 people died every day as a result of plane crashes. You wouldn't step foot on an airplane, would you? If you need a law firm that's handled trucking cases for over 55 years, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years. And this summer, they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Earlier on the show, NFL Network analyst Daniel Jeremiah. Still to come, actor Phil Dunster. NFL Greg Olson. Plus, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We're back from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Everybody, fun times at the NFL Draft. We're chopping it up throughout the first hour of this program with Daniel Jeremiah. The Overreaction Monday post-NFL Draft podcast is on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show, for you to take in. Greg Olson of Fox Sports is going to join us in hour number 3 on that. We're going to hit the NBA playoffs in short order. Chris Brockman's baseball team fired their manager over the weekend after winning by 16 runs, which is fascinating. And have won 2 in a row since then, so it's all good. And so, long story short, there's still lots to talk about, and with you as well. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. The actor Phil Dunster, who is on the hit HBO show that we talked about with John C. McGinley a couple weeks ago called Rooster. He also is famously in Ted Lasso as Jamie Tart. Yes. And so we're going to be having him come out in about 20 minutes' time and chop it up with him.
Let's go.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Without a doubt, the top story of the NFL Draft, despite, let me do the math, there's 13 picks taken, 257 picks overall, despite, 244 picks after Ty Simpson. 244 picks happened after Ty Simpson. And we're still talking about Ty Simpson. And he's taken 13 overall by an LA Rams team that has the MVP quarterback of last year's campaign and
Super Bowl favorites right now.
38 years old, window closing slowly but surely. He can bash that thing open for as long as he wants, depending on his play. But 13th overall, you could get yourself, as Chris pointed out on the Overreaction Monday podcast, Reuben Baines sitting there for your defensive line. There's Mekhi Lemon for your wide receiver room, just to name 2. And was Ty Simpson on anyone else's radar screen? We will never know. Could have stuck there and picked somebody. Could have even traded down, get some more picks to use, and still get your guy at some point. Although one never knows at all. I remember when Jahmyr Gibbs went off the board to the Lions at 12, and I was like, what are you doing? You could have had that guy later on. Then we find out half the NFL was upset that the Lions beat them to the punch.
Yeah, well, we're still waiting for those stories about Simpson.
Well, and, the bottom line is we're going to wait for a while. And the conversation we had on Friday, when that happened, I'll tell you what. I didn't think the conversation Thursday night into Friday night, and into Saturday would be about this pick happening over Sean McVay's wishes. Based on the body language and his very clipped demeanor on Thursday night at the press conference with him and Les afterward, and how it was very uncharacteristic of Sean McVay not to be bouncing off the walls excited about something. Didn't think that was the case at all. And everything I've heard since then, as also confirmed by other people's reporting, is these two are completely lockstep on the same page, and that Ty Simpson is, in fact, a kid who not only can run the offense of McVay and Les Snead based on what they have seen in just 15 starts, but he also has a brain that is locked into the way McVay thinks, not just offensively, but ability to assimilate, remember, regurgitate, and execute. And they love him. The only thing is if you show him how much you love him, there's a guy sitting in Malibu coming home from his girls' flag football practice. I don't know if you saw that video of Matthews coaching his daughter's flag football team.
He was doing that on draft day?
I don't know if it was on draft day, but it's all kinds of adorable, and you should seek it out.
Okay. Good
coaching. That he might be like, what? Yeah. What? So they're walking a fine line of being excited for the future and starting a clock that I didn't know if the Rams, needed to start ticking so publicly. Even though it's ticking. Father Time, as you know, gets everybody.
Right.
So that's the backup here to McVay showing up to the Friday press conference and talking about the elephant in the room while sitting next to Les Snead.
What do you guys think? Am I angry right now? Yeah, I will say this, though. The one thing that would never be doubted is, we couldn't be in more lockstep in every decision that we make. And I think I get my demeanor last night. Always want to be mindful of, all right, how things come off, things like that. Very excited about last night, very excited about today. And couldn't be more excited about us continuing to lead together, but every decision that we make is collective and collaborative. And so for any of the questions or misunderstandings just based on my demeanor or disposition last night, I did want to get that out of the way. This is my buddy right here. Right? So that was brought to my attention because I got so many texts, and that was never my intended way to be able to come off, but sometimes I can be a little grumpy,
No, this does not pass the sniff test.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, everything that I'm hearing is it passes the sniff test, and that is exactly what happened. And there might be a long time between now and the time that Simpson gets on the field, and we could be talking about it as much as we will. And the thing is, one of the many reasons why it stands out. Do you know the last time a team had the reigning MVP quarterback and drafted a quarterback the next year in the first round? I'll give you the answer because you won't know it. The 1967 Green Bay Packers.
That's literally what I was going to say. The Packers when they
very good. After 33-year-old Bart Starr won it. The 1967 draft, 25th overall, they took Don Horn out of San Diego State.
Oh yes, Don Horn.
And let me get this correct. He wound up starting no games the first 2 years, started 7 games, and then in 1971 wound up on the Broncos. So, and Rams fans will sit here and they might be pissed, but you have reached the unless and Sean, we trust phase. Patriots fans had to reach that early on with the Lawyer Malloy stuff, with Bill. Hey, and Bill, we got to trust.
Questionable moves at the time.
And, this is a rarity, as I mentioned, to see. And we're talking about the small sample size of Ty Simpson's Alabama career, 15 starts. If this matters to you at all, okay? If this matters to you at all, Ty Simpson had the 4th lowest interception percentage in a season among quarterbacks in current Power 4 schools since 2015. The other 4 guys, all right, on this list, he's 4th. Number 5 is Joe Burrow of 1.1% of interceptions thrown compared to everything else in his 2019 season. The only ones with a better percentage is 1%, both Dak in 2015 and Caleb Williams in 2022. And the best is 0.6% thrown by the 2023 Bo Nix. It translates, is what I'm saying. In this one small stat that you're like, oh, you could choose anything you want for a stat, but. And the one person that can help Matthew Stafford the most, the Rams have acquired in Trent McDuffie, using the 29th overall selection. I know I'm painting a rosy picture, but they don't need Ty Simpson now, and they don't need him down the road. You and I had a robust conversation about this on the Overreaction Monday podcast, where I can totally get it, where folks are like, why in the hell are you not choosing somebody for a 5-year contract that can help you for a long time, even after Matthew Stafford's gone? Why are you not choosing that player right now who who can help Stafford win it, put the trophy in the case. You're not starting the clock so publicly about when are you done, Matthew, because we got somebody sitting here waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
You're not pissing off your MVP quarterback or risking that. You're also not trading down to get the guy who apparently nobody else was coming up to go get unless they were. You can't guarantee that. And why are you doing all that? On the flip side, you can also, with Trent McDuffie, get short fields or even an early lead for Matthew before he even takes a snap. You can also take a look at the rest of their draft and see who's going to even crack the lineup for a head coach who hardly plays rookies. So whoever's drafted 13th overall wasn't necessarily going to get out there anyway. But that's also not always the case. Jared Verse, being a defensive rookie of the year, is a perfect example. And Les is known for drafting some terrific players in a draft. So there's all of that. And on the flip side, though, is they could still win a trophy, or plural, with Stafford. And then you got this guy ready, and you're talking about Ty Simpson being terrific for 10 years to come after that. And we're talking about the Rams like they're the new Packers. Oh, so you go from Goff to Stafford. That's multiple Super Bowls, although one not one with Goff, but one's one with Stafford. And now you got another kid for years to come. And McVay and Les are lockstep and crushing it. I don't know. Which one? That's a what's more likely question. But both of them are entirely reasonable to bring about. No doubt about it. But McVay's showing up. We're buddies.
Yeah, I'm curious, too, if McVay, and this is going to sound, I don't mean it to sound this way, but can he develop a quarterback? Because Ty Simpson is going to be a developmental type player with probably only having played one season in 5, 6, 7 years before he gets a chance to play, if he does, with the Rams. You know, he inherited Jared Goff.
Yeah, but he developed him, bud.
He immediately traded him.
No, he didn't immediately trade him.
They went to the Super Bowl, and then he was like, see you later, and then got Matthew Stafford, an established guy with a Hall of Fame trajectory. So, you know, I'm just curious on you know, how Simpson's development is going to go under McVay.
Well, we might not find out for a while.
Which makes the pick that much more confusing.
I don't think it's as terrible as it's made out to be, and I don't, you know, Mike Greenberg called it, one of the worst he's ever seen, you know?
Yeah, I think
we don't know.
I think he was on to it.
We don't know.
Yeah.
In the same way, it's going to be a while till we find out. Let's see what the Rams do without the use of a 13th overall pick helping. And then we'll see what he develops after that. But in the meantime, it does not appear that a town with a plaque or a signpost missing for Mo Green, who created it, does not feel that decision has infringed upon the Rams' chances of winning the Super Bowl, correct?
Oh. No, they're the favorites right now. It's 7-1. Seattle right behind them, plus 950. Buffalo 10-1. Ravens 11-1.
Trevor in San Diego. Did I answer your question before I popped you on the air, Trevor?
A little bit, but not quite, because my question is, you were one of the most critical of the Falcons' Penix pick.
Yes.
And I just don't see how this is any better than that.
Well, the
Especially,
Penix pick.
You got a quarterback coming off an MVP season.
Sure.
As opposed to a quarterback coming off an Achilles injury. Seems like they needed insurance more than the Rams do.
Well, they signed Kirk Cousins to a massive deal, right? And so clearly I did push against them by saying you're supposed to win with this guy right now. Their plan was they signed him and then went ahead and drafted the kid. Stafford is somebody who's coming back, has already been there, and is much older than, Cousins at the time, right? 38. That's why. I mean, it's a bit different when you sign somebody and then switch midstream as opposed to we're here and I'm bringing the kid in right now. You understand? Like you've got a plan for the future. Certainly when you've also got the 29th overall pick, and the Rams are also a better team than the Falcons. They could easily handle it more than the Falcons. Does that make sense? Or it's fine if you don't.
That makes sense. I just, like I said, I remember you being critical of the Penix pick, and it just doesn't compute to me that this makes that much more sense. You needed insurance for your 35-year-old off an Achilles tear more than you need insurance for your reigning MVP.
Cousins is 1 year younger than Stafford, so it's not too far off. I want to correct myself on that one. I mean, it's the same church, but it's a totally different pew. It's a totally different pew. Thanks for the call, Trevor. I appreciate people listening and taking this in and hearing what I have to say one over the other.
Rich, your words have power. Okay.
Right.
Just saying.
Do you think the Falcons were so established and ready to roll that they could pass on somebody to help Cousins and get something going?
No, I think
that one I thought was
first round or just later on in that draft,
right?
Not 8th overall.
They put a cart before the horse, well before the horse was Super Bowl worthy.
Yeah, this feels more to me.
It's different.
Like Green Bay taking Love, which we all were kind of like, what? And even Aaron Rodgers was like, what?
Right.
And at least it seems like the Rams gave Stafford a heads up. But the
difference was the Rams did this after Stafford won an MVP, and the Packers did it, and Rodgers then won 2 after that.
But he had still had 2 before.
No, I know that.
Yeah,
I know that.
Yeah, so, this strikes me as more like the Love move.
We're all in the same. Listen, it's all part of the when do you make this move for your future? How do you create an end game for your quarterback that is good for everyone? Not everyone can stroll off like Elway.
Nope.
Not everyone can do that, where it's just like, I got mine, I'm done.
Green Bay,
See
though,
ya.
when Green Bay took Love, were they Super Bowl favorites going into that year? I don't think so. In 2020, I don't believe so.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on our program. Phil Dunster about to come up, but just want to let you know that PayPal is proud to be the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL. When fans come together on game day, PayPal makes it easier to split ticket costs, cover tailgate supplies, parking, or even food. It's a simple way to settle up so fans can stay focused on the moments that matter. The NFL brings people together, and PayPal helps make paying each other feel easy from kickoff to the final whistle. Download the PayPal app to get started. Account with PayPal is required. All right, let's take a break. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. So much to talk about with the draft, but we're going to just call a timeout on that situation for the moment and talk about a terrific show on HBO called Rooster. One of the stars, Phil Dunster, who you might remember from back in the day on Ted Lasso, is coming up next. It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering up to 25% off windows and doors and 0% financing for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends April 30th, 2026.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. ServiceTitan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. ServiceTitan, AI for the trades.
Get ready for 3 can't-miss post-game concerts at Rate Field this season. It starts June 26th, following Sox vs. Royals with Marshmello, presented by Minute Maid Spike. Next up on August 7th, after the Sox face the Guardians, enjoy Ja Rule, presented by Coca-Cola. The concerts wrap up September 18th with Cole Swindell, presented by Xfinity. Field passes are on sale now with limited availability. Visit whitesox.com/concert.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has delivered expert craftsmanship, honest service, and the industry's best warranties across Chicagoland, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. Now, the trusted name in home remodeling also powers M&M Commercial Roofing. From leak repairs to full roof replacements, your business gets the same quality, transparency, and long-term protection you expect from M&M. Protect your property. Call M&M Home Remodeling and M&M Commercial Roofing. Your peace of mind is guaranteed.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle. Refined luxury, responsive handling, cutting-edge safety features, you'll find it all at Advantage Acura. Their team is committed to delivering a seamless, transparent experience from start to finish. At Advantage Acura, it's not just about putting you in a vehicle, it's about earning your trust. Discover the full lineup of Acura models at Advantage Acura of Naperville, or begin your search online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Hey soccer fans, if you're headed to a match at Soldier Field, the CTA is your best way to get to the game. $5 covers your entire trip, and with tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. CTA buses stop just steps outside the north side of the stadium, and the Roosevelt train station is a short walk away. Avoid the hassle of traffic or expensive parking. Let the CTA be your driver. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
I lost count of how many foster homes I lived in. 20, maybe more. Each time, a new room, a new bed, a new routine with a new family. But never a space that really felt like mine. Eventually, I didn't even bother unpacking, because moving again was never an if. It was always a when.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
When I was 15, I didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. So my high school principal invited me to stay with his family. It was just supposed to be for a few weeks, but soon they asked me to stay forever as their daughter. Now I have my own room and decorated it myself. It's kind of a tornado, but it's my tornado. And just like my family, it's mine to keep.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Carmen and Jurko, now 9 a.m. to noon, weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Back on the Rich Eisen Show. We're on the Rich Eisen Show radio outfit right now. We just saw a clip of Rooster airing Sundays 10 p.m. Eastern on HBO. Phil Dunster, who plays the character of Archie in this. And we see Steve Carell strolling through the campus. Where is this campus? Is it here in Southern California?
The campus is actually, I don't know if it's University of the Pacific in Stockton.
Okay.
It's lovely. It's beautiful.
So it's a real campus, and there's real students strolling around and stuff like that?
Yeah. Okay. They very kindly let us film there because they are, I think it's quite a rarity in California, so I believe that it looks a bit like it could be an East Coast college.
It does look like a liberal arts college in the state of Connecticut.
There you go.
It's what it does look like to
But
me.
what's crazy is that obviously you don't have the seasons quite so much here on the West Coast.
That would be correct. I can confirm that.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so the leaves, they've had to clip all of, when in the show, if you see any leaves that are not green, they've gone and clipped all of those on.
Come on.
Seriously. And if they need them to not have it, they go post-production, they paint all of the leaves out so that it's, you might even see, if you can see the image that's just come up, there's some orange leaves in the background and it's...
And they're clipped on, so there's somebody on the staff whose job is to clip colored leaves onto actual trees.
Yeah, it's all a beautiful machine that's wearing away.
How about that?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's detail, that detail, but yeah, it was a very beautiful place to go.
Well, I mean, it's a Bill Lawrence program, Matt Tarsis as well, creating it. And so it's not your first Bill Lawrence foray as well, because he was the one who put together Ted Lasso as well, correct?
Yeah, he was alongside Bill, alongside Jason and Joe and Brendan. Yeah, they were the masterminds.
And you could see it's a very similar feel to the show to Ted Lasso as well. Like you're seeing some of those nice warm moments to sort of wrap up a show that's otherwise, in comedy as well as some seriousness. It's a nice blend of everything.
Yeah, I think the thing that the sort of fabric of Bill's shows tend to be that you have fairly reprehensible people doing very relatable characters doing fairly reprehensible things in quite mad scenarios.
Yes.
And so I think we relate to them because we go, I can see that they're trying to be better, but they are also being idiots, at times. And you go, that's me. Yeah, that's me. I definitely do that. And I think that there is also that warmth, there's a real sort of, that's that sort of trademark warmth that he has in his shows. And we see it also in Shrinking, which is out at the minute as well. That's
absolutely
sort of incredibly funny and also not afraid to sort of go toe the line a little bit with some more spicy humor.
Right.
I mean, my character is a Russian studies professor. And so I thought that's going to be, a little close to the bone at the minute. And Bill was like, yeah, we'll just keep it light. We'll just keep it light. And you're like, in light of what's going on in the minute, it's incredible that he does. They do, the writers do.
Well, I mean, you're also, your behavior on the program kind of takes away from the academia portion of your character.
Sure.
And what's going on with, Rooster's daughter, who is, your wife on the program, and you cheat on her and you knock up a student, right? I mean, I'm not telling any tales out of school right here.
No. Sure, it's true. It's true.
And then just in the recent weeks, you're going back and forth between both ladies, and you're trying to figure out, do you want to be a dad? Do you want to be a husband? Can you be both? And can you be good for either one of them?
Yeah.
Am I picking up on
That's absolutely right.
Okay.
And what's funny is that the fun thing to do when you have these sort of debauched characters is looking for reasons why they might actually be good people, or that you can understand what legitimizes in their mind why it is that they do it. Because you sort of think from an external perspective, you look at that and go, he must just know that he's a bit of a douche, surely. but he's there going, well, she loves me and she loves me, and I really enjoy boinking both of them. So why not?
Yes.
Because it makes total sense.
And your female students love you, and everyone's kind of loves you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she is, as he makes pains to make clear, that Sunny is a post-grad student. She may be a student, but she's post-graduate student.
Makes sense. Let's make sure about that. And interesting, I mean, that you would say that, because your character, Jamie Tart, goes through such a journey in the history of Ted Lasso. It is one of my favorite parts of the show, because, you were easy to hate, but wondering, like, what would happen to your character, and you do come around at the very end. And the scene in Amsterdam where you're riding bicycles with Brett Goldstein, who's, obviously Roy Kent. That's one of the more beautiful aspects of the program. Your Jamie Tart's relationship with his dad, and the way that Ted's still there for you, even though you jilted the team.
Yeah.
It's awesome,
Well, it's sort of in your appraisal there. You sort of listed all of the journey that he goes on in a really good, clear way, and those are all the things that are happening to him. So as an actor, you just need to just respond to that. And also, I think there's something amazing about the gift of playing a footballer, because there's not a huge amount of TV shows. There are TV shows out there about football, soccer. Sorry, guys.
That's okay. You don't have to.
Okay.
You don't have to
Just
Americanize us. We're good.
Subtitles come.
It's all good. No, you bet.
There's not a huge amount of TV shows about them because they are almost beyond satire because their lives are so extraordinary. And so it was really, really fun. I see football as a sort of sports performers, athletes, as these kind of modern day gladiators in a sense.
Right.
That they live and die by their performances. They turn up to work and they've got 40, 50, 60,000 people screaming their name, booing them if they get it wrong. It is so visceral. And so to have that experience for your vocation and then to also have a personal life alongside that must be crazy. And so it was really fun having the sort of the extremities of being a footballer and then also having, but what happens when, it's like, you know, I mean, far be it from me to, you know, make the comparison, but in the way that you would see Sopranos, you see Tony Soprano, he's a mob boss, but then he's also in therapy.
Yes.
It's sort of domestic with the vocational. You know, you're extrapolating something of that in the madness of being on a football pitch and then also trying to negotiate a personal relationship where you might actually be getting things wrong and you have to apologize and take responsibility. That drama, that tension between those two spaces is really fun to do.
And you're a fan of which team and which side in real life?
AFC Wimbledon.
AFC Wimbledon, which is the Wimbledon version of AFC Richmond, would you say? Is that
they don't quite have the same funding as AFC Richmond, unfortunately.
Well, at the very beginning, where we find AFC Richmond, at the very beginning of Ted Lasso.
So Wimbledon FC were a Division I Premier League side.
Yes.
Way back when, this is sort of, you know, they went into administration around 2000, 2002, I think it was.
Right.
And then they got bought by a franchise. We don't really have the franchise system in the UK.
Okay.
The local community, Wimbledon community, said, we're not going to support this new team, they who shall not be named. You can Google it if you want, guys.
Okay.
And so they created their own team, AFC Wimbledon. And so it's a Phoenix club. Amazingly, the Wimbledon FC emblem was always a phoenix, and now AFC Wimbledon, this Phoenix club, also has the same same emblem. And they have worked their way up from the 8th tier of English football, and we've just maintained staying in League One, which is the 3rd tier, after 24 years.
Okay, and this is for those who may not be familiar, the same Wimbledon as the tennis club, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's the part of London you hail from?
That's not where I hail from.
Okay.
But I'm.
So how'd you find AFC Wimbledon?
Just loved the story of it, really. And I was more of a rugby player when I was younger.
Okay.
I preferred rugby. And so I then sort of came to football a little bit late. I'm a born-again football supporter, I suppose. I liked it a bit. And I was just sort of looking for a club. My best mate is an Arsenal supporter, so I sort of by proxy have a Premier League side when.
So when Jamie Tartt goes to Man City, was that an issue? Because isn't Arsenal and Man City locked in?
They are now, I suppose so.
At present, right now, we just named one of the two, one would think, Premier League champions.
Do you think?
You tell me.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like it feels that way. The tide has turned that way very much. But no, I mean, listen, we worked with Pep Guardiola
for
Ted
Lasso.
Yeah, and he came on and it was incredible. A lot of the extras who were in the stadium at the Etihad, Man City Stadium, were Man City fans. And when Pep walked into the stadium, everyone rose to their feet and applauded him. It was quite an amazing sort of messianic moment. And he was very generous with his time. He was just a real. He has this thing with players where when he's very physical with them, he's very emotive, and we had a moment. Jamie and him have a moment, and he whispers something in his ear, and Pep has this thing where he slaps players, like really slaps them on the chest, as a sort of sign of sort of paternal love, or whatever it is. And he slapped me on the chest, and it was the greatest thing.
Are you serious? That's amazing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Did he ever coach you up specifically?
Absolutely not. No, he wouldn't have wasted his time with that. But, but he just had a moment, and he was basically said to Jason Sudeikis, who was sort of working with him on what to do.
Yeah.
Pep was just like, just tell me what to say, man. I'll do whatever you want. And he was great.
Oh, man. Did you, improve as a footballer? Did you do, how did you get better? I mean, because I didn't look at you. I'm like, yeah, I don't believe this guy.
Oh, that's good.
No, you were fearful of that?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah? I didn't think that at all.
We did do some training. I'd see it as more as choreography.
Sure.
I thought of it more as choreography. But the funny thing with it is that, unlike a dance where the variables are your feet and space and time and your partner you're dancing with a football, of course, it has, the football is spinning and, it's the grass is bobbling over the grass. There are so many variables with it. It makes it so hard. So really, we just tried to focus on, us moving to certain areas of the pitch and hoping that the ball followed us.
Right.
But the problem was then, I think that they cut it together so well, so they made us look like we were really good. So that I would then go and play a five-a-side with my mates, and we would get absolutely hammered, and someone would come up to me afterwards and be like, aren't you Jamie Tarr? And I'm there dripping in sweat, having just lost 6-0, and I'm like, shut up. Don't look at me.
What's your favorite scene that you were involved in Ted Lasso?
Ted. I think it's probably the bicycle scene with Brett. I mean, I just loved that so much because it would have been the most amazing week in Amsterdam, and it was at the culmination of Jamie's storyline, and Brett and I had this sort of quasi-love affair during the filming of the show, and it was just a really special time. And also, it had just been a really great episode to film that. And there were loads. There was any time that Jason had a speech, like a TED speech, was a really special time. And
well, the scene where the Believe sign rips,
right,
and the whole side team squad thinks we're done, we're toast, and that speech that comes right after that, spectacular.
Yeah.
Spectacular.
And there's a lot of reverence, when he was doing those speeches, and you all want to make sure you get it right. We've all got our small parts in that. And there's a wonderful kind of, I don't know, sort of allegory of us wanting just to serve the piece so that this moment can have space to breathe, and that Jason has the platform to be able to do this, and Ted can say these things, because we know what it means to us, we know what it would mean to these players, and we know what it means to the audience. So we wanted to really, if you feel it, you really, and certainly by season 3, when we were aware of the sort of impact or I don't know, the sort of ripples it had in the world a little bit. Not that you really try and let that in, but you just sort of, that the stakes are somewhat higher, that it means something to people, and you want to make sure you get it right. So, there were cool moments, yeah.
Well, pardon me for asking, but is Rooster preventing you from the new season of Ted Lasso?
No. That's just they are doing a new. It's the backroom staff is very similar, but there's a new team on Ted.
Okay.
And my wife is actually directing some of the new season, and so I have a sort of. I'm riding shotgun on her experience of it because I just want to stay near to it. But it's been an amazing thing. It changed my life, the show. And now, she's got her own experience with it. It's just a really special thing to feel.
That's so cool.
Involved with
that must be really great for you.
It is great. And also I get to see the show, and the show's still brilliant. And the new cast are so good. So good. And I think that, it's going to be an amazing thing in that it's going to have so many of those same hallmarks that people love of the show, but it's just got new, fresh blood, and they're all brilliant. It's going to be great.
So no Jamie Tartt cameos? No nothing? I don't know. Okay, I don't want to get into it. I shouldn't. Did I just tread on? I need to tread more lightly. Talk about Rooster, Rich. All right. Is there any similarities between Steve Carell and Sudeikis? You got anything on that front? Just from your own. Obviously, they're two brilliant, comic actors and serious actors all in the same body.
Yes.
Right? So
yes, those are two. I'm going to steal those.
Okay.
Say those.
All right.
My answers.
Please.
They both have this really lovely quality where they are two people who have made a career out of being really funny, and that people look to them to be funny. But when you're on set with them, they are the first people to laugh at other people's jokes. And I think that what I mean by that is they have the humility of going like, I want to platform you guys, to give you the space to be funny, and to that this is your set as well as mine, and that they have those similarities, and they're good leaders of the cast. You know, they set an example.
So they pass instead of scoring.
That's good. God, it's good, isn't it?
Believe, Phil, believe. Come on now.
That's right.
There it is.
Got me nominated.
It's great to have you here, man.
Thank you for having me.
I'm a big fan of everything you're doing. I think it's really neat. My wife sits in this chair when I'm not hosting. She's also the producer and co-host of a Women's Sports Now program that we're producing here. And I bring that up by saying to work with and share something work-wise with your wife is something that I cherish. And I think it's really neat that that's happening with you right now.
100%.
And so I'll keep an eye for the credits for the next season of Ted Lasso. But in the meantime, congrats on Rooster.
Thank you.
And I look forward to seeing where this season goes. And you've already been renewed for season 2. So congratulations on that.
Thank you very much. You're very kind.
Phil Dunster right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Back with your phone calls and more as we take a look at the rest of the weekend in sports when we come back.
Do you read more about your team in the off-season than in the season? Does your game day outfit include a brown bag with eye holes? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected. Because seeing your painted face in the rearview mirror after a loss isn't just depressing. It's distracting. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Another medical bill from the accident. Another bill, a letter from the insurance company saying they need more documentation.
Did you call them?
I've been on hold 3 times this week. Nobody's telling me anything. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We'll deal with the insurance company. We'll connect you with the right doctors for your injuries. We'll be your one call for everything.
Everything?
Everything. Postman Law. Injury attorneys who deliver peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You know, when it comes to making a big decision, I believe in doing your homework and working with people you trust. That's exactly what you'll find at Advantage Buick GMC in Hodgkins. No pressure, no unnecessary noise, just clear communication and a process designed to make you comfortable every step of the way. That's important to me, and I think it'll matter to you too. So, if a Buick or GMC is on your radar, I encourage you to visit Advantage Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Getting together with friends and family is one of life's greatest joys. But with the rise in misleading rumors that have sparked some confusion and worry about vaccines, our treasured community immunity could be at risk. Vaccines are one of the greatest innovations in modern medicine. Vaccines prompt children's immune systems to recognize and resist a disease. By making sure your child's immune system is ready to activate, vaccines help your child stay active, healthy, and safe. And high rates of immunization stop preventable diseases from spreading through our families, schools, and communities. It's true. Together, we are all healthier when everyone is vaccinated. So let's get together and let's thrive together. Talk with your pediatrician today about keeping up or catching up on routine childhood immunization. This message is brought to you by the American Academy of Pediatrics.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
There are many times I thought, I can't do this. I mean, what parent isn't worried about, what am I not doing right? What am I not doing enough? And then I realized, wait, that's being a parent.
Don't worry about being perfect. I've had around 3 other mother figures in my life, but only one of them has taught me how a mother loves.
The greatest reward for me is he makes me better every day.
I would tell a family considering adopting a teenager that teenager, whoever it is, needs you, and they need what you have to offer.
Taylor's giving me hope. He's our son, and that is what he will always be.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
I know how hard it is to win one. So, 3? I don't know, man. I'd take the under.
The SB Pod with Scott Van Pelt, wherever you get your podcasts.
Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Todd Archer is reporting that Pickens has not signed his tender yet?
Yeah. I mean, what's going on here? I thought it was done.
I don't know. What?
He can't get traded unless he signs the tender.
Right.
And he can't play unless he signs the tender. So I don't know what it's about.
There is less pie.
That part.
Because they could sign him to the tender and say, we're signing him to a long-term deal. But you can't do that after June 15th. All right? So anybody's wondering, what's this all about? I have no idea. It can also be that Pickens is, like, on vacation.
Exactly.
Although I did sign my first NFL Network contract while I was on my honeymoon from Venice and faxed it in.
Yeah.
I mean,
while Susie napped. I'll never forget that. I signed it. I'm like, there's my wife. She's napping on our honeymoon. There's Venice out there. What life is amazing. Life is amazing. And then I'm like, how do I say, because she was the one who could speak fluent Italian. And I'm like, how do I say to, the person that, Luigi at the front desk, I need to fax something.
First of all,
Steve Bornstein. Like,
what's his name?
How do
Luigi?
I don't know. I'm just shorthanding it. You know what I mean?
DocuSign exists.
DocuSign exists. That's true now. My bad. My bad.
DocuSign.
That's true.
It's over.
You can do that.
You even need to do
There's a way to electronically do it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to come up with stuff.
I don't know. Get on it.
Or the most likely scenario is we keep the Cowboys' name in the news because that's what.
Oh, so Jerry is telling him not to sign it so we can be in the Monday headlines?
Would it surprise anyone? Would it surprise you?
No. I don't know.
Maybe. I thought this was a done deal, guys.
I think.
I mean, we're just coming up with one reason after another.
What else you want to know?
Yeah, I know. What else do you want to know?
What else you want to know?
Well,
I don't know. And Stephen Jones saying he's playing on the tender means he's playing on the tender, or that's a negotiating position.
What's up, Trevor?
And if they do want to trade him, they might be like, we don't want to go to that team. So we're not being traded until we sign this thing. So find the team we want. Oh. And the team that we want isn't going to be signing my guy to a contract that's long-term to our liking. So we're not signing the tender. Or he just can't find a pen. I have no idea.
He's smoking something over there this morning.
We need Jack Klumpus. Take the pen.
Take the pen. I don't have an answer.
Writes upside down.
But it's something that's notable.
Get your damn act together.
Yeah, I don't like this right now.
Yeah,
let's go to David in Ohio.
Hey,
yeah.
Hey,
David. Okay.
Hey.
What's up, David?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I got 2 comments. First, I got to meet Chris Brockman and TJ Jefferson in Pittsburgh over the weekend.
Yep.
It was so great. They were so nice.
There he is.
Still a little hot. What's that?
We got a picture of you. I got a picture of you up on the screen.
Yeah, heck yeah. I sent it to Chris, and I got to meet them, did a little high register with Chris, and that was fun. And my other comment is for TJ.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if he saw Caleb Downs going through the Cowboys facility But do you think that maybe Jerry came in there with a Swiffer to wipe off the 30 years of dust off the trophy case there?
David.
Oh, boy.
I like David. David, we were so cool when you saw me at Permanis, man. And then you just had to go do that to me. But yeah, probably someone had to clean.
Was that your middle finger you were just flashing?
Oh, no. I said we were so close.
Oh, okay.
Why would no, I wouldn't flip somebody off on camera. I mean, off camera might be different.
All right. David.
Yeah.
And by the way, we did hire register on Thursday's program because of your suggestion.
Inspired by you, David.
You inspired us.
Yeah.
So don't take it the wrong way when I say this has been a pretty good phone call.
David, David went kind of higher register when he saw me in Permanis.
Yeah.
He was like, TJ Jefferson. Yeah. And I was like, oh.
Hey. Hey, David.
Hey, Rich, are you still there?
Yeah, I am. Yep.
Okay. Do you want to know the higher register I gave to Chris?
Give it to me.
I went up to him. I said, hey, Chris, you look pretty good without hair.
David in Ohio, everybody.
Oh, I had to take a shot.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Call back. There's
Hey, David.
David. I love that.
It was fun.
I love that. So he's a Steeler fan living in Ohio?
Yes.
Okay.
That's rough.
Just like Ben Roethlisberger.
That was a heck of a moment, too, because I've told you, Chris, the amount of times I've been at that Permani Brothers, my friend's a manager there, so to get recognized there of all places.
It was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool.
And we had a great lunch. It was
no
fantastic.
Doubt. Shout out to Missy Chuck.
Jealous.
We're so close. Now the schedule's about to get released.
Oh,
I think in a couple weeks.
17.
I know Vinny's already blowing us up about he wants to know what the Jets schedule is.
Pasquantino, right? He wants to know because the Jets are coming to Nashville, where I believe he makes his off-season home, and Kansas City, where he makes his in-season home.
He wants to make sure it's after the baseball season.
I hate this team.
Well, maybe not anymore. I mean,
kid's back.
Oh, fine. Vinny's like back. I mean, they nailed the
Jets are crushing.
They got They got four really good football players in the 50 picks, and we'll see the other ones. Really good players.
It's all up to Gino.
Yeah.
Oh, please! It has nothing to do with this year.
No, well,
nothing to do with this.
It's
year.
literally every year.
What's more likely?
They haven't had a quarterback.
Gino's gonna find a late career, a la Stafford and Rodgers and Brady. And I know I'm naming some names. He's gonna find a late career fountain of youth and be the Darnold of this situation. Or the next quarterback is in next year's draft.
Yeah,
and this team slowly but surely builds, and Aaron Glenn is the man to do it. I mean, I don't know what's more likely is. It's crazier things have happened.
Or David Bailey gets traded in 3 years.
Okay, this guy.
Why? History tells me that's what's going to happen.
I mean, he's got a little.
Listen, you are not off in the fact that year in and year out, Jet fans think this is it. This is it, either their year or this is the year that the drafted players coalesce and they begin to build and become a juggernaut. And we're waiting.
Yeah.
And David Bailey and Kenyon Sadiq and Omar Cooper are now the I guess, what would you say, Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson of the moment. And Sauce Gardner and Jermaine Johnson aren't there anymore. And
neither is Quinnen.
And Quinnen Williams year before, but those picks are now turning into the three I just mentioned and the three more that are next year. And if that happens, they're the first team to have 3 first-round picks in consecutive drafts. And if the GM's the right guy to do it and they start building this thing up the right way, then this is finally the rebuild that ends all previous rebuilds. This is the rebuild that ends the rebuilding. This is the building.
You sound like Sixer fans.
The process.
The process.
Never trust the process. I'm telling you that right now.
I understand that.
Peyton Pritchard just hit another thing.
Oh, I hate that
This
guy.
is the reality of the situation with the Jets. But good for Vinny. Vinny Pasquantino is the avatar of Jet fans saying they nailed it, and I'm into this rebuild.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You know?
Mother's Day is coming, and you gotta show love to the mothers in your life. You know you gotta take care of mom. Plus, my wife just became a first-time mom. So yeah, Mother's Day matters, and you gotta get it right. That's why I'm sending flowers from the Books Company. Right now, get 25% off with code CANTY. Books flowers are cut fresh, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. And it's easy. Pick the bouquet, the delivery date, and you're done. Mother's Day is May 10th, so don't wait. Go to Books.com, use code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute, those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
When is the last time you heard of an insurance company going bankrupt? I can't think of one. Now, when is the last time someone you know went bankrupt? According to USA Today, medical debt is the #1 reason people go bankrupt. Why is that? In large part, it's because when someone is injured through the negligence of another, the laws are written in favor of the insurance company. For example, the law requires you to file your claim by a deadline, and if you don't, you can never recover any money. But insurance companies don't have a deadline to offer you money and can string you along for years. Far too many times, we've seen someone seriously injured and unable to work as a result of someone else's negligence. Without income, they struggle to put food on the table and keep their lights on. And this is exactly what the insurance company wants to have happen, so you take less money than you deserve. That's why 40% of Americans have medical debt, and insurance companies rarely go bankrupt. It's a well-thought-out plan to squeeze the life out of you. For generations, insurance companies have had the odds in their favor. Shouldn't you have a law firm that has been helping its clients beat those odds for over 55 years? Call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Take it home this April at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. $300 grand is on the line, and you're at bat to win your share. Just play with your rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. Plus, your April drawing entries all count toward another prize drawing in June. It's the Base Race Game Show. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
What does life after service look like? Kicking back? Taking it easy? We believe it looks a little different. It looks like leading for all veterans, helping shape policies to make certain they get the benefits they've earned, and ensuring every veteran's voice is heard. It looks like advancing to meet today's veterans where they are, lifting them up and strengthening the bond that unites us. It looks like serving when disaster strikes, with boots on the ground helping our communities recover and rebuild. From the capital to our hometowns, we don't just show up when it's easy. We show up when it matters. Because a veteran's mission never truly ends, and neither does ours. The VFW, still leading, still advancing, still serving. Get involved at stillserving.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Visit v.org/donate.
Make your heart pills and buckle up.
This is the Rich Eisen Show. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, NFL Network analyst Daniel Jeremiah. Actor Phil Dunster. Coming up, NFL on Fox analyst Greg Olsen. Plus, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Right back here in Los Angeles, California. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. We chopped up the draft with Daniel Jeremiah in hour number 1. The TV show Rooster, starring Phil Dunster in part. He also, Jamie Tart from Ted Lasso back in the day. We just had a great chat with him. If you missed anything, go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. That's where the Overreaction Monday podcast post-NFL draft is residing. Joining us here, one of our favorites on the program, and it is great to see him here, courtesy of the Relax, It's a Blood Test campaign that highlights making sure you are screened for prostate cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Olsen back on the program from Fox Sports. Good to see you, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, it's good to see you, Rich. What's going on, man?
I'm better for seeing you. What'd you think of the draft?
You know, I thought it was fun. You know, I find that there's so much coverage going in and so much speculation and so many stories and articles written and obviously a million mock drafts. So, you know, I feel like by the time the draft comes, we all have a pretty decent sense of who are the guys. I think the Ty Simpson pick obviously was the main kind of surprise, at least in the top half of night one. You know, certainly I don't think a lot of people had the Rams going quarterback there, kind of in a win now mode with Stafford and all of that. But, you know, I enjoy the draft. I think it's fun to see how teams, you know, view the draft board. You can get a really good sense of what teams value certain positions. And, you know, no two organizations approach those elements kind of the same way. And I think it gives you a really good insight into how certain teams view roster building and roster construction. And I enjoy that aspect of it a lot.
Well, I mean, you know, since you were part of the Combine coverage for a couple of years on NFL Network, you know how we normally handle things on NFL Network, which is not to immediately say this is terrible or, you know, this is something that's a total surprise and they shouldn't have done. You know, it takes a while to figure this stuff out, and you know what it's like to also develop a quarterback. So that's my long-winded setup by asking you what you thought of Ty Simpson being chosen by the Rams.
Yeah, certainly after every selection, after every draft, you know, every NFL front office, we never have seen a coach or a front office personnel, GM, president, ever get up there and say, you know, the draft, it didn't fall the way we wanted.
Yeah.
We didn't get any of the guys that were at the top of our board.
I know, man. You see the draft rooms, right? They drafted the pick, 230th pick overall, and they're all hugging and high-fiving and shaking hands, like, and they're clapping. You know, I hear you. I know.
You know, so I think everyone exits the draft with a renewed sense of optimism. I think that, you know, in the big picture is a big reason why the NFL is king. I think every season, organizations, players, coaches, front office, of course, fans, there is a renewed annual optimism going into every season, and that's what makes it fun. That's what makes every team feel like they can compete. But, you know, specifically about the Ty Simpson pick, and then I think, you know, the press conference that followed with McVay, I think there was some speculation about his body language, and I think his explanation was actually really sound. You know, here's a guy who's a highly animated, super engaging, big personality, and then him and Les Snead sit in front of the media following the Ty Simpson pick, and, you know, he seems a little bit more subdued than we're traditionally used to seeing him. But in his mind, he's doing it out of respect for, Matthew Stafford and, the MVP, and a guy that just, had the season of his career at this stage, who, you're up there being a cheerleader and pounding on the table for how excited you are about this new rookie. And, could it be seen as a jab to Stafford? So I think in McVay's mind, that's what he was trying to portray, and it certainly makes sense. In their mind, they probably don't ever think that they're going to draft that high. I think with the success that they envision having this year and with that young talent and their ability to draft well the last couple of years, they feel like their roster is set up for a lot of success. And, if you want a quarterback in the first round, you're probably taking them in the top half, top 10. So there they are sitting there in the top half to draft. Maybe they don't think in the next couple of years they'll ever be there again. And Ty Simpson is a guy that they believe he's not the quarterback this year. He might not be the quarterback next year, but we've seen teams, do that. Look at Green Bay with Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers with Favre. I mean, there's Mahomes. So we can see a lot of really good quarterbacks that were drafted when there was a clear starter in place. And 1, 2, 3 years later, they transitioned in and have had great success.
Yeah, I just I go back and forth on it, Greg, where obviously how difficult it is to win in the NFL, and you could use the 13th overall pick on somebody who turns into Jared Verse, because whenever Les does use a first-round pick, it works, even though he rarely does it. And then, you could draft a rookie, and then it's got to be Jared Verse in order to get on the field, because Sean doesn't play rookies. It's just it's a tough one to wrap your arms around, especially when, the whole, they didn't get anybody for Matthew Stafford thing is blown up when Trent McDuffie's on the back end of this defense now, right? And you take a look at how also I liked what Seattle did too. They didn't have many picks, but they went ahead and they got the second running back off the board, kind of dug that. What do you think of the Carson Beck pick by Arizona? I mean, he might be the first starter of the quarterback group this year, Greg.
Yeah, and that's where things, everybody wants to be. We'll just stick with the quarterback position because it's the easiest one to talk about. Everybody wants to be the first quarterback taken. Everybody wants to be drafted as early as humanly possible. You want to be the first overall pick. You want to be a top 10 pick, so on and so forth. Where it gets really tricky is when you become the top pick of the lower mid rounds, because you don't get the luxury of being, the 25th pick, the 20th pick in the first round. There's a contract. There's a different element of being a first rounder, but you also go towards a team that, traditionally speaking, was one of the worst teams in the league last year, unless they got that pick via trade or whatnot. So you look at Carson Beck going in, those, subsequent day 2, 3 rounds, but you're at the top. You go to Arizona, a team that's clearly searching for their new identity. LaFleur, Mike LaFleur, now the head coach, going there trying to establish, what are we going to be? How are we going to kind of rebound following, what's been a difficult run these last couple of years? They make a coaching change. They move on at quarterback from Kyler Murray. So, yeah, do you want to be the young quarterback playing? Of course. But do you want to be the young quarterback that's being thrust into a situation where maybe the roster around you is not real strong? Maybe the growth of the team is not really where we want it to be for you to go out there and really be evaluated and be in a position to have success? I think every organization in the NFL fights that battle. They're going to fight it in Las Vegas with Fernando Mendoza, right? Do you start Fernando Mendoza from day one, let Kirk Cousins be his backup and just let him take some lumps early? Or do you let Kirk Cousins go out there and be the veteran and let Fernando Mendoza sit behind him? We've seen teams do both. Playing as a young quarterback helps. Playing as a young quarterback in a situation where you are going to have a hard time finding success and you're just going to get beat down over and over again because of the pieces around you or the status of the organization. We've seen it be detriment. We've seen it be a detriment to the future career of a young player, but we've also seen young players become better. So it's a very case-by-case basis, and you have to trust that these coaches and organizations know the personality traits of the player and which box they fall in.
Greg Olsen here on the Rich Eisen Show, NFL on Fox, and we'll talk about a crucial blood test to prevent prostate cancer. and find out what's going on in your body. Important subject matter we'll get to in a second right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Also, a draft can inform about what a team's about to do. And it sure looks like Mekhi Lemon, drafted by the Eagles, on top of Dontavian Wicks being acquired, on top of Hollywood Brown being signed, does mean A.J. Brown is going elsewhere. And you've got Sean Mannion now coming in, pardon me, Sean Mannion coming in now to be the new offensive coordinator. Walk me through whatever you would know about the Mannion system, Hurts's, abilities, all coming together to try and get this offense together. And it sure sounds like it's going to be a lot of new pieces for the Philadelphia Eagles coming into this season, with the Giants getting better, the Cowboys hitting the heck out of the defensive side of the ball in the draft. What do you think, Greg, about the Eagles' offensive challenges that we're about to see coming up?
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a pretty significant change in just the way it looks, right? The way it's presented. I think the Mannion system, the tree he's coming from, the organizations and the coaches that he's been with, is going to be more of the, not necessarily the modern day McVay, but like think the Shanahan, LaFleur, under center, play action, turning your back to the defense, not sitting there and shotgun RPO quarterback read that we've seen really Jalen Hurts for the most part throughout the course of his career. Now, certainly it's a great fit for Jalen Hurts from what he did in college and what he's done growing up, and certainly fits his play style, his ability to be a designed runner. You don't want to put those guys under center very often because you lose the threat of the quarterback being a part of the run game, being a part of the RPO passing game and whatnot. I do think as they've shown the reluctance to run Jalen Hurts as much as they did earlier in his career, certainly the benefits of sitting in shotgun all day long have been diminished. So I think getting him more comfortable under center, working on the footwork, being comfortable turning your back to the defense on play action pass before you reset and find your crossers and whatnot. So I think visually it might look a little bit different. And then obviously that ties in with a little bit of a different run game with Saquon. And again, there's a lot of residual impacts when you make, radical changes in the presentation of your system. I think in regards to the wide receiver position and A.J. Brown, it's been one of the bigger mysteries in the NFL over the last couple of seasons. You're talking a premier wide receiver duo, on the outside with A.J. Brown, and we got tight ends, with Goddard and Saquon, and they got two of the best tackles in the league off it. So you start looking at the roster and you go, okay, this should be the best offense in football. And at times over the years, they've been awesome. And this past year, obviously not, the consistency and the high level production certainly wasn't there. So all indications are they are going to move on from A.J. Brown. I've always been of the mindset of like, you better have a really good plan in place before you just letting great players go out the door. And A.J. Brown is a fantastic wide receiver in the NFL. They've had a hard time building that passing game around his strengths, over long periods of time. So I think now you draft in the first round, you acquire Wicks in free agency. So there's clearly a plan that Howie Roseman does have in place that they feel like it is addition by subtraction. There are examples of that throughout the league where you do let go one star player and things do get better. But in those cases, traditionally, you've gotten better either at the same position of the player that's left, or you've gotten better around him, or the system has changed. So they certainly check all those boxes as far as the transition to this new system for the upcoming season. But I just, knowing what it's like to play with big time receivers like A.J. Brown, I got to play with Steve Smith. I've gotten to play with, those guys are unique, and those guys change things on game day. And if you're going to let guys like that walk out, you better have a really good plan. And Howie Roseman has shown, in my opinion, he's a top 2 personnel guy in the entire league. And if anyone's earned the right to make these decisions and have to trust that it's going to work out, it's him.
And then there's the advent of the tight end position becoming such a crucial part of, you mentioned the Shanahan, McVay offenses that have become more proliferate in the league. Ben Johnson in Chicago. And I remember when Loveland got drafted, it was like, well, they already have Cole Kmet. Like right now, if you don't have 2 or 3 or 4, right? I mean, the Rams got another one, like 16 personnel's coming. in this league, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like this is what we're seeing currently. Wouldn't you agree, Greg?
Oh, absolutely. We used to joke that we need to find 05 personnel, right? Like there's no backs, there's no.
Nice.
We're just gonna have all the eligibles. Are just gonna be tight ends, but I think it's a really interesting trend, and it goes back to kind of my first when you asked me just my thoughts on the draft.
Yep.
I think aside from the individual players and their stories, which are great, you do get a pretty good sense of the direction of where the league is going and where leagues value certain positions at certain, draft stages and certain pay scales and, and obviously positions. So I do think that especially in those middle to late rounds, the teams continuing to load up on the tight end position, there's a lot of different factors. Number one, there's just more of them, right? When I came into the league, it was a lot of converted receivers. It was a lot of guys who used to play basketball. They used to play quarterback. Everyone kind of became a tight end because whatever you were doing prior, you kind of reached the end of your rope. Now kids grow up playing tight end. Now kids are high school tight ends, college tight ends. It's a premier position. Some of the biggest stars around the NFL now play the tight end position. So it's just an entirely different growth pattern, like along the way for these young tight ends coming, into and out of college. And then big picture wise, NFL play style, you've seen that as defenses have gone small, they've gone bend but don't break. Everyone plays deep coverage. And if you're going to score on me, you're not going to throw it over my head. Teams have said, okay, there is an inherent advantage to getting bigger on offense, right? More tight ends, getting under center, running the ball at people. And the idea, you look at the Rams, who you brought up, it's a great example. The success that the Rams had throughout the course of the season, and Seattle was very similar on their way to the Super Bowl, they were getting big because the idea is you're getting big because you want to run the ball at me. And as teams then on defense started matching them, what happened? All of a sudden now Jackson Smith and Jigba and Puka Nakua and all these receivers out of these big personnel groupings, it turns into a pass game. Mm-hmm. So there's a little cat and mouse there now as offenses are going to react to what defensive strategy is and getting big guys on the field, as many of them as you can, but with the idea being, yes, we want a threat to run at you, but we really want to have a threat to throw the ball at you. So the more guys that I can have in those personnel groupings, the better.
Yeah, and the Eagles drafted Eli Stowers, like to go with Goddard. There's your two there. I mean, You're seeing more and more of these teams do this over and over again, and it's changed things around. What's relax? It's a blood test, Greg.
Yeah, so it's really been a lot of fun for anyone who tuned into the Super Bowl this past year. We had our big Super Bowl commercial debut. A bunch of tight ends, both current and former alike, came together. It was a fun play on kind of relax your tight end. And there's kind of a stigma around prostate cancer screening, and it's the most common form of cancer among men in the United States. But with early detection, very treatable. And the idea is just to get this campaign and let people know, like, it is a simple blood test, and it is very easy to diagnose. It is very easy to detect early, and it can save lives. So a conversation that probably years ago was not the easiest one for men to have with each other. We had a lot of fun with it, a really cool kind of play on tight ends and relaxing them. And I think everyone can kind of put two and two together there, what the idea was.
Right, yeah.
It was really well thought out. Novartis has been a great partner, and this campaign has reached millions and millions of people all throughout the country, and it's going to save a lot of lives.
Yeah, relax. It's a blood test. Everybody should make sure to prevent whatever you can a cancer that affects 1 in 8 men in the United States, and it can be screened with a simple blood test. Greg, you're good, and I'll give you the floor on your hat and your shirt too. I know what it is, but go for it.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, so
buddy.
Youth Inc. is a platform that we started all around youth sports. The consumer-facing element of it is, youth sports content and our coaching and stories and interviews, and we bring on guests and specialists all across the youth sports landscape. For anyone who's raising a kid in today's world, son or daughter, it is an ever-changing youth sports experience. There's a lot of good, there's some bad, and there's a lot of unknowns. And then kind of the backbone of all of that is there's a commerce engine for custom fanware, custom gear for your son's travel ball team, your daughter's travel basketball, their school sports. So it's a really cool platform. It's doing a lot of education, and our overall goal, just try to improve the experiences that families and children alike are having in the youth sports landscape of America. And it's something I do virtually every single day of my life, and we love it.
And it's always a pleasure having you on here, Greg Olsen. You're one of my favorites, and I'll have you on anytime you're up for it, brother. Thank you.
Anytime. I always joke, my TV career started with you and Mayock, and
that's right.
Down on the ground doing NFL combine drills and evaluating the gauntlet. And here we are all these years later. You've always been great, and much appreciate all the support you've given me.
You survived us. You survived. You survived.
You started it all. I appreciate everything you've done.
I still feel the same way about the gauntlet drill, man. Like, why do we have a drill where you catch it 5 times and you drop the football? Like, you got to catch it. You know what I mean? Like, they don't complete the process, Greg. I understand it's about how you can hold, how you hold your hands, how you catch it, what your hands look like, and how you can, run in a straight line and make sure you're doing the right thing. But these guys don't complete the process every time.
There's a lot of things in the evaluation process that we could probably do better, and we'll save that for my next visit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Olsen, take care of yourself, bud. You be well.
Hey, Greg. I appreciate it.
NFL on Fox analyst, one of the better. I just worked with Joel Klatt over the weekend. Now with our friend Greg Olsen right here on the program. In a world that needs a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you are hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters. You just heard about youth sports. Just make sure they keep the cleats off the seats. So the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, also all about comfort. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details. When we come back, baseball. And I thought baseball was the only sport in which the unwritten rules being broken are applicable. That's next. This is the Rich Eisen Show. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an Audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an Audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. The Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark. 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
A date night plan.
Buy tickets to see South Pacific.
A 10-time Tony-winning Rodgers and Hammerstein classic.
At Aurora's Paramount Theater.
It's got everything.
Wartime drama.
A little intrigue.
And a love story that actually delivers.
Plus tunes we all know.
Some enchanted evening.
And Paramount always raises the bar.
Wash that man right out of my hair.
With their Broadway-ready productions.
South Pacific.
April 29th.
Through June 14th.
Tickets start at $31 at the box office.
Date night plan.
For the win.
Get the tickets.
ParamountAurora.com.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped a well-pitched rubber game 2-1 to the Washington Nationals in 10 innings on Sunday afternoon at Wright Field. The game was scoreless into the 10th when the Nationals scored 2 times off Sir Anthony Dominguez. The Sox got 1 in the bottom of the inning, but it wasn't enough. The silver lining Sunday was Sean Burke. He pitched 7 1/3 innings of shutout ball in bulk relief. Tonight, the Sox welcome in the Angels at 6:40 6:40 p.m. Join us for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including Miller Lite draft beers, Garrett popcorn, Stadium Buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. Boom! You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that too. And here's what matters most, trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bridgeview and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Carmen and Jurko, now 9 a.m. to noon, weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Back on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH, number to dial right here on the program. Baseball.
Very, very good.
Let's go to the phone lines.
I don't think we need to talk
Evan in Denver. Evan in Denver. What do you want to chime in about, Evan? What do you want to talk about, Evan?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
What's going on, Evan? What up, man? What do you want to talk about?
This is for TJ. Yeah. TJ, I am unfortunately a Rockies fan, and I've been through many heartbreaks, but I was just wondering how you are feeling getting swept by the Rockies coming off one of the worst seasons in baseball.
Rockies fans calling in and giving some shade.
You know, it's just like dealing
to a Met fan.
So deal with other people. Rockies who have never won a championship. At least we have some. I'm more concerned with the NFL draft right now.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I'm more concerned.
Evan, you bring this smoke all you want, man.
Well, he's in Denver. Of course he brings
did the Rockies sweep the Mets with Juan Soto back in the lineup? Did that happen?
I mean, that's old stuff. We're on to the next one now.
Did they sweep? Did they just a doubleheader? Or did they take all the games in New York?
All the games.
They took all the games.
Oh. It is interesting because we have one of the lowest payrolls in MLB, and the Mets, I think, have the highest.
Yeah, it's up there. It's up there. The Dodgers probably have the highest, but you never know.
Yeah, I think
Evan, thanks for calling.
That's true.
Thank you. Please keep calling back.
It's like the way you act about this.
Yeah, you got the standing.
Like the Yankees weren't like the torchbearers.
No. The Yankees
overspending.
Yankees just won it. They won 8 in a row, and now they're 8 over 500. And the other team is 10 under in the Mets town. It's odd. And then in between, you've got a Red Sox team that's won 2 in a row.
2 in a row, baby.
One of them,
We're hot.
A winning streak that began with Alex Cora managing the team to a 17-1 victory, which is interesting to be 11 and 17. Those numbers, if you reverse them, were 17. You take off one of the ones. That's the score.
Good for the
and then he got fired with most of the coaching staff.
Yeah.
And did you see this one? The van that they sent for the coaches to be taken to the airport was in a van that's from Coaches for Hire. That's the name of the service.
So bad.
It's the name of the service. Coaches for Hire.
Sick.
Interesting. That's what a great move.
We're a first-class organization.
Yeah.
A van at least.
Hey, Coaches for Hire. We've got managers and coaches to take.
5
Hello?
if you want to.
Hello. Coaches for Hire, can you take?
What a joke.
I mean,
you want to say something? You got the floor. I'll give you the floor. What do you want to say?
What is there to say? We're an embarrassment. This is what I put onto it. We're the Marlins in fancier clothes. Like, we're not serious. Totally not serious. Do not care about winning. Just sell the team. If this is how you're going to behave, Alex Cora is probably happy to be done with this organization and these guys, this front office. Like, complete joke. I'm not switching. I'm still gonna watch. I still care, but like, what are we doing?
Yeah, John Henry did not show up to the press conference
and didn't talk. And when the players wanted to give input, he said, no, you're here to play baseball. Told them to shut up and dribble, essentially. Great, cool. Really exciting. I'm sure everyone's pumped to put that uniform on every day.
Well, they won again. They are pros. They won. They won the next day.
Great, cool. That's their job.
I know that. That's what apparently they were told.
That's what they're told. That's what their job.
Oh, we'll be taking no questions.
Yeah.
But on your deathbed, you'll have total consciousnly.
Yeah, great.
There'll be no questions. Says the llama.
Yeah, so
cool. You got that going for you.
Cool.
Which is nice.
Just sell the team.
I'll tell you this. When I said we're going to keep on updating the standings just for our 3 teams, didn't think the Mets would be 10 under
and
on the Monday after the draft.
Fired.
And then your guy gets fired. And Alex Cora would be fired.
Who's won a World Series.
I can't imagine.
And the team who is not good in 2021 was like a couple of plays away from going back to the World Series.
Right. I can't. I'm stunned. I would not have guessed that.
Fired.
It's crazy.
On that opening day where the Pirates put up like a 3 spot, right? And then the Mets knock schemes out of the game. Yep. I'm like, okay, here we go.
That's a back.
Here we go. Is it a Mets town after all? Nope. It's not.
No. Still early, man.
It's still early. That's right.
My goodness.
We got like 10 under.
We got like 13
you and the
more
Phillies,
man.
You and the Phillies are in the private pile world of you know what right now.
Are terrible.
Woo. Oh, baby. Yanks won 8 in a row. I just wanted them to win yesterday so I'd come in on a 9-game win streak. 9. But they lost.
No, you're good. I mean, you guys are the second best team in baseball.
No, they're not.
Record-wise.
They're close.
Oh, no, wait. Dodgers, Padres.
Dodgers and Padres.
Padres, yeah.
Reds are 18-10, too.
By the way, the Reds are playing well.
Nobody's talking about the Reds.
Well, the NL Central's playing very well.
Yeah.
As a whole.
My teams are doing great.
You don't even. You're not allowed to talk in these.
My teams are doing great.
Kill your own mic, please.
Poll over here.
My team. Kill your
unwritten rule. Unwritten rule. When your team is about to win a playoff basketball game by double digits, and you have the ball
with
1 second left.
I mean,
do you score or you just dribble it out?
I am Team Jokic in this.
I am too.
I am not.
I am too. Did you see Shaq said he would windmill Vince Carter dunk it, and Charles then said I'd be gunning for you. I'd say who wants $500 to take him out? I'm Jokic as well. That's
all Jokic did was
disrespectful.
get in
Just
his
dribble
face.
it out.
That dude put his hands on Jokic.
Well,
Yeah, but no,
Jokic charged at him like George Brett lost his home run to Pine
And by the way, when are we going to get
That's
on
what he looked like.
Jokic about this? He did the game before that. Anthony Edwards had the ball in his hand. There was a timeout called. They were going to commercial. So Ant's sitting there. Jokic does the same thing, runs out of his way to go try to grab the ball from Ant. It was unnecessary.
Did you see Jaden McDaniels after the game? They said, what did Jokic say to you? Or did you say something to him?
Just saw a big
he just said, I just saw a man big as hell coming at me.
Like, come on. That was okay for him to run the whole way across down the court. He did more running there than probably the previous.
I don't know. Just dribble it out. Just dribble it out.
You didn't have to take the ball. You just could stand there and the game's over.
Or the clock's still running and your momentum is carrying you towards the basket.
Just dribble it out.
No, what are we doing here?
Come on.
Stop being a baby.
Not being a baby. Just dribble it out.
I'm saying it like that was ridiculous what he did.
I thought he was being immature by scoring.
Wow, then I'm glad I'm here because the three of us do not think of
we're by the way, this is totally taking the oxygen out of. Oh, by the way, Anthony Edwards is hurt.
And probably out multiple weeks.
How about that?
The team said officially week to week, but
in this,
Sham said 3 weeks.
In these playoffs, though, let's go ahead and see. So Wembanyama's out, they win. He returns, they lose.
After having a huge halftime lead.
Right? Or
it was the other way around?
Wait, what are you talking about?
My bad.
They won yesterday.
Yeah, Portland was up big, and San Antonio came back.
They came back and won. But I'm just saying that also...
but they won when he was out.
The Lakers don't have all the players that they need.
No.
Those stars, they're going 3-0. Did you think that was a technical foul, a flagrant on DeAndre Ayton? The elbow to Şengün's head. Even Şengün was like, I can't believe they ejected him for it.
Yeah, especially in the playoffs.
Or they flagranted him.
I think in the playoffs, you got to do a lot to get thrown out of these games.
Did you see at the end of the game, two guys, I forget which two it were, got into not even a scuffle that even you'd remember, and they both got tossed with like a minute left in the game. Like
the thing about the Jokic thing too is, remember back in the David Stern days when those dudes, was it the Knicks? They put like one toe on the line coming on the court,
and everyone gets ejected.
Everyone was on the court in this game.
Well, the game was over. So
there was 1 second left.
Was there? I thought that was.
I thought it was the buzzer. They just let the clock run out after he scored.
I don't know.
I mean, they were right in front of their bench anyway.
But still, that was back in the day.
Man.
You got suspended.
Did you see the Sam Amick report from the Athletic that if the Knicks, even if they make the Eastern Conference Finals or win the East, that Mike Brown's still on the hot seat? This whole thing has been nuts, man.
It's your boy.
These playoffs have been
fired Tibbs?
Off the charts so far. Off the charts.
Also, do we think Houston's coming back, right?
No.
Oh, God.
Really?
It's going to be
Kevin
tough.
Durant hasn't even played in this
I understand
series, it feels
that.
like.
I understand
and they're down 3-1.
The Lakers can win one. The Lakers can
Not
win
if they
one.
play like last night.
Jeffrey in San Francisco, you're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Jeffrey?
Hey, Rich.
What's up, bud?
How you doing, man?
How are you?
Hey, good. Listen, great draft coverage.
Thank you, sir.
And great Jets draft, dude. Yeah, happy for you.
Thank you.
Back in the day, Ravens used to open their stadium on draft day, and we had a blast going down there, kicking field goals and having fun.
Mm-hmm.
I was 0-15, Rich, on my field goals, just so you know.
Yeah, well, there's next year.
It happens. Hey, what do you think of that guard, and is that going to fix some of our problems? Because I'm not convinced.
I love him. He's got Gold Jack written on him, and I don't usually say that. That's all I hear. He's that good, man. He is that good. He is that good, and I love the pick. And, Jesse Minter comes from the Harbaugh world, and that was it, man. I thought that was a totally Raven pick. It would have been a John Harbaugh pick. Minter comes from the John and Jim world. That works, man. That tracks. I loved it. I like him.
All right.
Couldn't be bigger on it.
Hey, can I give you a dog thing real quick before we go?
Okay.
Have you seen a documentary called Inside the Mind of a Dog?
I have not.
Oh, my gosh. Your buddy Rob Lowe narrates it, Rich, and you need to watch it this week.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah, Red Alert. It's really, really good.
Thank you for the call. That's Jeffrey in San Francisco.
Inside the Mind of a Dog.
Yeah, hey, listen, going to Susie and say you want to watch a documentary on dogs. So we're very, very
old.
You're in there.
Right.
Did you see, speaking of the Ravens, did you see what our buddy Mike Silver reported in The Athletic?
I did not.
Eric DaCosta, who, as we all know, was the general manager who told the general manager who told John Spytek, that trade for Max Crosby, it's not working.
Take backsies.
And everyone's like, does that mean DaCosta's going to get his by his own industry? Like, are other general managers going to trade with them or not? Or is he going to reap what he has just sown? Well, it was his right to do it. And I was like, it'll be next year and next year's new league year netherworld of stuff's not official until new league year begins. And maybe that's when people will hold off on dealing with him or not. I have no idea if this is, in fact, born out of what happened between the Raiders and the Ravens. But according to Mike Silver, who did this whole write-up on DaCosta and spoke with him, quote, from Saturday night, with 3 enticing options, DaCosta at 14 was willing to trade back, and he thought he had a deal worked out with a team, which he declined to name, that would keep the Ravens picking in the teens and allow them to pick up extra 4th-round picks in each of the next 2 drafts. Once on the clock, however, the trade fell through. This time it was not DaCosta's doing. Quote from DaCosta, we had something on the table, but inexplicably, they told us they'd changed their mind. They changed the deal, and we passed. End quote.
Oh, interesting.
What do you think?
The changed our mind.
Inexplicably, they're like, yeah, everything
what?
that we planned, no, we're not doing it.
Picking in the teens. Okay.
Wouldn't say the name of the team.
All right. Let's see.
According to Mike, with the 14th selection, DaCosta targeted a cluster of players that included offensive linemen, Spencer Fano, Francis Mawanoa, and Ioane, wide receivers Carnell Tate and Jordan Tyson, and tight end Kenyon Sadiq. Ruben Bain was also there for the taking. As you know, Fano, Mawanoa, Carnell Tate, and Jordan Tyson were gone. Ioane and Kenyon Sadiq still sitting there. Sadiq went to the Jets 2 picks later. Bain, the very next pick, to Tampa. I'm telling everybody, I know what Sadiq might look like for the Jets and how good Ruben Bain looked in Tampa.
You imagine Sadiq on
this kid,
Ravens?
This guard from Penn State. I never talk about what guards look like at the combine unless they've got flowing red hair. This guy, he was dominating. And I looked at Daniel in a commercial break. I might even said on the air, I'm like, is this kid a top 10 pick? Why are we not? He goes, just interior lineman. That's it. Yeah. You're just not going to draft a guard in top 10. I'm telling everybody. The Ravens might have done a favor for whoever changed the deal inexplicably. And they chose wisely. This kid is really, really good. But I just wonder if somebody's like, oh, see if, tell me how that tastes.
Yeah, who's
Kobe?
Who's friends with people on the Raiders?
I forgot about that.
Well, Spytek came from Tampa, right?
Kobe, brother.
Huh?
Spytek came from Tampa?
Yes.
Okay. There's the team in the teens.
I don't know. He wouldn't name it, but an interesting report from Mike Silver.
Yeah, they got a good one, though.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll wrap up this Monday show. 2 great in-studio guests tomorrow to tell you about. Don't go anywhere. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A damp basement can turn into a big problem fast.
Family Waterproofing is a veteran-owned company built on integrity, discipline, and craftsmanship.
We specialize in basement waterproofing, foundation repair, and crawl space solutions that keep your home dry and secure year-round.
We don't believe in shortcuts.
Just proven systems and dependable service.
If you see signs of water intrusion,
don't wait. Reach out to our team at familydry.com.
This is Ken.
And I'm Maria, and we are Family Waterproofing, your basement's best defense.
White Sox fans, there's only one way to enjoy baseball season, with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and made for baseball, Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside is only 100 calories with 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Surfside, proud partner of the Chicago White Sox. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Most people think that an insurance company is only obligated to pay, at most, the full extent of the policy limit. And usually that's true. But at the Verdoliak Law Group, we've proven that's not always the case. Recently, we represented an elderly woman who was injured in an accident. She suffered significant injuries that dramatically diminished the quality of her life. This was clearly a case that was worth more than the insurance limit. But we knew that since she was elderly, the insurance company was going to play their delay game and stretch things out as long as possible. Knowing this, we gave the insurance company 30 days to pay the full policy limit and told them if they didn't pay within the 30 days, we'd never accept the full policy and would pursue more. Sure enough, they delayed another 14 months before offering to pay their full limit. But unlike most law firms, we didn't accept it. At this point, the insurance company was left a simple decision: voluntarily pay our client 3 times their policy limit or go to trial against the Verdoliak Law Group and risk paying far more. They chose to pay. If you want a law firm that's not going to let the insurance company dictate what you deserve, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. Boom! You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most: trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together. Let's drive.
While gas prices are going up, there's one price that's always the same: the CTA. You can travel anywhere in Chicagoland for just $5 a day on the CTA. And with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Stop budgeting for gas and start enjoying the city. Let CTA be your driver. Not only will you save money, you'll avoid the stress of traffic and having to search for parking. Easily plan your route at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
1 in 10 people age 50 and older in the U.S. have early age-related macular degeneration.
Because macular degeneration often has no early symptoms, many don't know they have it until irreversible vision loss has already occurred. Well, when I first found out that I had macular degeneration, it was really scary. I mean, my eyes are my living.
What's most important for me to see my family, my loved ones, my pickleball game, everything I do is dependent upon my vision.
Being able to see, be able to spend time with my children, be able to travel is extremely important. And I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't have my vision. Don't miss life's most beautiful moments.
Schedule a comprehensive eye exam to protect your sight.
Macular Degeneration Research, a Bright Focus Foundation program, offers free resources and tips for healthy vision.
Go to stopamd.org to learn more.
Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller. Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura.
Don't ever give up.
Visit v.org/donate.
All sorts of good stuff. Now that the draft is in the books, teams are still focused on developing future franchise players just like they were before and just like they're trying to draft. There's also fresh starts and fine-tuning their final rosters. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors is a choice you can trust, with experts who help find the right products for your needs and install them with care. Discover why Pella Windows and Doors is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. Make life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors. Let's go to Terzo and I. Has been hanging on for the whole darn show. What's up, Terzo? How are you, bud?
Hey, doing well, guys. Hey, Rich, dogs are human.
Thank you.
I do agree with you,
Thank
bud.
you, sir.
Obi would have done the exact same thing, and if I stopped going to Carl's, people would start calling up asking where the dog is. I don't think they'd be too worried about me. But I got to thank you guys for showing Bob Odenkirk the graphic that you guys put up. That was pretty awesome.
He loved it.
Appreciate you guys.
He loved it.
Very cool.
Hey, Terzo, we had
my mom.
Sorry to interrupt. We had a friend of ours from Pella Windows who lives in Des Moines, and he says he knows all about Carl's Bar.
Yeah.
So
we told him about you
we
too.
were talking about you. Yeah.
Carl's guy.
What's on
And
your mind?
I would imagine if he stopped in there, he's probably met Obi once or twice. Talk about just kind of recap the draft. You know, I thought with the Niners moving out of the first round, I wasn't too upset with that. I thought that was probably some smart moves, and especially with the Cardinals taking Love, who I don't think that's the best fit for them, and with the Rams taking Ty, I just didn't, I think that just was not a good pick, and I have to agree with Brockman. So I was kind of excited that the two divisional rivals kind of made some hiccups there in the first round.
Yeah, buddy.
I just think the Niners kind of reached for some of the players that we drafted. And, I would have really liked Jennings Dunkard there in the third instead of taking the running back from Indiana. I thought that he would have fit in perfectly with this team. And so we'll see how it turns out. I'm not in the room, like we always say. I don't think we addressed our needs like we needed to.
I don't know. I mean, the Niners and Lynch are getting beat up right now. I mean, let's see how Deshaun Stribling looks. And Kalen Black, he was the first non-combine player drafted third round. I watched him play with Indiana, and I think he's going to do well for you. We shall see. And thanks for the call. I don't know. The Niners, I know that their drafts get low rated, but they seem to get some gems, man. And then, last year, a lot of those defenders that they drafted for Salah turned out to be okay. I mean, they damn near won their conference.
You are seeing that a lot, though, today of like, why do the Niners always reach in their draft?
Well, dude, the video of watching the Bills fans so upset that Josh Allen got drafted? You see that? Doesn't age well at all. C- for Patrick Mahomes from certain, please.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza, well, let's see what he can do, for instance. Right? He wouldn't even be first overall if it was a different draft.
That's probably true.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's now a Las Vegas Raider, and he got welcomed by his teammates via text. Interesting who hit him up.
Yeah, I was blessed. This morning and last night, I was able to get a text from a couple of guys like Max Crosby, Tyler Linderbaum, Colton Miller, and Kirk Cousins. And I'm sure there's been more. I'm looking forward to reaching out to all my new teammates, and most of those guys. It's been a whirlwind in the past couple hours. But Kirk sent me a really nice text. I'm looking forward to working with him, learning anything I can from him, and just a great, not only teammates that I'm able to learn from, but also the great coaches.
Mm-hmm. Max Crosby, welcome to the team, kid. Tyler Linderbaum, welcome to the team. Colton Miller. I mean, they've got some players there, man. So if you haven't reached out to Fernando and you're on the Raiders, I suggest you do it.
Fernando's ready to sell you a whole term life insurance.
Yeah. What do you mean?
I'm just saying, nice gray suit. He just, it looks like he's ready to. You want 20-year, 30-year?
Yeah. You want low monthly payments?
Yeah. What kind of coverage you need? We got you. Although the video of him being like, LFG, that's great. The Brady's already rubbing off on him. I do like that. Did you see that at the?
Yeah. Did you see he also updated his LinkedIn? He took out the open to work label.
He's got to.
He's
ready to work.
He's ready to work.
Ready to work.
He is ready to work.
He's going to start week 1.
Chris, I don't want to end it like Charles Davis and Daniel Jeremiah.
I'm Team CD here.
Like Chris, like I said, we were told for months. He's drafted number 1. He's playing, and now all of a sudden he's not going to start.
I don't know. We'll see.
Well, Kirk Cousins is there now, but that's for tomorrow's show. Kenny Chesney and Ray Romano in studio. See you then.
All right, a lot of people. The phrase that I've heard the most after the Bears draft is, "I trust Ben." So. I want to know, how trusting are you after the draft? Well, and we've got one word to describe how we felt about the draft and the Bears team overall, because let's face it, no one knows how to grade a draft a couple days afterwards.
It is one of the most nonsensical exercises in sports.
So we take a zoom out approach, but your thoughts on the draft? 332-3776 Bears fans, we want to hear from you. We're very draft heavy. There's Cubs, there's Sox, the Bulls narrowing down their list, but we're focused on the draft, and it's coming up next.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Smart capital planning starts with the roof. M&M Commercial Roofing, powered by over 50 years of trusted craftsmanship from M&M Home Remodeling, helps Chicagoland properties and facilities plan and not just react. M&M Commercial Roofing starts with detailed inspections and clear reports, then guides you through options, repairs, recover systems, coatings, replacements, or new construction. This is roofing built around your priorities, timeline, and long-term plan. Schedule a consultation with M&M Commercial Roofing and plan with confidence.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. The Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark. 2026. Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking high-five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You've got a budget, they've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Take it home this April at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. $300,000 is on the line, and you're at bat to win your share. Just play with your rewards card for entries. prize drawings on Thursdays. Plus, your April drawing entries all count toward another prize drawing in June. It's the Base Race Game Show. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They make Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Another day of chasing the insurance company. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. Stop chasing. We handle everything. You just heal. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Look, good player, position of need, day one starter in Dylan Thieneman. But I can't tell you how I really feel about their draft until after tonight. And then the culmination of the first 3 rounds and the 4 picks. Then I'll have a better feel.
And
Make it to Pena. Aller, sideline. Oh, it's picked! Dylan Thieneman calls game.
Logan Jones, the center, has an outstanding block. Boom, you roll back, get 2 guys. And then Moulton sets up the safety.
So Branson out of the 2-minute timeout. 3rd down for the Cardinal. He'll shoot it downfield. The catch is made. That's Roush breaking free. Can he beat the field to the end zone? And Sam Roush scores.
Nussmeier driven back, trying to spin free, and somehow gets it to Thomas. And Thomas maintains his footing. Savion Thomas. Oh, what a play!
Does bring pressure off his back foot, slings it downfield, and it's intercepted. Through a pick to Muhammad, the best cover guy in this Texas secondary. Hoover, nice pump fake, but trapped. Keyshawn Elliott.
Yeah, they've got down the field quickly a couple of times here.
Drones being flushed to his right, and he'll be sacked. Vandenberg got a hand in there.
All right, there you go. The Bears draft is finished. Mini camps are just around the corner. The schedule release is coming.
Oh, the schedule release.
Yeah,
that's the next big exercise.
We're getting closer. It's a dreary, rainy day here in Chicago.
Yeah,
but there are several fans optimistic, and let's have a conversation. Let's talk about it at 312-332-3776. Waddle, that's a great place to start right there. I remembered that as soon as all these picks were coming in. We were texting this weekend. You said, and we were all pretty universal, that we liked everything that Dylan Thieneman brought to the table. We understood the pick.
Yep.
We knew why they selected him. We knew the value was off the charts there too. They got a really, really good player who should be a fan favorite for a lot of years and very productive in Chicago. And you said that afterwards, I'm not going to tell you how I feel about the draft until I see how the entire thing plays out. Well, it is played out. How do you feel?
Okay. Despite popular opinion, I do have the capacity to manage multiple thoughts. I'm a multiple thoughts manager. My first thought, I'm not going to lie to you, is I'm disappointed they didn't address their biggest issue. I've said this all along. I go back to the start of free agency, and I think we shared the same thought, was that when you look at this team, we were thrilled with how the 2025 season went. Looking to 2026, they needed to fix the issues up front on defense. They were the 31st ranked pass rush win rate team. They ranked 28th in yards per carry allowed, which means at the point of attack, there is some issues there. They decided not to address those issues. I was disappointed in that. On the other side of this conversation is I have no doubt that the guys they drafted in the second and third round, they're going to contribute, because I trust Ben Johnson implicitly to evaluate offensive talent and to get the most out of them. The center is going to be your center for the next 10 years. The tight end is a photocopy of Cole Kmet. He's 6'6", he's 260. He's an inline wide tight end. He's going to fill the role that Durham Smythe played last year. He played 25% of the snaps. So this kid's going to be on the field. And the way you look at it is he also may be Cole Kmet's replacement after this upcoming season. I get it. The wide receiver that everyone had an undrafted free agent grade on him, I went back and looked at a lot of film on him today. I like the kid. I understand why watching the film, Ben had that nervous foot tap and had a big smile on his face.
You got me excited for him, Waddle, once you said you really liked him.
Well, he's a 4.28 guy.
That's crazy.
Well, not just that, but he's shifty at the line of scrimmage. And a lot of guys that are 4.28, they just try to beat you off the line with their speed. This kid's got wiggle, can get away from the press coverage. So when I watched him, I'm not going to tell you he was a first-round pick, but I was shocked to see that he was listed as an undrafted free agent potentially. Not to mention they ran him out of the backfield at LSU. He's a guy that returns punts and kicks. So I have no doubt that Ben is going to get something out of all three of those offensive picks.
Yes.
But can I also have this additional thought that we leave the draft and free agency, and I'm disappointed that they didn't address their biggest issue up front on defense, because I think this can be a 2026 be a special season with as good as their offense is.
So what's the one word that if we go around and everyone who wants to call, start with the one word that sums up your feeling. And I don't know, let me preface all of this. Let me cut it off at the pass. None of us are smart enough, including general managers, the draft experts, to really know how these drafts are. Yeah. That's the approach we take on this show.
It's a silly exercise, but it's one we participate.
Yes. None of us know. Just like none of us knew last year what Luther Burden would provide. None of us know any of this stuff as far as how they're going to do. We judge it on the field. We'll judge it on the field. But I still think so. After the offseason, and they're sure they can still do a thing here or there. They could still make a trade. They could still bring in one of these veteran pass rushers right now.
Sure.
There are things that could still happen. But for the most part, the offseason now is over. You have free agency. You have the draft in the rearview mirror. So how do you feel about the 2026 Bears and their roster on where it stands right now? What's the one word, and how do you feel on it? So, none of us on this show will say it was an awful draft.
No.
None of us will say it was a terrific draft. To both sides, we wait and we see, and we judge that. So what is your one word?
Well, I'm annoyed at the relaxed crowd. So my one word for the people telling me to relax. If I want to be disappointed that they didn't draft someone on the defensive line, damn it, let me be annoyed by it. So the relaxed crowd, you can relax, kick rocks.
What are we supposed to do? Just all right, well, since we don't know until next year, let's just not talk about the draft until next year. I've just never understood the relaxed.
No. We could absolutely talk and project and think.
No, I know that's what that's kind of what I'm saying with Waddle is
I got a beef with
we
that.
have feelings
I got
about
a beef
this.
I got a beef with a lot of the.
Talk to us.
Well, the folks that tell me, first of all, that you're not a player away from winning the Super Bowl. The folks that tell you you shouldn't mortgage your future for this, and then the folks that tell me that you have to draft best player available. The way I would respond to all of that is there's nuance with every one of those concepts, every one of them. There's three ways to get better in the NFL. There's the draft, there's free agency, and there's trading people. And most good teams use all of those vehicles. So I just don't subscribe. It didn't at the start of last season subscribe. Wanted them to bring in a pass rusher. And my explanation was, well, look, nobody was telling the Washington Commanders that they weren't going to the NFC title game the year before. People surprise people. So if you're going to add guys that make you a better football team for now and into the future, I don't believe in the concept of you're not a one player away from the Super Bowl. That shouldn't stop you from trying to upgrade your team. Same thing with you can't mortgage the future. Like, I would feel a whole lot better about this team had they added a pass rusher in free agency.
That's why we were all about being proactive in free agency. That's why I've always said that. Like, everyone said, don't worry, Silvy. You know, that is mortgaging your future. You'll get your D lineman in the draft.
Right.
And then the draft goes by, and their BPA, what the cool kids like to say, best player available. And at the time where they're picking, the BPA wasn't the defensive lineman. So, like, my word that I'm using is conflicted. I tweeted this out too. I'm conflicted. I'll go through draft pick by draft pick, and I can't find fault in any of them.
Not about the team, about the draft.
No, I'm conflicted about the roster in general. And so, like, for me, it's sort of how I felt Friday, and it's more of a zoom out thing now that this thing is wrapped up. How could I complain? First of all, I don't know. I'm a boob on the radio. I don't scout for a living. I haven't deep dived into this? How would you say? I haven't done a deep dive into all the tape on all these prospects. I couldn't tell you who's a good pick and who's a bad pick. But, like, on paper, how can you fault the drafting of Dylan Thieneman? Terrific athlete, going to be awesome.
Fills a spot that you need.
Logan Jones is exactly what I've been wanting for this team for years. I feel like they've neglected the center spot. In my opinion, it's the most underrated spot in football. People have pushed centers down. They don't get paid as high as other linemen. They usually get drafted later. Logan Jones is a baller. He's the prototypical Iowa lineman who just loves ball, and he will solve this position hopefully for another decade as well. We won't be placing free agent claims on guys to just plug and play for 1 year, then move on to another one. I understand what you're saying about, is it Sam Roush? Is that how you say it? Is it Roush? Like, yeah, you're in 12 personnel a ton. You're in 13 personnel 25% of the time. Yeah. He is projected to be a really good player. Ben knows his offense. Ben is still trying to get the personnel what he wants. Xavier Thomas, how could you argue with the measurables? You have a dynamic returner and a guy. Who am I supposed to believe? A draft Nick who has him as a 7th round pick, or Ben Johnson who knows ball and offense?
I'll take Ben.
And sees a guy who is going to be really tough to scheme for, especially next to some of the other guys that the Bears have rounded out. So I could play this game. Malik Muhammad is a really good player out of Texas. Like, this is what Al Harris does. He takes mid-round cornerbacks and he makes them turnover machines. He did it with Nashawn Wright last year. He did it with Diggs in Dallas. He develops guys. Dennis Allen started as a defensive backs coach too. Go on and on and on. Keyshawn Elliott is a academic All-American, a tackling machine. You got a linebacker in a spot you can always use.
Special teamer.
And Vandenberg's like an athletic freak. He's a defensive tackle, athletic freak.
Jumps out of pools.
Former rugby player.
Yeah. So, like, I am standing before you guys today, Bears fans, like, I'm not going to critique any of these guys. Yeah. I understand these. What I don't understand is 5 years of roster building, and the Bears D-line still looks like this. The Bears pass rush still looks like this. I don't think there's one of you out there today who listens to the show regularly and are Bears fans and always back the Bears up no matter what you say. And if we told you they would not sign or draft a primetime pass rusher, that you guys would have believed it. At the end of the season, if we told you, look, free agency, going to virtually ignore it. Look at a rotational guy who's a defensive tackle out of Indy. And then in the draft, you know, they're going to skip it. They're like, here's a stat for you. I think I got this correct. And this is my frustration in 5 years. So if you didn't get him now, I understand. But why in the previous 4 years? Ryan Poles, I believe, I doubled and triple checked this. Sometimes I forget a guy. He's drafted 3 edge rushers in 5 years, 3 defensive ends. He's drafted 2 punters. In 5 years, Ryan Poles has drafted 3 guys to rush the passer and 2 punters. And it's not like the guys that he did draft. He drafted Shamar Turner, Austin Booker, and Dominique Robinson. None of them were like crazy, go-for-it draft picks who are difference-making players. Dominic Robinson is now off the team. We have high hopes for Austin Booker. Hopefully, Shamar Turner comes back from his injury and lives up to the second-round pick billing. So I can't stand before you today and critique anything they did this weekend. I can't. But I do demand more from this front office, saying you were that bad at stopping the run, you are that bad at rushing the passer, and you didn't improve an ounce in the offseason. Is that fair? Like, am I being a hater for saying that?
No, again, I think you can have multiple thoughts and manage multiple thoughts. I think there's a lot of quiet confidence, I think, up at Hallis Hall that they've got what they need on the line of scrimmage already. Whether it's a Dangbo coming back from injury and in the building, Shamar Turner in the building and getting Austin Booker being in the building and developing over the course of time, Sweat taking another. There's a lot of quiet confidence that inside there, but I just don't, I'm not in the building.
Yeah.
But I don't share the same level of confidence that they're going to just miraculously be healthier and better just because. You know, Ben also said we're going to coach more or coach better. Like, okay. Like, I'm sure there are certain things the coaches, when they self-scout, say, well, we could do this better. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to sit here and pan this draft. I was just a little disappointed when you factor in free agency and the draft. And you know, look, during free agency, you can also make a trade. It's like, you know, I found it funny, too, that there was a quote from Howie Roseman, and we all respect Howie, and I think he is as respected of a GM as there is in all of the NFL. And you know, the best player available crew got a big boost from Howie saying, look, if you're drafting on need, you probably have had a bad draft. Well, that's all well and good, but do you know that Howie moved up in the first round to take a receiver because it's really likely they're going to move on from A.J. Brown, right? You know that Howie traded for Jonathan Grenard in the middle of this draft.
That's
so
the thing.
Howie used not just the draft, but he
uses all vehicles.
Do you think
that's my point.
Do you think the Eagles had a need for defensive end? Like the Philadelphia Eagles, do they have a need for defensive end?
Here's the answer to that. They always have a need. And that's my biggest thing. Like, a lot of people tried to throw that at me. Why? I don't know. Like, I'm anti what they're doing up there. I love what last year brought me. Yeah. I still have questions if the defensive line is Super Bowl worthy. Or a defense, I believe the offense will be championship level offense. I want the Bears to win a Super Bowl. I want the Bears to go to the postseason every year. So Howie Roseman said if we went into a draft and filled every hole, we probably didn't have a good draft. And a lot of people are sending that, like, if you're disappointed with their approach. But that's the other part of it, is Howie Roseman is always using the trade deadline to acquire another defensive lineman. And then he does the compensatory pick thing, and he lets him go. And then he trades for Grenard. He'll let go of Sweat. Josh Sweat, and then who did he sign last offseason? He signed he traded for Jalen Phillips. And then he let go of Jalen Phillips.
Got a third-round comp.
And then he got a comp pick, and then he got Grenard. This is how I would like. No one's going to do business like Howie Roseman. I just wish the Bears put more. And I don't know if I want to use resources, because they've used resources, but I don't know if they've spent it well with Dio. With Grady, an aging player and Grady Jarrett.
No, they've spent a lot of money on them.
So like that's my only criticism, Bears fans. Like, this isn't hate. Well, I want them to win, and I wish we all knew their defensive line is not up to snuff in stopping the run or sacking the quarterback. So to me, where did you improve this offseason in that regard?
When I use the phrase or the term, I'm disappointed they didn't address their biggest need. Their biggest need now is the same as it was before the draft and before free agency. The reason why I'm disappointed is because I think that this team is so pointed in the right direction. I love their coaching staff. I think the synergy of their front office and their coaching staff is exactly what we've been looking for over the course of time. I think their offense is going to take another step. You've lost a couple of pieces. You moved on from DJ, but this is year 2 with your quarterback and your young weapons in Ben Johnson's system. I expect they're going to get better. The offensive line is solid. Left tackle, we'll see what happens there. But I have confidence that they'll find something that is an adequate, it's an adequate solution the way it was last year. So My expectation, they rose my expectations. You win the division, you win a playoff game, and you play with the Los Angeles Rams in the manner, and you raise the expectation level. So if this is perceived as me being too hard, my expectation is this team's going to be a handful for the entire NFL, and I want them to get after opposing quarterbacks because, as I've said, at the risk of being nauseatingly repetitive, you are not going to lead the league in takeaways with the 31st ranked pass rush. You're just not. I mean, if you do, I'll buy the whole office a sandwich, okay? That's all
everybody, huh?
Just our office, not the entire 18th floor. It's a big building. Or I'll buy you a bottle of booze. How about that?
All
Whatever
right,
you
bottle
want.
of booze for the office?
Well, no. I mean, how about for our show?
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to scale it back a little bit.
Sandwiches for the office, bottle of booze for all of us.
Yeah, if you lead the league in takeaways with the 31st ranked pass rush, I will commit to that. I just don't think
that's very specific.
Yeah, you didn't specify though, so you could just show up here with the bottle of Everclear and be like, "See, I got you guys a bottle of booze."
That's fine. I'm just telling you, there is relevance to, to regression to the mean, and there will be some if, in fact, you don't get after opposing quarterbacks at a quicker pace. So, look, I'm taking the over. I don't even know what the win total is.
9.5.
Is it 9.5?
I think it's 9.5.
I don't think it's that high, but I'm still taking an over.
All right, going to the over. Do they still make Everclear? Is that banned?
Yeah, no, they still make it.
I see it at Mariano's.
So the proof is so high. I remember we used to do these pool parties, right? In high school or college. They used to pour juices in there with the Everclear. Do you remember? I'm sure you did that.
Yeah.
Charlie, what's your word for the Bears? Just roster-wise, where they are right now and in the wake of the draft?
For me, it's just frustrated, and it's more about the whole situation of how things played out than, I guess, the actual players they got. Much like you're saying, I can't tell if I'm frustrated at Ryan Poles or if I'm frustrated that the draft didn't fall kind of their way to land them a defensive end. But at the same time, like you said, Sylvie, this is 5 years, and they don't really seem super interested in spending big draft capital on young rookie pass rushers. All the best teams in the NFL do that, and whether or not you think maybe they were just out on this draft class, maybe they thought this is a bad defensive end class, and if they think that, and I think you're right, Waddle, I think they probably did, but eventually, where is it going to come from? Eventually, you kind of have to swallow some of your pride and just say, hey, you know what, we've weighted this thing. And even though he's not as good a player, the impact we think he will have will be higher just because he's a defensive end. And this goes back years. I mean, even you can go to the Rome Odunze, Jared Verse thing. They have just not really put a premium value on getting after the pass rusher so far, at least through their draft capital. And I think that has led us to this point where we're just scrambling for them to try to figure out who's rushing the passer.
The offense is going to be ridiculously explosive, I think.
I think the secondary is going to be really good.
And I love that Ben knows what he wants. We finally have a coach, especially on the offensive side of the ball. He's like, we still need these things to make my offense my offense. So I applaud that, and I love that, and I'm trusting in that regard. I just hate where the Bears are 5 years into this. And how they've sort of neglected the spot. They used to do that with the O-line. And then they finally had to go over the top and trade for Tooney, sign Dahlman, and trade for Jonah Jackson. And they solved it for a year. I just feel like the Eagles, you can make these moves year in and year out. What's yours, Aiden? We got full phone lines, too, and I want to get through all these calls here.
Yeah, Charlie, I was going to go with frustrated, but I'll switch it up, and I'll just go with confused because I think we heard it from Ryan Poles Thursday night after the first round and kind of talking about how the addition of Thieneman and the safeties and their back end of the defense is going to help them get to the quarterback longer or get to the quarterback quicker. But if you're still giving the quarterback all the time in the world to throw, this is the National Football League. They're still going to make plays. Just the lack of not addressing the number one need, not only going into the draft, but the entire past season as a team who's expected to win this season. Like you said, the over-under, whether it be 9.5 or somewhere close, you won the division last year. You're expected to do the same, and that one glaring hole is still not filled.
Well, real quick, and your schedule's going to be tougher. Teams are going to be coming after you. It's the road is going to be a little bumpier this year trying to get to the same destination. I think they can get there. Don't get me wrong. But it's going to be different.
We will never say the Bears were lucky last year. We will never say that.
No.
Like you said, the turnovers even out, and you're not. It's going to be tougher to come back in all these games. A lot of these games won't all go your way. So let's see your thoughts, Bears fans. I don't think we're negative, but I think we're confused, conflicted, frustrated. Waddle said annoyed with maybe some of the critics who that's just what I want to know. So give us your word. We'll take your phone calls coming up. How much do you trust Ben Johnson? Are you all trusting? That's what we keep hearing. We're in the trust tree with Ben. 312-332-3776. Your thoughts on the Bears post-draft.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka is your go-to drink for golf season. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look out for the brand new half and half variety pack featuring flavors like raspberry iced tea and lemonade and blackberry iced tea and lemonade. No bubbles, no troubles. Cheers to hitting this fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Mother's Day is coming, and you gotta show love to the mothers in your life. You know you gotta take care of mom. Plus, my wife just became a first-time mom. So yeah, Mother's Day matters, and you gotta get it right. That's why I'm sending flowers from the Books Company. Right now, get 25% off with code CANTY. Books flowers are cut fresh, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. And it's easy. Pick the bouquet, the delivery date, and you're done. Mother's Day is May 10th, so don't wait. Go to Books.com, use code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
Look, good player, position of need, day one starter, and Dylan Thieneman.
No, hold on, Waddle. No. You don't trust him then.
No, I do trust him. I trust him more on offense than I do on defense.
Because you put parameter, you put
there are
guardrails on the trust.
Yes,
You're
I did. There is guard.
I trust you as long as you're at home by 2.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson can stay out all night. I don't care. I trust him.
Well, as a father, wait till your kids get older, and then you'll see things differently.
I'm just saying, you don't trust him. I trust him. He could pick.
Are we going to have this? I love him. No, I love him more. No, I love him more. No, you love him more.
I like it.
Yeah. He could pick 8 tight ends. And I'd be like, all right, cool.
Okay.
Well, he almost did.
Just one. One and a wide receiver.
We got three now. Big Cat will join us on Wednesday. It is turned into, this is amongst the Bears fan base. It's usually the people who use the emojis bear down, the bear and then the arrow down going down. It is the new measuring contest. How big is yours? How big is mine?
Oh, how much
How much trust do you have for Ben? Oh, I trust Ben more than you. No, I trust Ben more than you. Oh, if you trusted Ben as much as me, you wouldn't be critiquing anything about the defensive line.
I expressed my trust in Ben Johnson from day one, that he was the only guy for the job, and that you didn't have to settle for a mediocre offense in year one because all you had to do was look at his resume in Detroit and understand, even without top-level talent, the way he was handling that offense his first year as a play caller, he still found a way to make them a top 5 offense. So I got plenty of trust in Ben, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Ben was also in the building when they signed Dayo Adangbo, right? So if I want to say, I still don't feel like all of the answers on defense have been delivered. I don't think I'm crazy for saying that.
The only sports figure I've ever trusted implicitly in Chicago is Michael Jordan. It's the only one. It didn't matter what he did. I trusted him on the basketball court. The closest I've come to a coach and a front office person is Theo. But we still critiqued moves Theo would make. Theo still, we would get the Carl Crawford crowd back from Boston. Oh, look at all the Jason Hayward contract.
Who was the pitcher?
Chatwood.
There was a bullpen arm, too. The guy...
Morrow?
Yes, Morrow, who didn't work out
like the
at all.
closer.
Blew his hammy pulling up his jeans, right?
Like Theo still hired Dale Swaim, Ricky Renneria before he got Joe. Like, while we love these guys, and there's not a coach I'd rather have, there's still, like... Not everyone should be trusted 100% of the time. And just, hey, I'm cool. No, if we have opinions, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, I'm not trading Ben for anybody in the NFL.
Yeah.
But I'm still, wait and see. Like, they've asked us to trust them that Dayo will be better when he's healthy, that Shamar will be better, Turner will be, when he's healthy, that Booker is just growing into his role, and that Sweat's going to continue. Okay. Like, they may have the last laugh, but it's okay for me to look at them and go, 31st pass rate, success rate. You guys gave up 5 yards per carry, which was 28th. Like, there are some holes in your defensive logic.
So you look back on some of the drafts, and I know that he would not have as big a voice, obviously, as he does now. But, like, Detroit had a run where they had, like, 3 really good drafts in a row. And I remember the common response to a lot of those drafts was, well, you overdrafted these guys, or these are redundant. You drafted Jahmyr Gibbs really high. You drafted an off-ball linebacker really high. You traded up for a receiver. And then it worked out great. And then Detroit's kind of been puffing their chest out a little bit. Is it possible that maybe Ben Johnson is feeling himself a little bit after that draft last year where there was a lot of like, what the hell was that?
Oh, this is easy, Charlie.
Loveland and Burden, and then...
He should.
Here's the model. The model's easy. It's every good draft pick belongs to Ben. Every bad draft pick belongs to Pulse. Okay? So that's the easy way out of this. If the Bears, you don't like one of the picks, blame Pulse. It's the easy thing to do.
Yeah, I don't share that sentiment. I don't share that sentiment.
Paul's getting cute on the draft board again.
Yeah, I don't share that sentiment, but you're right. That's the way that people operate.
Yeah. I want to play you Ben later, but we got full phone lines. I want to get to all these. 312-332-3776. Berto on the west side is the one who had the legendary White Sox rant, which I believe today is the anniversary. He has called in. He also DM'd me on Twitter, on Instagram a couple of months ago saying, Silvy, don't worry about Drew Dahlman retiring. The Bears should go after Logan Jones because he's a stud. Berto is called in on the west side. What's up, Berto?
Boys, what's up? It's been a while.
How have you been?
I've been great. I've been listening to the show a lot on the app here in New York. You guys are killing it. I love the new segments you guys are doing. Congrats on everything.
Thank you.
You're obviously watching a lot of Logan Jones tape as well.
Well, I mean, I always watch the Combine. It's exciting. I mean, I look, football is, I think it's the best team sport in the world. And I mean, baseball is my favorite sport. I will always prioritize the White Sox, I think, over everything just because it has my heart. But watching the combine is it's the only sport in the world that has something like that with the fan draw that matches it. And, you know, I couldn't help but look at this kid. I mean, obviously we have a long relationship with Iowa players. I mean, he screamed off the screen during the combine. And then if you look at everything else, it made total sense. I planted my flag early, and I made a wild guess based on the situation that the Bears were in. And, I mean, look, it made sense from the get-go. Are you disappointed with the pick? I'm not.
I love the pick.
I like where they took him.
I love the pick.
Yeah,
Berto, are you going to –
generally speaking –
are you going to share with the audience? I don't know if we've ever done this. Are you going to share your real name with the audience, or do you still want to go with your nickname that you grew up with, Berto, on the West Side?
Oh, no, people know who I am.
Oh, they do? I don't know if everyone knows.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, my name is Rob Coletti. That's like my screen name, whatever you want to call it. But all my oldest, closest friends call me Berto. It's just an old nickname that I've had since I was a kid.
And tell everyone what you're in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can watch me now on One Piece on Netflix. I'm in the new season of One Piece on Netflix, the television show. It's a lot of fun. It's got some good Rotten Tomato scores and IMDb scores. And, if you're into that kind of thing, a little escapism, you have a good time. I play the villain in the new season. It's fun.
It's amazing. That's
awesome.
You've been on Broadway, too.
Oh, yeah, a few times now. Yeah. I mean, I've been very lucky. I've had a really good career. But, I grew up playing baseball, and, Chicago is still home to me and always will be. And
can you rush the passer? Can you rush the passer?
Can I rush the passer? I wish I could. I'm 5'10". They wouldn't even look at me. But, I mean, I do also want to say, too, like, I understand. Look, I think they got sniped. I think they were looking at Gabe Yakus at 257.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Patriots came up and took him. And they probably wanted to go Yakus 57 and Jones at 60, and they ended up getting their guy and then just going down the board in sequence of the dudes who fit Ben's system. I really like the draft. I mean, I'm kind of with Waddle. I really trust Ben. I don't know that I in the group of fans that are like, anything he would do is right. There's no wrong. I don't think anybody could ever fill that, but he's been the best coach we've had in a very long time. And if this is the stuff that he needs to implement the system he's building in this world where, look, the NFL is trying to disguise more and like have you think we're going to run and then we pass, and then you think we're going to switch it up on you and we run it down your throat. No one does it better than Ben. And I think they took a bunch of guys who were going to help that. I really like this Thomas kid out of LSU. I think that, if these guys want them, there's a reason that they're in the NFL war room and everyone else is on Instagram talking about it.
Ben has said Ben wants to embarrass you, not just beat you, embarrass you.
He's going to have to score a lot, with the
38-35.
Berto, thank you. Continued success. Keep in touch, okay? We'll play a part of your rant from several years ago later in the show, since today's the anniversary.
Yeah, thank you. That's great. I can't believe it's been that long. Really quick, can I ask you what your thoughts are on the Sox right now?
No, later in the show or tomorrow. we got full bank of callers on that. Like, look, they're more enjoyable. I was talking to my Sox fan friend over the weekend. Thanks, Berto. I was talking to my Sox fan friend over the weekend. They're way more of a fun team to watch. They lost a couple of heartbreakers over the weekend in the 10th inning. They hang with most teams that they played. They've had a couple of, missteps where they got swept, but we'll see where they're going. And with the number 1 overall pick, with some of the young pitching that's going to be coming up. But I want to stick with the draft. Do you have a thought on the Sox really quick for him?
No. Not for the moment.
Keegan in Indiana, you're on ESPN 1000. You're talking Bears with us today, Keegan, right?
Yes, today I am.
That's right. Thank you.
So I think that the one word to use for the draft is either important or interesting. I mean, if you look at the players that we lost through the offseason, all the players that we drafted were basically replacements for them, especially on offense. Some of the 12 and 13 personnel that Ben likes to run, especially with the tight end, out of Stanford. I think they're pretty important picks. And I think some of the undrafted players that we got are even kind of exciting too, especially the vanilla gorilla out of Wyoming.
That's right. They do. I got to tell you, it's not a joke. They do great with undrafted players.
Yes,
they do. They scout they're sometimes better there than in the third round. Look at the track record of undrafted players versus third round picks for Bears history. But yeah, they you know what they really tried to do too, Waddle. It's apparent is the testing scores, the athleticism.
Oh, yeah.
RES, is that what it's called?
RAS.
Relative athletic score.
Yeah.
RAS.
RAS.
Well, they went into this offseason.
He's always done that, too.
But they went into this offseason with that is a high priority. And you can look across the board with the guys they've signed in free agency and in the draft. Athletic ability, speed, all of that is a very high priority. And I know that sounds weird. Of course it is, because this is professional football. But not everybody puts the premium on certain traits. Speed was something that they were highlighting in this offseason.
Well, and like even going back to his first, he's done this a lot where like Trevon Dexter and Zach Pickens were really high athletic score guys, even though they didn't have very much production. So it's been to a mixed bag of results, I think, to put it nicely. But, I think TJ Edwards is not the most athletic linebacker, and that's why you see them stockpiling linebacker depth. Like they went out, obviously they signed Devin Bush, but like I think DeMarco Jackson is a much more athletic linebacker.
Yeah,
even
guys who could swarm to the ball.
Yeah, even if he is like a lot smaller than Edwards, and they did the same thing with the guy that drafted at Arizona
Keyshawn
State.
Elliott.
Keyshawn Elliott, yeah.
Ty on the south side, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ty?
Hey, fellas, how we doing today?
Everything's great.
Awesome. So my one word is bitchy.
Wait, what'd you say?
It really was.
Well, hold on, Ty.
My one word is bitchy. I know it's not Friday.
Okay.
But my one word is bitchy.
Please explain.
So approaching the draft, there really wasn't nothing that they couldn't do wrong. And the reason being was because I just knew that they would come out with at least one edge rusher. With all the positions we had, I just knew that would be one. But when they didn't, it kind of, it threw me for a loop.
That's right. And I don't think that's unfair either. Like everyone who does want to say, look, all they do, that's how you build a team. You build a team by taking the best players on the board. If you reach for needs, but still, when is the time then to fix major holes in premium positions on your football team?
I think that's just such a general approach. And I'm not suggesting, I'm not dismissing it, but You always, I think, take into consideration, or I would, whether or not you have a need. Like, you can make the argument they have a need at center or at tight end or at wide receiver. Your greatest need is on the defensive line. Now, if you rank the level of needs or the importance of needs or the positional needs, you may come to a different conclusion. But you can find an excuse to draft a player in any realm. But Charlie, I think what happened to them, and I don't know if you feel the same way, and I think Ryan Poles talked about this. There was a run on defensive linemen early in round 2.
And we knew that would happen.
They were not willing to give up the currency that it was going to take to move up to find that position.
And if one fell to them, they would be fine.
Correct. But
that tells you what they think of that draft.
Yeah. At least early, they were willing to let the board come to them.
Yeah. What does he say? The board, let the board speak to him. Does he say that?
I think so.
Yeah.
The board talks to him, right?
Yes, I think it talks to him
It's
in
a
his
football
sleep.
Ouija board.
Yeah.
The Ouija board. Brian in Colorado, he called us on Friday. What's up, Brian?
Hey, how's it going?
Everything's great.
I guess if I had to use one word, I'd say disappointed. I think the board actually did fall relatively favorably to them. I don't think Ryan Poles is fluent in speaking the board because when you are a general manager, one of your jobs, not only assessing your needs, is you have to self-scout and you also have to scout other teams. To Berto's point, I think because their needs are so glaring, teams have an advantage of jumping them. And I don't think he did a very good job navigating the board. I don't expect every need to be filled or, to draft exactly how I would. I don't do this for a living, though. I have followed, this is my 33rd draft. I watched them in their entirety. I deep dive into film. I have a podcast with 2 co-hosts. We spend all year doing this. So I think we're in a place to criticize it, not saying we're right and he's wrong. but he doesn't understand value, and I think this has been a problem for a while. If you want to take Xavier Thomas, that's great, but you have to know where you can get him later. And I think they put themselves at a disadvantage because they missed out on a lot of other opportunities.
Brian, let me interrupt you really quick. You were also, though, and I think because I'm just pointing out that you're being fair, if I'm reading this correctly, you did not like our approach where we said we would be disappointed if they took a safety in the first round. You liked that strategy, and
right.
We're all for that, but then you felt like they went overboard of not filling needs.
So this has been something that me and my co-hosts have stated many times throughout this process. Their viewpoint of the defensive line is not symmetrical to what the public is. They think their defensive ends and defensive tackles are better than we do.
Yes.
I sent you in the message. This feels like a Ted Phillips press conference. Can we stop the run? No. Can we rush the passer? No. But everything else is there. Well, yeah, you have a great secondary. They're not mutually exclusive. You can have a great pass rush and a great secondary. They seem to think, and he pretty much said as much, that he wasn't impressed with this defensive line class. I would respectively disagree with that. And even though we didn't agree with what picks they made, my colleague devised a pretty good model that projected a lot of these players, not where they would go, but that guys that would be more likely to be taken, factoring in Dennis Allen's preferences, historically going back to the Raiders and the Saints, using the RAS score, which has been a staple of polls for a long time. I just wish they would get really good football players and not get super hung up on height, weight, and speed all the time. It has to be a factor, but I would just want people to be productive NFL players, and I think my track record, I don't get paid for this. I have a demanding job on my own. I do this because it's been a passion of mine for a while. I put my record up against a lot of other people. I'm not right all the time, and I'm hoping I'm wrong on Xavier Thomas, but that was 3 to 4 rounds too early for me.
All right. Brian, thank you. Appreciate it. Brian's very passionate about this and well-spoken. You can tell he does his homework. I want to play you something that one former offensive guru said about Xavier Thomas. And I'm not talking about Ben Johnson because he's a current NFL guru. But this is a former guy who knows his offense and was at one time very highly acclaimed. And we'll play you what he said before. I believe this clip was before Xavier Thomas was drafted. And it surprised a lot of people. There was one Bears reporter, I won't say who it was, texted me after they drafted Thomas saying, this reminds me of the Velus Jones pick. Now, to that, I don't agree. But I'll play you what this former NFL head coach had to say. That's coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
This is Courtney Cronin talking with two of Chicago's top accident lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keep it simple.
Well, it's your last name.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we're local, we're good at what we do, and we understand the needs of our clients.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us. If you've been in an accident, even if you don't think you need a lawyer, call us. It's free. Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4million.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam.
Yeah! Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Save big money on your next project now at Menards.
months. Let the fresh air in and keep the bugs out with new door and window screen. They're easy to install, durable against the elements, and come in a variety of styles and sizes to fit your needs. Stop in to check out our huge selection of in-stock door and window screen today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Smalls here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup. Now get even more with the ESPN Unlimited plan, available at no extra cost. Unlock additional content in the ESPN app, including WWE Premium Live events. Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate and start watching in the ESPN app.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
What do we all want?
What
Let's start
I want
there.
is a pass rusher opposite of Montez Sweat to get to the quarterback at a better rate than Montez Sweat does. That's what I want. In the draft, I want a big, fat defensive tackle with power who's young that can go ahead and put some penetration in the middle. Not only that, the big guys usually can only give you some penetration. That's all they can usually give you.
Right, Jurko speaking the truth. Back in March, that was.
They waited until the 6th round and got one of those guys.
They did. They're very athletic. But I don't think that was... Jurko was optimistic, though, but I don't... Like, if you would have told Jurko back in March they weren't going to draft a big guy early, they weren't going to get an edge rusher, that's what I'm most surprised at. Like, it was the obvious need. It's like the last caller said. I do want to play you, and we can talk about Xavier Thomas a little bit. There's a former Bear on hold as well, I see. This was John Gruden, and I believe this was on Barstool before the draft, and he was talking about one of his sleepers. They were talking about Xavier Thomas. Now, maybe the Bears did get him earlier than most, had him mocked. And like our last caller said, maybe they could have got him late, or maybe they would have lost him. And maybe Ben was super passionate. Have to have this guy. Love this guy. This speed can't be taught. But I could teach him how to run routes. I could teach him how to crush defenses and fit him in perfectly.
I think the kid can play. Again, I had never seen him before. I watched the tape this morning, and I think it's more than just straight line speed. I think he's got wiggle. He's hard to jam at the line of scrimmage. He's got some pretty good body control. I was impressed by what I saw.
So this was Gruden talking about Thomas before the draft.
Xavier Thomas, wide receiver, LSU.
5'10", 190 pounds, and an arm length of 30 and a half inches.
We've been watching a lot of Nussmeier. You know that.
I know.
We
and
know
Jake,
this.
is a shout out to Jake. Me and Jake were watching Garrett Nussmeier get demolished on a few plays with what we could call at best questionable offensive line play, correct? He throws a prayer out to the flat against Vanderbilt. He's surrounded by 7 players. What does he do?
Touchdown.
Beats all of them. Not only does he beat all of them, he breaks the initial contact, breaks 2 more tackles, gets to the sideline and takes off, and no one is even near him. Why? Because he's got 4.28 speed, and he's one of the best punt returners in the country. You want to talk about...
Why you got him as a sleeper then? I mean...
Because he's rated in the 7th round and beyond.
By The Athletic or what?
Mostly by The Athletic.
Shit. I love this guy. 4.28, great returner.
You'll see
You know we move guys up a whole point when they're returners because you know they can run after the catch. You know they're tough as hell.
Coach, he's got 95 career returns.
I'm glad you brought up
3
Thomas.
of them for touchdowns.
Yeah, and he's a great kid.
All-American.
Keep going here.
All-American freshman.
Shh, don't bring his name up. He's a sleeper.
See, I think like that gives you an inside look at how now you could then bring up, well, Gruden didn't exactly draft well in LA or in Vegas, but like you hear the way coaches say, they don't care what the mock draft said in The Athletic. No. They care about the way they analyze him, and Ben wanted this kid.
I think I read an article. I wasn't dreaming of this. Charlie, maybe you can back me up. I read somewhere where the reference to this kid, when Ben was watching the film, he had a big smile on his face and his leg was tapping like nervously because he enjoyed so much what he was watching, that it was a Ben Johnson guy. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's the story behind it. I think one of the lead scouts was saying that.
Yes.
It's kind of like Tibbs when he would coach defense on the sideline. His hand would be shaking like this, and like when Ben gets that.
Yes.
Yeah.
When he sees traits that he knows fit what he's asking his guys to do, I'm sure his eyes light up. That's why when you talk about trusting Ben, when it comes to the offensive side of the football, I don't know anybody that doesn't trust him implicitly.
Hold on, Charlie. Let me take this call because we're up against the break. Save your thought I want to get to Chris Haynes, who's calling in, who used to play for the Bears, went to Notre Dame, and he's calling the show and wanted to weigh in. Chris, you're on ESPN 1000. How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you guys? I love your shows.
Thank you.
Love Tommy. Real quick, I'll be real quick because I know you got Dylan Thieneman, I think, is a great pick. And I am unfortunately, I don't know how great he's going to be, but I think he's going to be great. He could be Garrett Fensick with speed, or he could be Chris Conti. That's my only thing.
Oh, no.
As far as Logan Price goes, there's a guy named Jay Hilgenberg, another Iowa guy, center, came in that was undersized and stuff. So unfortunately, you got caught in a trick bag there with the guy retiring, and I think that's a good pick. The third pick, I got to go to a couple clinics, and I saw some 3 tight end sets, and I didn't even think about. Maybe that's what Ben's thinking about, or maybe a couple injuries, or maybe Cole Kmet's contract. But I think that's a good pick. The fourth pick, Tommy, you got me convinced that maybe he might not be bad. I wanted Whitgen from Iowa because I saw him. That kid could fly. Yeah. But other than that, I think it's a great draft. I think Muhammad's going to be good. A lot of people don't think about. We lost some guys in free agency, and you got to cover the slot too, which I didn't think we did too well.
Yep. Chris, great stuff. Good to hear from you. We
Thanks,
appreciate it, Chris.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
There you go. There's Chris Haynes, who played for the
Get
Bears.
some tight end thoughts when we come
Okay,
back.
good. And then I want to play you the Ben Johnson stuff. Do you agree? Like, you could trust Ben. Like, when you hear the bite, I'm going to play for you. I want you to picture if another coach said something like this. Would you buy in as much as you buy in to when it is Ben? I'll play that. We'll discuss that coming up. Plenty of lines open now. We got through a lot of calls, 332-3776. So if you're looking for an open spot, now's the time to get in. We're guest-free so far today. It's Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack. Tickets starting at just $21. Families eat free. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases, postgame, and more. The Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $12 to purchase. Visit whitesox.com/offers.
Hey, soccer fans, if you're headed to a match at Soldier Field, the CTA is your best way to get to the game. $5 covers your entire trip, and with tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. CTA buses stop just steps outside the north side of the stadium, and the Roosevelt train station is a short walk away. Avoid the hassle of traffic or expensive parking. Let the CTA be your driver. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more. Ride CTA.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. Together, let's drive.
At Triton College, summer is your chance to get ahead. Take affordable classes close to home with convenient schedules that fit your life. Earn your credits that transfer and move one step closer to your goals. If you want to save time, money, and get ahead this summer, there's a place for you. Triton College. Visit triton.edu/summer.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I don't know. What's up yours?
Now, look, coaching does matter. And I certainly believe anything that Ben Johnson says over Matt Eberflus. But, like, we are in this measuring contest. It doesn't matter what Ben does. Like, I think we're in this stage now because he delivered at such an everyone wanted him. He lived up to everything we hoped he would be and then some.
Amen.
I think many people were surprised who didn't know a lot about him. And I think Ryan Poles admitted this too. The command in the locker room was much greater and bigger.
Well, you had no idea really who he was going to be as a head coach. You know, you could see his leadership skills as an offensive coordinator, but how would he handle the additional responsibilities? Would he lose his voice a little bit? He obviously did not.
Yeah, and I always remember, I think it was our first interview with him, maybe at the Combine, when, you know, I forgot what they called him in Detroit. Like, he was sort of, he stood by himself. He didn't say a lot. He wasn't very colorful. He would have his weekly press conference, but like no one knew the big personality he had. He goes, look, you fill the role you're asked to be filled. Yeah. He goes, Dan Campbell is such a culture guy. Dan Campbell is such a front of the room guy that I knew my role under him. And my role was to call offensive plays and to be out of the spotlight. He goes, that doesn't mean that I am not like this type A in front of the room command guy. And we saw everything about that.
It's about being self-aware, and his self-awareness is top-notch. Like, he knows I think it's a great story there. He knew it wasn't time for him to interject his personality. It was Dan's job to do that. He was the vocal leader, but Ben still played a role. Now I think I've been more than thrilled with everything I've seen from him, how he handles his offense. Also, you don't know whether or not a guy can handle both roles. Can he handle being the brains of the offense and the guy making all the other decisions? I don't recall spending a whole lot of time being worried about Ben not being able to handle one or the other job. I thought he was pretty seamless for a first-time coach doing both roles. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. So this was Ben on the pass rush. So his specialty is offense, but he is the head coach. And if you missed the conversation we had with Dylan Thieneman on Friday, first of all, it's on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. We are well over 20,000 subscribers now. So continue to subscribe. Now the road to 25,000 begins. Thank you guys for supporting us. A lot of people in our station's YouTube page today, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago. Remember, whenever the Sox play, we're YouTube exclusive, YouTube and Twitch exclusive. So the Waddle and Silvy show, always 2 to 6. So this was Ben Johnson talking about the pass rush after the draft. This is what I want to ask you. What if Matt Eberflus said this about coaching and getting his defense better?
Well, we're certainly going to coach better than what we did a year ago. And like I said before, it starts there. We've made a concerted effort in how we're going to get that done. We were excited about the guys that ended up finishing the season on IR, the trajectory that they were on, both Dio and Shamar. When you look at it from the start of the season to the point where they both got injured, we saw growth and we saw them trend in the right direction in terms of what we want to see on game day. I think Sweat had one of his better years in the NFL, whether that shows up in the sack total or not. He's a very complete player, both run game and pass game. And I think you saw tremendous growth from Booker when we were finally able to get him back as well. So the combination of us being able to coach better and those guys taking the next step as part of this system, I think we got some pretty good pieces to work with.
So they're going to coach better, that they've made a concerted effort to coach better. If Eberflus said that, we'd roll our eyes.
I would say as well, you couldn't coach any worse.
Now, and maybe it holds more water for Bears fans because they know coaching matters and they know their coaches are better than the last regime's coaches. So maybe there is something there. But I think we all would have rolled our eyes on some of the teams that don't improve in a certain area, whether it's the Hawks, whether it's the Bulls, whether it's the White Sox and the Cubs, that if they just say, we're going to coach them harder. Like Wani, that was a big Waniism. Wani used to say, we're going to coach them harder. Like, no, Wani, you're not. Like, you were coaching him as hard as you could last year. Now, maybe Dennis Allen knows the team better, knows people's weaknesses and strengths better, now gets some people in the back end to disguise his coverages even better, and they can get more out of these guys. I don't exactly agree with what he said about Dio. I don't think the arrow was going up on Dio before he got injured.
Well, there's definitely a quiet, if maybe not even quiet, a loud confidence in the building that they're going to be healthier and better this year. That is going to be the one element of this entire season, especially when it kicks off. Maybe they're right. And if they're not right, they are going to have some issues stopping opposing offenses because, again, you cannot be 31st in pass rush success rate and really get to where you want to go this year. So we'll find out. You can tell they're confident that their guys are going to be better. The concept of coaching them better, maybe there are some things that they identified that they can do better. You're 100% correct. If that came out of Matt Eberflus's mouth, we would have giggled.
Pedro Grifol, if he would have said that.
But Ben does get the benefit of the doubt on that front.
Because he's a good
rightfully
coach?
so, because, yes, he's a good coach. If Ben said that to you about how we're going to use our offensive weapons, you would be eating it up like candy.
We've learned what we did right and wrong.
Yes.
And no, look, I always said this, too, to you about Tibbs. You know how I feel about Tibbs. Yeah. Where I feel Tibbs failed, and you just talked about the self-awareness, is the self-scout. I don't think Tibbs ever self-scouted himself and said, okay, what can I do better? And I always said the players need to go into the offseason doing that, and coaches do too. So maybe they did have really long looks in the mirror throughout the coaching staff and said, this is what we have to do better.
Yeah.
So maybe there's something to that. But I just thought that was that's what a team says when they don't improve the talent.
Listen, it could be as simple as, and I'm not suggesting this is what he's talking about. I believe when Booker came back from his injury, and he missed 5 or 6 games, I think, he ended up playing in the games he played in over about 80% of the snaps. I think Booker's a heck of a football player. I don't know if he's at max productivity playing 80% of the snaps as opposed to rotating him in at 65% of the snaps. Maybe that's an element where they can be better. Because as I told you, like, look, you could go back and look at some of the games, and he did have an impact, especially late pass rushing. There were moments when they road graded him.
Sure. Well, like I heard, though, today about Grady Jarrett, for instance. They were talking, well, Grady Jarrett, maybe he'll be healthier next year. Can you count on a 32-year-old with a history of knee injuries now getting healthier the older he gets? That's a leap of faith right there.
It is.
Mark on the north side.
Yay!
Yay.
Is that you cheering for us getting to you?
Oh, sorry, guys. Just talking to my daughter.
Oh, good. What's up, Mark?
My one word is underwhelmed. The reason is that for this coming season, I have very high expectations, mainly because where we finished this past season and what you guys are and others are saying that this could be a special team. So if this was any other year, I would be satisfied, and I think we would have time to build. But for this team, I think the window is now. And as you guys have said before, the window can close soon. And so we did not get any primetime rusher, as you said, Silvy. We thought we would address it through free agency. We didn't. We thought then maybe through the draft. We didn't. And now what? Like, did we make any significant improvement to our biggest weakness, which is the pass rush, that could get us closer to winning the Super Bowl? And I think that's the biggest disappointment, is that I think we're still that same weakness, and we're not going to get there.
Yeah.
I guess
Go ahead, Mark. Finish your thought.
My second thought is, and I guess this is now concerning more, is that is Poles able to protect the team from the head coach? I mean, is Ben Johnson running the whole thing, and Poles is just going by whatever he wants? Is that what's going to be the team for years now? Is that Ben gets the players he wants first, and then later on, Poles gets to select whatever's rounds are remaining for him?
What do you think, Waddle? That's an interesting question.
It is, and I don't know the exact answer. This again, completely outside the building, looking in. This is I'm supposing. I think Ben's got a really loud voice in the room. I really do. I think for a number of reasons. I think he's really good at evaluating talent. And if I'm Ryan Poles and I'm Jeff King, I have been in my room every single day talking, especially about the offensive guys. Like, hey, coach, what do you see? What works? What skill set? I think that there's no doubt he's a very valuable asset in terms of evaluating players. At the end of the day, he's the coach, but he's also a coach that I think has been given quite a bit of autonomy in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I think he gave that, though, to Eberflus, too. Because, like Edmonds, Eberflus guy.
Yeah.
Dio, Dennis Allen guy. Like, I think he does try, and I think a lot of general managers do this, try to fit with the coaching staff. We've worried, you and I, and not like panic or anything, but are they drafting too much for traits, and sometimes they pass on a good football player? Where we're like, oh, Dennis Allen's prototype is this type of edge rusher. Matt Eberflus's linebacker is this type of prototype, and not enough about what's the production.
Yeah, I think it's we're going to learn. We're going to learn about how they do all of that over the course of time as Ben is ensconced in this role as their head coach. But I don't think there's any doubt. For the reason you mentioned, and that's the way Ryan Poles does things. I think Ben has proven that he's got an eye for this, especially on the offensive side of the ball. I don't think you pay a guy $13 million and just tell him to show up on Sunday.
No, exactly. I want him. Like maybe they would not have traded for Bates from the Buffalo Bills as their future center who barely played center years ago if Ben Johnson was. they would have drafted a center earlier like Logan Jones. Maybe they would have, been better with some of the offensive picks that they brought in before they got DJ here. So, you want Ben to make a lot of these calls for sure. You want him. You want it to be his show.
Before he got here, he was the conductor of a top 5 offense for 3 consecutive years. He knows what a good offensive line looks like. He knows what a good running game looks like. He knows what traits he wants in wide receivers, guys that fit his tight end specs. He knows all of that stuff. And I guarantee you his voice may not have been as loud in Detroit, but why wouldn't you ask your offensive coordinator what traits and players you would want? Now he's the head coach.
Yeah.
I think he's proven himself in terms of having a great eye for talent, being able to put it all together and get the most out of guys. Again, he's had a top 5 offense. I think the Bears were maybe just outside of 5, maybe 6 or 7 total. He's had a top 6 or 7 offense now for 4 straight years as the orchestrator of the offense.
So give him what he needs.
Yeah.
Let him cook.
Trust his eye for offense.
Kenny in Dallas, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, guys. Happy Monday. How we doing?
You too. Everything's great.
Fantastic. So a couple things, and I'll get to my point. And Ben Johnson, we trust. Absolutely. I'm with you on that. And I want to join every fantasy football league that Ryan Poles is in because I guarantee you he finishes last. Anyway, with that being said.
See, this is what I mean. The good things are credited to Ben. The bad things are docked from Poles.
It's an easy joke. It really is.
It was. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. So here's my thought, and you guys have covered it. We're not going to know until 3 years from now if Thieneman was negligible better than, the other couple of safeties that went in the second round. And, maybe we're going to look back in the years that we drafted Kevin White and Vic Beasley went the next pick and we could have had him, whatever. Okay, we'll figure that out in 3 years. Here's my issue. If we know that center, we look around the building and we know center is a priority and they had to do their due diligence several weeks ago. Ben told you he was smitten with Logan Jones. The coaches went and met with him. Great. Give me all the offensive linemen we can get from Iowa. I want them all. My problem is why, if we know that it's a priority, are we trading a 4th-round pick to the Patriots for Garrett Bradbury? We literally traded that 4th-round pick for maybe 3 games because this kid, Logan, he may start right out of the gate, but he's taking over at some point this year at center.
Was it a 4th or was it a later pick?
4th or 5th? Were you right about 4th? I don't know.
Either way. Either way, it
was a 5th. It was a 2020. The trade, which involves sending a 2027 5th-round pick to the Patriots. So not even a pick this year, was next year. Yeah,
that's fine, but we still need picks next year, right? And so, if we know it's a priority, why are we sending a pick knowing that we're going to draft a center? Well, once again, give me all the offensive linemen from Iowa. I want them all.
This is where Kenny. This is where I will defend Ryan Poles. Too often they have not had Dahlman retires, shockingly. Now all of a sudden, a guy who just started in the Super Bowl, now he didn't have his best year, and he's getting older, but he was Joe Tooney's
college
roommate.
teammate in North Carolina State.
They already have a veteran guy who could get up to speed really quick, was with a young quarterback and with Drake May the year before that.
He only cost you $3.7 million.
Very low salary. You didn't know that you were going to be getting Logan Jones. You hoped. And what if Logan Jones isn't ready to play? What happens if there's an injury and he gets off to a slower start like Colston Loveland or Luther Burden? You have a veteran there. And a guy who I believe in. I have no issue with Garrett Bradbury alongside Logan Jones, letting them compete. If the veteran's more ready to start at the beginning, fine. And if Bradbury has to be his backup, I'm cool keeping Bradbury as my backup.
I am as well. Or if Logan Jones knocks your socks off, you may decide there may be a team in training camp that has a catastrophic injury to their center. You could trade Bradbury. I'm just saying there's a full scope of directions you could go. Do you want to keep him? He's inexpensive. He's 3.7. He's a veteran. you may be able to recoup that 5th round pick at some point. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's in the first month of the season. Maybe it's leading up to the trade deadline.
Yeah,
whatever
maybe
the case may
center
be.
goes down and Logan Jones has it held down.
Whatever the case may be, it's an asset for you.
That's the least of my concern. Like I give them actual credit for doing this on the fly, thinking they had it solved with Dahlman. The real quick retirement, going out and getting a cheap veteran for not a high cost in the draft, and then drafting a young center who should end the madness for years.
I think you can make this. You have the same conversation about Roush and how he fits into the offense. There's no question in 2026, he's your 3rd tight end. The 3rd tight end last year, Durham Smythe, played 25% of the snaps. They're going to run a ton of 3 tight end offense. He is Cole Kmet. He is a traditional inline wide tight end, same size. He's 6'6", he's 260. He's got similar traits. People were asking me this weekend, wow, does this mean that Cole's going to be traded? No. What it means is you have found your 3rd tight end. Ben loves to run 3 tight ends. He gives you versatility. What it may mean is that he is Cole's replacement whenever that expiration date comes to be.
Didn't they rework Cole's deal so he's guaranteed to be here this year?
Yes, which I would.
Yeah, we would want.
I think there's like a $5 million dead cap hit in 2027. So
they can very easily get out of Kmet's contract after this
Exactly. So have you drafted the replacement for Cole's position? Possibly so. I would also argue against myself and say Cole's 27. Cole's not 32 years old. So Cole is still a very young, effective player. So I wouldn't be rushing to push Cole out the door, but you have drafted somebody that can play that role.
I told you this before the show. Like, they seem to, at least since Ben has been here, they seem to draft a lot to get ahead of hard decisions they'll have to make, I guess, to put it in a certain way. Like, Luther Burden, yes, he was the best player on their board. They also got ahead of whatever the DJ Moore, however the DJ Moore situation was going to play out. With Logan Jones, they're getting ahead of, and I think we all thought they were going to draft a center anyway, but like that's still getting ahead of the inevitable switch you're going to have to make at center from Bradbury. With Keyshawn Elliott, like you're probably going to have to make a decision on TJ Edwards this year. He's a potential replacement there. I think Malik Muhammad, you're probably going to have to like. They're drafting a lot of depth, which I think is an underrated thing that teams need to do. Like they are setting themselves up for these sorts of bigger decisions they're going to have to make. I just wish one of those things was a pass rusher.
Well, exactly. Like none of us would have guessed sitting here on Friday, we would hear the name of a tight end as early as it was. None of us. Nobody did. We can understand it. That doesn't mean we can't understand it.
It was the thing that like we would point to as like, this is the most shocking thing they could possibly do.
Tight end wide receiver with their 3rd and 4th pick.
Big Cat even joked about that.
I would have never expected that. But but what we've said is with this coach, you have to be conditioned to expect the unexpected. He's told his players, be comfortable being uncomfortable. As a fan, expect the unexpected.
Yeah. Bob in Iowa City, where Logan Jones played football. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Bob?
Yeah, hi, guys. The word I'd use, it sounds like 2 words, but I felt the draft was a letdown. And but I do want to eventually get to something that I think might help compensate for the way things went. But when Matt Miller came out with that follow-up mock for day 2 draft picks, Yakus and a couple others, that gave real hope that it could be a top shelf draft for the Bears. And then Yakus got picked before 57 and so forth, and it didn't work out. Also, Logan Jones typically was mocked at 89, I think. I think he's a great pick. One thing that his RAS score doesn't reflect is how bright he is, how good he is at processing what the defenses have set up, and he's been playing in pro style offense since he was a freshman. So I do think he's a good pick, and maybe Bradbury can help develop him even more.
Yeah.
And Silvy, yesterday you said something that I was thinking also, that losing that or not getting that compensatory pick really affected their options in the draft. They could have possibly traded up and gotten somebody like Mesidor, a top level edge rusher.
Bob, thank you.
Had that.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Bob. As always, we appreciate it. Absolutely, but we can't cry over the spilled milk now. But it would have been a good chip in any sort of a trade or drafting another player. Do you think that their plan was what he was saying? Giannis at 57.
I think if he was there, they would have taken him.
And then Logan Jones at 60, right?
Probably.
But then once Giannis goes, they're like, look, we got to move down at 60. Let's take Logan Jones here because we don't want to gamble that he's not there because we love him. Ben values that center position.
I don't think they were their socks were knocked off that somebody moved up ahead of them to draft Giannis. I don't, because that was a pretty readable scenario, wasn't it? Because most of the second-tier pass rushers
he was
were
the
already
last
he was
one
the last
left.
guy.
Yeah.
I just think the Bears, maybe, again, guessing, they may have liked him. They weren't willing to chase him. That's just the way I feel. I wish that what part of me wishes, not in the wrong way, wishes that they felt better or had higher grades on some of these pass rushers, and they would have been willing to go get them. But they stayed disciplined because they weren't enamored with him, and they weren't willing to go up and get them. My hope would have been that the talent, the depth of the talent was such that they were going to be able to get one of these guys. That's how I feel the draft went. That while they had a need there, they didn't feel these guys were worth trading currency to go get.
Yeah. Let's take Tom in Arlington Heights, and then we'll get to Waddle's World. Tom, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up?
Good to talk to you guys again, and I am calling again as a Tommy Waddle disciple. Sitting on hold, I hear so many good comments.
God bless you. Somebody's listening.
But, Berto made the point, you guys just reiterated it, that maybe they were hoping Giannis fell to 57 and they could get Logan at 60. I'm going to put this out as putting Tommy in the war room. I don't think we'll ever know the truth behind this, because why would you ever even comment on something in the past? Because it would reveal your draft strategies. But here's what I want your thoughts on, Tommy. We dropped back from 60 to 69.
Nice.
Perhaps hoping that there would be an offensive tackle, a defensive tackle, or a defensive end. And if you look at the board, a defensive tackle went 66. Defensive end went 67. Left tackle went 68. I'm going to hang up and listen to your thoughts on the way that unfolded.
I just don't think that they were willing. I think that they probably felt about this draft the way a lot of people did. That it wasn't a great draft, that there's talent there, but they weren't going to chase, or they weren't going to give up a ton of stuff for guys. So I don't have a great explanation for him as to what their strategy was, other than it tells me that they didn't have any of these pass rushers rated high enough for them to give up currency to go get them.
All right, so Bears fans, are you concerned, even if you love the draft? You don't want to say, because we're holding back from saying it was a bad draft. No one's saying that. We're just wondering, where are they going to get their pass rush? Are you concerned about the pass rush? Yes or no? 312-332-3776. And stopping the run, for that matter. They didn't really improve a whole great deal there, unless some of these more athletic guys in the back seven.
And remember, this isn't an 8-9 team on the rise. This is the defending NFC North champs. They raised the bar, hence the reason why we're talking the way we are.
The Waddle's World coming up as well. It's Waddle and Silvy.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
The Kap J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap J Hood on the app as well. Weekday mornings 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
All right, Chicago sports fans, baseball season well underway, and that means spring is finally here. It's time to swing into action. With Toyota's 2026 lineup, I drive the Land Cruiser. My wife now drives the Grand Highlander, more room than ever. We love being a two Toyota family. So if you're in the market, I want you to head to your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers like we have. The rugged Tacoma's got upper deck power, available all-wheel drive, the RAV4, an all-hybrid all-star with versatility that leads the league, and the all-hybrid Camry hits it out of the park as usual with impressive miles per gallon. So no matter which Toyota you choose, you're driving an MVP. Check out the full lineup at Toyota.com. You see everything they have to offer. Or visit your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
A date night plan.
Buy tickets to see South Pacific.
A 10-time Tony-winning Rodgers and Hammerstein classic.
At Aurora's Paramount Theater.
It's got everything.
Wartime drama.
A little intrigue.
And a love story that actually delivers.
Plus tunes we all know.
Some enchanted evening.
And Paramount always raises the bar.
Wash that man right out of my hair.
With their Broadway-ready productions.
South Pacific.
April 29th.
Through June 14th.
Tickets start at $31 at the box office.
Date night plan.
For the win.
Get the tickets.
ParamountAurora.com.
Save big money on your next painting project at Menards. Rust-Oleum's Painter's Touch 2x Cover Spray Paint is the perfect choice for both indoor and outdoor painting projects. It comes in over 100 colors and dries to a smooth, durable finish on wood, plastic, metal, and wicker surfaces. Save big on Rust-Oleum spray paint at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals.
Save big money at Menards.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Medical bills piling up. Insurance is ghosting me after the accident. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We handle it all. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Hey, did you know that you could catch us on our video stream? Did you know how? Do you know how to do it?
I do. Do you?
I had them print me out a sheet.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Let's see. Let's
you can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube, all you got to do is youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy, right?
That's our channel.
That's
And
our channel.
What's the station where you could watch
That's
live?
youtube.com/@ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Very good.
Or Twitch.
What's that?
That's twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Beautiful.
And all of that streaming brilliance is brought to you by Woodford Reserve. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses.
Have you done your Whiskey U with Carmen yet?
I did. I did it the night before I went down
How'd
to
that
Naples.
go?
It was great. It was at Bub City. Food was great. The people were great. Carm is like, he knows more about bourbon and scotch and all of the different.
It's incredible.
Than I know about anything.
And the passion that he has.
Oh my God!
I
don't know if he's like, he says it with such authority and confidence. Sometimes I don't know if he's pulling my chain or. I don't know.
It's sort of like when you were at school, you had teachers, and there were teachers who were boring, right? Carmen's one of those teachers who is interesting and passionate.
Carmen's a fun teacher.
Yeah, the fun teacher and going to make class fun.
I'd accept extra.
And he loves what he does. Like, he's standing in front and make it dynamic.
Yeah.
And just,
Carmen's a teacher that puts March Madness on the projector during lunch.
He does. And I don't mind if he gives you a little extra homework, especially when it comes to drinking.
Is
By the way, you know what? Aiden is the voice of some of the new bourbon commercials. Very, very good.
Good. You do a good voiceover.
Yeah. You sound older than 23 years of age. You sound like an accomplished booze drinker.
Yeah,
which you probably are.
I will say, going back to Carm, the one night that he met us at Tyler's watch party, we got a very nice not shots, but glasses of some sort of bourbon, and he's explaining it like all these intricacies, and I'm just standing there.
I was pretty hammered already, and I was like, I don't taste any of the differences.
Charlie, I've been there with him.
I was sniffing
that
it,
exact roll where I'm just hammered, and he's trying to explain to me everything that I should be smelling or tasting. Can't identify
But he
it.
did go down to the cellar and picked out an expensive bottle. Where were you guys at?
We were at Cody's.
Cody's, that's right. Oh, Carm's been out on a number of occasions.
Hayes from Cody's.
Carm's been showing up and showing out.
That's right. He's been hanging out with the young guys.
I got a draft trivia question for you. Vanderbilt's quarterback, Diego Pavia, is the first Heisman finalist to go undrafted since?
No clue.
Diego Pavia.
Diego.
Wait,
Did you say
Diego
Heisman
Pavia.
winner or Heisman
finalist? He said.
Okay.
Diego Pavia.
Jordan Lynch.
Wow, there you go, Charlie.
Jordan. Hey, guys, listen. The Bears can use a quarterback, maybe a wide receiver. Why not bring in Jordan Lynch and he can play the Taysom Hill role?
Yes.
I think he was even before Taysom Hill. But
2014, you know where he went to school, Charlie?
Went to Mount Carmel, right?
I mean college.
Oh, NIU.
Yes.
But the NIU people love him. Isn't he a high school coach? Is he back at Mount Carmel coaching them?
Yeah, he was just a finalist for like the National Gatorade Coach of the Year. He's exploding at Carmel. He's been awesome as their coach.
Did you see what Pavia had to say as well? I think it was Gruden. He was talking to Gruden, and Gruden asked him if he had hired an agent, and he said no. He said, I'm not giving 10 or 15% or whatever. He said, nobody's getting my money.
Is it
and
like
Gruden
the max?
just sat there and kind of shook his head like, okay. Like when you're an undrafted free agent, you really do need an agent to try and help you find a destination that works for you.
Isn't the agent cut like capped at 5% or something like that?
I believe now. So I think he got some bad information, but I do believe, didn't he? I think he accepted a invite to Ravens minicamp.
Did you
Emphasis
see
on minicamp?
Did you see who reached out to him or who spoke on his behalf? Deion.
Oh, that's right.
Deion Sanders. He was saying, because of what happened to his son last year, who didn't go undrafted but fell, and he talked about that he believes in him and stay the course and everything like that.
The weirdest fall I thought was Garrett Nussmeier. And then it came out apparently that he did a bad job in the interviews. His dad is the Saints OC.
Yeah.
Like you'd think that'd be the one thing he'd
job in
nail.
the third and fourth quarter of a lot of games that I watched. That's what I thought.
Well, so did Kate Klubnik, and he went a lot higher than him.
Where did he end up going? The quarterback from Clemson?
The Jets, I believe.
Yeah, Jets took him like early on day 3.
I know this is all fluid and things can change year to year. I thought this was one of the worst quarterback years in recent memory. How many quarterbacks ended up getting drafted, Charlie? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. Obviously, 2 went in the first round. But I mean, like, so much of being a backup, like 40% of being a backup is probably just being a good hang, right? Just being a vibes guy.
That's right. Didn't the Bears sign Caleb's former backup at USC?
Yeah, Miller Moss.
Who's now at Louisville. Was Miller Moss the one who had the big bowl game after Caleb declared for the draft?
For like 500 yards.
Do you remember? We had all the Fields fanatics out who were like, yeah, your guy Caleb, who you want to replace Justin Fields. Look at what Miller Moss did in the postseason.
Yes, like putting any stock in bowl games in the year of our Lord 2024 or whenever that was.
Speaking of college quarterbacks, Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby is taking immediate leave of absence for a gambling addiction.
Who's this?
Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby. Head coach Joey McGuire released a statement saying, "We love Brendan and support his decision to seek professional help. Taking this step requires courage, and our primary focus is on him as a person. Our program is behind Brendan as he prioritizes his health."
Bet.
I don't know that this is going to be the last young man that takes this path in college sports, but I give him a lot of credit. He's going to enter a residential treatment program for gambling addiction. Texas Tech maintained their commitment to supporting the quarterback, though, his recovery process and long-term health and well-being. So
there was an update to this story. I'm going to see if I can try to find it. I think the NCAA is now investigating this.
Well, usually
because he's betting on Indiana games.
You know what look? This is probably not going to sound great, but you know what they always say? A lot of folks find the Lord right after they find the law. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm not suggesting that he didn't do this in a necessary fashion, but
yeah, NCAA is investigating Brendan Sorsby, who bet on Indiana while on the team. He was a really sought-after transfer quarterback.
Not only that,
Texas Tech gave him a ton of money.
Yeah,
he also has draft aspirations for the 2027 draft, and I know we talked about it a couple months ago, but there was a proposed rule saying that NCAA athletes could bet on professional sports, but as of right now, it's still illegal. So not only is he helping himself, he's probably trying to save a little face here, too, with the NCAA.
Could be, no doubt. Anybody watching NBA playoffs?
Yeah, here and there.
Okay.
And my kids are more into it than I am.
I tuned into Lakers and Rockets last night.
Yeah, and
it's pretty epic. Blazers collapse.
I didn't stay with it. I went to, as soon as Rooster was available on HBO Max, I went to that.
I would love if Houston came back from 2003 to beat the Lakers and end LeBron's career. I know it's petty. I know it's meatheadish, and I don't hate LeBron. My wife was actually commenting, I think it was Friday night after the game where they won. What's that, game 3? And she was saying, like, how she's a big fan on how LeBron comports himself. You know, it was a cool moment when he threw the alley-oop to his son in a playoff game.
That doesn't suck.
You know, that
was really cool.
It was cool. Like, I know he's not very good, but it was a cool moment. It was a cool moment. But I would love to see KD get healthy and come back from 2003 and win.
And end his career. Are you sure that this will be his last year?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
We'll know when it's his last year. Like, this is going to be.
So?
I think it's going to be a big time farewell tour.
Yeah, that's why I don't think this is the end. Oh, he's going to want to be wined and dined. The pomp and circumstance will make you vomit. Wemby was back, though.
He was a beastie last night.
When he was back, I loved it. You know what? This
kid is going to...
Once the Blazers lost Game 3, that series was over because you had 2 opportunities to face the Spurs without Wembanyama. You had to win both of them, and they lost the first.
Listen, I know I'm a master of the obvious and late to the party guy, but he is such a crazy, enjoyable watch.
The third quarter was like just an alley-oop fest. With
27 points, 12 rebounds, 4 steals, and 7 blocks.
He hasn't even scratched the surface yet.
And he was pissed because he wanted to come back, I believe, and play in Game 3, right? But they wouldn't clear him.
Didn't he ripped the NBA, sort of? Didn't he blame the NBA?
He said, I won't go into the details. I don't want it to become a distraction. Ask me again after the season. All the doctors, especially on the Spurs, but the doctors all around, they were great, took great care of me. But the way the situation was handled was very disappointing. Not on the Spurs, but as I say, I won't get into details.
You know what I like about him, too? He's outspoken. He's a thoughtful guy. Did you ever hear him talk about his own MVP campaign? Like about why he should be considered for the MVP? He's like, defense is half the game. And you have to value my defense. Yeah. And like for such a young kid who is just scratching the surface, he's so great on the court, and he really is an interesting press conference listen. He'll give you thoughts.
As they say in Boston, he's wicked smart.
Wicked.
Speaking of Boston, did you see it coming with Alex Cora and that whole crew? By the way, did you see that they chartered a jet to go back to Boston?
Yes.
And they were all standing there. I think it was with the thumbs down and took pictures.
Yeah. The Veritek had the thumbs down.
Yeah.
He's being reassigned. He didn't get fired, but like, to have the manager and, 4 other coaches fired this early in a season, but supposedly no one likes are you pointing at me because of the general manager?
I think you're on to something. Like, it's the owner. It's the owner. The clubhouse.
The Red Sox fans have totally turned on John Henry for this recent run.
And he turned on them.
Yeah. But like this, Craig Breslow was in the Cubs front office, I want to say from 19 to 23. He's a Theo guy. Theo loves him. They hate him. And supposedly, I saw a post that people on the team hate him. That he is a disliked guy.
I guess his title is Chief Baseball Officer, Craig Breslow.
Is that what it is?
I think that's what it says.
Yeah, like after
the decision to fire Cora started with Chief Baseball Officer Craig Breslow, Boston Red Sox President Sam Kennedy said on Sunday.
After they fired him, not only was it after a 17-1 win, but interviewing the players in the clubhouse, like, they were distraught. They thought this was the wrong move, and you're kind of getting this vibe that now the clubhouse is going to turn.
They have not had any real true sustained success for a while, though, have they? Last year, I think they were a wild card team. But prior to that, I don't think they'd been to the postseason in quite some time. Before we go to break, here's just a bit of advice for anybody out there. If you get pulled over, when a cop asks for your name, don't reply Donald Duck, okay? Responding to a Sunday evening disturbance in Jensen Beach, Florida, police were met at the front door by a resident who was later identified as Lisa Nagel. The woman, cops say, proceeded to slam the door in the deputy's face. When a cop asked the detained woman for her name, she responded, Donald Duck.
She didn't speak in Donald Duck voice, though?
She did not. No. So you had a disturbance at her house.
Do you do a Donald Duck with the
I used to.
Charlie?
Yeah. Can you do it, Aiden?
He tried. It was not good.
I tried, and Charlie immediately one-upped me.
That's pretty good. Have a Donald Duck off.
Excuse me?
A Donald Duck off. Go, Charlie. Point
I'm wet. I'm dirty.
Then that round goes to Waddle. Round 2, Charlie, you start.
I can't do it. I'm I still can't open my mouth. I can't do it.
Round 2 goes to Charlie.
I can't whistle right now either.
Come on, now you have to go one more round.
I can't whistle.
I've got the best job, Carl.
Why do you have to whistle?
I'm just saying I can't do the Donald Duck impression. You still got to let me heal from the waterboarding that I took at the dentist office.
The dentist office that
keeps
giving back.
I can't. Look at this. This is as far as I can open my mouth.
I hope you learned your lesson.
It's not a lesson.
Yeah. Hi, you should do a PSA. Hi, I'm Tom Waddle, and I neglected going to the dentist for 4 years. Don't be like me.
That's not it.
My jaw's still swollen.
It is.
And I had this procedure done 8 months ago.
Yeah.
Visit your dentist regularly.
Yeah, not good. I'm Donald Duck. All right, when we come back, $50 movie tickets, okay? And, oh, yeah, there's $50 movie tickets, and a U.S. congressman also has some very disturbing thoughts about aliens and UFOs. That's next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Advantage Dealer Group invites you to check out Carmen and Jurko. Tomorrow morning at 9 on ESPN Chicago.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
White Sox fans, there's only one way to enjoy baseball season: with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and made for baseball, Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside is only 100 calories with 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Surfside, proud partner of the Chicago White Sox. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Mother's Day is coming, and you gotta show love to the mothers in your life. You know you gotta take care of mom. Plus, my wife just became a first-time mom. So yeah, Mother's Day matters, and you gotta get it right. That's why I'm sending flowers from the Books Company. Right now, get 25% off with code CANTY. Books flowers are cut fresh, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. And it's easy. Pick the bouquet, the delivery date, and you're done. Mother's Day is May 10th, so don't wait. Go to Books.com, use code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. What's up, it's J Hood. At Advantage Toyota in River Oaks, it's simple. Real numbers, no mystery math, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Do you have any idea that movie tickets had reached actually this past December reached $50 a seat?
I know.
That's how
they're
much
expensive.
Regal Cinemas recently charged for opening night seats in the best theaters to see. I believe it was Dune Part 3.
You're telling me that a movie ticket at this place, what do you get with it?
You get the right to sit in that chair and watch Dune Part 3.
What is the average cost of a nice theater in the Chicagoland area these days?
Is it $19? $18?
I was going to say
that sounds right.
This is twice that.
Yeah.
More than twice.
And they wonder why illegal streaming is like such a big thing.
It's crazy.
I don't even think it's illegal streaming. It's more so like I'm patient. Our technology is so good. The HD is so good. I understand you still probably can't replace the atmosphere of a theater, especially with the sound and the screen. But we have such good technology, and we don't have to worry about crowds. We don't have to worry about the person sitting next to you talking or a phone ringing or the cost of vending,
smelling body odor.
Yeah, like
people people go on their phones now. Like every theater I go to, somebody's on their phone.
I have not been to the movie theater in maybe a decade.
But if they're on their phone, Charlie, and there's no sound coming from their phone,
I'm choosing
why
to
do
let
you
it
care?
bother me. I know. It's just like, come on, man. One of my favorite episodes of Seinfeld is when Jerry is like recording the screens and he's accidentally really good at it. And so like the mafia
the pirating one?
Yeah, he's like holding him at gunpoint.
So good.
Did you realize that there has been a smoking ban put in place in the UK for people born after 2008? Children aged 17 or younger will be faced with a lifelong ban on buying cigarettes.
Wow, lifelong ban.
You cannot. If you were born after 2008,
you would have never smoked a cigarette after that age.
You are not allowed to buy.
Banned.
You are not allowed to buy cigarettes.
So wait, but has there been an age limit there before? Is in the UK or is this a new thing?
This is new. That you're never allowed. You're banned from buying them forever.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, even when you're 50, you still can't buy them.
You buy it. You're 16. You buy a pack of cigarettes. You get, and you're telling me when you're 46 you can't buy a cigarette?
Correct.
How are they going to enforce that?
I don't know. How about this? Kent Police Sergeant Simon Ince, caught naked in a Chatham Park, claimed he was wringing out sweaty clothes after a jog. You buying it?
Oh, an excessive sweater, and he got naked in public and
to wring out the sweat. Police sergeant caught naked in a park could now face up to 5 years in jail if he takes his underwear off again in public. Simon Ince claimed he had been jogging and was merely wringing sweat from his clothes after horrified dog walkers spotted him in the nude near a children's play area in Chatham.
That's come on.
He told police, "I have not waved my willy," insisting his actions were not sexually motivated. You buying it?
No, I'm not buying that.
In no way, shape, or form.
Did they check the clothes for the wetness?
Don't believe so. But the 52-year-old father has now been made subject to a sexual risk order applied by the local police.
So this guy is a husband, he's a father, and he's a police sergeant?
Aiden laughing and clapping like a seal back here.
Why?
Over this story.
By the way, he says, it means their disgraced former officer is banned from taking his underwear off or urinating in public unless using a public toilet. And it's prohibited from going to the Valley Nature Reserve, which encompasses the park he stripped in. So he's been banned from the facility. He's not allowed to take his underwear off or urinate in public unless it's in a public toilet.
Isn't that?
I would think
isn't
that
that
would be
already
standard.
yeah.
That's why I'm laughing. Like, I'm pretty sure that's a pretty common rule. Why is he banned now?
I'm not sure. This is the headline. Made me giggle a little bit. You can search the details on the Google machine if you'd like. Missouri's Cooter rattled by earthquake with shockwaves felt across multiple states.
What do you? Wait, Missouri's Cooter.
Yeah. It's a city in Missouri.
Oh. Missouri's got some odd cities. What was the other one? Isn't there a Mars or isn't there a Mars, Missouri or something like? There was something recently else that was weird.
I believe there is a Mars.
And finally, U.S. Congressman claims aliens are real and the truth will keep you up at night.
Yeah, this guy will be dead soon or missing at least. It seems to be happening, doesn't it? Every person who comes out
of
with
the show right there. Oh, he'll be dead.
Wow!
Tim Burchett said. Burchett. Tim Burchett. What? What'd you think I said?
I thought you called him.
Charles, that's a big story.
Wow!
Tim Burchett.
I thought you called him bird poop.
No, Tim Burchett.
Didn't it sound like he called him bird poop?
No.
Tim
Tim
Blake.
Burchett. B-U-R-C-H-E-T-T.
I think it's Burkett.
Okay, well, I went with the soft C, Charlie. Like Charlie, your name's not Carly, it's Charlie.
This is
Instead of Burkett, I called him Burchett.
No, this is
Do you know what, Charlie? I'm going to start calling you Carly now.
This is like the prank phone call. Yeah, I would like to. I'm looking for what's his name again?
Looking for huge ass.
Huge ass. Okay, all right, Carly. Why should I pronounce it Burkett instead of Burchett?
Nobody cares.
Huh? Burchett. Burchett.
Stop!
Chet. I'm saying Burchett. Why can't you? I mean, get your head out of the gutter.
I'm telling you. Does anyone? Am I the only one? Is it because I was recently diagnosed with some hearing loss in my left ear, which I wear my. Is it me, or does it sound like Waddle is saying this? 332-3776.
I just almost had to hang up on a caller. I was laughing so hard when you said that.
What the callers? Next caller who calls in who thought they heard the same thing, put him through.
That's what I thought I heard.
Burchett. Burchett.
I got the best job, Carm.
Okay, I'm going to start calling Charlie. I'm going to start calling you Carly.
That's fine.
If the CH is hard and it's not soft, I'm going to go with Carly.
What's the one from Porky's?
I'm fine with hard. Anyway, conspiracy theories are swirling, but the congressman whose name I won't say again insists there is a major government cover-up going on. He insists that the U.S. government is hiding information about UFOs and alien technology. He said that what he has been told would stop you from sleeping if you only knew. Do you think we're ever going to hear the real truth anytime soon?
About aliens?
No, about the pronunciation of Tim Burchett's name.
332-3776.
How about I punch you right in the face, champ?
Are we doing good, bad, dirty next, or are we doing it at 5? Okay, we've got Field Yates at 4:30.
You know what? He made an official decision. He came in here, said, what do you think? And I looked at him like it was like with a dumb look on my face. He goes, we're doing it at 5. It makes more sense.
Okay, good.
We're going to get back to football talk at 4, and we'll do good, bad, dirty at 5. That's what the 23-year-old said.
Rich in Milwaukee, did you hear what I heard?
Yeah, I've got bird shit on my car right now.
See, that's what you get.
All right.
Burchett.
You're saying chat now. Before you were not saying it that way. All right, stop. 332-3777.
Merry Christmas.
Take us to break, Charlie.
Get us, Carly.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
Guys, April's almost done, so don't miss out on Window Nation's big sale. The more you buy, the more you're going to save with up to 50% off. Spring is the perfect time to replace those windows that barely made it through winter. Maybe they didn't even. Maybe it was colder than normal in your home because the seals were broken on your windows. Maybe your windows are foggy. That's something that can't be fixed. It's because the windows aren't working properly. Maybe it leaks when it rains, like mine in my kitchen. I called Window Nation at 866-90Nation, or go to windownation.com and you can see everything they have to offer. The more you buy, the more you're going to save with up to 50% off. Plus, you don't have to pay interest for 5 full years. Think about all the money right back into your pocket that way. I have windows from Window Nation in the living room, in the kitchen, in my master bedroom, and in the kids' rooms. They look great, they work perfectly, and you're going to love them too. Get a free in-home estimate by calling Window Nation at 866-90Nation. 45,000 5-star reviews, A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. That's windownation.com, and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
While gas prices are going up, there's one price that's always the same, the CTA. You can travel anywhere in Chicagoland for just $5 a day on the CTA. And with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Stop budgeting for gas and start enjoying the city. Let CTA be your driver. Not only will you save money, you'll avoid the stress of traffic and having to search for parking. Easily plan your route at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
When you tell someone what team you cheer for, do they apologize? Does your first childhood memory involve crying on a Jumbotron? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected from things like fire damage caused by violently unplugging the TV. Or an accidental overhand left to the drywall. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Look, good player, position of need, day one starter in Dylan Thieneman. But I can't tell you how I really feel about their draft until after tonight. And then the culmination of the first 3 rounds and the 4 picks, then I'll have a better feel.
And that's sort of what we've been going off of, and we came out with a word. And no one on this show is going to grade the draft or going to say this was a bad pick, this was a good pick. Nobody knows. But I think we're all a little, like, my word was conflicted. I'm fine with all the picks. They're smarter than me, that's for sure. But I'm disappointed that they're still where they're at with their defensive line.
I had high hopes that they were going to address their area of greatest need, along with other things, too. And they didn't draft a defensive lineman until 6th round. Yeah. Now, they moved up. I think they gave both of their 7th-round picks up to move up to 6 to draft the kid. But
so, like, to me, if we're just looking at this singular draft, this is, and it's something that, like, I tweeted, this isn't about a singular draft to me. Like, if you just look at, you can convince me that every pick could turn out here. Yeah. I'll nod my head. I'll say, okay, I understand even the reach at wide receiver. This kid is special speed. Ben identified him. The 13 personnel with the extra tight end. You could convince me with singular picks. Okay. But what I can't get behind is where their defense is on the line this year and the last 4 years. And when is, like, every year seems to go by, well, look, Silvy can't answer all their needs. That's what I would get. Look, you just can't handle all your needs in one draft or one free agency. Well, we're still waiting for the defensive line. Like I told you, I've given you some stats before. Ryan Pauls has drafted 3 defensive ends in his time here in Chicago, and he's drafted 2 punters. Ryan Pauls' number 1 sack total from players drafted, this includes then tackles when we zoom it out, like the highest number of sacks he acquired via the draft, because Montez Sweat was traded for, is 6 in a season. And then when you do the total sack numbers from all the players he's drafted, it's very low, and it ranks as low as any team in the NFL. It was a need when Ryan Poles came to town. When he tore it down, he got rid of Quinn, he got rid of Mack, he got rid of Hicks, rightfully so. But what he hasn't been able to do in 5 full years now is find combinations of players on the defensive lines to cause havoc that other teams have to scout for. So I will not badmouth the draft, but I am concerned as a Bears fan who wants to win that they still don't have enough at the defensive line, and sometimes they don't prioritize premium positions like I would like them to.
I think you got a good idea how they felt about the pass rushers in this draft, Charlie. If you look at this, and even remember Lomu, the offensive tackle from Utah, was projected to go to them by several guys as well. He went later in the first round to the Patriots, I think at 28. Keldrick Falk went 31 to Tennessee. Peter Woods, defensive tackle from Clemson, went to the Chiefs at 29. So you move back up to 25 where the Bears actually drafted, and they took a safety. That tells you that they had Thieneman much higher rated on their board than they did the other two guys I mentioned, or even the offensive tackle.
We knew that, though. Did you? And like, not that the mocks are always right, but the mocks had him very highly rated, they got him in a good spot.
There were some that thought that, he could have gone as early as, what was it? Was it 12 or 11? I think that the Cowboys drafted.
I remember feeling like, there was some Dallas buzz or some Miami buzz. The really big Thieneman connections were Minnesota and Carolina. I didn't think that they would. I was shocked that he got by either of them. And I will say, like, as frustrated as we are about the defensive line, and we are absolutely valid to feel this way, like, Logan Jones is my favorite center in the class. Like, I think they got the best center in this class.
I was thrilled with that pick.
And Thieneman is like the best sort of traditional safety in this class. I know, like, Caleb Downs is there, but Caleb Downs is more of like he's like a very specialized position. I feel like of the true, like, safeties of this class, they got the best one. So if you get the best player at 2 different positions, like,
yeah, exactly. Like, you need great players. So I'm happy with that. I just still don't know that when an opposing offense comes to town, that the quarterback is fearful of anything. I think that's important.
And I don't think it's
that's not being a hater.
No, I don't think it's being ridiculous to have the same concerns now that you did before free agency started, before the draft started. Are they a perfect team? No, nobody was claiming they were a perfect team, but they did have a pretty glaring weakness, and it doesn't seem like they've addressed it in a meaningful way yet, other than hoping that guys are healthier, better, and more well-coached.
Here's the way I phrase the poll question. Then we'll get back to the calls. If you want to weigh in, 332-3776. Also, tomorrow at this time, we're going to have Bears legend Brian Urlacher on. I was taunting him with a little video before the show today saying, hey, old man, like the guy the Bears just drafted was a baby wearing your jersey, and now he's their first-round pick. How does it feel to be old now? Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
And he called me a runt. His response, so he's coming on tomorrow at 4 o'clock. We'll talk to him. That was a cool picture, though, with the Thieneman family. 2 brothers who played at Purdue, obviously older. Dylan was so young there. The sister was in that picture, too.
Well, Brian's, 47?
Uh-huh.
Dylan's 21?
Yeah.
So
here's the way I phrase the poll question. While it's impossible to grade a draft immediately, do you agree with the Bears' philosophy in 2026 in the NFL draft? So this is more about, like, the way they chose to do it. I heard a caller call in earlier, Charlie, and say, like, could they have been better off drafting Falk at 25 and then going for the other safety? What's his name?
McNeil
Warren. At then 50. Would that combo have been better? And then maybe you get Logan Jones at 60 and you don't trade back to 69.
That's what I'm saying to you. That's why, like, they're telling you no, that Falk was not worth the 25th pick, that the safety was exactly who they wanted.
Yeah. So it's very close. This is as close of a poll question as we've had in a long time. 50.9% of the people say yes, they agree with the Bears' philosophy this year. 49.1% say no. And I'm not even going to go to that length that I disagree with their philosophy. I disagree with their philosophy of making the defensive line over a large sample size less of a priority than a lot of the other positions. Mark in Hoffman Estates. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Everything's good.
I
What's
do
up?
think you are being very negative.
What's that?
Can't
I
hear
do
you.
think you're being very negative.
Are we on, Mark? Are we on speaker?
Yeah, let me take you off. Hold
Yeah,
on.
take me off speaker so we could hear you.
All right, you got me?
Much better.
Okay, I do think you're being very negative.
Okay, go ahead.
If you look at free agency with the signing of Kobe Bryant and our very first pick with Dylan Thieneman, if you look at how Seattle won the Super Bowl last year, they ran a record high of over like 50% of like split coverage safeties. And that's how they won the Super Bowl. And if you look at Kobe Bryant, he came from that. And if you look at what's the head coach of Oregon, Dan Lanning?
Yes.
They ran the same thing. So the NFL is a copycat league. So that's what the Bears are trying to do right now. And with that system, the split coverage safeties, you don't need a very strong defensive line.
See, I would argue though that I would just say, Mark, that Seattle does have a strong defensive line. They just come at you at waves in their depth.
Yes.
They were one of the worst total rushing yards allowed for last year.
Only 7 teams had more sacks than the Seattle Seahawks last year.
I understand that, but that was because of the defense they ran, that split safety coverage.
No, it's because their defensive linemen, their edge rushers, were very talented and got the best of the guys across them. I don't know how your safeties are more impactful than your front. It usually goes the other way, and most people will tell you that the front of your defense will have more of an impact on your overall defense than the back end of your defense.
But we're going to find out, right? And this is exactly what Seattle did last year, and it worked out for them.
Why did they let Kobe Bryant go if the safety was the most important position?
They couldn't afford him.
Of course you can afford guys. Of course you can. You can find ways to keep guys.
Okay. Well, we're going to see. And the same thing happened last year. We had so many complaints about the Bears draft picks last year. And look what happened last year. So I would just say give it some pause, Bears fans, and let's just see what happens. It's way too early to judge this draft.
Yeah, well, like Mark, the way I'm coming at it, if you've listened, like I can't second guess one singular pick. I can't.
Nope.
And nor last year either. But what I can do is it's not good enough in 5 years the way Ryan Poles has lacked the aggressive nature of going after defensive linemen. And it started off offensive linemen too. That's where I am. It's not about like the singular draft. Yeah.
Real quick. Let me ask you, what team out there with a dominant defensive end or an edge is dominant in the NFL?
I think the Philadelphia Eagles, like, while it's maybe not one, but they do have an all-pro at tackle, they come at you with multiple guys who pressure the quarterback consistently. When you watch a Bears game and you watch the quarterback standing back there time after time, it doesn't matter how long the coverage is. They're going to – when no one's pressuring them, no one can cover for 5 seconds. And that's all I'm saying. It's not about one. It's not about getting like just Myles Garrett and then nobody. It's I want an improved defensive line. I don't know any Bears fan who wouldn't say, like, not only were you bad at pressuring the quarterback, your win rate was bad, your pressure was bad, your sacks were bad, and you couldn't stop the run. So I don't think a couple of safeties are fixing that big problem. But
I think Nick Bonito.
We were in the top 5 of big plays last year, right? So that's going to be a huge advantage. Adding linebackers and 2 safeties and possibly another starting cornerback within the draft, like that's going to help out a lot.
Oh yeah,
but I do understand what you're saying, Sylvia. I totally understand. But I'm just saying, like, let's just give some pause, man.
Well, look, then we don't have a show. I don't think we're that's where this is where the big communication disagreement is coming at. I don't think Waddle and I are being negative. No. We are looking for a better defensive line. We're not saying the Bears suck. We're not telling you that the Bears are going to win less games. We're not trying to rain on anybody's parade. We're having a conversation. Like, every person that I ran into this weekend came up to me and said, what'd you think of the draft? It's what guys are talking about at the bar, at the park, at youth baseball games. And we're having a discussion like grown-ups about our thoughts. You like it, which is good. I can't rip it. I don't like where they are, but I don't think it's being negative. Your term of it being negative, I don't think is fair to what we're speaking about.
Just to answer your question as well, Nick Bonito was quite a pass rusher for a Denver defense that was very good, led the league in sacks with 68. They were a quarterback injury away from arguably going to the Super Bowl. They were in the AFC title game at home, and that game was determined in a large part because of the injury to Bo Nix. So, and again, the Seahawks were a dominant defense across the board. They were number 3 in rush defense.
Waddle, hold on. Who is the other worst passing rush team in the NFL behind the Seahawks? It was Denver.
What do you mean the worst? What do you mean the worst?
As far as total yards goes, as far as rush defense,
the
Denver
Seahawks
was right behind Seattle.
The Seahawks were number 3 in the league in run defense.
Not in total yards.
Are you talking a run defense, or the Seahawks gave up 286?
Run defense.
Okay, timeout. Just let me give you the let me give you the stats, okay? In run defense, the Seattle Seahawks were the 3rd best rush defense in the league this year. They gave up 91.9 yards. Only the Broncos and Jags were better in run defense. In total defense, yards allowed per game, the Seattle Seahawks ranked 6th this year, giving up 286 yards per game. In the most important stat of all, points per game, the Seattle Seahawks gave up 17.2 points per game, which ranked them number 1 in the NFL. They were an elite defense across the board. And while I will never diminish the importance of a secondary, I don't know anybody that would tell you that the strength of the Seahawks was their split safeties. It was their rotational front that constantly pressured teams.
I'm going to end it like this. The Seattle Seahawks, a record rate of split safety coverage of well over 50%. That being said, I appreciate you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
I called you guys. This is my 3rd time. My daughter has leukemia, and
how's she
love
doing?
You guys.
How's she doing, Mark?
We're still in the battle. It's going to be. She should be done with treatment in 2027 sometime, but I love you guys.
Yeah, appreciate you. Reach out anytime, Mark. We don't agree in football, and that's why this is just fun stuff. We're just debating about football.
Listen, I'll say this,
with real life stuff.
Of course. I'll say this. Look, this was a discussion point on Friday. There was a reference made by Ryan Poles that, look, their defensive front is going to be the direct beneficiaries of how good they are in the secondary. I believe in the other approach. And Ryan said at the time, usually the defensive line has a greater impact on the secondary. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to start with continuity.
Hold on. Here it is. You switched it on me right when I was hitting the button.
D-line helps the back end more often than not. But in this situation where, we have good corners, good safeties, we can be in a position where maybe we can have the quarterback hold the ball a little longer.
Look, one of my favorite Bear players is Mike Brown. I love good safety play, but the engine is up front.
And by the way, it can work that way. I'm not saying it can't. It's my personal preference. If you have the ability to choose how you're going to build your team, I would build it from the front back, not from the back forward. Now, they may argue that, hey, we're in a situation now where the strength of our defense is in the back, so we're going to accentuate that. And the hope here is that they will help out the defensive front. But if I gave you a blank slate and said, create a defense that will bother quarterbacks most consistently, how would you build said defense?
I think it's important to remember, the Seahawks defense was good at everything. Like, they had a really good pass rush, and they had a really good secondary, and they had really good linebackers. Like, they checked every single box. So I think the idea that they were winning it just because of their, the way they deployed their safeties, yes, that's a component. That makes them unique. But, like, you look at, they had one of the best defenses of the 20s this year. Like,
correct.
That's
they were
how
number one in
dominant
scoring defense. They give up 17 points a game.
And remember, like, this has always been my pet peeve. Just because we don't agree on something and you like something and someone else says, well, I'm concerned about this, doesn't mean the other person's being negative.
No.
What? Just because he doesn't agree with your, love, it doesn't have to be that way. That's the fun of sports.
But in the course of a conversation, it is important to identify the true facts and statistics associated with the conversation.
Yeah. Pat in the Northwest Side, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Pat?
Gentlemen, once again, what a great show you guys always. I love listening to you guys. And prayers for Mark's daughter.
Thank you. That's good.
So here's where I'm coming from. I'm coming from Ben. I don't believe you. When you tell me that you didn't coach those players well enough, that you're going to get that much more improvement out of coaching this year to bring them to another level, that's the first time I can honestly say I don't believe you. I think he's covering up for all the bad money they spent on that D-line, going from Sweat to Grady to Dio. I think it's not like they didn't attempt it. They attempted.
Right. They put resources into it. Yeah. Yeah.
They put a lot. They just didn't do good at it.
Yeah, they weren't.
I don't believe them when they tell me DA is going to coach better this year than he did last year. Come on, that's where I don't. There's a disconnect on that point. Although I do like the draft.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Pat.
And I think that this has kind of been the message all along is that, there's confidence up there that they'll coach better, guys will be healthier, and they will develop. I hope they're right, and I hope they shove it in our face at the end of the 2026 season. I would love that. But as someone who is a fan of the team and watches them closely, let's just say I have reservations. If you think Dio coming off of an Achilles injury is magically going to show you things that he wasn't able to show you last year, this is Dio's 6th year in the league, isn't it?
These are all bets. Like, the calculus they're making that their coaching will improve.
And it may.
But again, it's a bet. And I think what we're all saying is, like, we would like to have a more sure-handed bet. Or something to.
That's all.
Yeah.
Chris has the text of the day, or the tweet of the day. Chris Michael just tweets at me, and he says, building a defense is like wiping your butt. Front to back equals good. Back to front equals not good. I know, there's no one really out there, though, who wipes back to front, do they? I've heard this before.
Oh, I think there are.
Like, I understand. I don't agree with it. I can understand the argument about which way the toilet paper gets pulled.
You're a slipped hand away from a bad afternoon.
Yeah, like, does anybody wipe back to front?
I don't.
No, I know. That's why I would assume you wouldn't either. I don't.
Well, there's no assumptions. I mean, you know what happens when you assume.
Who does?
You end up with poop in your hand, right?
Is someone willing to explain to us that they wipe back to front? That's all over your guys, your little guys. You're going to leave a trail. Going to be itchy. Too much?
No, it's just not my route.
All right,
I take a different road to work every day.
This is it's been a good debate. If you want to, we have full phones. Field Yates is going to join us too to break things down. A big friend of the show. Boy, did you hear the story of an NFL Network big time guy who tried to get Field Yates to leave ESPN for the NFL Network? That little secret got out over the weekend, and we'll ask Field about that coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate experience. The winner and 7 guests will enjoy VIP access to the Minute Maid Spike tailgate and tickets to the Friday, May 15th game against the Cubs. Make it an all-day experience with friends and family. Must be 21 or older with a valid ID. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
It's the Kap and J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
Save big on your next project right now at Menards. From mold and mildew to stains and hard to stick surfaces, preparing your painting project has never been easier than with Zinsser Bullseye 123. It's an all-purpose, high-performance, water-based primer that's perfect for both interior and exterior residential, commercial, and industrial applications. Save big on Bullseye 123 primer. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
Save big money on everything for your next staining project at Menards. Cabot Gold is the ultimate finish, providing an unparalleled satin sheen and strong protection from UV sun damage, extreme temperatures, rain, and moisture. Get $8 off per gallon of Cabot Gold exterior wood stain now through May 3rd. Save big money on Cabot exterior wood stain and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. At Triton College, summer is your chance to get ahead. Take affordable classes close to home with convenient schedules that fit your life. Earn your credits that transfer and move one step closer to your goals. If you want to save time, money, and get ahead this summer, there's a place for you. Triton College. Visit triton.edu/summer.
At Great Clips, they use clip notes to save your haircut details. So no matter which stylist you see or Great Clips salon you visit, it's easy to feel like the best version of you. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Thanks, everyone, listening on our stream. We'll see if tonight's Sox game gets postponed. We were expecting more rain. If they have a doubleheader tomorrow, I don't know what the case is, then we'll be on YouTube only. I made the mistake of checking the YouTube chat. Not kind to one, yours truly.
It's a dangerous place. It's a dangerous room to walk into.
That's
Be
right.
careful.
There's one guy who's wanting the Aki and Waddle show. Love it. I appreciate everyone listening. That's the fun of this. We're arguing about sports.
And let's just kind of recap this. There's nobody that is panning the draft. I think that there's a level of disappointment that some of their defensive glaring issues weren't addressed. I don't think that that's being a hater. I think the safety was an excellent pick. The center was an excellent pick. The tight end's going to contribute. The wide receiver's going to contribute. I have no doubts that the guys that they picked are going to work out. Who's going to sack the quarterback next year? Who's going to consistently pressure the quarterback next year?
That's all we want to know.
I hope Shamar Turner comes back from the injury and is the player that they all anticipated he was going to be. Hope Dio comes back from his Achilles surgery and is a more, forceful player. I hope that Booker takes another step. I hope Sweat has a better year. I hope Javon Dexter in a walk year has his best season. All of that is hope. That's really kind of where you're at when you evaluate their defense, isn't it, up front?
Yeah. Let's talk to Field Yates about this, who joins us right now on the Yingling guest hotline. If you watched the NFL draft, Field did such a great job for ABC and ESPN, and we got a little inside information on television that I certainly did not know about, Field. How about the recruitment by our guy to the NFL Network, even though now you guys are one, but Kyle Brandt letting the cat out of the bag on national TV.
Airing some laundry out there on national TV. There are some elements of the draft coverage that we do script, right? Who's talking about which player in some cases. A lot of it is unscripted, though, and that would fall into the unscripted category. So caught me off guard, but I don't need to tell you guys this. Kyle is an amazing guy. His energy is second to none. I have no idea how that brain of his works, but I admire it every time I listen to him speak about pretty much anything.
Yeah, we love him. So, if you can, what can you share about this? So, Brandt told the world that he was recruiting you to the NFL Network, I would assume, for the open Good Morning Football role, and I would recruit you too. You know the way we feel about you, Field. And you ended up turning him down, and it was a wise move because now, ESPN is and NFL Network are being combined, or at least NFL Network is taken in under ESPN. But what can you tell us about that meal and what it was like being recruited?
Well, I don't know. I think that on Saturday, when round 6 rolls around, teams start to call priority free agents, and they're like, we'll offer you $10,000, which is great money in the real world, but for NFL players, it's sort of like pennies, right? That might be a good way to describe, my recruitment. I was a priority free agent level in some people's eyes, but it was unique because I think everybody had a sense that the ESPN merger could take place. So it was, am I being recruited to leave, then to just turn around and go back to the ESPN family? The stars didn't align in that instance, but obviously with the NFL Network and ESPN now being together, sort of all's well that ends well. And I've seen Kyle already on ESPN. I've seen him with Scott Van Pelt at night. Obviously, was with us during the draft project. And maybe have the chance to go.
Let's see if we could reestablish with Field. I thought it was popping back there, but then he faded out.
That was an NFL Network phone that he was using right there, not so much the ESPN phone.
It's kind of like the Ben and the Ryan Poles thing.
Exactly.
The good phone is Ben's.
Yes. The good phone is ESPN. The bad phone was the old NFL Network.
Yeah, that was a good story, though. Kyle Brandt, big Bears fan, as you know. And Field, has been very kind to the Bears, too, with his analysis. And we always told you that him and Ryan Poles came up scouting at the same time.
Out of KC?
With the Kansas City Chiefs, right. So we'll reestablish
it. Must be an exhausting exercise to cover the draft the way that Field and his colleagues do. There's got to be a sense of accomplishment. There's got to be a sense of relief as well when it's finally over, because you know how much time these guys and gals put into covering the NFL.
Yeah, oh my God, the hours and hours of research. All right, Field, we've got you back. So how would you, as we move on, how would you recap? Because we're not big on grades. That's an impossible task. What do you think of how the Bears approached the draft?
So, by the way, I don't want America to think that I was trying to hide from your question about the NFL Network. I just, you guys, I know you know this from your producer, Tyler. I was like, I have a window. It happens to me when I need to be in the car today to make it happen, but I don't want to miss out on a Monday recap with the guys. And, of course, there's one dead zone on my ride home, and that happened to be right when I was answering that question.
That's hilarious.
But, the grades can be a tricky endeavor, right? Because, first of all, I think there's a respect that's owed to these 32 NFL teams for how much effort they pour into their process. and scouting is subjective. I am reminded of that all the time from people around the NFL. I've had evaluations that I thought players where I was higher on than the league, and the guy goes later, and it turns out the guy shouldn't have gone as high as I thought he should have. Inversely, I've had times where I thought a guy was not as good as where he went, and then he's become a really good player, and the joke has been on me. So draft grades can be tricky, but they're also entertaining. For the Bears, we could address sort of each pick individually through the first 2 days. Is Dylan Thieneman, that to me is a no-brainer at that spot, given the need they have to continue to remake that safety room. I had him as the 18th player on the board. So while grades may be tricky, I did like the value there for Thieneman. Logan Jones, is a tough, nasty center. A guy's got a very, very good athlete. He's a very experienced player. Iowa's a factory. And while Garrett Bradbury, I do think is good enough to hold down the fort for this year, it's A, a contract year for him, and B, I think that Logan Jones has a higher ceiling than what Garrett Bradbury brings to the table. Round 3 seems to be the round where I think people have got a little bit more. It seems like the public has been more confused with what the Bears did in adding first a very fast receiver in Xavier Thomas, who sub 4.3 speed. After trading away DJ Moore, though, it did feel like the Bears were maybe going to target one more receiver at some point during the process, and then Sam Roush, very athletic tight end, but still the Bears have Cole Kmet, who's an excellent number 2 tight end, and the future in Colston Loveland, who could be a top 3 tight end in the league this upcoming year. I have the same questions I heard you guys were discussing right before I came on. It's just there are very few NFL defenses that have sustained high-level success without really good natural edge rushers. You can blitz all day long, but ultimately it puts your corners and coverage players on islands just too much, and you're vulnerable to big plays. So that's the question that I have now for the Bears, is just how do they get enough rush this year? Because we didn't see it enough last year. Have they done enough? And it seems like the option right now is internal development, younger guys like Austin Booker, and then I hope a guy like Dio comes back from the Achilles injury and is a more impactful player than he was in the brief sample size before he got hurt last year. There are there are going to be other players available via trade, and there are a couple rushers out there on the open market, but we're not talking about names that I think really get you a whole lot closer to the pin. So I like the draft. I like some of the needs they addressed and some of the value they got. But, pass rush, I think, will be one of the defining questions of the Bears' 2026 season.
Field, is it safe to come to the conclusion that maybe they graded this pass rusher class not as highly as some others? They weren't willing to give the equity that it was going to take to move up at the top of the second round, and they just let the draft come to them because of some internal confidence that they have with some of their own guys at those positions.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, especially on the beginning part, is that, this draft class had a lot of depth at edge rusher through the first 2 to 3 rounds. But I think the Bears have a pretty specific archetype now, right? One of the things that I wouldn't say I learned, but I was reminded of, I watched one of the Bears' really cool original content pieces about their free agency class, is the words that you kept hearing: faster, faster, faster. The Bears want to be faster on all sides of the ball, but definitely on defense. And mission accomplished, obviously, with Dylan Thieneman, 4.35 40 at the combine. And then the athletes on offense, Sam Roush is 270 pounds with a 4.67 40, which is just ridiculous. Xavier Thomas, 4.28. The edge rushers on day 2 that we saw, I think the first one off the board was T.J. Parker from Clemson, not a speed guy. Cassius Howell ended up going 40th overall from Texas A&M. Kind of a polarizing prospect in the league, very short arms. But he did have some juice, but I think there's a reason why he fell to round 2. So the number of guys that maybe fit into that category of pure speed rushers wasn't as great as the number of total rushers that went in that round 2 and 3 rip.
When you mentioned the 2 questionable, I don't even know if that's the right word, but when we're Bears fans and the public sort of went, what? Huh? We didn't expect this with Roush and Thomas. When you look at Thomas, some people have called in and they've said, not a bad player, especially with Ben Johnson and Ben we trust, but could you have gotten him later? As someone who has done this before and has scouted this draft for a long time, is that dangerous ground where you're trying to thread the needle, getting him at the right time and not letting another team beat you to the punch?
I will share a story about this specific player. Before the draft, I had someone reach out to me and said, "Where's Xavier Thomas in your top 150?" And I said, I didn't have him in there. Why do you say that? And he said, because he's going in the third round. And I can tell you that this is not the Bears. I promise you that. Person said he's going in the third round. And I said, you really think that? He said, I do. And he said, when he does, you can buy me a coffee the next time we meet up. And that stuck in the back of my mind all the way up into the draft process because you get worried. Did you overthink it? Did you not see enough of a certain player? But he said, just watch. These are the kind of guys that go earlier than you think. Speedy wide receivers with some utility that goes beyond just running straight line down the field. And so right after he got picked, I reached back out to that person and I said, coffee of your choice coming your way.
That's great.
Yeah. So I do think that, there is this dynamic that I think is often overlooked. And I think the Jaguars reminded us of this as well, is they had kind of an off the beaten path draft themselves. It's easy for me to say, hey, don't take a guy who's 72nd on my board at 59, right? Take a guy who's closer to 59. Well, if you own pick 59 and then don't pick again until pick 85 or 90, you're sitting there worried and saying, okay, great. You don't want me to take this guy at 59, but you probably won't be there at number 90. So how do you find that sweet spot? Yeah, you can manipulate the draft board. You got to find a taker, though. So we'll see on Xavier Thomas. It's one of those picks that because you go on an island based off of where the public was at on a player, if he succeeds, you get even more credit. If it doesn't work out, it becomes more of sort of a wart on the resume. But I think there is an element of in Ben we trust with this pick. And maybe that's unfair to every offensive guy that comes through to Chicago. But, last year showed us that if Ben Johnson can talent maximize that quickly for players, it should look really good going forward for guys who have a multi-year sample size to work with him.
This is, just to reiterate, Field, this is somebody who is working in the league for a team currently?
Let me be non-specific and just leave it where it was. But I can tell you it was not the Bears.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Hey, what can you tell us about Malik Muhammad? I've heard a lot of good things about him. I haven't watched a ton of him, but the cornerback out of Texas.
Yeah, smaller corner, decent length, but smaller in size. I think he was 182 at the combine. You see it. He's a thin guy, but very experienced player. Played for Texas. They've had a good run of defensive backs in recent years. Played in some big moments, and he was good in big games as well. He had a pair of interceptions in the Red River rivalry game. I always screw that up, and I did it again right there. But you guys may recall that, that Texas-Oklahoma game this past year, Texas's season – it may have already been over. It was kind of teetering on the brink there. Meanwhile, Oklahoma, their arch rival, had John Mateer coming back after a thumb injury. And it was huge. That was a big game for Oklahoma. They ended up making the playoffs anyways. But this was like, are we the best team of the country? Or in that conversation at that point. Muhammad had a pair of picks in that game. The Bears last year dealt with significant cornerback health issues. So to me, corner was a natural spot for them to attack at some point in this draft. I thought he would go higher than that. He ended up, I think, like right around the 105 to 110 range on my board. So I thought he would go a little sooner than he did. So good value there for Chicago on day 3.
I think you talked a little about earlier about some veteran help with the pass rusher, like that it won't move the needle a ton, but like call it the Cam Jordan pool. Like Jadeveon Clowney's always in that swimming pool too.
Bosa.
Yeah. So like of those guys that are out there, is there someone that you think would be better for the Bears that they could sign to a 1-year deal or, hire somebody to help their pass rush?
Yeah, well, I mean, Cam Jordan sticks out. People could say, well, because of his age, maybe not. But, just the familiarity with DA, right? I think it's going to take a pretty unique circumstance for Cam Jordan to play in the NFL but not play for the Saints. This might be one of those circumstances. I think the thing about one of those guys is I don't know that it's imminent because I don't know that those guys are in a gigantic rush to get somewhere. If they're going to get a contract, they're probably going to get one, whether it's now or August 1st. They're good enough, still have interest, but not so good that they got this gigantic offer they couldn't refuse in March. And these guys, like, what's going to take place between now and the start of training camp that veteran rushers want to be a part of, right? It's OTAs, right. It's mandatory minicamp. I mean, you guys know that they don't really want to be bothered by that. They're probably back in their hometown, wherever that is, and they're working out and they're spending time with their family and friends, whatever. So if something like this happens for the Bears, to me, it's more logical. Something like that happens closer to training camp. There are a decent number. I mean, there's some big names for sure. I don't know that any of them is the perfect answer, but just given how the draft played out, wouldn't surprise me if the Bears are. I'm going on a limb here and saying the Bears are going to do some homework on these guys over the next couple of months.
Field, I know that your head's probably still spinning from the 2026 draft, and I don't mean to ambush you on this front, but what do you remember about Shamar Turner, the kid the Bears drafted in the second round with a 62nd pick last year from Texas A&M? They played him a little bit of tackle. They bounced him outside. Then he got hurt. Like, as we sit and we wait for him to be healthy and kind of develop in year two, what do you remember most about him?
Yeah, he was more of an interior guy at Texas A&M a couple of seasons ago. He's an explosive player. Now, Texas A&M had a good infrastructure for him to rush because they had at the time, they had a lot of guys that were going to be either were drafted alongside with him or be drafted in future years. Thought there was good interior pass rush upside. He had some explosiveness. He had active, powerful hands. I think I had him like right around the beginning of it was pretty close to in line with where he got drafted last year. So at the time, I'm thinking to myself, like, this is, you're in the right region here. But this is a big year for a lot of these guys that are currently on the roster. I know I'm stating the obvious when I say that, but Shamar, like, if you get taken in the first 75 picks, there's an incumbent responsibility that, or expectation, you're going to be really good in short order.
What before we let you go, Field, what is it like standing in front of 350,000 people doing a live television broadcast?
It was awesome. It makes me emotional thinking about it, apparently. It was awesome, guys. It was great energy on Thursday and Friday especially. The weather was unbelievable. And what's cool about the draft is that you get fans of all teams, obviously tons of Steelers fans, but you get fans of all teams, and everybody comes in with hope, and most everybody leaves with jubilation, right? I mean, when you go to a normal game, obviously the home crowd's going to dominate, but the fans of one side are going to be disappointed, independent of who wins. There's going to be a disappointed party. For the draft, it's like everybody leaves, and maybe aside from a couple of the teams that had very little draft capital, people are walking away saying, like, check out our new first round pick, right? I've got people walking out in Bears jerseys saying Dylan Thieneman was that was my favorite guy in college. This all worked out great. The energy was awesome. The NFL does a great job with it. Thursday really feels special. The NFL made a master stroke back in 2010 when it decided to make the first night of the NFL draft just the first round. The energy is really high, and it's cool seeing the green room players. Dylan was one of them there. The family, the emotion, all of it. So it's really an honor to be a part of the draft process and a tiny part of the coverage as well.
You're so good at what you do, and you're more than a tiny part of the coverage, that's for sure. We rely on you. We appreciate the friendship, Field. Thanks for picking up the phone for us.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, let's do it again sometime soon, my friends.
You got it. Field Yates is as good as it gets. And I always say this, like, not only is he as knowledgeable as anybody, he is the nicest person probably in the field. No pun intended there either.
No pun intended, yes.
No pun
very knowledgeable, very, very friendly, just a great guy.
And what a story. That's a great story, too, about Zevion Thomas, about getting that call about, hey, why isn't he in your 150? Yeah. He's going in the third round.
By the way, he's listed as a starter on the Bears depth chart right now.
As a punt returner?
No, as their third receiver. One running back, three receivers, one tight end. Your starting receivers on the Bears depth chart are Rome Odunze, Luther Burden III, and Zevion Thomas.
All right, coming up next, I got some good sound from the weekend, including people are still talking about that Caleb throw against the Rams. And it's surprising from who's still raving about it. We'll play you that coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
At Elmhurst University, we give you the tools to soar. Whether you're undecided on your future, exploring a new path, or looking to level up your career, here you'll find support, skills, and opportunities as limitless as you are. Go beyond with a community of care and support. Do more with knowledge that's timeless. It all starts at Elmhurst. Go far, do well. Start today at elmhurst.edu.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We're draft weekend. There was still a lot of great stories and sound from around the league, even if it didn't have anything to do with the draft. Rams players are still talking about that Caleb throw. The funny part about the Caleb throw is against the Rams with Cole Kmet with the touchdown and the miraculous part. He took it a step further and started talking about the strategy here. And I think that was something that we talked about, but we were
For
cool
the
with
two-point
it. Yeah.
conversion, yeah.
I want to play this from Quentin Lake. But the thing about the Caleb throw is Bears fans still get excited talking about it, even though it happened in the loss. And Rams players aren't scared to rave about it because they know they won the game. Right. So they can give credit to Caleb. So you've got both teams still mesmerized by the throw. So this was Quentin Lake, one of the safeties on the Rams, on the No Caps pod, talking about Caleb's throw and how he second-guessed what Ben Johnson ended up doing.
4th and 4 happens. Caleb Williams starts running back, chucks it up.
Yeah.
Cole Kmet, your ass was right there.
Right there.
Take me through that entire play.
So I had a great view of everything that was going on. I was in a coverage that allowed me, I had a carry coverage. I was carrying my receiver up the field. And while I'm attached to the guy, I look back, I just see Caleb Williams he's
moving around.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, man, we got him.
It's over.
Yes. I drop my man. I pass him to the safety, but I'm just there protection to make sure that my guy doesn't come back, whip out.
Yeah.
See Caleb Williams, he spins out, chucks it. In my mind, I'm like, who's over there? And then I look, I'm like, oh, shit. I'm thinking, oh, man, he got that.
Yeah.
We're good. Knockdown, PBU, maybe an interception.
GG's.
I'm running over. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to call it a push-off. From my perspective, it looked like full extension, and that's what they call offensive PI. Regardless, he ends up catching it. I'm like, the whole week we had been talking about be careful of them in the fourth quarter.
Oh, so you guys were highlighting that.
We knew that. They were the best fourth quarter team in the NFL that year. He caught him no way. In my mind, I instantly went to, they're going for 2. I said, okay, touchdown, whatever. No way it happened, but I said, they're going for 2. You better, this is going to be the game.
This is it right here.
So I'm like, oh, they're going for 2. I see the field goal unit come out. I said, I said, that probably lost you the game.
Yeah.
Because the game of football is about momentum. And I've been in certain situations where I'm like, oh, hey, kick the field goal.
Yeah.
We'll live to see another day. But in that moment, knowing their team, what they've done over the course of the season, what they've done go for it. Because I know in my mind, what I'm thinking is if Stafford threw that ball, we would win for 2.
Well, not even Stafford, if that's McVay. And I think that's the difference.
Because our motto was by tucking our balls. We're going to let him swing. Say,
as you should.
So good stuff there. But I like
tucking your balls. We're going to let him swing. It's a good reference.
But do you remember the conversation about we brought that up about where we landed on going for 2 in that moment?
Yeah, I forget kind of what I know they were exhausted. I also know that they struggled in the red zone earlier in that drive or in the previous possession as well.
Well, our philosophy was you kick the field goal, you extend the game, and they still had the extra point, is what I meant. And they still had the chance to win.
Right.
Because, that's where the DJ miscommunicated. Didn't they get the stop right away? They got the ball back right away. Yeah. When was that? And you could have won the game there when you were driving, but then the miscommunication with DJ and Caleb
That was in overtime. The interception was in overtime.
Right. Yeah. But they were still set up to win was our claim.
Yeah.
And if you don't convert it, how much time was left? I forget. It's over.
They were in field goal range, yes. Yeah. No, yeah, I don't remember. I do remember feeling very adamant that I didn't think they made a mistake at all by kicking the extra.
Because did the Rams get the ball first and the Bears then got it? And all they needed was a field goal.
Yes.
That was why a lot of people were annoyed they took a shot because they just needed the field goal.
Right? Yeah. So interesting stuff there. All right, coming up next, the good, the bad, the dirty. We also have a segment on 57 seconds of us reviewing what the Bears did on the draft. If you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. This we had field at 4:30. Our usual spot for the good, the bad, the dirty will be coming up here next. It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
White Sox play in the afternoon.
If you want the Sox will still be available in our normal spot.
ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. And if you don't want to miss Waddle and Silvy,
the Waddle and Silvy Show will air on our YouTube channel.
The best of both worlds.
You will get Waddle and Silvy even when the White Sox are playing. So it's youtube.com at Waddle and Silvy.
It's your choice. Waddle and Silvy. Watch them live daily 2 to 6 on YouTube.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
Mother's Day is coming, and you gotta show love to the mothers in your life. You know you gotta take care of mom. Plus, my wife just became a first-time mom. So yeah, Mother's Day matters, and you gotta get it right. That's why I'm sending flowers from the Books Company. Right now, get 25% off with code CANTY. Books flowers are cut fresh, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. And it's easy. Pick the bouquet, the delivery date, and you're done. Mother's Day is May 10th, so don't wait. Go to Books.com, use code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Fucking NFL draft, Bears thoughts. I'm going to spread our wings a little bit. It could be draft related, but anything about
Spread your wings.
Spread your wings, like NBA playoffs or baseball that you watched from this weekend. Let's get into the good, the bad, and the dirty.
The good.
It's gone! Oh, my God!
The bad.
That is so bad, that is absolutely brutal.
And the dirty.
I'm talking about nasty. Wow, so many stories are running through my head right now.
Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. The good, the bad, the dirty is brought to you by our great friends at Window Nation. Right now, the more you buy, the more you're going to save. Up to 50% off, plus no interest for 5 full years. Call them at 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com. It's also brought to you by our great friends and partners at Flight by Yingling.
Oh, yeah.
Waddle and Tyler talk about it all the time. It is awesome. Flight is the next generation of light beer. They also bring you the Yingling guest hotline where we just talked to Field Yates. Around the room we go. One thing good, one thing bad, one thing we deemed is dirty from this weekend. What's your good, Waddle?
My good is the continued Jason Tatum story.
Oh.
Obviously, we've talked about him previously coming back earlier than we all thought from the Achilles surgery. Yesterday, he had 30 points, 11 assists, and 7 rebounds. Friday, he had 25, 7, and 5. He has shot 10 of 19 from behind the arc in those 2 games. It's amazing what he is capable of doing after such a short recovery time. I tip my cap in an era where a lot of guys don't want to play all 82 games. This guy busted his ass to get back and is performing like he never got hurt. So, Jason Tatum is my
It's
good.
incredible. It's one of the great comeback stories ever, isn't it? He did it way quicker than we thought he would do.
Absolutely.
And he's been way better than anyone guessed he would do, and you love to see it. He supposedly is a great guy, too. So great for him. I want to talk about Ayo Dosunmu, who we've talked a lot about. He put up a 40-piece in a win against the Denver Nuggets in the postseason.
Coming off the bench, too, right?
Yeah, and this is coming off a 25-point game in the game before that. They needed him, and listen to Julius Randle talk about what Ayo has done for the Minnesota Timberwolves and how he didn't know how good he was.
I don't remember playing it. I was in the East, but I don't remember playing against him as much. I feel like when I was in the East and he was with Chicago, like that was like those DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine teams. So it was kind of like, I don't know if the opportunity was there as much, but damn, I'm glad we got him.
Multiple second-round picks go to the Bulls. I said, imagine, sending a team a guy who could score 41 or 42 in a playoff win before, right after he scored 25, and of course, you're always going to get the people who drink the Kool-Aid, and they're like, look, the Timberwolves didn't have a first-round pick. Well, then don't trade him to the Timberwolves. or trade him at a different spot. I've never been against trading Ayo. I like Ayo on the Bulls, and you could still sign him. Just because you had him didn't increase your chances of keeping him. You needed to trade to maximize everything in return. Go back and negotiate with Ayo if you want him here. I just hated the way throughout the years he always bought high, AK, and he sold low. It was also my criticism of John Paxson. We never could get a shooting guard. The Bulls could never find a shooting guard with Derek. Too expensive. Everyone wants multiple first-round picks. But when you're selling a shooting guard, can't get a first-round pick for him. So, that's my biggest disappointment. But good for him. He's a great kid. He's been in studio with us before. Illini fans are thrilled. It was one of AK's better draft picks. They got him in the second round.
And by the way, he has established himself as a 40+% three-point shooter year in and year out.
Tireless worker.
Yeah.
Tireless worker.
He has developed into a much better NBA player than I ever thought he would.
Yes, for sure. Charlie, what is your good?
My good is over the weekend. I got a dog. I got a puppy, and we're gonna put it on the.
You got a Char's dog?
Yeah, the top-rated Char's dog of the 2026 class is Ruby from Tennessee. She keeping me up a little bit, but she's been very adorable. And
What kind? I can't see. We don't have the screen up here.
Oh, she's a black lab. Yeah.
Is it a puppy?
Puppy.
Oh, the black lab puppy.
8-hour car ride back from Tennessee that became like a 10.5-hour car ride back from Tennessee because we had to make a lot of stops.
Of course.
But yeah, been a fun 48 hours since we've got her.
That's awesome.
I'm very excited.
A lot of crying at night.
A lot of whimpering at night. A lot of bathroom breaks at night. I've been taking couch duties to be next to her cage. So
nothing like a puppy.
We get through it. Yeah.
Nothing like a puppy.
It'll test your will.
My kids have been on me on that, and this weekend, like, remotes get lost all the time. Both remotes that I needed were lost after we went out to dinner on Saturday. And I said to the kids, I go, you guys can't take care of a remote. How am I going to let you have a live, living animal in this house?
Remotes don't piss on the carpet.
I think we don't have carpet.
Okay. Rugs? Any throw rugs? You got anything?
Got rid of it all.
Nothing? Okay.
How are you? What's the technique on the puppy training? On the, to house, like, it takes time, but what's your method?
Right now it's like because she's a country dog. She's never been in the big city before. So getting her used to just being outside is a big step. So
sidewalks.
We got some pee pads in the bathroom, but if we can make it down in time, yes.
Yes, and you got to overly cheer, right? That's what. You always look like a fool the way you're cheering on your puppy.
I'm like, you did so good.
It's Ruby, so you're like, good girl.
People walking by you early in the morning, like, what's wrong with this guy?
Aiden, what's your good?
All right, my good is an organization that sometimes is probably on the wrong end of this segment, and it's the NCAA. Because today, President Charlie Baker...
Or Carly, depending how you pronounce the CH.
It's very true. This would be a hard CH. Yeah, so Charlie Baker, they're looking to pass, finally, their 5-year eligibility rule, which essentially means when you turn 19, that's when your eligibility starts. You get 5 years, and you're done. Because I'm getting sick and tired of seeing, people that are 2 years older than me, 24 and 25-year-old athletes, still playing, whether it's small colleges or big colleges.
Now, I don't blame the athletes because they're getting paid. I would have stayed in college as long as I could have under those economic circumstances. So I don't blame the kids. But now you got 5 years, to complete your college experience.
No, do you have 5 years of eligibility even if you don't miss one of the years?
I do not know yet because it's no longer the COVID year, but yes.
Right.
So I think the fifth year would be your red shirt year, essentially.
That's what we had going to school. You had 5 years to do 4.
Right, but you would have to be redshirted.
Yes.
You couldn't play in 5 years.
No.
Correct.
No.
Yeah. So finally, it seems like something good coming out of the NCAA.
Okay. All right. Waddle, you're bad.
My bad is the overall health of the Cubs pitching staff. I believe now 11 guys that were on the opening day roster.
What's happening over there with the pitchers?
I don't know, but they're on the injured list. And I've been telling you this
Martin,
for a while.
the latest.
Guys have been taking the ball. I have no idea who they are. Now, a lot of them have gotten a ton of outs, not so much the last couple of games against the Dodgers, but it's 11 guys go on the injured list from your pitching staff. I think maybe you do a bit of a deeper dive as to what's going on. I don't know.
My bad is a player that I love, and it's a criticism of what he said because I love Jokic. Does anyone not like Jokic? Jokic, the Joker,
definitely like him as a player.
Like, everyone seems to like Jokic. He is so incredible at everything that he does. It seems to be a fun guy. His brothers are crazy.
Historically great player.
Yeah, historically great. Yeah. His numbers are awesome. I don't know if you saw that. This is that same series, Denver and Minnesota. Did you see what happened at the end of that game?
Did Minnesota score a bucket when the game was out of?
Yeah, this is what Vooch got mad about during the regular season. I hate this in sports when players complain about a player scoring late.
Yeah.
Whether they're up or behind. Here is Jokic discussing why he went after one of the Timberwolves players for scoring when the game was decided.
Because he scored and everybody stopped playing. come on, guys, you saw it. What happened?
Do you regret confronting McDaniels, or do you feel like you had to do that to stand up for your team?
No, I did no. I don't regret.
You view that just kind of as an unwritten rule, not to score late?
Yeah.
I hate these unwritten rules about you can't hit a home run against this guy when the score is this. You can't bunt when you have a no-hitter. You can't. And this is, I think, the dumbest because who cares?
Right.
You already lost. Don't take it out on him because he scored. The game is 48 minutes for a reason.
This is not defending the honor of the game. This is expressing frustration that you got boat raced.
This is using him as a scapegoat because of your frustration. So I love Jokic. I hated that. So that's my bad from the weekend.
My bad is Jazz Chisholm and challenging, using his ABS challenges. He's 1 for 7 on strikes, on challenges this season. There was one where he got rung up, and it kind of took him a little bit, and then he taps his helmet, and then the ball is right down the middle. I mean, it's it's crazy. So it's gotten to a point where he says he's fining himself $1,000 for every missed challenge he makes.
Who gets the money?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I think he just gives it to the I'm just like, hey, dude, just
pays himself.
Just get better at challenging them.
Well, do you think this is a good question too, Charlie? Do you think just like players who they say, hey, no more threes out of you. You're not a good enough three-point shooter. Do you think the Yankees will eventually go to him and say, you're not allowed to challenge the call? You're not good at this.
He's a chucker. He's a chucker.
Yeah, I mean, if you can basically tell a whole pitching staff, hey, you guys aren't doing this, you could probably tell Jazz Chisholm. But who knows? I mean,
I love
maybe
the guys
they just
who
won his $1,000.
The kids that shoot the threes and turn around before the ball's even close to the basket and give you the three,
and then it rims out.
Sign, or it doesn't even hit the rim.
Full air ball.
Yeah, that's kind of how I envision.
What do you got, Dayton, for your bad?
My bad is the combination, one from each side, of Pete Crow Armstrong and Dalton Rushing this over the weekend, because obviously everyone knows the comments that PCA made about Dodgers fans not being real fans and just showing up as a marketing thing. He didn't have a great series. And then Dalton Rushing on the other side, Cubs fans are now going after him because I don't know if you guys saw this a few weeks ago. First of all, he's a rookie. He's not hitting that well to start the season.
He's a talker, isn't he?
He called Miguel Amaya, if you're a fat blank, and also was the one who accused, of all teams, the Rockies of cheating against the Dodgers. So not off to a hot start for his career either.
What were they doing? They were talking about fishing or something like that. And then the Rockies started celebrating their hits with fish. I forgot how the comment was used.
Yeah, and of all people to step up and defend your team, not your Freddie Freemans, not your accomplished veterans, it's Dalton Rushing. And instead of just saying, hey, we're just here to play baseball, he said, oh, the Rockies are cheating. And then does this. So both of them, we got to maybe focus on the baseball.
Why was he in there? Was there normal catcher?
Will Smith's been dealing, I think it's a back injury.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Interesting.
What's your dirty?
My dirty is Mason Miller. I think I've used him in the past. Saturday extended his scoreless streak to 12 1/3 innings on the season. He hasn't given up a run, an earned run or an unearned run all season long. He's given up 3 total hits, and his strikeout to walk ratio is 25 Ks to 1 walk.
It's incredible. It's worth every penny. I know they paid a lot for him in prospects.
I don't know how long his dominance will last, but he is the filthiest reliever I've seen in a very long time.
It's crazy. I'll stick with baseball too. This is long forgotten because the Cubs have lost the last 2 days to the Dodgers. They had a 10-game win streak. Friday's Cubs game was great to begin with, and I know this is the dirty portion, and that's where the defense comes in. The Cubs defense was absolutely dirty. Not one, I'll go LeBron. Not one, not two, not three. It was 4 different outstanding plays. Take a listen to these. I believe the game Friday night was Apple TV. So listen to these defensive gems.
Homer given up by Tyler. And now Tucker hits one deep to right. That's near the wall. Suzuki reaches in, and he makes the catch at the top of the wall. Far here tonight. Here's a line drive. Caught by Dansby Swanson. two-man offense for the most part. Here's Andy Pages slicing one to the right field corner past Suzuki and bouncing to the wall. Pages turns from second, digs for third. Relay from Horner, a good one. Pages is out. Off the glove of Bush, bare hit by Horner to Rollison for the out.
Like that play, the last play was like a pinball machine. With the way it ricocheted off, did a ricochet off of Bush,
Yes.
and then to Nico.
And then the pitcher did a brilliant job covering first.
And Nico Horner made another play Saturday night, too, early in the game, another diving play. Nico Horner makes like a year's worth of outstanding defensive plays in a week. It's every game there's something else that you just marvel about how the way Nico is on top of his game defensively. So hopefully they get back on in the W column here, but there's a great streak and outstanding defense with their 10th game in a row that they won back on Friday.
My dirty from the weekend is the LA Rams draft situation, and it doesn't have anything to do with Ty Simpson, Matt Stafford, any of that. Did you see that when the LA Rams social media team posted a video of Les Snead wearing a Colorado Avalanche jersey to call a player while the Kings are playing the Colorado Avalanche, while the LA Kings are playing the Avalanche? Stan Kroenke, the owner, owns both the Avalanche and the Rams, but like, you're the LA Rams and you're wearing the jersey of the team another LA team is playing. And then to top it off, the Chargers posted a video of all their guys in Kings jerseys from over the weekend.
Was Les Snead is having himself a bit of a...
Quite the 72 hours.
Quite a week, huh?
But I did see, like, McVay did... like
Said he was grumpy. I heard McVay say, I was a little crabby or a little grumpy on Thursday after the pick.
Yeah, because they took a quarterback he didn't want.
I don't believe that, Charlie. You still believe that? I heard Schrager this morning saying... like it was all
really
blown
tight
up.
with McVay too.
Yeah, he's like, look, McVay was protecting
Stafford.
Yeah, his Hall of Fame quarterback who he wants to stick around for 3 more years, but he knows it's year to year. Like, I don't think can Les Snead be that dumb, and he's not because he's a great GM, to not get a quarterback approved by one of the great coaches? Like, you do everything through McVay. Like, if we trust in Ben and we think Ben's calling the shots, it's McVay's team.
He's at the top. He's at the top of the pyramid right now. I think he is as a head coach.
Aiden, wrap us up.
All right, my dirty also has to do with the Red Sox cleaning house this past weekend. Alex Cora, 2 hitting coaches, the bench coach, the third base coach, and a major league hitting coach, all fired from the team. Silva, you mentioned the picture they took at the airport. They were leaving Baltimore to go back to Boston after a 17-1 win. But between the team hotel and the airport, they were picked up by a van, a Sprinter van, a coach van, if you will.
Yeah.
And on the back of the van, in big letters, Coaches for Hire, LLC.
How hilarious is that?
That was the
like buses, they call them coaches, you know?
Right.
Coaches for hire. And then here you have the manager and the coaches who were just fired.
Kind of just makes too much sense.
It does. It does.
Amazing.
It's funny.
All right, there you go. The good, the bad, the dirty. Do you want to read something about the stream? Is that what it is?
Do you know how to find us? You can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch.
Unfortunately, I read some of the comments earlier. So, yes, it's youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago.
Yes. And Twitch?
It's twitch.tv/@ESPN1000 Chicago. And back to YouTube, our show page. If you miss anything, you miss Field Yates. Did you miss Seth Rollins from the other day?
Or if you just want to say a really offensive comment to either one of us.
It's youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy and subscribe while you're there.
By the way, our video streaming brought to you by Woodford Reserve. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It is a spectacle, for the senses.
And spectacular as well, too.
It's delicious.
Jimmy on the north side, our buddy. What's up, Jimmy?
I don't think Jimmy's good. Can I make a guess, Jimmy?
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be happy about what happened over the last 3 days.
Actually, I've thought about it. I like the fact that Ben Johnson's basically taken over the team. I went to my watch guy over at RK Watch Service. He is the best talking Bears. And I think.
Wait, are you doing plugs now? Wait a minute. What's going on? Are you trying to sneak a plug by us? Are you at the watch store now?
How about I punch you right in the face, champ?
No, my watch guy deserves a plug.
Did you tell him? Hey, I call. I could picture you, Jimmy. You're at this watch store. You're like, I call Waddle and Silvy every day.
High-end watch
and I'm
store.
going to give you a shout out if you fix my watch for free.
Absolutely not. In fact, he's known for years that I've called in and we talk Bears probably for too long every time I visit the shop. And this was not planned, so. But I appreciate the skepticism at every level.
That's how we roll.
Yeah, totally. Speaking of skepticism, I think one of the interesting. Ben Johnson's never going to have a game when he doesn't have enough weapons, and people get injured. So he's got I think legitimately 8 weapons now, and what Yates said was big. I mean, that just shows that, they might have found somebody in the third round that's perfect for his offense. And then one of the questions I had for you guys, this guy they picked up in the 7th round from Georgia Tech that everyone is calling the strongest guy in the country.
Yeah, the DT.
Yeah, the 5th round. Yeah. But I mean, I feel like guys like that, Poles tends to hit on more often than he does in the early rounds. You know what I mean? I think, Monangai, et cetera. So hopefully, he's got a little bit of a better grasp in the back half of the draft. But I mean, let's just whip the ball around, guys. I think the offense is the main focus.
Yeah, listen. I mean, that's an offense that can score 30 plus a game. There's no doubt. And maybe if in fact some of their defensive issues are not solved this year, you may find this team having to put up 35, 38 to win on Sunday, which I'm sure Ben would be fine with. But at some point, that defense has got to pull its weight.
Yeah, like they talk about complimentary football. Sure. Jordan
Vanderberg was the 6th-round pick, defensive
South African,
tackle.
Right?
He is. He went to Georgia Tech. I believe he started at Penn State. Am I right, Charlie?
That sounds right. He was a rugby player, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, his dad, I heard Carmen say, was a world-class bodybuilder.
Yeah.
And he is off the charts with his strength.
310. Did I hear him talking about squatting 700 pounds?
Yes, 700 pounds.
Something like that, yeah.
Bench, and he did the bench at his pro day 35 times.
And he jumped out of the pool like Jerron Gilbert.
Was he the guy with the pool jumper?
So.
I think it was from 2020 when he jumped out of the pool. Yeah. So, Jerron Gilbert was their 2nd or 3rd round pick at the time?
I think he was a 2nd round pick.
And he was their first pick of that year because I believe they were without a 1st round pick. Sam and Mokina, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Sammy?
Gentlemen, how you doing today?
Good. Great.
I'm frustrated. This is I know that Ben Johnson wants his offensive guys. I mean, to me, taking a tight end 3 is kind of a luxury in the 3rd round. Everybody wants to talk about sacks, right? And Kap will talk about, Montez Sweat had 10 sacks last year. For me, it's all about pressures, right?
Mm-hmm.
You look at the top 2 teams in the NFL last year who had pressure in pressure rate. Or pressures in total. It was the Seahawks and the Broncos. Now, if Bo Nix doesn't blow his knee out, that's your Super Bowl matchup. Do you know where the Bears ranked last year in total pressures?
29.
They were second to last. Yeah, they were second to last. Only the Carolina Panthers were worse than them.
Yeah, they were 31st.
They had
31st.
202 pressures. 31st. So you don't go and address that. Shout out to Mark from Hoffman Estates, but to say that, split safety coverage is going to solve that, that's not going to solve that. The reason why you look at teams in the top 5 of pressure rate like the Rams, the Seahawks, the Broncos, they got mercenaries on their defensive line. The Bears don't have any. The Bears don't have.
They come in waves, too. I don't know.
I didn't know. He's still there. He just...
Sorry about that, the phone-wise. But they come in waves. That's how, the Eagles do it that way. The Seahawks do it that way.
It's why the caller earlier, I was so surprised because he wasn't accurate with the stats about the Seahawks.
Right. The Seahawks were a top 5 defense in most every category, including points allowed per game. They were number 1. They were the number 3 rushing defense in the league. And overall, I mean, look, a team that is going to win that many games is probably going to give up some garbage yardage, and they were still 6th in total yards. And comparatively, do you realize that the Bears gave up more points in the regular season last year than any of the other playoff teams. So think about that. So of all of the teams that qualified for the postseason, and they won their division, their defense gave up more points per Sunday than any of the other playoff teams, which just tells you when you get into that group of elites, to really be elites, you're going to be better off if you climb that ladder. Like, you don't want to be, of all of how many playoff teams are there? Are 14?
Yes, 7-7.
They were the 14th best defense in terms of points allowed of all the playoff teams. So
where were they in general again for points allowed?
I believe they were 23rd.
That's still not
24.
that may be.
They gave them 24
worse.
and change a game. So, like, look, nobody is panning them. Nobody's predicting they're going to fall off the face of the earth. I think the vibe in this studio is this team's got a chance to get to the very top of the mountain.
Yes, like. It reminds me of back in the day where we used to get the callers who loved to win with the run game and defense. We get off the bus running, we're going to defend, and that's all well and good. And we're like, hey, you need a quarterback. You need a quarterback. And while quarterback is the most important, getting a pass rush in football is super important. So, like, hey, we'll outscore you. And, hey, we're really good on the back end. It's still, like, I just think you're covering for them by saying that sort of thing. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's hating by wanting the Bears to improve their pass rush. How does that become hating in this day or negative?
Let's think again. I'll summarize it from my perspective in the following way. When you entered into the 2026 season, the start of the 2026 season begins with free agency, right? You've gone through free agency, you've gone through the draft, and I'll argue that your area of biggest need before free agency is still the same. So you've gone through free agency.
Yeah, I know.
You've gone through the process, and you can still make a trade, but the draft has come and gone. And if you look at that team objectively, you'll say, love my team, love my coach, love a lot about my team. But the weakness now is the same weakness that existed when the new season began.
Yeah. All right, Aki's A-List is coming up, and also 57 seconds from each of us. Brought to you by Heinz, coming up next regarding the Bears draft. So in under 60 seconds in 57, we are all going to give you our recap of the Bears draft. That's coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, Sylvie here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute, those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle. People take their beer very seriously. Some want it light and easy. Others want rich and roasty. Some just want something classic they can always count on. That's why Yuengling works. They brew a beer for everyone in every situation. Whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or being the grill master at home, there's a Yuengling that fits the moment. So next time you're at the store, check out the lineup. You might walk out with more than one favorite. Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America. Enjoy responsibly. DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
If I asked you how to keep your valuables safe, you might say a safe deposit box. But what if I asked you how to keep your parents or loved ones safe when you have to make the difficult decision to put them in a nursing home or assisted living facility? That answer isn't so easy. We know what to do with our birth certificates and jewelry, but the fact is that when it comes time to take care of the people who mean the most to us, we're often at a loss. The National Center on Elder Abuse recently reported that 44% of nursing home residents claim to have been abused. And even worse, half of nursing home staff admitted to mistreating patients through physical violence, mental abuse, or neglect. To find information on recent violations in nursing homes, as well as a list of the best nursing homes, visit vlglaw.com. vlglaw.com. If you suspect your loved one is the victim of abuse or neglect at a nursing home or assisted living facility, call 844-4-VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group, fighting for families since 1963.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah!
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Hey, it's Maria.
And this is Ken with Family Waterproofing.
We're veteran-owned.
Family-run.
Here's how we work.
We show up.
We give you options.
And we repair it the right way.
If you've got foundation cracks, seepage, or a basement that just won't stay dry, we can help.
And now we've got something that makes it even easier. It's called Express Services.
If you already know what you need, you can book your project directly.
Less back and forth, less waiting.
Visit FamilyDry.com to learn about Express Services. Family Waterproofing. Your basement's best defense.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The 5 o'clock hour of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by Steinhoffels. With 7 Chicagoland locations, including their newest in Maryville, I shop in Vernon Hills. It's awesome. Shop in store today or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
All right, our favorite 57 seconds from the Bears draft, brought to you by Heinz 57. Great stuff, too. The NFL draft with Devin Hester. And that's where I'm going to focus, too, on the 57th pick of mine. What we'll do is we're going to run a clock, and in 57 seconds, we're going to give you, like, our biggest thoughts about what we thought. So if you're just getting into your car, it's a great recap of our thoughts overall on the Bears draft. And Logan Jones will get the Heinz products for life. He got the red jacket, Heinz ketchup, Heinz 57, and he's getting it for life.
Nice.
So can I start there then? Are you starting the clock? All right, here we go.
Clock, right?
The clock, yes. So overall, that was my favorite pick in the Bears draft. I love the safety as well in the first round. But this is something, guys, that we have talked about for a long, long time. Who touches the football at the same level as the quarterback? Only the center. And every Bears great team of the past has had a not good, but great center. and they were young, and they were here for a decade. Olin Kreutz in those 2000 Bears teams. So important to that line, getting everyone together, and for the quarterback itself. Same thing with Hilge, with the 85 Bears. Two of the best centers of all time. The Bears finally ended the madness. They got themselves the center, and he gets Hines for life. So crown him. I don't know why I said crown him, but
we can crown him.
Yeah, crown him as the Heinz 57 champ. Yes, Heinz 57 champ.
I got to tell you, as the old guy in the room right now, I've just kind of got fed up with the cool guy conversations about you can't draft for need. You only have to draft.
Is this part of your 57?
Yeah, it is.
We're on the clock.
It's best player available only. Now, God forbid I actually identify a need on this team and actually want to address it. I'm not suggesting I don't like what they did. I like the safety. He was a need, and he was the best player available at the time. I think the center is going to be your starting center for a decade. I think that the tight end will play this year, and I like the receiver more than a lot of the draft experts. But the thought that you can't identify what your biggest issues are and address them, or that's not important. And then the Howie Roseman reference. Well, Howie says if you're drafting on need, then you probably didn't have a great draft. Howie moved up in the first round to draft a receiver because he knew he was going to need one because they're going to trade A.J. Brown. Howie traded for Jonathan Grenard, a pass rusher, in the middle of the draft. So he's addressing needs by making trades. There's three ways to get better or to build your team. There's the draft, there's free agency, and there's the trade market. I'm just suggesting you have to access all three avenues.
We won't allow those last few words, but it was still a great point nonetheless.
How about that?
We should do this during every Bears game. 57 seconds on it. Charlie, ready to go? You were talking about Char's dogs leading up to the draft. You're the guy who's the most plugged in at the scouting report on these guys. So in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I'm with Waddle on a lot of what he said, and I kind of want to focus on Xavier Thomas. I think Xavier Thomas made Ben feel things that he has not felt since he was in Detroit. I think when because we often think of these short, small guys, and he's not even that small, but when you think of like Xavier Worthy, John Ross, like these guys who are undersized and just run fast, a lot of times they really can't do a whole lot other than run fast. When I see Xavier Thomas, and what I think Ben Johnson sees when he says Xavier Thomas is a guy who is going to line up all over the place. You're going to have him do jet sweeps. He took a lot of handoffs when he was at LSU, and so I think when he's envisioning this sort of situation, if you have DeAndre Swift and Xavier Thomas in the same backfield, you have two pass catching options, and you don't know where they're going to go. They could both be on screens. They could both be running routes. So to me, like, Ben is all about trying to make everything look the same. With Xavier Thomas, you can do a lot of different things while still looking the same.
Gave him the warm and fuzzies, didn't he, when he watched film?
Oh, yeah.
Hit the post right there, Charlie. Good stuff. All right, Aiden, let's see what you got here. 57 seconds.
All right. So in a nutshell, it seems, and this partially comes from when Ryan Poles spoke to the media on Thursday after the first round of the draft, that they're reverse engineering this defense, building it from the back and not the interior, the D-line, and the edge guys that you knew you absolutely needed, and that was your number one need coming in. However, as frustrated as I am with that, as a fan that you didn't feel the first need, Dylan Thieneman is a stud. You lost Kevin Byard, you lost Jaquan Brisker. Say what you want about either one of those players, you could very well have a younger guy, a younger Byard, a younger Brisker in Dylan Thieneman, who is phenomenal at Purdue, had a good year last year in his 1 year at Oregon. Not only that, but these pieces on offense, like the Xavier Thomas, like the Roush pick of the tight end in the third round, Ben likes that 12 and 13 personnel. He's going to use him. Once again, he's a younger Durham Smythe. He can factor into the offense early, and who knows what Cole Kmet's future is, but he'll be there.
We won't allow he'll be there.
He will not be there, I guess.
Nope, not anymore.
He will be there.
Good stuff. And thanks to Heinz 57 and Logan Jones is our guy with the 50 lifetime supply.
If he ends up having kids, that's going to save him a lot of money.
Oh, my
Kids
goodness.
love ketchup.
Oh, my God. My Braxton, who was in here the other day, he is a Heinz kid. Heinz kid.
Is it only ketchup, or can you get some of the barbecue sauce and all the other stuff that they produce?
I think ketchup, because isn't 57 like specifically part of their ketchup thing?
I just didn't know if I could get a little extra something. If I'm him, I'm asking for everything.
Yeah. Look, we're here to support our Bears players.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so let's get to Aki's A-list on the other side. Did you think that the Bears won this year's draft, or at least it was a win for them? Wins with Wallner, brought to you by Wallner Law. Wallner Law handles the toughest car accident cases in Chicago. Call them at 312-8-million, 312-8-million. Wallner Law, win with Wallner. Aki's A-list coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tomorrow night at 7 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Gas prices are rising again.
But you got places to see this spring.
Save yourself some money. Try unleaded 88,
also called E15.
E15 is approved for 2001 and newer vehicles, delivers the performance you expect,
and is priced lower than regular unleaded.
E15 is EPA reviewed and approved. It's a smart choice for your wallet,
and it supports Illinois farm families and local jobs.
Before you fill up, go to UNL88.com
and find a pump near you.
Visit UNL88.com and get there for less.
White Sox fans, take advantage of our unbeatable season-long deals. Enjoy savings with a $5 concessions menu, which includes $5 Miller Lite draft beer, Garrett popcorn, Stadium buttery, Vienna hot dogs or Polishes, Beggar's Pizza, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. Plus, enjoy a fan favorite this season. Get one ticket and 2 beers starting at $24 with Miller Lite Baseball and Brews. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
As an attorney and a mom, I know how busy life gets. After an accident, think of Postman Law as your personal to-do list. We'll deal with the insurance, the medical bills, even help you find the right doctor, so you can focus on what matters most.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney Advertising.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
I'll give a shout out to our buddy Brendan Shagru.
Damn, you got it.
In like a moment like this, you got to say his name correctly. I know, goof around. Brendan's supported the show for a while. He's written about the Bears for the last several years, and he does a fantastic job. Him and his wife had their first child over the weekend. How about that? Says he wrote, I wasn't around for the NFL draft this past weekend, but I still landed my #1 overall pick.
That's awesome.
Celebrate good times. Come on. You should follow Brendan. Shout out to him and his wife, and hope everyone's doing well. And it's the start of something very, very great. All right. What do you got, Aiden?
All right, gentlemen. So it has been 3 years since the Bears-Panthers trade that landed the Panthers Bryce Young, and eventually the Bears' Caleb Williams, and a lot more. And I've got the full trade now that it's officially finalized here for you. Panthers receive Bryce Young. Bears receive DJ Moore for 3 years, Caleb Williams, Darnell Wright, Luther Burden III, Tyreek Stevenson, Torrey Taylor, Sam Roush, and Malik Muhammad. I don't know what more you could ask for from that trade. The Panthers got their quarterback, they think, for the future, and the Bears got that and then some.
First of all, they were fortunate to get the first overall pick, and wasn't there something else that happened that was fortunate for them?
Well, yeah, are you talking about the Colts game?
That was what gave them the number one overall pick.
Right.
Then they traded it, and then didn't they get fortunate again that wherever their pick was, that it was...
Well, it was that Carolina was so bad. Carolina had to have the worst record.
Correct.
So it was not only the fact that they got the number one pick the year those two quarterbacks went, but then the following year when they got Carolina's number one overall pick, they had to have the worst record.
Right. Didn't they almost beat Green Bay or something like that? And that would have given them not the first pick? Yeah. Wasn't there something like they were playing Green Bay like down the stretch, and it was either like, I think the joke was like, the one time we want Green Bay to win, they can't do it against Carolina.
You don't have many trades where you get those breaks, all those breaks. It was a wonderful trade. We loved it at the time. What was your question? Is it what?
Was it everything you would hope for, which I think a pretty general answer there. And where does it rank for you in trades in your lifetime? Not just the Bears, but across Chicago sports.
I think if Caleb goes to the place that we think he's going to go to, it will go down in history as the greatest trade in Chicago sports. Now, that includes Scottie Pippen on draft night.
Yeah.
Olden Polynice and Scottie Pippen. Jake Arrieta was a trade. Dennis Rodman was a trade. Will Perdue. Many, many others. Sammy Sosa for me. Ryan Sandberg for me. What is yours for Sox? Do you have one great trades?
Not in my lifetime.
It was looking good for a little while, then it took a sharp turn.
Usually you're just selling quality players because you don't want to pay them.
Yeah, that's
Did you say the sale trade? Because at first that was going to be the big one.
Yeah, like
Kopech, Moncada.
Yeah, but then it didn't turn out. So I think if Caleb does what we think he's going to do, that it will be number one.
I think the sneaky part in there, too, is not only that you had DJ Moore and he was so phenomenal for the Bears down the stretch, but Darnell Wright as well.
Yeah.
You just got the fifth-year option picked up. You would expect a long-term deal coming sometime soon. It's a lot to say.
Wasn't Tyreek Stevenson part of that trade, too?
Yeah, he read it.
Is that what you said? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he turns, his career in the right direction. So, that trade, bountiful is what it was.
Another thing that I want to talk about that, same thing, might be still too early, and this could just be the Meatball Sox fan in me. But Munetaka Murakami is now tied for the MLB lead in home runs with Yordan Alvarez at 11. Didn't hit one Saturday or Sunday, had a rough go of it in Sunday's game especially, but he hit one on Friday. And you can see with this guy, the power is effortless. Yes, he's still going to be that 3 true outcome guy. And honestly, I don't have a problem with it. If he's Adam Dunn and then some, sign me up. But my question is, whether it be Jerry Reinsdorf or ownership transitioning towards Ishbia, is Munetaka Murakami the first $100 million man on the Chicago White Sox?
Could be. By the way, he has 41 strikeouts, 22 walks, 11 home runs. Do the math. That's 33. That's 74 of the 99 at-bats have been, like you said.
Yeah, he's just a total.
Yeah.
Well, what is his OPS right now?
His OPS is 935.
You'll take that.
Yeah, his WAR is 0.8.
Yeah. I think we didn't really talk about this because of the draft on Friday, but I believe Getz spoke on Friday, and he said that they have not considered it or they have no plans in the near future to approach him about it. Like, why not? Like, we had a deep conversation on this before. Maybe because it's early, but I think there's a win here where if you went to him, you could show Sox fans and you keep a player. And you don't have to sign him to a... So I would say no to your question just because there's a lot stacked against him. Maybe they add a couple more years instead of giving him 4 for 100 or something like that. But I'm just going to, they need to show me before I start believing in this sort of stuff.
28 game sample size. My guess is they wait to the All-Star game. And if the All-Star at that break or close to that break, you're seeing comparable stuff, maybe they do it.
Price goes up then too.
Yeah, no doubt. But if I'm a Major League Baseball team, I'd rather pay a little bit extra freight with a little bit more proven commodity. That's how I would approach it. And I know he's not like a normal rookie because he's been in professional baseball for a while in Japan. But
my favorite Jerry story with contract negotiations, and there are many, was when they were very close with Jimmy Butler on his restricted free agent contract, and I think Jimmy wanted 46, and the Bulls were offering 41 or 43, somewhere in that neighborhood. They were like $3 million apart.
Yeah,
and they stopped talking, and they're like, okay, we'll prove it. And then he went out and he had his first true great year.
Kicked their ass.
Yeah, and then he got like the $90 million the following year, and like it just. Like sometimes it's wise to go to somebody early when you identify a special quality from them.
Just to the north side real quick for basically just a roster move to update you. Silvy, you probably saw this one already, but finally some good news on the north side. Phil Maton is back. That will help shore up the back end of the bullpen.
Bullpen could use it, yeah.
This happens every season. You see teams that are depleted by injury, and we've already given Craig Counsell his flowers for managing this bullpen and managing the pinch hit situations. By the way, Mo Baller in the lineup today, catching for the first time this season.
He's hitting like 400, isn't he, on the year?
Who's pitching today?
Boyd, right? Isn't Boyd on the bump?
Wow, veteran with a guy who's barely caught.
Am I wrong?
You're sure about this, Aiden? He's catching?
Matthew Boyd is pitching. Moises Ballesteros is hitting 6th and doing the catching.
Yeah.
Ian Happ is DHing.
Yeah.
Very interesting. All right, I look forward to watching. We got late night. What time is this start? Is this like an 8:38? 8:38 start, something like that?
Yeah. By the way, Ballesteros is hitting 397 this year.
He's been fantastic. The offense did not produce yesterday. No. Showed it a down start too.
Well, they had opportunities as
early.
Opportunities, and they just could not get anything across the plate.
They had bases loaded, 1 out in the second, and they could not. And does this surprise you guys? I wrote this down earlier. Do you know? And like obviously his defense carries a lot of weight, much like Nico. The PCA, as much talk about PCA having a down year, he's already at a 1 WAR. He's already a 1 WAR player. And his F WAR is like, I want to say 3rd or 4th best in all Major League Baseball for center fielders. Does that surprise you?
No, because he's such a dominant defensive player. I mean, he's the same offensive guy we've seen for years now. 5-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. His on-base percentage is, 295, something like that. I mean, he still has...
We still haven't seen the improvement with the command of the strike zone.
I've got to say, pretty impressive for a guy hitting 238 to be above 0 WAR, let alone a full point.
Yeah,
that's how good his defense is. Yes.
He saves more base hits and runs than most guys you've seen in a very long time. Spectacular.
What else you got, Aiden?
One last thing of note. We mentioned this earlier in the pre-show fist fight. It looks like the Bulls have narrowed down their GM search to 3 names: Dennis Lindsay of Detroit, Bryson Graham of Atlanta, and Matt Lloyd of Minnesota.
Lloyd, come on down.
Exactly. We've talked about it with Jerry Reinsdorf between the Sox and the Bulls. Is this finally when he goes out of the office, out of the family to make a hire? Or is it going to be Matt Lloyd within the next few weeks?
Well, and it's the same game plan, too, with Connolly's number 2 guy, right? Because Connolly used to be in Denver, and AK was second in command there. And Connolly's great. But now Matt Lloyd, who they're familiar with, they're using that same sort of a path. Maybe, look, this is my conspiracy theory. Maybe AK knew he was getting fired at the trade deadline, and he knew he was going to be swapping jobs with Matt Lloyd, that Matt Lloyd would take over for him, and he'd go back with Connolly in Minnesota, and maybe he just gave him IO for not a lot, just second-round picks.
I don't like.
You buy that?
No. Well, I mean, anything's possible with the Chicago Bulls, but I don't like the thought of that. AK already latched up with. I mean, you really? He got a job?
Well, no. I'm saying that if Matt Lloyd leaves AK's former boss, maybe AK lands back in Minnesota. They were together in Denver.
I know, but would you really want to rehire him? With all that accomplishment?